She is a disabled angel beast despised by the whole world. However, the moment I saw her, I decided to contract her as my first beast. Seeing this, everyone laughed and called me crazy. After all, only a fool would contract a blind angel as their beast. Little do they know, I awakened a divine-level advanced talent. No matter how powerful the divine skills are, angel beasts can use them in advance. They can even advance their bloodline to evolve into the god of endings among angels. For this, I will advance the angel's basic evolution method to a proficient evolution method. The advanced stat only requires it to operate 100 times before it can advance to the next stage of evolution. At this moment, I quickly arrived at the academy to pass the official Beast Master test. However, as soon as I entered the campus, I immediately attracted a lot of attention. Haha, look, isn't that a defective angel following that person? The feathers on its wings are almost gone. It must have been scammed by a shady beast dealer. Everyone looked a few times, their eyes filled with mockery. I ignored the laughter of the crowd and walked straight to the testing area. At this moment, people in the testing area were discussing among themselves. I'm so anxious. My ironwood monkey operated the evolution method 10 times yesterday, and 2 of them failed. I don't know if I can pass this test. If I fail, my beast will be erased, and I'll be stuck as a worker for life. Versailles, an 80% success rate is already impressive. Some people can't even complete one operation. Hey, have you heard? Zhang Quan's beast is of a very high rank and has already mastered the basic evolution method. I also heard he sold a defective beast before the exam. He saved enough money to buy a high-tier beast. Upon hearing this, the people around showed expressions of surprise. But thinking carefully, it fits Zhang Quan's style. He is known for playing pranks on classmates. However, it's not illegal, so no one can do anything about it. Just then, Zhang Quan arrived at the training ground, followed by a medium-sized red-haired war ape cub, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The red-haired war ape is worth at least 500,000, and everyone cast envious glances. Why hasn't it started yet? It's just a formality to take first place. Zhang Quan enjoyed the attention, seeming confident that he would win. He bought the red-haired war ape for this moment. He sold that defective beast to afford it. I just wonder who the unfortunate soul is that bought that defective angel. Just as he was thinking, I appeared in front of everyone's gaze. Behind me was a blonde girl, tightly clutching my clothes, with a piece of satin covering her eyes. Ignoring the astonished gazes around me, I calmly walked into the crowd. Fong Ran, is this your beast? What happened to her eyes? Wow, did Zhang Quan sell you this beast? That's really unscrupulous of him. Don't be discouraged. I heard there's a new policy that allows for a 1-year extension for the test. Can your beast master the basic evolution method? A few friends asked with concern. They are close to me and often hang out together. At this moment, they were very displeased with Zhang Quan. It's okay, I actually like angels too, I explained with a smile. However, to everyone else, it sounded like I was putting on a brave face. Everyone knew I came from an ordinary family and was staying at my uncle's house. After learning that I had little chance of becoming a beast master, many classmates stopped talking to me, leaving only a few longtime friends. After a moment, a young girl with a ponytail stepped forward to address everyone. This test determines whether you can become an official beast master and enter the Windsong Academy. The first place in the test will receive the Academy's exclusive evolution method for beasts. Losers will leave on their own and send their beasts to the Association for Erasure. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd erupted in chatter. The exclusive evolution method for beasts is the most suitable one for their beasts, and it wouldn't be found on the market for less than 500,000. I was even more surprised to hear this. The cheapest exclusive evolution method for the divine race costs over 5 million. This academy is practically giving me money. Seeing the crowd's reaction, the girl was very satisfied. Let me explain the test content. It is the basic evolution method given to you a month ago, and you have 10 chances. As long as you can successfully operate it 7 times, you pass. I'll demonstrate it for you first, she said, snapping her fingers. In an instant, a beam of light descended, and a moonlight wolf appeared, a striking beast. The crowd's eyes lit up at the sight. Beast, Moonlight Wolf. Level, High Tier Late Stage. Skills, Long Howl, Moon Wolf Claw. Basic Proficient Evolution Method, Evolution Route, Howling Moon Wolf. Seeing this high-tier beast, I was somewhat surprised. I remember the beast ranks, Ordinary, High-Tier, Lord, Extraordinary, King, and Emperor levels. Even with their basic evolution method, it would take 3 years of proficient mastery to advance a beast to a high tier. As the Moonlight Wolf was about to demonstrate the basic evolution method, many other teachers from different teams gathered around. Suyu's Moonlight Wolf is the most proficient in the basic evolution method. Her basic evolution method is even stronger than some exclusive evolution methods for beasts. You all better pay close attention. We rarely get to see this. the examiners reminded. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students instantly focused their attention. The next second, with a hum, the moonlight wolf activated its skill. Beams of moonlight floated above its body. The manifestation of moonlight indicates that the evolution method has reached the proficient level. The students watching were in awe. Seeing this, Suyu smiled and said, "You don't need to reach this level, just complete the operation." After speaking, she scanned the crowd, her gaze landing on my beast. "This is a divine race, but it has a physical defect." She was surprised and shook her head inwardly. As an examiner, she couldn't relax the conditions for anyone. "Let's begin." As Suyu called out names, everyone orderly started the test. "Little Tian, it's about to start. Are you nervous?" I turned to the angel and asked. "Nervous?" Though she said so, she felt surprisingly calm inside. At this moment, a firm belief arose in her heart, unnoticed by anyone, as a divine power began to form in her eyes. Moments later, many people failed the test, and some even cried on the spot. Seeing this, those who had yet to test became anxious and tense. Only I and a few apprentices with very expensive beasts stood in the crowd watching the show. "So you also noticed my attitude, whether I was confident of winning or simply giving up," she thought. She called out the names of the next group of participants. Next group of testers, Fong Ran, Zhang Quan. Hearing this, I took Xiao Tian and walked towards the testing center. "Fong Ran, what does it mean to fully operate the evolution method?" Xiao Tian asked, tugging at my clothing, and Zhang Quan overheard this. "Fong Ran, your beast hasn't succeeded even once, right?" he said, showing a relieved expression, grateful that he had sold this angel beforehand. Otherwise, forget about winning the prize, it's very likely he wouldn't even pass the test. As he finished speaking, Zhang Quan's red-haired war gorilla boldly strode towards the center, its imposing gait catching the attention of several examiners. "Red-haired war gorilla, I heard that the young can naturally evolve to a higher level. What's your name?" Several examiners inquired. "My name is Zhang Quan," he said, lifting his head confidently. The examiners nodded, recognizing that having a beast of this caliber gave him a good chance to claim the top spot. After that, everyone's gaze turned towards me. A humanoid beast. Several examiners' eyes lit up. It turned out to be an angel, an A-level beast, with some breeds even capable of reaching S-level. With proper training, its future achievements would undoubtedly be significant. I heard that the star female warrior of the Beast Association has contracted a six-winged angel capable of effortlessly obliterating ferocious beasts with her divine power. Wait, she doesn't have the divine light of the Celestial clan, her wings are not fully developed, and she's even wrapped in satin around her eyes. A few people noticed the flaw. Hearing the examiner's conversation, I honestly replied, "Xiao Tian is unwell, she has lost her sight." They were surprised at first, but then their excited expressions calmed down. The Celestial clan's divine eyes are fundamental to their power. Without them, their strength would be significantly diminished. Then Suyu spoke softly, "Alright, you may begin." As she finished speaking, the red-haired war gorilla and Xiao Tian simultaneously began to operate the basic evolution method, with the cells in their bodies gradually reviving along specific pathways. The red-haired war gorilla's body heaved, as if it had entered a special state. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian stood calmly, as if in a meditative state. After a long time, the red-haired war gorilla completed its first operation. "Not bad, although it's still not proficient, it's acceptable," Suyu said lightly while looking at the red-haired war gorilla. After saying that, she turned her gaze to Xiao Tian. I saw a faint golden light surface from her slender body, only to vanish in an instant. Seeing this, her pupils widened in astonishment. It was a release of holy light. This symbolized proficiency in the basic evolution method. Could I be mistaken? Suyu's pupils narrowed. A flawed beast? How could it possibly master the evolution method proficiently? Even she had spent years stabilizing her success. Is Instructor Su looking at me? Zhang Quan thought to himself with satisfaction. See this? This is the strength of the red-haired war gorilla. It must fully operate the basic evolution method at a proficient level once. As long as it succeeds once, its score will increase in the examiner's eyes. Thinking this, Zhang Quan began to mentally urge the red-haired war gorilla. Meanwhile, a smiling examiner approached Suyu. Suyu, I have a genius over here. Out of 10 operations, 3 showed signs of proficiency, he said proudly, knowing these apprentice beast masters would later come under their guidance. Familiarity during the exam makes it easier to recruit them under his wing. At this moment, Suyu ignored him and instead focused on Xiao Tian, murmuring to herself. 3 times, and all at a proficient level. She observed Xiao Tian successfully execute the basic evolution method each time, without a hint of hesitation, as if completing a predetermined procedure. She dared to say, the level of proficiency in these 3 operations was far superior to that of her Sanyue wolf. Upon hearing this, the smiling examiner looked even more pleased. Indeed, 3 successful attempts. I was going to remind you, but since you don't want to be familiar, I'll take my leave then. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. As he was leaving, he glanced at Xiao Tian, the blind angel. This caused him to pause in surprise. Meanwhile, Zheng Quan, who was urging the red-haired war gorilla, felt increasingly anxious upon hearing someone had succeeded 3 times. Yet, he was somewhat relieved that he wasn't teamed up with that person, otherwise, he would have been doomed. At the same time, Xiao Tian was nurturing holy power within her, successfully executing the basic evolution method at a proficient level 10 times in just over 10 minutes. Beast, Angel, Level, Ordinary, Skill, Basic Proficient Evolution Method, Remaining Det, 90 times. Ha! At this upgrade speed, Xiao Tian will evolve into a second-tier angel in less than a week, I said to myself while looking at the attribute panel. Examiner, we're done, I said, looking at Suyu. However, at that moment, Suyu was still in a daze, thinking, it's true, I'm not mistaken. This angel's basic evolution method is far more proficient than the one mastered by her Tsanyue wolf. It executed 10 operations in a row, and she couldn't find a single flaw in any of them. Okay, good, Suyu said, lowering her head to record the scores in her book. Fong Ran, 100 points. Such talent is far superior to any genius she has seen. Unfortunately, this angel is flawed, and restoring it will likely cost a fortune. However, this still doesn't detract from its brilliance, at least in Suyu's heart. The first place has been decided. But as an examiner, she couldn't reveal any information before the results were announced. She could only nod at me with satisfaction, passing by the red-haired war gorilla. Seeing Suyu's expression, Zhang Quan took a deep breath and steadied himself. Everything is under control. After completing the test, Xiao Tian nervously approached me, asking, did I do well? You performed well, I replied with a smile. Upon receiving my affirmation, she felt a bit calmer and revealed a smile. At this moment, everyone around me turned to look into the distance. There stood a beautiful girl. She was surrounded by a fiery butterfly. Look, a fire element beast. This is a top-tier beast. You can't buy it without tens of millions. I heard that Xinyun is a descendant of a beastmaster family, and her grandfather is a monarch-level beastmaster. What? Monarch level? I've never even seen one on TV. Several people were discussing this. Meanwhile, the previously smiling examiner approached Suyu. Suyu, are you finished over there? Yes, almost, Suyu nodded. She wanted to conclude when she saw me, but the necessary procedures had to be followed. Alright, after announcing the rankings, take him to see the director. Saying this, the man turned and left. However, Suyu looked at the eager crowd and said, I've recorded all your scores. Now I'll announce the results. Lu San, 76 points. Zheng Quan, 89 points. Suyu announced the name. Zheng Quan was the first to score over 80. It seemed the outcome was set. Zheng Quan sighed with relief and stepped forward to claim his exclusive evolution method. However, at that moment, Suyu did not put down her notebook. She simply said flatly, Fong Ran, 100 points. Upon hearing this, Zheng Quan immediately froze. Many people turned to look at me in shock, their minds racing with disbelief. Let's go. I'll take you to see the director. Suyu stepped forward, looking at me kindly. They always valued such talent. As for the beast's flaws, they can always replace it later. Not far away, Zheng Quan stiffly turned to look at me, who was surrounded by people. His heart was filled with disbelief. This can't be possible. That's clearly a flawed beast. Zheng Quan gritted his teeth. This was the only thought in his mind. He couldn't fathom how I could defeat him without cheating. He had put in a lot of effort to acquire that angel. If it truly was stronger than the red-haired war gorilla, why would he have sold it? I secretly laughed at Zheng Quan's figure, ignoring him and following Suyu towards the direction of the Winsong Academy building. Fong Ran, how did you train your beast to master the basic training method so quickly? Suyu asked curiously along the way. I smiled mysteriously and replied, with effort, my beast works very hard. Upon hearing this answer, Suyu's expression darkened. The Angel Clan. An exclusive evolution method can't be bought for less than 5 or 6 million. The principal would be furious if he knew. The exclusive evolution methods prepared for these geniuses have a maximum budget of only 5 million. A few minutes later, Suyu brought me to a room in the middle of the second floor. In the room stood several beast masters. Leading them was Xinyun, dressed in sportswear. Among the others, there were both men and women, many of whom left their beasts outside. Her eyesight isn't good. I'll keep her by my side, I said to Suyu. That's fine, Suyu nodded. She was always tolerant of geniuses. She was always accommodating. As soon as I entered the room, many people glanced at me, especially at Xiao Tian beside me. They displayed some confusion on their faces before averting their gaze. Everyone in this room was a genius, with some standing in positions of influence and power in Yuqing, yet they hadn't expected a celestial clan member with sparse feathers. Xinyun specifically glanced at me, wondering, can this really take first place? It seems this group lacks quality. The young chairperson of Winsong Academy is probably destined to be her. Everyone had arrived. In front of them sat a handsome man in black clothing, reclining in a chair. He surveyed the crowd, nodding slightly with a smile. Welcome to the world of Beast Masters. My name is Xiejin. I am your director and also the vice principal of Winsong Academy. Your presence here signifies that you are endowed with both luck and strength. In the future, if you gain fame, don't forget the academy that nurtured you. If you get into trouble, try not to mention the academy's name, and at the very least, don't mention mine. Alright, report your beast types. I will help you acquire the most suitable exclusive evolution methods within a week. Exclusive evolution methods. My eyes lit up. I had finally waited for this. As expected of beast masters, the benefits are top-notch. Everyone looked excited, stepping forward to report their beast types. Principal Xiejin, when will the rankings for the new students be announced? Suddenly, Xinyun stepped forward to ask. Her beautiful face wore a hint of mysterious confidence. This attitude might annoy others, but on her, it exuded immense charm. Well, since you're all here, report your scores, and we will decide who the chairperson is right here, Xiejin said with a smile. My fiery butterfly scored 92 points. Xinyun was the first to speak. The other students gasped in amazement. 92 points. In the history of Winsong Academy, no one had ever scored so high. After Xinyun, a number of students stepped forward. Thunder Bear, 87 points. Storm Eagle, 82 points. Listening to the low scores around her, Xinyun quietly waited. Her grandfather helped her acquire such an expensive fiery butterfly, making first place a given. Her urgency wasn't due to feeling superior, but because her grandfather's birthday was approaching, and she wanted to be the top student to gift him something special. As she thought this, I walked past her, followed by a celestial angel with sparse wings. That's that lucky kid, Xinyun muttered. Student, what is your name? Xiejin asked, looking at me. Fong Ran. Hearing this, Xiejin looked up at the angel behind me. Its body was flawed, and repairing it would not be easy. However, passing the test was already quite impressive. If it trained hard, it might one day break through to a higher level beast and restore its body. Xiejin spoke reassuringly. The probability is low, but it's not impossible, Xinyun added. The holy water to repair divine eyes costs at least over 100 million. I've heard my grandfather mention it. Then, Xiejin suddenly seemed to have thought of something, displaying an expression of realization. An angel? Does that mean he needs to buy the Celestial Clan's evolution method? Damn it, that's worth 5 to 6 million. Xiejin abruptly glanced at Suyu. Suyu smiled and nodded at him, as if she had discovered a treasure. Spending 5 million to train a flawed beast? Xiejin's forehead broke out in a sweat, and he gritted his teeth. Fong, do you have any thoughts on switching to another beast? The academy won't let you suffer, at least we can help you with 2 million. This statement left the students in shock. 2 million for a beast? That's more than what many of their beasts cost. In response, I simply replied, I won't switch. My decision left those around me exchanging glances, thinking I was being impulsive. I might be the reckless one. How much did Suyu score you? If I lose money, so be it. It's coming from the principal's small treasury after all. Moreover, in Suyu's hands, his score wouldn't be very high. In previous years, anyone who fell under her assessment never scored well. Suyu gave me 100 points, I said. 100 points? That's quite rare, he replied. The next moment, he looked at Fong Ran and then at Suyu. It seemed he was confirming that these two had no resemblance at all. This score had already surpassed several records at the Winsong Beastmaster Academy. You're not joking, are you? Xiejin asked. Beside him, Xinyun's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. If it was true, wouldn't the top student have to be given to Fong Ran? 100 points. Suyu? Why didn't you say anything earlier? You wanted to keep it to yourself, right? Is this your little boyfriend you've been hiding outside, deliberately giving you a backdoor? Several invigilators were shocked. No wonder Suyu hadn't come over earlier. It turned out she already had someone special. Get lost. I have no blood relation with him, it's just that his beast is more skilled in the basic evolution method. Suyu explained. Everyone's gaze fell on Fong Ran. To have Suyu acknowledge such a flawed beast, there could only be one explanation: the master taught well, not that the beast had talent. Such a beast master would be welcomed wherever they went. You might have to wait a long time, the divine evolution method is very expensive. Xiejin spoke politely. Not just expensive, but ridiculously expensive. I'm not in a hurry, Fong Ran smiled. If he could get it, it wouldn't be a loss. If he had to do it himself, who knows when he would manage to get it. What about the identity of the top student at the academy? Shen Yun glanced at Fong Ran. Her score wasn't high, and she really might not be able to compete with Fong Ran. This matter is decided by the principal. Xiaojun smiled and took out a thin, large notebook from his desk. It was titled Wind Song Academy Beast Master Skill Compilation. However, your beast's comprehension of skills will increase the probability of being selected. The moment the book was taken out, everyone looked over excitedly. Beast Master Skills. Isn't the purpose of contracting beasts for skills? This is also what distinguishes beasts from those wild creatures. What levels of skills are in there? I heard that A-level skills, when perfectly mastered, can instantly kill beasts of the same level. A-level skills are rare, we can't learn them. Yeah, the higher the skill level, the harder it is to learn. I heard that a beast master spent 5 years just to get started on an A-level skill. They discussed. It was clear that as the level increased, the difficulty of learning would also rise. However, Fong Ran had no concerns in this regard. He could advance skills without needing comprehension. A-level? You're thinking too much. Winsong Academy only has C-level and D-level skills. If you want higher levels, only the top student has a chance. 1. Invigilator laughed. Right, besides, D-level skills are enough for you to study for a few months. Some foolish students, lucky enough to choose a C-level skill, ended up not mastering it in half a year and had to switch back to D-level. The invigilators laughed heartily. Such examples were not uncommon in previous years. Some people overestimated the learning ability of beasts and also overestimated their own teaching ability. Listening to the invigilators, the group of young geniuses present fell into contemplation. Until Xiaojun spoke. You are fierce beasts and can eat first. The wolves outside are waiting for you. Whoever has the highest score can come up first to choose. Hearing Xiaojun's words, everyone's gaze turned to Fong Ran. Shenyun beside him bit her silver teeth. It was supposed to be her priority. Fong Ran stepped forward, his eyes landing on the skill compilation book. C-level, earth-shattering strike, market price 300,000. Iron wall, market price 790,000. Thunderclaw, market price 2 million. Thunderclaw is suitable for thunder-type beasts, don't pick the expensive ones. Xiaojun reminded. Fong Ran couldn't find a suitable one. Looking back at the several D-level skills behind. D-level, Holy Bow of Guidance, market price 1 million. Power amplification, market price 300,000. Jump strike, market price 700,000. Holy attribute skills. Fong Ran's eyes lit up. He locked onto Holy Bow of Guidance. This one. Seeing Fong Ran's decision, the instructors silently shook their heads. You really are going for the expensive one. This kid. Is he planning to fleece all the resources of their academy in one day? It's not that we don't let you choose, this skill is the specialty of that goddess, capable of shooting down giant beasts from 1,000 miles away. But the learning difficulty is also very high. For ordinary people, it's hard to even get started in a few months, so you added. She had already been quite tactful. In reality, some people hadn't even made it in a year. It was precisely because of its difficulty and the ratio of difficulty to reward that it was downgraded to a D-level skill. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? The top student will be selected in a month, Xiaojun reminded. A month. If he still hadn't learned it by then, he would be handing over the position of top student to someone else. Right, and using a ranged skill also has high requirements for the Beast Master's vision, so you continued. This one. Fong Ran made his decision. Xiaojun sighed slightly. Young and vigorous. Well, it would be good to temper his arrogance a bit. Who knows, maybe afterward he would be willing to change his beast. Shenyun was even more relieved. She was genuinely a bit afraid that Fong Ran would pick an easy-to-learn skill. Now, Holy Bow of Guidance was something even that female war god took a month to master. Moreover, Fong Ran's beast was also flawed. No matter how talented he was, it would be hard to master it in a month. Am I actually feeling relieved? Shenyun found it hard to believe. No, at least in terms of strength, I won't be weaker than Fong Ran's beast. It's your turn, Shenyun. As Shenyun came back to her senses and began to choose, many students in the room started to get close to Fong Ran. Each of them had businesses of various sizes in Yucheng. They could be considered rare connections. Fong Ran responded to each one. A few minutes later, in the training ground, everyone was holding a book, trying to learn the skills within. The first lesson upon Enrollment was to learn the skills of beast mastery. And in front of Fong Ran, a panel quietly appeared. Would you like to advance the holy bow of guidance? Fong Ran smiled slightly. Xiao Tian, give me your hand. Xiao Tian trusted Fong Ran very much. Fong Ran grasped Xiao Tian's delicate hand, holding it entirely in his own. Is this the skin of a deity? Truly different from ordinary people. Of course, it could also be Fong Ran's psychological effect. Feeling his palm rubbing against hers, Xiao Tian's heart raced. But she knew that every time she was called over by Fong Ran, her skills would make a breakthrough. Wait for me to pass on my divine skill to you, Fong Ran silently thought. Advance. Advancing. The Holy Bow of Guidance, acquired skill, Holy Bow of Guidance, beginner. Remaining debt, condense the Holy Bow of Guidance 10 times. Holy Bow of Guidance, beginner. You have initially learned the Holy Bow of Guidance, allowing you to use holy power to condense the bow body and shoot arrows with burning effects. Waves of information surged into Xiao Tian's mind. It felt as if she had practiced countless times with Fong Ran day and night. All the movements were at her fingertips, etched into her body. Come, try to cast it once. Fong Ran released her soft little hand. Xiao Tian nodded. One hand formed a loose grip, while the other hand's 3 fingers pulled the string, as if there was truly a substantial longbow in her hands. Xiao Tian instinctively mobilized the holy power within her body. Waves of holy light gathered from her palm. Not far away, Suyu and Xiejin stood by the wall. They watched a few pet beasts in the training ground continuously trying to use their skills, their faces showing helplessness. For example, a giant bear. The beast master shouted Earth Splitter, and then the beast hammered its own paw until it turned red. Do you think a skill can be unleashed just because you shout loudly? Does strength also want to create miracles? Sigh, I really can't bear to watch this. Ha, don't rush, this is just the beginning. Weren't you like this back then? Xiejin laughed. True, it's only been an hour. It would be good if they could learn it in a day. Just an hour. No one could learn that quickly. Who do you think will be the first to initially learn a skill and use it? It should be Xinyun. She chose a fire-type skill, which is more compatible with beast taming. I think so too. Xiejin suddenly thought of someone and looked towards the field. His pupils shrank. Fong Ran? Hearing Xiejin's words, Suyu turned her head to look in Fong Ran's direction. There, Fong Ran's slender beast stood still, holding its hand as if drawing a bow, maintaining a meditative posture. That serious expression indeed had a bit of momentum. I thought he really learned it. Xiejin was startled. It turned out he was just posing. If he really learned it, that would be too exaggerated. How could it be so fast? Even if he has some talent, he's just a D-level talent, his potential is locked. Instead, it was Xinyun beside them. At this moment, she had already entered the state. She chose the C-level skill Fireball, and it was already taking shape. It was estimated that by the end of today, her beast would fully master this skill. One could only say that she was indeed a fire element beast. Her control over fire-type skills was much faster than ordinary beasts. Fire butterfly, try again. The butterfly made of flames flapped its wings. Flames gathered in front of her. However, they were just taking shape when they instantly shattered. It was very difficult to precisely control elemental power without long-term training. Those elemental forces were like untamed wild horses, extremely hard to control. However, she could condense a prototype, which was already a significant lead. Shen Yun wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at Fong Ran beside her. His beast stood there, not moving at all. It seemed to be immersed in body and mind. Suddenly, a holy light, as if guided, began to gather towards his palm. Crack! The holy bow, as thin as a cicada's wing, appeared with cracks and then exploded on the spot. Xiao Tian breathed lightly, the holy power within her completely exhausted. Sorry, master. She looked at Fong Ran with a wronged expression. Due to the scarcity of holy power, it was difficult to unleash such a powerful skill. Keep it up, this skill is indeed hard to learn, Fong Ran comforted. Xiao Tian regained some spirit. The amount of holy power was the foundation for angels to survive. Meanwhile, Xinyun, seeing that Fong Ran could already condense some bow form, immediately narrowed her pupils. Such a fast speed, he's reached the same level as my fire butterfly so quickly. She had to speed up. Otherwise, the top student would really be taken away by Fong Ran. Continue practicing the basic evolution method. Fong Ran changed his mind. Prioritizing the enhancement of holy power was the most prudent choice. Moreover, Fong Ran had heard that if the evolution method was practiced to the extreme, it could even operate on its own. If Xiao Tian could master multiple evolution methods simultaneously, wouldn't she be able to gather holy power effortlessly? Xiao Tian continued to operate the basic evolution method. Radiance appeared on her body, fleeting in an instant. Just a few hours later, Xiao Tian had practiced nearly 40 times of the proficient level basic evolution method. Rank, first stage, 31.9%. Remaining debt, 57/100. Much faster now. The debt can be completed in a day, and within 3 days, it can be upgraded to the second level. Fong Ran's heart raced. No need to wait for the divine evolution method. Xiao Tian could raise the skill proficiency to the highest level using just the basic evolution method. After 50 cycles of operation, the wings at the tail of Xiao Tian had begun to root new feathers, and its body started to emit a faint holy light. Fong Ran isn't training skills, yet he's operating the evolution method? Does he not want the position of chief student anymore? I heard that the chief student has the opportunity to meet that Valkyrie. The students present were somewhat puzzled by Fong Ran's actions. A few teachers in the distance also gathered together. Most of them were the beast masters who had previously supervised the others, and Fong Ran's unique behavior naturally attracted their attention. Everyone else is practicing skills hard, and he's over there operating the evolution method. Yeah, and he's been at it for several hours. How do you know? Suyu, you haven't been staring at him for hours, have you? Upon hearing this, Suyu's face flushed, and she awkwardly coughed twice. No. She was just amazed in her heart. Fong Ran was truly a genius. His beast had been operating the basic evolution method for several hours and had hardly failed. Everyone has their strengths, choosing the most difficult D-level skill isn't as good as first raising the beast's rank. Xiaojun expressed understanding. After all, it was impossible to master it in a month, so it was better to take it slow. In this regard, Fong Ran was quite smart. Shall we divide the students? Who will teach? The chief student bonus is 10,000. I want Fong Ran, Suyu said without hesitation. He's a good seed, but he definitely can't become the chief student. However, we don't want to easily give him to you. He's the first to score 100 points in the Winsong Academy. Exactly, why should you get to choose first? The others retorted. Although Fong Ran's beast was incomplete, it didn't mean he wasn't in demand. They valued his talent and the title of perfect score admission even more. I'm just as familiar with the basic evolution method as Fong Ran. I'm the most suitable to teach him. If you disagree, let's settle it in the arena, Suyu said calmly. This left the others speechless. Among them, Suyu had the highest beast rank. Horror. Sanyue Wolf was already a high-level beast, soon to step into the lord level. If it came to a real fight, they would definitely be beaten. Then, you can't choose Shinyun anymore, that wouldn't be fair. Deal. Suyu's eyes lit up. She no longer participated in the subsequent competition. She didn't expect it to be so easy to snatch him away. This was also thanks to her ability to see Fong Ran's proficiency in the basic evolution method. If they didn't reach the same level, it would be hard to tell just how extraordinary Fong Ran's beast was. Mastering skills is a small matter, the evolution method is the most important for beasts, Suyu thought. Besides that, she had another purpose for snatching Fong Ran. With that in mind, Suyu walked over to Fong Ran. She wore simple clothing, her appearance fresh and spirited, exuding a full allure for students. Fong Ran, I'm Suyu, and I will be your substitute teacher from now on. Suyu smiled. The surrounding students looked on with envy. Being able to follow teacher Suyu was a dream for many of them. Just seeing her every day could extend their lives. Realizing what was happening, Fong Ran looked at Suyu and immediately responded, Teacher Su, please feel free to give any instructions in the future. No need to be so polite, just call me Suyu. Seeing Fong Ran's polite demeanor, Suyu felt very pleased. Who wouldn't like a student who respects their teacher? Especially since he was also handsome. You've been practicing for so long, you must be tired, right? Actually, I have a small request. What? High-level beast master, what could he possibly need help with? Fong Ran felt confused inside. Well, I want your beast to guide me on the basic evolution method of the Sanyue Wolf. Hearing Suyu's words, Fong Ran was taken aback. You want me to guide you? Are you the teacher, or am I? Seeing Fong Ran's reaction, Suyu thought he was unwilling. So she hurriedly said, Don't worry, I won't let you teach for free. My training room will be available for you to use at no cost. Of course, I will also pay a fee. Suyu's eyes sparkled. It was impossible to expect someone to guide for free, especially for basic training methods. These were regarded as the cornerstone of evolution methods, and no matter how strong a beast master was, they would have some knowledge of it. Those who had a deeper understanding of it were even more sought after. Teaching casually would cost a lot. That sounds good, but I still need to ask Xiao Tian. She would hardly refuse Fong Ran's request. That's great. You can stay at the academy for the next few days, I'll inform my family, Suyu said excitedly. Basically, all beast masters would choose to stay at the academy. There was more advanced knowledge and better facilities, no one would waste these resources. Let's go to the training room now. The two of them walked towards Suyu's training room. The teachers at the academy all had independent training rooms. This was also why these high-level beast masters were willing to come. Many passing senior beast masters were astonished. Wow, a new student is following teacher Suyu into her training room. Is that true? I don't believe it. I've never been in teacher Suyu's training room. It's true. And he's just a pretty boy, plus they went in alone. Don't say that, I'm about to drop my little pearls. I think it's that guy named Fong Ran. I heard he scored 100 points to get in this morning. The crowd buzzed with discussion, very curious about this group of new beast masters. Especially Fong Ran, who had caught the favor of the goddess Suyu right after arriving, making many boys grit their teeth in secret. Inside the training room, a complete set of equipment was arranged. Treadmills, stretching devices, all custom-made for the Tsunyue wolf. On the side were the tools for beast masters to train. In the air, there was a faint scent of sweat from the girl after training. Suyu immediately summoned the Tsunyue wolf. Can you demonstrate it in person? She looked at Fong Ran's beast. Xiao Tian nodded. Then, he performed the basic evolution method once. Suyu watched closely and seriously. Control the cells in your body to generate holy power. Xiao Tian explained silently. Since it was a prepayment, he naturally knew how to operate it. Suyu listened intently, like a student attending a teacher's lecture. Then, with an excited expression, she urged the Tsunyue wolf to start trying. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian took this opportunity to continue repaying the debt of the basic evolution method. Until nightfall, Suyu finally approached Fong Ran. I'll arrange accommodation for you, and I'll give you 200 for the lessons each day, that's the market price. Beast masters can earn money so easily? Is he being capped? Fong Ran complained inwardly. But he still accepted Suyu's kindness. He didn't want Xiao Tian to train outside. The beautiful scenes when she performed the evolution method could only be seen by him. After that, at Fingda Academy on the first day after spending 7 hours, Xiao Tian completed the basic evolution method 50 times and repaid the debt. A message appeared before Fong Ran's eyes. Rank, first level 76.9%, remaining debt, basic evolution method. Proficient, 100 out of 100, can be prepaid again. So fast. The unexpectedly quick progress surprised Fong Ran. Beside him, Xiao Tian was drenched in sweat, golden hair tips sticking to her fair forehead, yet she felt very dissatisfied with herself. She remembered that when she first acquired the skill, she heard a bear in the training ground demonstrating it dozens of times, shouting earth shatter. Xiao Tian, you can't let your master down. Even if she was not as good as that bear, she at least couldn't embarrass Fong Ran. Xiao Tian wanted to prove that Fong Ran had definitely not made the wrong choice in choosing her as his beast. Don't rush, Fong Ran called Xiao Tian to him and then activated the pre-advanced ability. Pre-advanced basic evolution method, mastered. You have successfully learned the basic evolution method, mastered. In this field, you can be called a grandmaster. Remaining debt, successfully operate the basic evolution method, mastered, 100 times. A familiar feeling surged within her. Xiao Tian suddenly felt enlightened. The basic evolution method operated more smoothly. Originally, her limit was 50 times a day, but now she could do it 70 times. She knew in her heart that this must be Fong Ran's innate ability. If it weren't for Fong Ran, she probably wouldn't even be able to master the basic evolution method. The next day, Xiao Tian spent 9 hours and used the basic evolution method 79 times. The holy power within her surged, and her rank quickly increased. Rank, second tier, 1.9%. Remaining debt, basic evolution method. Mastered, 94 out of 100. Second tier angel. Thin rays of holy light nurtured her body and her lifeless eyes. The wings behind her gradually became fuller, filled with snow-white feathers, and her golden hair began to shine. Although her wings were still small, her appearance became a bit more sacred. Ordinary Angel rank, second tier, 1.9% level, ordinary mid-stage skills, Holy Bow of Divine Guidance, beginner, basic evolution. Method, mastered, Divine Light Eye, unlocked, description, an ordinary angel who has mastered 2 skills, perhaps has infinite possibilities. Divine Light Eye? Fong Ran noticed that Xiao Tian had an additional skill. Unlocked, could it be due to insufficient holy power? Regardless, Xiao Tian at least had the possibility of restoring her vision. Fong Ran felt a slight excitement in his heart. The scruffy angel before him had already begun to show the shadow of a deity. During the promotion process, even her chest had become fuller. Xiao Tian, try the holy bow of divine guidance again. Xiao Tian nodded slightly. Her left hand formed a loose grip. A massive holy light bow appeared in her hand. This time, there were no obstacles, and the overwhelming holy power quickly gathered. The enormous holy bow was almost as long as Xiao Tian's body. Holy bow of divine guidance, 1 out of 10. Progress increased. It really worked. Gathering the holy bow of divine guidance consumes quite a bit of stamina. And holy power, she can probably only gather it about 3 times a day, Fong Ran calculated in his heart. With the holy power of a second tier angel, a day was enough for her to use the holy bow of divine guidance 3 times. The mastered basic evolution method can increase her rank by about 10% a day, allowing her to repay the skill debt while practicing the basic evolution method. Fong Ran felt good. Everything was getting better. At that moment, Suyu suddenly walked in. Fong Ran, the city is under martial law recently, so I won't be coming for a few days. Suyu approached Fong Ran suddenly. The serious expression made Fong Ran realize something had happened in the city. Here's the key to the training room, you take it for now. I need to work with the beast hunting team from Yuching for the next few days. Good luck. Even if you can't become the top student, your future achievements won't be lacking. Suyu had been watching Xiao Tian's efforts these days and trusted him quite a bit. Training for more than 10 hours a day, no beast would be so obedient. Yet Fong Ran managed to do it without forcing her. Although there was no progress in skills, at least her rank was increasing, and Xiao Tian was no longer as she had been before. After Suyu left, Fong Ran thought of something. Having a beast meant there were wild ferocious beasts and even angels. To counter this, beast tamers are an indispensable force. But how could they run into the city? Does Yuching not have border defenses? Fong Ran remembered. That female war goddess is indeed a beast tamer from Yucheng. Her strength is definitely not to be underestimated. No need to think about it too much, it's not something I can control. Fong Ran calmed down and continued training. Every day, Xiao Tian would wake up. The first thing she did was exhaust her holy power to condense the holy bow of 3 times. After that, the remaining time was spent repaying the debt of the basic evolution method. Time flew by. The monotonous training always passed quickly. 3 days later, the debt of the holy bow was completed. The basic evolution method was the same. Holy bow debt completed. Basic evolution method, proficient, debt completed. Can advance again. Receiving the prompt, Fong Ran couldn't wait. Advanced the holy bow and the basic evolution method's rank. Advancing, obtained basic evolution method, subtle. Basic evolution method, subtle. Your mastery of the basic evolution method has nearly reached its limit, efficiency has increased several times, and it seems difficult to make further progress. Remaining debt 0/100, obtained holy bow, proficient. Remaining debt 0/10, holy bow, proficient. Holy arrows can burn the opponent, instantly killing ordinary late-stage ferocious beasts. In the training room, Xiao Tian released the holy bow. A giant bow of holy light appeared. She held the bow in one hand and condensed a blazing arrow in the other. Effortlessly, she pulled the bowstring to its limit. Fong Ran stood to the side. The beautiful scene between her pure white arms was fully visible. Are you going to shoot? Xiao Tian asked seriously. Fong Ran stepped forward, guiding Xiao Tian to aim the arrow at an iron stake, as if positioning a life-sized human figurine. Good, just let go. The moment Fong Ran finished speaking, whoosh, Xiao Tian released her delicate hand. The bowstring propelled a blazing arrow, which shot out instantly. Like a laser, it pierced through the iron stake and penetrated the wall behind it. That iron stake was at least 50 centimeters thick. It truly shot through 50 centimeters of steel with one arrow. Fong Ran gained a new understanding of the power of beast tamer skills. This is way more impressive than a cannon, Fong Ran thought. If such holy bows were to be fired in unison, how spectacular would that scene be? Feeling Fong Ran's excitement, Xiao Tian also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't disappoint her master's expectations, it was good enough. Xiao Tian did well. Take a break for now. These days, Xiao Tian had been working harder than a horse. Almost training non-stop day and night. I'm not tired. Xiao Tian shook her head. Without talent, one must work harder. Compared to the seniors at the Beast Tamer Academy, she was still far behind. Not tired? That won't do. At least you need to fill your stomach, right? Sure enough, upon hearing Fong Ran's words, Xiao Tian's stomach growled. Fong Ran turned to look at the messy training room. I'll explain it to Suyu when she comes back. At worst, they would just have to pay a little. The two left the training room. Many resting beast tamers noticed them. Fong Ran? Training so late again? Everyone says you're a hard worker. I was planning to slack off, but with you doing this, everyone is scrambling to catch up. Hearing their words, Fong Ran just smiled faintly. Wenjie, it's my beast's hard work, not mine. Zhu Wenjie was also a former classmate of Fong Ran, of course, belonging to her previous life. Rumor has it that Xinyan's beast has already learned the sea-level skill, fire technique. Now everyone is counting on you. You're the only one with the best chance to beat her. So, how's your skill training going? The others looked at him with anticipation, wanting to gather some information from Fong Ran. After all, he was cooped up in Teacher Su's training room every day, and no one knew how his progress was. Exclusive training room, this kind of treatment is something only Fong Ran has received. It's okay, I've already gotten the hang of it. Fong Ran didn't hide it. However, the others looked at him with disbelief. Go ahead and brag. Everyone knows how hard your skills are to learn. Until Fong Ran left, they murmured, did you notice? His beast looks much better than before. It does seem a bit different, and its aura has changed too. The beast beside Fong Ran, compared to its previous timidity, seemed much more confident. When they reached the cafeteria, Xiao Tian ate elegantly but took a long time. He only stopped when his stomach slightly bulged. Ordinary meals seem hard to satisfy the consumption of the evolution method, Fong Ran said with a smirk. He didn't want to raise Xiao Tian into a chubby ball of a deity. He had to find a way to make some money to buy specialized ingredients for beasts. Otherwise, would he have to eat for 7 days and nights just for one meal? Just right, I have some knowledge of the basic evolution method, why not become a teacher? With this thought, Fong Ran found a direction. When it comes to mastering the basic evolution method, there shouldn't be many in Yuqing who are stronger than him. He took out his phone and registered an account on the Beast Master Forum. Then he marked it as Yuqing, offering face-to-face teaching of the basic evolution method. Price, 200 dragon coins/hour. Fong Ran went against the trend. Not only did he not lower the price, but he also raised it. Wait for my big spender. No, not a big spender. It should be a respected customer. To attract people, Fong Ran also wrote a message saying he could teach any level. Do. Suddenly, a phone rang. It was his aunt calling, and Fong Ran clicked to answer. Xiao Ran, you need to come back quickly, your uncle. What happened? Fong Ran asked anxiously. Xiao Tian beside him also tensed up. He accidentally hurt his leg and said you should come back quickly. Just a hurt leg? Fong Ran breathed a sigh of relief. His aunt's tone scared him into thinking something had happened to his uncle. Alright, I'll head back then. Just as Fong Ran was about to hang up, his uncle's voice came through. Give me the phone, Xiao Ran, make sure you don't go through Dafeng Square. It's a restricted area now. Dafeng Square, Fong Ran remembered that his uncle used to work there. Everyone in our unit is on standby at home for now. There are fierce beasts there, with a bounty of 500,000. 500,000? Fong Ran swallowed hard. So much money? Yeah, don't go through there. I've heard that many people have been sent to the hospital and made the news. His uncle thought Fong Ran was scared, so he continued. He was worried that Fong Ran, having just become a beast master, would get carried away. He had seen that monster with his own eyes. It was definitely not something Xiao Tian's thin arms and legs could handle. Their Fong family had finally produced a beast master, and he didn't want to lose him so soon. Don't worry, I won't go that way. Fong Ran hung up the phone. He took a deep breath. 500,000, he still didn't know what level that monster was. He wouldn't act recklessly. After all, Xiao Tian's holy bow could only kill ordinary late-stage fierce beasts in one shot. He didn't know if it would have any effect on high-level fierce beasts. Let's keep our distance and head back first. Leaving the academy, Fong Ran took a taxi to the West District. That'll take a detour, and the fare might be a bit more. The driver clearly knew about the roadblocks. All the way, he chatted with Fong Ran about the matter. That monster is extremely ferocious, the army can't handle it at all. I heard there's a bounty of 500,000, and many beast masters have gone over, that's a lot of money. The driver clicked his tongue. That wasn't a small amount. He didn't know how many years he would have to work to save 500,000. But he wouldn't go looking for death. That was a high-level fierce beast that wasn't afraid of even hot weapons. It's no wonder several teachers have left the academy, Fong Ran muttered. They must have been tempted by this money. Teaching at the academy was merely a side job. Let's stop nearby. Fong Ran didn't go back directly. Instead, he headed towards the restricted area. You two better be careful, ordinary people would definitely be eaten if they got too close. With that, the master stepped on the gas and sped away, seemingly afraid of being confronted by a ferocious beast at any moment. It's right around here, Xiao Tian suddenly said. What? The ferocious beast is nearby, I can feel it. Xiao Tian pointed in a direction. In front of her, amidst the boundless darkness, apart from Fong Ran's faint blue aura, there was a patch of pitch-black energy. That aura was gradually intensifying, as if it were rushing towards this direction. Let's find a rooftop to take a look. First, let's shoot it with an arrow. If worse comes to worst, we can just run. With the identity of a beast master, Fong Ran and Xiao Tian made their way to a rooftop. They could perfectly overlook the nearby streets. While waiting, Fong Ran felt a bit puzzled. How do you know where it is? I can see an aura. It seems to have started since yesterday. Yesterday. Xiao Tian had just advanced to the second tier yesterday. Could it be a sign of her vision returning? After waiting for a long time. It's coming. Xiao Tian suddenly pursed her lips. In her palm, a blazing bow appeared. A golden ponytail hung behind her, swaying in the wind. She drew the bow and knocked an arrow. 3 blazing light arrows materialized. The next second, at the corner of the street below, a figure suddenly darted out. When Fong Ran saw that figure clearly, his eyes widened. It's teacher Suyu. Suyu was riding on the body of a Tsunyue wolf, galloping towards the outside of the restricted area. Half of the Tsunyue wolf's pure white fur was stained red with pitch-black color, which was congealed blood. Xiao Tian certainly didn't let go. She couldn't see Suyu. All she could see was that black shadow. Wu, accompanied by a gust of cold wind, a shadow nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a ghost, appeared. It rushed forward, its 2 arms reaching out towards Suyu, the distance between them almost at its limit. San Yue, turn. Suyu frowned. The shadow was a dark attribute demon. Her Tsunyue wolf couldn't inflict much damage. But that shadow had also been heavily injured, they just needed to wait for support. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Xiao Tian's hand trembled. She was afraid of accidentally shooting her own people. The next second, Fong Ran stepped forward and grabbed her hand, controlling the direction of the bowstring. As a beast master, his physical abilities were already extraordinary, and aiming was a piece of cake. Swish! Swish swish! 3 sounds of light arrows cutting through the air rang out simultaneously. 3 beams of light pierced through the shadow. Ga. The pitch-black shadow was instantly pierced with 3 large holes, emitting thick smoke. Accompanied by a shrill scream, that black body began to burn. This was the burning effect of the light arrows. After the 3 arrows were shot, Xiao Tian's holy power was completely exhausted. Wait, San Yue. Feeling the screams behind her, Suyu turned back. When she saw the shadow's miserable state, her red lips parted slightly. San Yue seemed to receive a command. It suddenly dashed forward, raising its claws. San Yue's claw. Swish! With 3 beams of moonlight flashing by, the pitch-black shadow instantly dissipated. A piece of black bone fell to the ground. After the battle ended, Suyu took a deep breath, calming her rapidly beating heart. Which beast master helped me? We can negotiate the spoils, she shouted. That attack had instantly heavily injured the shadow. It was definitely not something an ordinary beast master could achieve. At the very least, it was someone of her level, or even stronger. Teacher Suyu. Fong Ran waved from the rooftop. Suyu looked up, puzzled. Why was this kid here? After Fong Ran came down from the rooftop, Suyu immediately began to lecture him. Why aren't you practicing your skills properly? What are you doing here? Don't you know there's a curfew around here? It's very dangerous. She had just killed that monster and was in a relatively good mood. She had no intention of punishing Fong Ran. I've already practiced well, Fong Ran replied. I'm not Talking about basic evolution methods, I'm talking about the holy. Before Suyu could finish her sentence, she suddenly choked on her words. She thought of something. That light arrow just now, wasn't it the holy guiding divine bow? Moreover, it was shot down from the sky. Could that person be Fong Ran? Suyu looked at Fong Ran in disbelief, then glanced at Xiao Tian beside her, feeling suddenly parched. Did you kill that shadow monster? That was a high-level ferocious beast. Even if she had severely injured it, it wasn't something a student like Fong Ran could handle. No, I just weakened it a bit. That attack was probably just a tickle for it, Fong Ran said, looking at the black bones. That was equivalent to an admission. A tickle? You almost shot it to death, and you call it a tickle? Suyu suddenly felt a bit sorry for that shadow monster. It was actually killed by someone tickling it to death. But Fong Ran's talent truly shocked her. How long had it been? A week? He could already kill high-level ferocious beasts. In contrast, other students were still struggling to learn their skills. Let's leave here first, so no paparazzi catch you, Suyu said, picking up the black bone from the ground. She quickly took Fong Ran away. Gaining fame too early might not be a good thing for Fong Ran. Not far away, a photographer was excitedly looking at the photos in his hand. Big news. Absolutely big news, I'm going to be famous, haha. In the photo, two figures, a man and a woman, overlapped, with a huge holy bow that couldn't be more conspicuous. Although it looked quite blurry, it was incredibly shocking. Especially since he had shot that ghost. At that moment, Suyu brought Fong Ran to a brightly lit high-rise building. Many beast tamers were discussing among themselves. There were both men and women among them, and a few were teachers from the Wind Song Academy, but Fong Ran was quite certain of one thing: they were basically all beast tamers. Might Sun Yue Wolf got a bit injured. I'll send it for treatment first, Suyu said, handing that Sun Yue Wolf over to a few people in white. Suyu, did you get a item? Shen Wei went to support you, he hasn't returned yet. That ghost thing won't let it escape, right? Seeing the worried expressions of the few people, Suyu smiled slightly. A piece of black bone appeared in her hand. Well done, as expected of Suyu. They say your Sun Yue Wolf is about to evolve to the Lord level. It seems to be true. This piece of black bone is worth 500,000. That should be enough for your Sun Yue Wolf to gather the evolution materials, right? Who is that person beside you? He looks quite young. Several beast tamers gathered around. Their words were filled with admiration or envy. Then they noticed Fong Ran, who had been following Suyu. Fong Ran, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at school? Why are you out here making a fuss? A few male instructors frowned. They finally caught a chance to deal with this kid. He spent all day with Suyu and was allowed into her training room, making many male teachers jealous. After all, Suyu was going to advance to a Lord-level beast tamer in the future. Admirers could line up in a street. Still a student? He really shouldn't be here. Probably got interested in ferocious beasts after seeing the news? Upon learning the truth, everyone looked at Fong Ran. No wonder he was so young. He was quite handsome too. They almost thought he was Suyu's boyfriend. I was able to do this so easily thanks to Fong Ran. Suyu patted Fong Ran's shoulder. Everyone looked confused. What did it mean that they were lucky because of Fong Ran? What could a newly enrolled beast master do? Oh, I see. They probably used Fong Ran as a meat shield to attract that ghost. I have to say, that move was really bold. For a moment, everyone looked at Fong Ran with a hint of pity. This time, I plan to share some of my earnings with him, Suyu said, signaling Fong Ran to follow. The two of them walked deeper into the building under the gaze of the crowd. Behind a huge and spacious counter sat a lazy girl with messy hair. Upon seeing Suyu, her eyes lit up. Suyu, did you catch that prey? Here. Suyu took out the black bone. The girl quickly took it. Good stuff, 500,000 will be credited to your account soon. Give Fong Ran 250,000, he contributed too. Suyu looked at Fong Ran beside him, signaling him to take out his bank card. You're giving me 250,000? Fong Ran was a bit surprised. He didn't think he deserved half the credit for hunting a high-level beast. Just looking at the injuries of the Moonlight Wolf showed that it had probably been a long fight. Yeah. Why give him 200,000? Your Moonlight Wolf is just one material short of evolving. The lazy girl was suddenly anxious. She seemed to have a good relationship with Suyu. Lunar essence is hard to come by, and I can't buy it with money for now. I can only wait for someone to auction it. Suyu shrugged. Besides, I've been waiting for 3 years, I'm not in a hurry anymore. With that, Suyu sighed. She looked at Xiao Tian, who was quietly standing behind Fong Ran, her expression calm, as if she were a recluse uninterested in worldly affairs. But she was tightly gripping Fong Ran's hand. If it was this hard for the Moonlight Wolf to evolve, what about her evolution materials? At that moment, Fong Ran also realized this. The materials for Beast Master evolution are so scarce, you haven't been able to buy any in 3 years? Fong Ran exclaimed. With Xiao Tian's evolution speed, it wouldn't be long before she reached the late stage of the initial level. By then, without money, she might not even be able to buy evolution materials. Suyu, you're just making excuses. What can a student like him do for you? The lazy girl glanced at Fong Ran. He was quite handsome, but there were plenty of handsome guys pursuing Suyu. She wouldn't possibly be interested in a poor Fong Ran. She handed over the bank card. Moments later, Fong Ran's phone buzzed with a text message. Bank card ending in credited 250,000 yuan. Looking at the long string of zeros, Fong Ran's eyes widened, as if confirming whether it was real. Remember to return to the academy early. Su Yu was in a great mood. She had gained a good student and would also receive a bonus from the academy. This time, the top student would surely be Fong Ran. Just as Fong Ran left, a group of people with microphones rushed in, instantly blocking Suyu. Xiao Ran is really promising now. Yeah. A young official beast master, definitely has a bright future. I said long ago that this kid would succeed. I even held him when he was little. At Fong Ran's home, many neighbors came to congratulate him. Becoming a beast master meant he wouldn't be poor anymore. However, it also meant that it would be hard for Fong Ran to make progress, as being a beast master was the most expensive profession. After sending everyone off, Uncle Fong Chihua sat on the sofa, one leg wrapped in a bandage, but he felt very comfortable inside. All the money he spent wasn't in vain. Fong Ran had become a beast master. Fortunately, Xiao Tian is also working hard, practicing day and night. The two reflected. A voice sounded. Fong Ran pushed the door open and entered. Uncle and Auntie instantly showed joy, pulling the two to sit down. Seeing his uncle's condition, Fong Ran asked, "How did you get hurt?" "Don't mention it, I was terrified by that monster." Uncle described it vividly. Auntie beside him turned pale. "Xiao Ran, if you two encounter that monster in the future, make sure to hide far away. Yeah, that thing is not something a person can deal with." Both were filled with lingering fear. "I will protect Fong Ran," Xiao Tian said stubbornly. Upon hearing this, Uncle shook his head. "Xiao Tian will definitely be able to do it in the future, but right now? Look at your little body, it's not enough for that monster to take a bite." "That's true, when you two see a fierce beast in the future, you must hide far away." In their hearts, Xiao Tian was still a flawed beast master. Naturally, he couldn't handle a real fierce beast. They only hoped to be ordinary beast masters, and they would be satisfied. At that moment, the television was broadcasting the news of the incident. The huge shadow, along with Suyu's figure, replayed on the screen. There was even an interview video of Suyu. As a teacher at Fengda Academy, this was tantamount to promoting the academy. "This hunting operation was also thanks to one of my students," Suyu responded with a smile. Clearly, it wasn't the first time. A student? Indeed, there are always people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens. At the same age as Fong Ran, he could hunt fierce beasts. Just as Uncle and Auntie were thinking. The screen suddenly switched. It turned into a still image. This is a scene captured on site. This genius from Yucheng effortlessly shot and injured a high-level fierce beast. In the image, Fong Ran was holding Xiao Tian, shooting an arrow. With today's advanced technology, the 4K high-definition footage, along with post-editing, revealed Fong Ran's figure without a doubt. Uncle and Auntie were immediately stunned. The entire room unexpectedly fell into silence. Only the news broadcast on the television continued to loop. The two could hardly believe it. Is that Xiao Tian?" Auntie Sang Shuelan spoke first, her tone filled with disbelief. Uncle's legs even started to tremble. The person on the television screen was undoubtedly Fong Ran and his beast. "Is it really you, Xiao Tian? She can actually hunt fierce beasts now?" The disbelief on their faces was evident. The impact of this news was no less than Fong Ran becoming a formal beast master. On the day Uncle received the news, he even extravagantly spent money to treat his colleagues to drinks and dinner. "She looks just like her, especially Xiao Tian's wings." Their gazes repeatedly shifted between the television and Xiao Tian. Those flawed wings were unmistakable. No one would be more foolish than a nephew to contract a flawed angel. In an instant, their excitement was palpable. Sure enough, I knew Xiao Tian would be able to do it. No wonder. She's a goddess, even with broken wings, she's so impressive. The two surrounded Xiao Tian, marveling. Who wouldn't be excited to see their nephew succeed? I just helped teacher Suyu with a small task, and I received a reward of 250,000. Fong Ran interjected. Seeing uncle and auntie being so affectionate toward Xiao Tian, one might think Fong Ran was the beast master and Xiao Tian was the beast. Well, with your level, it's good enough that you don't drag Xiao Tian down. We need to find an opportunity to properly thank teacher Suyu, they responded. Then, they suddenly noticed something. There was an important piece of information in Fong Ran's words, 250,000 reward. In an instant, the two were frozen in place. You said you got 250,000? Upon receiving Fong Ran's confirmation, uncle and auntie's hearts ached. That was 250,000. Although they had spent hundreds of thousands to help Fong Ran buy a beast back then, that was money they had saved over the years and borrowed from relatives. Fong Ran had earned that money in just one day. I plan to let Auntie manage the money to improve our living conditions first. Fong Ran opened his mouth. No way. You just became a beast master, and Xiao Tian is at the right time to nourish her body, you can't waste your money. Exactly, this money was earned by both of you, it should be saved for her. The two immediately voiced their opposition. They were quite reasonable. They knew they couldn't give Fong Ran too much help, at least they couldn't drag him down. If it weren't for this mindset, they wouldn't have lent him money to become a beast master in the first place. After all, he was still a nephew, right? Fong Ran was speechless. Did he think that just talking would make things easy? Don't say that, without Fong Master, I wouldn't have come this far. Master? Fong Ran, are you trying to turn the world upside down? Xiao Tian, your uncle will take charge, just call him Fong Ran from now on. Then I'll go train. First, today's task isn't finished yet. No way. Rest today, your uncle will take charge, let's see who dares to bully you. The two listened to Xiao Tian's address, staring at Fong Ran with unfriendly expressions. It was as if Xiao Tian had suffered from his evil exploitation. For a moment, Fong Ran's figure gradually overlapped with that of a black-hearted boss. No wonder Xiao Tian was improving so quickly. It turned out that behind the scenes, Fong Ran was whipping her with a riding crop. Fong Ran's mouth twitched slightly. There was no way to clear this up even if he jumped into the Yellow River. At night, Xiao Tian began her daily training again. Accompanied by a unique rhythmic breathing, streams of holy power merged into Xiao Tian's body from the void, nourishing her physique. Seeing her efforts, uncle and aunt were even more convinced of their thoughts. They decided to have a heart-to-heart with Fong Ran, urging him to treat his beast well. No matter how Fong Ran explained, it was useless. Only when he nodded in agreement did they feel relieved. The next day, Fong Ran's deeds made the headlines of the local newspaper, and the news was reported. In no time, it attracted quite a bit of attention. In just one day, the threshold of their home was almost broken down by relatives who had hugged Fong Ran. Even the leaders from Uncle's workplace came with gifts to Fong Ran's home for a group photo. Chihua, I think you won't need to work at the unit anymore. No way. What did I do wrong? Uncle was confused. To raise such a talented child, being a grassroots employee is truly underutilizing your talent. I've decided to let you temporarily manage the warehouse. Hearing the boss's words, Uncle's face lit up. Their warehouse was filled with beast-related supplies. That was an easy job with plenty of benefits, this was a promotion for him. Xiao Ran, when you graduate, you must come to our group for a visit, we welcome beast masters the most. After calming Uncle down, the boss immediately began to get close to Fong Ran. A beast master like him would surely achieve great things in the future. After graduation, he would be a sought-after talent in major groups. Behind all major groups, there were basically beast masters providing protection. Of course, the premise was that Fong Ran's beast had potential? I happen to be looking for a job recently. Actually, I have some knowledge of basic evolution methods. Basic evolution methods? You can ask on the Beast Master forum, there are many beast masters trading there. After saying this, everyone left, leaving behind a pile of gifts. For a moment, Uncle and Aunt looked at Fong Ran more favorably. After all, a beast master was still a beast master. These big shots must have come to find Fong Ran. At night, Fong Ran opened his phone and browsed the Beast Master forum. What caught his eye was high-definition images of different races, 4K 100 pictures. Could it be battle images? Fong Ran clicked in. In an instant he felt a surge of blood rush to his head. In fact, many of the image owners had already become famous and gained numerous fans. For example, Red Dragon, Girl Lingling, Cat Girl Chunner. Even, there were beings from the celestial race like Xiao Tian, with figures exaggerated to an absurd degree. This was a welfare beast. Beasts actually have celebrities, and they can make money like this? Fong Ran admitted. His imagination was still too barren, just like Xiao Tian's chest. Of course, Xiao Tian was still developing, so she couldn't be compared to them. Fong Ran couldn't help but look at Xiao Tian, who was operating the evolution method. He treated Xiao Tian as if she were his own daughter, so it was impossible for him to let her sell herself. Moreover, although she had a good foundation, her evolution level was too low. She couldn't compare to those beasts that were piled up with money and had extremely high levels. Thinking about this, Fong Ran entered the skill teaching forum. I have studied the basic evolution method for 50 years and have already reached the realm of transcendence. When it comes to the basic evolution method, I can claim to be unmatched. The following 5,000 words omitted. After a bit of boasting, Fong Ran sent it out. After a while, a reply appeared below, and Fong Ran's eyes lit up. Bragging. Night. A message arrived. Suyu, Fong Ran, come to the academy tomorrow. Your exclusive evolution method has already been bought by the principal. Fong Ran replied with a good. But in his heart, he complained, is it really that realistic? Xiao Tian just made the news, and the principal immediately bought the exclusive evolution method? Is there such a coincidence? No. I can't overthink the principal's thoughts. What if it really is a coincidence? After all, the exclusive evolution method for angels is hard to find, and that's common knowledge. The next day, Fong Ran took a taxi driver to Fenga Academy. Wow, kid, it's you again? The driver looked at Fong Ran, slightly shocked. It was the same driver who had taken Fong Ran around the restricted area last night. If my son had your success, that would be great. He was filled with shock, enviously looking at Fong Ran's beast. Strong and beautiful, this young man is truly blessed. This time it's on the house. He took Fong Ran to the front of Fenga Academy. With Xiao Tian in front and behind, they stepped through the academy's gates. Immediately, they attracted several gazes from within the academy. Fong Ran had a handsome face, while Xiao Tian, with her fair skin, quietly followed behind him, her expression as cold as ice. The two looked like a perfect pair, but unfortunately, Xiao Tian had a flaw in her physique. Is he Fong Ran? The new student. He was on the news yesterday, helping teacher Suyu kill a high-level magic shadow. No way? Is that true? He learned a skill in just a week of school? And he can injure high-level ferocious beasts? It's true. Someone took a photo. Awesome, our academy has such a tough guy. Some people were amazed, some were skeptical, but more were still in disbelief. After all, Xiao Tian was not an ordinary beast. Being able to learn skills so quickly must have some secret. Entering the class, they indeed attracted a lot of attention. A group of girls gathered in one place, curiously sizing up Fong Ran and whispering among themselves. The boys were more filled with envy and jealousy. Especially Zhang Quan, who at this moment regretted so much he could turn green. Fong Ran. I heard the principal wants to change your beast. I can pay to buy her back. Zhang Quan stepped forward, gritting his teeth. With your talent, if you change to a beast with even stronger talent, you can definitely go further. He said excitedly, but there were some bruises on his body. It seemed he had just fought with someone not long ago. Ha! Now you want to go back? Dream on. Fong Ran coldly smiled and was about to respond when Xiao Tian, beside him, had already turned icy. Holy power gathered in her hands. A sense of oppression surged in Zhang Quan's heart. The red-haired gorilla beside him trembled, not daring to move under the pressure of the skill. Zhang Quan didn't dare to speak anymore. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth again, he would be shot through the heart the next second. Her skill could even injure high-level ferocious beasts. What about him, a mere human? Fong Ran, let me say one more thing. If you don't know her background, sooner or later you'll bring trouble upon yourself. Zhang Quan spoke through gritted teeth, suppressing his fear. Xiao Tian stepped forward, and a slap landed. Smack! Zhang Quan's face instantly swelled up, and he touched his face in disbelief. But looking at Fong Ran's beast, he swallowed his anger and turned to leave, tail between his legs. This world is one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. He could no longer threaten Fong Ran. Fong Ran looked at Xiao Tian in surprise, not expecting her to actually get angry. Fong Ran and Xiao Tian were connected in spirit and he could feel it. Xiao Tian truly wanted to kill Zheng Quan just now. The farce was over. During class, Xiao Tian continued to practice the basic evolution method. It was as if nothing had happened. She just became more diligent, seemingly afraid that she would be replaced by Fong Ran at any moment. Xiao Tian, do you remember the past? Your eyes? Fong Ran suddenly asked, and Xiao Tian shook her head. I don't remember. That memory was absent from her mind. Fong Ran seemed to be deep in thought. Angels were extremely rare, let alone in a place like Yucheng. Where did Zheng Quan get an angel from? Even if it was a damaged body, it would be hard to obtain without a channel, right? When class ended, many girls gathered around. They asked Fong Ran for tips on learning skills. Among them, quite a few hadn't even learned the skills after several days. Facing everyone's inquiries, Fong Ran tried her best to respond. Although she couldn't see it, Xiao Tian could feel that her master was very popular, with many girls admiring her. This made her frown, feeling uncomfortable. Fortunately, it didn't last long before Fong Ran was called away by Su Yu. It's teacher Su Yu. She's getting more and more beautiful. With the beast's return, the beast master will also improve their physique. Sigh, I'm envious. Fong Ran and the others have already obtained the exclusive evolution method from the academy. We're still using the basic evolution method. Teacher Su Yu is also using the basic evolution method. Isn't she about to advance to the Lord level? That's true. There are no useless evolution methods, only useless beast masters. Everyone gained confidence and began to practice the basic evolution method. Accompanied by a unique breathing pattern, the cells in the beast's bodies continuously absorbed nutrients to evolve. After a moment, Fong Ran and a group of teachers and students from the academy arrived outside the principal's office. By now, many top students were already waiting there, greeting Fong Ran. Fong Ran? Come here for a moment. Xinyun stepped forward, her expression calm as she called Fong Ran to a secluded spot. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a black card, handing it to Fong Ran. 200,000. Fong Ran's expression remained calm. Today she was dressed very simply, but her youthful figure was unmistakable, especially that pair of exaggerated breasts that didn't match her age. Is she trying to keep me? Sister, I'm not selling myself. What? I'm asking you to sell your identity as the top student. Xinyun frowned, her beautiful brows knitting together. She had already investigated Fong Ran's family background. 200,000 was definitely an enticing fortune for her. She hadn't wanted to do this, but Fong Ran had become too famous this time. She could no longer obtain the identity of the top student. Hearing this, Fong Ran felt a bit disappointed. She thought she could ride this to the peak of her life. I, Fong Ran, am not that kind of person. The identity of the top student not only symbolizes glory, but for someone like me, it's a rare honor. Moreover, this identity was earned by Xiao Tian through days and nights of tireless effort. Fong Ran spoke with righteous indignation. She looked at Xiao Tian, who was anxiously waiting not far away. Is that so? Shun Yun was taken aback. She looked at Fong Ran with newfound respect in her eyes. Willing to sell herself, but not her honor. She didn't expect him to be such a person. Then just give me the card, don't hold on to it anymore. Xinyun reached out to pull, but found that Fong Ran was holding on tightly. What I mean is, for Xiao Tian you have to pay more. At the very least, I need to take the skills chosen by the top student. That's easy to say. Skills, for Xinyun, could be bought with money. She just didn't expect Fong Ran to turn hostile so quickly. Pleasure to cooperate. If you need skills, you can also come to me. I usually teach people how to learn skills on the side. Okay, I'll consider. It's... Xinyun breathed a sigh of relief internally. Fortunately, Fong Ran agreed. As long as he gave up his status as the top student, the position would naturally fall to her. This way, she could still use it on her grandfather's birthday banquet. In the distance, Xiao Tian waited, watching Fong Ran's light blue figure, feeling uneasy. It wasn't until that figure came closer that she finally relaxed. Watching Fong Ran return, several top students were curious about what Xinyun had said to him. But they didn't dare to ask. After all, Xinyun was much stronger than they were. Let's go, meet the principal. Teacher Su Yu peeked out from the room. Everyone was excited. Being able to meet the principal of Manga Academy was indeed an honor. A few of them stepped into the room, only to see it filled with various books. Behind a fresh wooden desk sat an elderly figure. Who is Fong Ran? The elder inquired. Fong Ran stepped out of the crowd, and the elder's gaze instantly fell on him. Then, his demeanor changed and a smile spread across his face. A handsome talent, good. No wonder you are the top student of Manga Academy. It was worth my time last night, spending an hour helping you find the evolution method. An hour? So it was really a last-minute search? The principal seemed to realize he had misspoken and quickly added, actually, I have been looking for the evolution method used by many angelic beings for you for several days, but I was not satisfied. So, last night, I specifically contacted our school's honorary alumni to get you the holy fire evolution method she used back then. It wasn't a special search. It was just that the person happened to be in Yuching. However, the principal's words made everyone breathe rapidly. Principal. Is it that genius girl from Yuching? Could it be her? I heard that she was the top student at Manga Academy for only a year and then got into the top 5 academies, the Imperial Capital Academy. Is it really her? What level has she reached now? The Imperial Capital Academy, in these past few years, she is the only one from Yuching who has succeeded, right? Moreover, she was specially recruited. Several major academies invited her. Listening to the astonished voices of the crowd, Fong Ran also became interested and asked, is it her? Yes. The principal nodded emphatically. Is it really her? Of course. The principal nodded again. Can I know her name? Fong Ran looked at the others. He couldn't remember what the alumni of Manga Academy was called. Lin Xinghuan came back to Yuching this time to cultivate a few talents who can enter the top 5 academies. Just as I mentioned it, she lent me the evolution method she used before. The principal smiled and stroked his beard, seemingly proud of his own status. A group of students looked at Fong Ran with envy. What luck! Why didn't they have such good fortune? But Fong Ran keenly noticed the word borrowed. What do you mean by borrowed? Ha ha ha. Actually, it's nothing much, you just have to pay back at market price later, and you got the holy fire evolution method for only 30 million, a real bargain. Hearing the principal's words, Fong Ran was petrified. 30 million? Can you be a decent person? However, the reactions of the surrounding crowd were surprisingly similar to the principal's. Only 30 million? I heard that the holy fire evolution method costs at least 50 million if bought separately. That saves you 20 million, Fong Ran. That's enough to buy me 10 exclusive evolution methods. So expensive? It must be at least an A-level evolution method? Everyone showed envious expressions, especially Shin Yun. For her, this amount of money was like a gift. Fong Ran realized that he was the poorest one here. A few tens of millions was not an unbearable price for these people. Principal. Can I change to a different evolution method? Fong Ran asked him. Why? This is already the most suitable evolution method for angels. The principal looked puzzled. And you don't even have to pay for it, right? Fong Ran couldn't afford the 30 million. It would be more comfortable to just give him a free evolution method. Are you worried about the money? Lin Xinghuan added before leaving that if you can get into one of the 5 major academies, the cost of the evolution method will be fully waived. After saying this, he looked at Fong Ran. At this moment, Fong Ran fell silent. He still had time. By the time the unified enrollment began, Xiao Tian would have advanced to who knows what level with the evolution method. Are the 5 major academies easy to get into? In recent years, only senior sister Lin from Yuching has been admitted to the Imperial Capital. Shin Yun added. With millions of people in Yuching and hundreds of thousands of beast tamers, only one person had succeeded in so many years. Wasn't the success rate only 1 in hundreds of thousands? It's a pity that Suyu is too old, otherwise, she would still have a chance. A teacher added. Teacher Suyu, she just graduated not long ago? Fong Ran was a bit surprised. Not much older than you, but the 5 major academies only accept those under 20. You still have a chance before you turn 20. Suyu shot a displeased glance at that teacher. The next opportunity should be in a few months. Fong Ran was afraid he would miss it and could only wait for next year's unified enrollment. What if I can't pass the exam and can't pay the money? Fong Ran asked. Then you'll be in big trouble. The principal chuckled. Fong Ran always felt he wasn't serious. It made him uneasy. Lin's alumni said that if you can't pay the money, you'll have to work as a teacher at Manga Academy for 3 years to repay the debt. Be a teacher? Fong Ran looked at the group of teachers. These people couldn't have also owed money to Lin. Qinghuan and came to be teachers, right? Feeling Fong Ran's gaze, everyone avoided eye contact. Fong Ran felt reassured. However, senior sister Lin was indeed thinking about Yucheng. Whether he succeeded or not, it was beneficial for Yucheng. And Xinyun's fire evolution method, Phew. The principal solemnly took out a box. He distributed everyone's exclusive evolution methods one by one. You have 1 hour to memorize. The contents inside, you cannot take the original with you. Each evolution method had only one original. Therefore, searching for it was quite difficult. But it also eliminated the possibility of piracy. Fong Ran and the others picked up the evolution methods and began to observe. In Fong Ran's hands was a thin page titled Holy Fire Evolution Method. The content inside was an image. It resembled an angel's body nurturing the holy power within. The Holy Fire Evolution Method, when practiced to the extreme, can nurture holy fire, and the speed of condensing holy power is multiplied. It's a pity that his beast can't see the meridian diagram. The principal subtly shook his head. The most important part of the evolution method was the meridian diagram. This is also why the original was needed. The copied evolution method was difficult to replicate. The essence of the meridian diagram. Give him a few more hours. The principal instructed. After all, Fong Ran had to explain it to the beast. Would you like to advance the Holy Fire Evolution Method, beginner? A piece of data appeared before Fong Ran's eyes. Advance. Obtained. Holy Fire Evolution Method, beginner. Holy Fire Evolution Method, beginner. Inhale and exhale holy power, nurture the divine body, which can enhance the power of holy skills. Remaining debt, successfully operate the Holy Fire Evolution Method, beginner, 100 times. This is a method to amplify attack power. In just a moment, Xiao Tian felt as if he had tried the Holy Fire Evolution Method countless times. At this moment, he had completely mastered its operational rules. I'm done. While everyone was still observing and memorizing, Fong Ran submitted the original. So fast? The principal was slightly surprised. Aren't you going to familiarize yourself a bit more? A man shouldn't be this quick. No need. I've already memorized it. Or rather, he had already learned it. Fong Ran thought to himself. But he certainly couldn't say that out loud, or it would be too shocking. Xinyun looked at Fong Ran and hurriedly lowered her head to read the skill book, her speed noticeably faster than before. How could he remember so quickly? Could he be a reincarnated printer? With such a good memory, I really want to recommend you to practice with Lin alumni. The principal stroked his beard. Principal Jiang Rui, has Lin Qinghuan already come to Yucheng? Suyu asked in surprise. Yes, she came with a mission from the Imperial Capital Academy to select a few promising talents under 20 years old for focused training. The only requirement is to reach proficiency in the exclusive evolution method for beast taming and also achieve proficiency in the basic evolution method. Many beast tamers from nearby counties have already gone. Reaching proficiency in the exclusive evolution method is something many can achieve. But reaching proficiency in the basic evolution method is a high requirement. Among them in the Winsong Academy, only Suyu has reached proficiency as a beast tamer. Moreover, most of the students in their academy are too wealthy, and hardly anyone practices the basic evolution method specifically. Not to mention, this evolution method is quite difficult, and the results are not very good. Principal Jiang Fong Ran's basic evolution method is also at the proficient level. Suyu suddenly said. Proficient level? But he just started learning the basic evolution method, right? Jiang Rui suddenly looked at Fong Ran. No wonder the beast was incomplete, yet Suyu valued him. Unfortunately, to have Lin alumni guide you, you must at least practice the exclusive evolution method to the proficient level. What a good seedling! He valued not Fong Ran's level of evolution method practice, but the time Fong Ran spent to reach this level. It's a pity that now it's too late to practice the exclusive evolution method to the proficient level. After all, Lin alumni cannot stay here for too long. And Fong Ran's basic evolution method is still the most difficult offensive evolution method. It's a pity you entered school too late. Many seniors still have a chance if they work hard, but you newcomers have missed it. Jiang Rui sighed. Upon hearing this, many students present had expressions of regret. To receive guidance from that female war goddess is the dream of countless beast tamers. In recent years, the most they've heard are rumors about this female war goddess. It is said that she defeated countless opponents at the Imperial Capital Academy and became the top of the academy. It is said that her grades in the academy are always among the best, far surpassing the second place. She is the most promising beast tamer in Yuching to become a king-level beast tamer. Is it her? Fong Ran recalled the image on the poster. Even his previous self had once had that poster on his bedside. Leaving the principal's office, Fong Ran passed by the training ground and found many beast tamers diligently practicing the basic evolution method. Like a group of fervent fans, willing to do anything for their goddess, just to catch a glimpse. Without lingering too long, Fong Ran took Xiao Tian to Su Yu's training room. You operate the holy fire evolution method once. Xiao Tian sat on the sofa in the training room. According to his thoughts, he adjusted his breathing and the circulation of holy power. Unlike the basic evolution method, this holy fire evolution method is extremely violent, with holy power constantly impacting Xiaotian's limbs and bones. It ravages the uncharted areas as if it wants to break through all the restraints within the body. A fine sweat beads on Xiaotian's clean forehead. After half an hour, boom! A wisp of subtle holy fire appears. This holy fire has no temperature, completely formed from holy power. Holy fire evolution method, beginner, 1 out of 100. Rank, second rank, 2.3%. High-level evolution methods are indeed difficult to learn. But the efficiency is higher. Operating once every half hour can increase the rank by about 0.5. This is just the beginning, yet it has reached the progress of mastering the basic evolution method. The rank of an angel is closely related to holy power. The higher the rank, the higher the upper limit of holy power. Fong Ran discovered a blind spot. Moreover, the holy power nurtured by the holy fire evolution method is obviously more domineering. At this moment, Xiaotian only feels as if his eyes are being burned by flames, an unbearable sting. Divine Light Eye, 13%. Can this skill heal my eyes? Fong Ran saw the skill prompt and felt hopeful. First, let's practice the basic evolution method to the next level and see the effect. Compared to the difficult holy fire evolution method, the basic evolution method can be upgraded in a day. Fong Ran also had a bit of anticipation for automation. Xiao Tian operated the basic evolution method at a very fast speed. In 5 minutes, he could operate it once, and within a few hours, he completed the debt. The basic evolution method reached its limit. Completed basic evolution method, mastery, debt. Can be advanced again. Advance. Advance basic evolution method, subtle. Basic evolution method, subtle. Your mastery of the basic evolution method is unmatched. Your body can naturally operate without conscious effort. Basic evolution method, subtle, 0 out of 100. Advance successful. The holy power within Xiaotian began to circulate unconsciously. Although this speed is slow, it requires no effort. It is constantly nourishing the body. How long will it take to automatically circulate once? Fong Ran let Xiaotian rest. He then focused on the panel. Although he couldn't see it, Xiaotian could feel Fong Ran's gaze. At first, she was a bit shy, but after a few dozen minutes, she got used to it. Basic evolution method, subtle, 1 out of 100, half an hour. Fong Ran's eyes lit up. In half an hour, it automatically operated once. The rank progress then increased by 0.1%. After all, it is second rank, and the holy power required to reach 100% is naturally different from the first rank. That means, in a day, it can automatically increase holy power by 2.4%, and in a month, that's over 60%. This speed is already quite astonishing. Moreover, Fong Ran still has a dedicated evolution method. With the support of 2 evolution methods, he can release the holy bow of divine guidance at least 5 times a day, and in 2 days, he can upgrade the skill. My primary task is to upgrade the holy fire evolution method to the proficient level. Just as Fong Ran was thinking this, his phone suddenly received a lot of messages. Is it to learn the basic evolution method from me? Overnight. From being ignored to now having 99 plus messages in the backend. Is this the celebrity effect? Fong Ran muttered to himself. This world also has stars. But they are not ordinary people, they are powerful beasts. Masters and their beasts. Lin Xinghuan is clearly the so-called star. As soon as she arrived in Yuching, she sparked a craze for beast masters to learn the basic evolution method. Consequently, even Fong Ran himself was affected. Big shot, I want to learn the basic evolution method. Do you have time? I'm a student, can it be cheaper? The price is negotiable. As long as you can teach me to the proficient level within 7 days. I'm open to anything. Those who came to Fong Ran were basically beast masters from the academy. The latest news is on the phone. In 7 days, Lin Xinghuan will recruit beast tamers under the age of 20 in Yucheng. Aiming to sprint for the 5 major academies? Fong Ran's heart raced. By then, all the famous geniuses from various academies would probably come, and the competition would be extremely fierce. No wonder these people are so crazy. Some even offered 100,000 to have him for a week, but they wanted him to teach them until they reached proficiency. In 7 days, I'll practice the Holy Fire Evolution method to proficiency just right. Fong Ran pondered. He could also teach and earn some extra money. Let's go back, Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian nodded and followed Fong Ran out of the training room. As soon as they stepped out the door, a delicate figure appeared before them. Fong Ran, can you teach me the basic evolution method? The person was Xin Yun. The price is negotiable, let's say 300 per hour at market rate? Xin Yun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She knew that Fong Ran's basic evolution method was of a high level. Even teacher Suyu recognized him. Being able to practice the basic evolution method to proficiency so quickly, Fong Ran must have his own techniques. Not far away. The boys watching this scene were stunned. I said, who is Goddess Shin waiting for? Turns out it's Fong Ran? She's been waiting here for hours. What's so good about this guy Fong Ran? Damn it, we have to take pictures and expose him. Jealousy twisted their faces. They all took out their phones to snap photos. How about it? If not, I can add more money. Shin Yun thought Fong Ran was silent because he was unwilling. Sure, but I don't have much time, I still need to train. Upon hearing Fong Ran's words, Shin Yun's eyes lit up. Then let's go to my house directly. Their conversation was just loud enough for the people nearby to hear. In an instant, a large group of infatuated fans were left in shock. What? They're going to her house? I'll be there for about 7 days, I'll help you arrange accommodation. Crack. The stunned crowd shattered. Not only are they going home together, but they'll also be staying there? Is the next step meeting the parents? Well, my grandfather's birthday is coming up, and you can also attend the banquet. The crowd's anxious hearts completely sank. Yet Fong Ran still looked hesitant. This made the infatuated fans furious. What are you hesitating for? Just agree already. That's fine, but I need a quiet training room. This hard-working man was about to live with the goddess and was still thinking about training? Deal. Shin Yun's eyes brightened. She immediately agreed. Then, under the jealous gazes of the crowd, she left the academy with Fong Ran. A male student suddenly clasped his hands together, his face glowing with enlightenment, saying, I understand now, as long as I focus on training, the goddess will come to me. At the Shin Manor, Shin Yun brought Fong Ran to a top-notch training room. Just as she was about to start training, her phone rang. After answering the call, she frowned slightly and said, wait a moment, my grandfather is calling me. Saying this, she left the training room on her own. Fong Ran observed the various devices in the training room. Beast detection device? Fong Ran approached a machine and pressed the start button. A beam of light swept over Xiao Tian's body, and data appeared. Species, Angel. Holy Power 9.3. It can actually display holy power in real time. This is even more detailed than my system? Fong Ran was astonished. He then looked at Xiao Tian's panel. At that moment, the panel actually showed an additional value. Holy Power 9.3, do I have to detect it myself for the data to be complete? Fong Ran pondered. Just then, a handsome coach suddenly entered the training room. The moment he saw Fong Ran, his eyes were filled with hostility. Where are you from, coach? Do you also teach the basic evolution method? Do you know my name? I advise you to leave quickly, or you'll be embarrassed later. Hearing the coach's words, Fong Ran did not respond. Instead, he had Xiao Tian start training in the basic evolution method immediately. Meanwhile, Shin Yun arrived at the guest pavilion. 2 figures were sitting in the center of the pavilion. One was a robust old man with white hair, and the other was a tall, stunning short-haired woman. The woman's beauty made Shin Yun momentarily stunned. So beautiful. Shin Yun is here? Come meet your senior Lin. Senior Lin. Shin Yun immediately greeted. She realized that the person in front of her was the female war god of Yuchen, Lin Qinghuan. You are also a student of Manga Academy? How are your grades? Lin Qinghuan asked expressionlessly. I've been in school for a week and have already mastered the entry-level basic evolution method. My exclusive evolution method has just begun. Upon hearing Shin Yun's words, the old man with white hair showed a satisfied smile while Lin Qinghuan nodded slightly. It's a pity you enrolled too late, otherwise, I could teach you. There's no time like the present, why not guide my granddaughter now, the old man said eagerly. Although he was a king-level beast master, he knew that this person would achieve much more than just king-level in the future. Despite his higher status, he didn't dare to command Lin Qinghuan. They were More like old friends. I've already found her a coach. He has the best performance in Yuching and has taught hundreds of beast masters the proficient level of the basic evolution method, Lin Xinhuan replied. Ah. But I found a classmate to teach me. Xin Yun exclaimed, surprised. No one had informed her. Just cancel it, no one in Yuching teaches better than him, Lin Xinhuan said coldly, her pupils like a mirror of ice. Her words were not commands but carried an undeniable authority. Yes, how can a student's experience compare to that of a seasoned beast master? Just then, a figure stumbled into the guest pavilion. Everyone immediately looked over. The figure approached Lin Xinhuan step by step and said, Senior Lin, I'm quitting. I'm going back to take down the sign. After seeing the new coach operate the basic evolution method, his fighting spirit and years of confidence were completely shattered. But before I go, I want to ask, who was that coach? Hearing the coach's words, everyone looked puzzled. What coach? I only hired you, Lin Xinhuan replied. This statement left the coach completely stunned. Only hired me? Then who was that person just now? Wasn't he a colleague? He's my classmate, his name is Fong Ran, Xinyun said. Upon hearing his granddaughter's words, the old man with white hair showed a thoughtful expression. Lin Xinhuan, on the other hand, felt a bit puzzled. Is he a senior in high school? If he had been enrolled for 2 or 3 years, there was still a possibility. He had come primarily to find beast masters who were about to graduate. Still a student? The coach felt as if his heart had been stabbed again. He was actually worse than a student? No, he enrolled at the same time as me, Xinyun explained. Upon hearing this, the summon coach instantly turned to stone. What? You mean that person is a freshman at the Beast Master Academy? How could that be possible? His proficient basic evolution method had definitely far exceeded the proficient level. He could even vaguely feel that energy circulating automatically within him. He might have already reached the mastery level. Quick, take me to meet this classmate of yours. I'll go too, the two big shots said as they stood up. Xinyun hurriedly led the way, while the coach left in a daze. As he walked, he murmured, How is this possible? How is this possible? In the training room, Xiao Tian sat upright, his breath steady, as his cells continuously extracted holy power. The sound of dislocated bones echoed. The wings behind him began to flutter. At this moment, the white wings behind Xiao Tian had already grown to half the size of normal wings. Just as Xiao Tian was in motion, several figures entered the room. The first was Xin Yun. Following her was a dignified old man with white hair whose body remained strong despite his age. Behind him was a tall girl with short hair, her pupils icy, and her stunning beauty left Fong Ran in a daze for a long time. She's even more beautiful than the teachers I saw in my past life, Fong Ran exclaimed. Not only was her appearance remarkable, but her aura was also rare. It was clear she had never faced setbacks or was in a high position. Fong Ran, this is my grandfather, and this is senior sister Lin. Shen Yun introduced. Fong Ran hurriedly stepped forward. Hello, Grandpa. Hello, senior sister Lin. Beast master of the monarch. In Yuching, that was like the existence of an emperor. You are Fong Ran? Is that your beast? The old man seemed quite pleased. Angel race, her holy power is insufficient to support the operation of the dual pupils. Lin Xinhuan immediately recognized Xiao Tian's predicament. As a fellow beast master of the angel race, she understood them best. What she is operating is my holy fire evolution method. Lin Xinhuan identified the evolution method Xiao Tian was using. In an instant, her impression of Fong Ran improved a bit. Holy fire evolution method? We just received the original evolution method today? Xin Yun was stunned. Looking at Fong Ran, her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Was this speed too fast? She had just started. And Fong Ran had already finished. Just received it? What progress have you made? The old man asked in surprise. I haven't started practicing yet, Xin Yun said somewhat embarrassed. I remember you were already among the top in the academy, right? Yes, I have always been first among the freshmen. Upon hearing this, both of them looked at Xiao Tian with even more admiration. Such a fast speed, learning the holy fire evolution method in just one day. How long did it take you back then? The old man inquired of Lin Xinhuan. Half a day, she replied, her red lips slightly parted. It seemed she was stating a fact. But this made Xin Yun feel even more withdrawn. Learning it in half a day, Lin Xinhuan was also a top genius. However, Fong Ran's beast was blind. If the dual pupils could be used, at least she would be a genius on the same level as Lin Xinhuan, right? At this moment, the old man's thoughts were the same as his granddaughter's. In the future, you two should interact more and verify each other to improve. The old man smiled at Fong Ran. This was to show his stance. He needed to leave a good impression. I can help you, let her open her eyes, Lin Qinghuan suddenly said. Really? Fong Ran was excited. But, would this mean I owe a debt again? It's just a small effort. Nothing strenuous, just using a bit of holy power. Thank you, senior sister Lin. Lin Qinghuan was indifferent, but Fong Ran couldn't help but express her gratitude. The next moment, Lin Qinghuan slightly closed her pupils and a holy gate opened wide, revealing a six-winged angel with a holy appearance. She looked different from the poster. At this moment, she wasn't wearing armor but rather a light veil, making Fong Ran's blood surge. Beast space. When can I open the beast space? Xin Yun looked on with envy. Wait until your beast advances to a higher level, then you'll be qualified to open the beast space, otherwise you won't be able to handle it, the old man explained. He then looked at Lin Qinghuan's angel, feeling a sense of emotion. She had become stronger again. Soon, even I wouldn't be a match for this celestial being. The six-winged angel landed behind Xiao Tian. A holy halo descended. Protection. In the next moment, Xiao Tian, who was operating the holy fire evolution method, felt his eyes burning with intensity. The holy power surged within her continuously, pouring into her eyes. A few minutes later, she showed a look of pain. Fong Ran felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. Is it not over yet? Lin Qinghuan was also a bit surprised. Logically, a little holy power should have been enough. Perhaps her eye power level is higher. Among the angelic race, eye power also had levels. Her angel had S-level eye power, capable of easily learning skills and seeing through the enemy's movements. The highest level of eye power was divine level, which she had never seen before. Xiao Tian let out a muffled sound. The protective effect ended. Her pupils slowly opened, and everything around her was filled with color. Look, she saw it. A surge of surprise filled Xiao Tian's heart. Then she suddenly turned her head, searching for the figure radiating a blue aura. The moment she saw Fong Ran, she finally felt relieved. At the same time, Fong Ran also saw Xiao Tian's light golden pupils, a faint golden holy power swirling around. This is S-level eye power, comparable to my beast mastery. Lin Qinghuan was finally moved. In this small county, there was actually an angel with S-level eye power? But in Fong Ran's eyes, it was a different scene. Divine Light Eye can be upgraded. Divine Light Eye, photographic memory, enhances control over holy power, can pierce through illusions. Would you like to prepay for the upgrade? Materials needed, 10 gene points. Eye power can also be prepaid? Does that mean it can evolve to SSSSSSS? Omitting 10,000 S's level? But what does gene point mean? Killing other creatures can earn gene points. A voice echoed. Fong Ran understood. It meant there was no rush for now. After all, he didn't have a single gene point. The only time he hunted a ghost. So you had snatched the ghost's head from him. S-level eye power? Can it evolve the holy fire evolution method to proficient level within a week? The old man was also curious about the angelic race. Very difficult. It took me more than half a month to reach proficient level back then, Lin Qinghuan said lightly. She couldn't do it, and probably no one in Yuqing could either. Moreover, his beast mastery hasn't reached high level yet, and the promotion materials are a problem. Hearing Lin Qinghuan's words, the old man nodded heavily. Indeed, many of those high school beast masters have already advanced to high level. If it's just an ordinary level, it's hard to compete with them. Advancing beast mastery to high level was a necessary condition for entering university. Among them, the most important was the promotion materials for the beasts. No wonder you came to be a coach. You were saving up evolution materials, right? The old man looked at Fong Ran. Actually, it wasn't. He was just short on money. Thinking of this, Fong Ran spoke up. Yes, I want to choose a good evolution direction for Xiao Tian. In my special training class, there are indeed evolution materials for angels, but you probably won't make it in time. Lin Qinghuan said. To practice the holy fire evolution method to proficient level in a week was almost impossible. Even if he really succeeded, how could Fong Ran gather the evolution materials in such a short time? He wasn't Xin Yun, who had the backing of her family for her. The so-called evolution materials were just a matter of asking. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After Lin Qinghuan finished speaking, the six-winged angel immediately disappeared. The old man left the training room with the two. Before leaving, he didn't forget to close the door. What are your thoughts? Xin Yun asked Fong Ran. It's beautiful, even better than in the poster. What? I didn't ask you that. Hearing Fong Ran's response, Xin Yun said unhappily. Xiao Tian, on the side, had been staring at Fong Ran's face. Until Fong Ran looked at her, she finally withdrew her gaze. Are you not adapting to the light? Do you want me to buy you sunglasses? What are sunglasses? Xiao Tian asked in confusion. Things that can block the light. Okay. Stop being so lovey-dovey and quickly teach me the evolution method. Shin Yun said, hands on her hips. I'm paying for this. Alright, my training is quite strict, so you must listen, Fong Ran warned her first. Then, he let Xiao Tian start guiding her. For the remaining 7 days, Fong Ran stayed in the guest room of Shin Yun's house. While Xiao Tian attempted the Holy Fire Evolution method, he upgraded the Holy Bow of Divine Guidance. Only at night, for less than an hour, did he correct Shin Yun's mistakes. However, the gap between their beast taming skills was too great. Over time, her fire butterfly seemed a bit withdrawn. Fong Ran, on the other hand, was enjoying himself. Ever since Xiao Tian's eyesight was restored, her progress had skyrocketed. Without needing to advance, the progress of the Holy Fire Evolution method was much faster than before. On the 6th day, Xiao Tian's Holy Fire Evolution method hit a bottleneck. Meanwhile, the Holy Bow of Divine Guidance had leveled up twice. Angel rank, 2nd rank, 73.2% level, ordinary late stage skills, Holy Bow of Divine Guidance, subtle, basic evolution method, subtle, Holy Fire Evolution method, proficient, Eye of Divine Light, evolution path, Oracle Angel, Holy Light Angel, Healing Angel, War Angel, description, and ordinary angel with outstanding strength. Holy Bow of Divine Guidance, subtle, shoots arrows with perfect accuracy, causing continuous burning, reducing the opponent's healing effects, significantly lowering the holy power consumed, and dealing massive damage to high-level ferocious beasts. Holy Fire Evolution method, proficient, can quickly accumulate holy power, slightly increasing skill power. Holy Fire Evolution method, proficient 3 out of 100. The Holy Bow of Divine Guidance has also reached its limit, and the Holy Fire Evolution method has reached proficiency. Xiao Tian's Holy Bow of Divine Guidance could already injure high-level ferocious beasts. The effects of the Holy Fire Evolution method were also very evident. The key point was that Xiao Tian had reached the limit of the ordinary level and could advance to a higher level at any time. I can actually see the evolution path? Oracle Angel, Holy Light Angel, Healing Angel, War Angel. Each one was an unheard of evolution path. Especially the War Angel, the materials required for advancement were simply outrageous. Killing Stone, Blood Heart of the Evil Tiger, Tranquil Heart Grass. The latter materials were manageable. Each one cost a few million or tens of millions, and with a bit of grit, they could be bought. But what on earth was the Killing Stone? Fong Ran had never heard of it. This wasn't just advancing to an angel, this was advancing to Athena. Would you like to advance the materials? After advancement, repayment within a month is required, otherwise the rank will be revoked. The sudden prompt caught Fong Ran off guard. What? The advancement materials can also be advanced? Fong Ran swallowed hard, and the only cost for not repaying was the revocation of his rank. This was a true interest-free loan. After observing carefully for a moment, he decided, forget it. I'll go for the War Angel. This was the strongest evolution path. Fong Ran immediately advanced. Advancing, this time, the time spent on the advance far exceeded previous ones. At that moment, it was early morning, and Xiao Tian was sound asleep in bed. Originally, Shin Yun had prepared 2 rooms for Fong Ran, but Xiao Tian insisted on staying and watching him. Helpless, Fong Ran could only sleep on the sofa. He couldn't get into the warm bed. It wasn't that Xiao Tian wouldn't let him, it was that he was afraid his aunt's keen eyes would see him. It wasn't until Xiao Tian woke up that Fong Ran's advance was considered successful. Would you like to extract the advanced items? Not yet, I'll wait until I go back. He definitely couldn't advance here. Otherwise, if Shin Yun suddenly burst in, it would be awkward. How would Fong Ran explain it then? He could only lay it all out, no more pretending. Actually, my beast is possessed by an empress. She was naturally proficient in various techniques, so practicing was like divine assistance. Let's go back, it's time to say goodbye. Fong Ran found Shin Yun and explained his intentions. You've taught well. My fire butterfly is progressing quickly in skills, although its emotions are a bit off. Shin Yun was generous, directly transferring 7 days' worth of wages to Fong Ran, around 50,000, into his account. Only teaching for an hour a day, isn't that a bit too much? That's right, consider it as me supporting you. It sounded like a form of sponsorship. Fong Ran shook his head, dismissing the unrealistic thoughts. Just before leaving, Shin Yun specifically called for a vehicle to take Fong Ran back. Upon returning home, the spirits of his uncle and aunt were indeed different from before. Especially when they saw that Xiao Tian's eyes had recovered, the two were even more delighted. They specially prepared a nourishing meal for Xiao Tian. At the dining table, Xiao Ran, I heard that the materials for advancing beast tamers are very expensive. Yes, many people are stuck at high levels and can't advance, and some can't even reach high levels with their beasts. The two wore worried expressions, as if they were Xiao Tian's beast tamers, while Fong Ran was merely a caretaker. Moreover, I heard from next door that their son took out a loan of several million for beast taming. But he said it was all worth it, once the evolution route is chosen, he can easily earn back the millions later. Ant was looking at Xiao Tian, clearly considering the idea of borrowing. Xiao Tian isn't ready yet, why the rush to advance? Uncle was puzzled. Not in a hurry? All the beast tamers in the city are preparing for the special training class in the capital. I heard from the neighbor's old lady that you need at least a high-level beast to attend. Listening to their conversation, Fong Ran understood. And wanted him and Xiao Tian to try as well. High-level beasts? Fong Ran just started school, how could he progress so quickly? Those who are going to participate are all second and third year beast tamers. Fong Ran just became a beast tamer, how can he compete with them? Uncle rolled his eyes. Did he think his nephew was a war god? Not to mention the level requirements, even the skill proficiency requirements were beyond Fong Ran's reach. Compared to Aunt, Uncle Fong Chihua clearly understood beast tamers. After all, as a man, who wouldn't want to be a formidable beast tamer? When he was bored, he often browsed through beast tamer forums and read about secrets. If you don't compete now, what if there's another opportunity later? Wouldn't that be another missed chance? Sang Shuelan said defiantly. The materials for Angel advancement, the cheapest healing angel costs 3 million, how can we borrow that? As soon as Uncle finished speaking, Sang Shuelan was stunned. So expensive? She clearly hadn't expected the requirements for Xiao Tian's advancement to be so high. Uncle had privately looked into it. Seeing the two of them thinking of him, Fong Ran felt a warmth in his heart. Don't worry about me, I'll find a way. I'll also try for tomorrow's recruitment. Hearing Fong Ran's words, Uncle sighed inwardly. Trying is fine, at least it would silence his wife's concerns. Otherwise, she would never recognize reality and put too much pressure on Fong Ran. As night fell, in Fong Ran's room, he took out all the materials and laid them out before him. This is the advancement materials? Xiao Tian was slightly surprised, not knowing where his master had obtained them. Each material exuded a strong vitality, far from ordinary items. Especially the central black golden stone, its sharpness seemed ready to burst forth. Yes, I processed them for you. Fong Ran looked at Xiao Tian, swallowing the cooked tiger heart. A massive energy surged into his limbs. The killing intent contained in the tiger heart also rushed into Xiao Tian's mind, which was then neutralized by the calming herb. As Xiao Tian consumed the expensive food and herbs, noticeable changes began to occur in his body. Giggling. The sound of skeletal reshaping echoed. Xiao Tian curled up on the ground, his face contorted in pain. Beside him, the black gold stone seemed to melt, flowing over his body and forming a complex pattern. Along his pure white spine, a pair of pristine wings rapidly grew, soon adorned with a layer of black markings. At that moment, the wings resembled not wings but rather blades. It wasn't until a few minutes later that these changes came to an end. War Angel rank, second tier, 83%, level, early high tier skills, Sword of War, beginner, Steel Body, beginner, Holy Bow of Divine Guidance, minor, Basic Evolution Method, minor, Holy Fire Evolution Method, proficient, Eye of Divine Light description, an angel with extremely strong individual combat power, said to be used to punish the Forsakers. The War Angel stood tall. Her steel wings unfurled behind her. In her hand, she held a plain, broad iron sword. In her eyes, there was only a hint of pity and ruthlessness. The moment she looked at Fong Ran, a different emotion flickered in her pupils. I am stronger now. She released her grip, and the iron sword transformed into streams of holy power. The wings behind her retracted as if they had never existed. I can tell, here, put on some clothes first. Fong Ran handed over a new set of clothing. Xiao Tian's expression was blank. He took the clothes without hesitation and dressed himself neatly. It seemed trivial, as if being seen by Fong Ran was nothing significant. Why does it feel like the more I advance, the more divine I become? Fong Ran muttered to himself. But this was a good thing. It meant that his beast control had become stronger. And he would be able to do more. Fong Ran then turned his attention to the two newly acquired class skills. Sword of War, beginner, a common blade formed from condensed holy power, capable of long-range slashing, with increased damage to dark-type creatures. Steel Body, beginner, the body is as if forged from steel, able to withstand ordinary cold weapons. One was an ordinary weapon. The other, Fong Ran tried it out. A kitchen knife. Cut through without any reaction. If he really applied force, the blade would probably bend. But pressing his hand against it felt very elastic, with a cool, smooth texture and a warm sensation. Do I have to go participate? In the recruitment tomorrow? Xiao Tian's mirror-like eyes gazed at Fong Ran. Having left the period of weakness, he had unknowingly developed a reliance on Fong Ran. Yeah, you should at least give it a try. Fong Ran made up his mind. Although the opponents were beast masters from the second and third years of high school, Fong Ran, with various advances, had already effectively gained the strength of those in the second and third years. By calculation, he still had a good chance. The key was that Lin Xinghuan had mentioned that the special training camp had the materials for Xiao Tian's advancement. After advancing, he would also need to repay the materials he had advanced. With my strength as a high-level beast master, gathering these materials shouldn't be too difficult, right? Fong Ran thought to himself. The next day, the recruitment location was arranged at a huge venue. Outside the venue, there was a sea of people. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered, all eager to see Lin Xinghuan. On the other side was the entrance qualification check, where all beast masters had to verify their eligibility to enter. Requirements: basic evolution method must reach proficient level, and any one exclusive evolution method must also reach proficient level. Fong Ran brought Xiao Tian closer. Xiao Tian's fair face and golden hair immediately attracted a lot of attention. What a beautiful foreign girl. What foreign girl? She looks like a local. Is this a beast master from Yucheng? Why is there a guy next to her? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Those taking the test with Fong Ran approached to chat. Bro, which city are you from? Are you a local? Aren't you from Yucheng? Yes, I'm from the neighboring city. I heard that Goddess Lin is going to teach in person, so I came, the person said excitedly. To see Goddess Lin even once is worth it for a lifetime. Seeing his expression, Fong Ran smiled. What difference does it make to see her? He even talked to her. He didn't expect Lin Xinghuan to be so famous, having fans even outside of Yucheng. However, the price of attracting so many beast tamers is that the competition will be even fiercer. It makes sense. The special training of the 5 major academies is inherently very attractive. After a few dozen minutes, Fong Ran had already seen several beast tamers who met the standards. All of their beasts were high level. And there were even a few at the mid-high level. This far exceeded the quality in Yucheng. This time, the opponents would likely not be limited to the beast tamers of Yucheng. Look, that person is Lu Yong. His beast, the demon bull, has immense strength, and the evolution method he uses is also a domineering power type. Isn't he one of the top 3 from the Winsong Academy? He actually came here? And there's Jiang Yuhuan, who is said to be the top genius from the neighboring city. He's also a well-known beast tamer from the academy. Damn, they actually came to Yucheng? Being grouped with us, is it good luck or bad luck? Around Fong Ran, many beast tamers were extremely nervous. It would soon be their turn to test. If they didn't perform well, they would have no chance at all. Bro, you look unfamiliar? Are you a local? A slightly stocky beast tamer approached Fong Ran to chat. His gaze glanced at the beautiful girl beside him. His girlfriend is so pretty. And she's a foreign girl. No wonder this kid looks so smug. I'm just here to try my luck. Upon hearing Fong Ran's words, the beast tamer clearly regarded him as someone just joining the fun. This time, quite a few beast tamers from other cities have come, all with top-notch strength and talent. But if I don't make any mistakes, it should be easy. The big guy laughed. You're that strong, huh? Fong Ran feigned surprise. You look pretty young too, work hard. If you miss this opportunity, it might be hard to turn things around in the future. The big guy patted Fong Ran's shoulder and then turned away. Let's go, it's our turn. A group of people was led forward, each summoning their beasts from their beast space. Then, they began to operate the basic evolution method along with another evolution method. Bro, quickly summon your beast. The big guy looked at Fong Ran, puzzled as to why he was still dazed. It's already here. Fong Ran gestured. The big guy turned to look at Xiao Tian, and then his pupils widened. A humanoid beast? In an instant, his gaze towards Fong Ran became strange. He had only heard some rumors that beast tamers would have a chaotic relationship with their beasts, but he didn't expect to see it with his own eyes. No whispering, start quickly, the examiner in charge of recording their scores shouted. The big guy immediately shut up, and Xiao Tian also began to operate a evolution method on the spot. In just about 20 minutes, it was completed. Then, they came before the examiner. Finished? Not bad, you're third. The examiner had a kind expression. What a good seed. Third, Fong Ran turned to look and found that the two geniuses being discussed had already left. The holy fire evolution method still takes too long. Compared to that, my basic evolution method is a bit more proficient. Fong Ran didn't mind, as long as he passed. As he was leaving, he said to the big guy, "Good luck, bro." Upon hearing this, the big guy's eyes widened. Third place, just behind the third from the Winsong Academy. But he had never heard of someone named Fong Ran before. Where did this genius come from? Could it be that he hid himself because of some strange hobby? Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Fong Ran followed the corridor into the hall. In this vast venue, many beast tamers who had passed the test had already arrived. "Oh, you actually passed? I remember you are also from our Winsong Academy, right? A sophomore?" Lu Yong looked at Fong Ran with some surprise. He had seen Fong Ran at Winsong Academy. Hee, so what if I passed? Lu Yong, your beast tamers from Winsong Academy are destined to be inferior to our Heavenly Dragon Academy. Jiang Yuhuan, with a fringe, laughed. "I am the one most suited to be taught by Goddess Lin." It turned out to be another sycophant, Fong Ran thought. Don't mind him, this kid is just a mad dog, biting anyone he sees. Lu Yong was too lazy to pay him any attention. However, his words provoked the anger of many. There were quite a few people present, and they were all students of Winsong Academy. Just as everyone was about to argue, a voice suddenly rang out. Silence. Lin Qinghuan appeared. The moment her figure appeared, everyone's breath involuntarily paused. That pair of cold eyes calmly swept over the crowd. Then, it surprisingly paused for a moment on Fong Ran. Is it him? How did he come? Lin Qinghuan was slightly startled. Not only had Fong Ran come, but he had also met the requirements. He had really spent a week to master the Holy Fire Evolution method to a proficient level. Moreover, his beast has also advanced to a higher level. This speed is too fast. Could it be that he chose the Healing Angel? The two major evolution paths for angels, Healing and Oracle, the former can only take the support route. With Fong Ran's talent, choosing this route is truly unwise. Thinking of this, Lin Qinghuan couldn't help but shift her gaze away in disappointment. However, this momentary pause was keenly captured by Jiang Yuhuan. Wow! Goddess Lin looked at me, she is definitely looking at me. He shouted in his heart. He felt his heart racing. Beside him, Lu Yong's lips curled slightly. My aura is indeed extraordinary, right? Even being so low-key can attract the attention of a goddess. The two were excited in their hearts, but on the surface, they remained very calm, maintaining the low profile of geniuses. Now, this is my first class. Those who have not completed the tasks I assign will leave, and every day will be like this. Lin Qinghuan's cold voice rang out. This, getting expelled for not finishing an assignment? This is too strict, right? But upon careful thought, it does align with the practices of the imperial capital. I brought a large number of trial mechanical beasts from the imperial capital at the mid-high level. If you can win against them, the first class will be considered passed, and I will provide individual guidance to the top 5. Upon hearing Lin Qinghuan's words, the crowd fell into chaos. Individual guidance? Being able to be taught by such a genius beast tamer would be a tremendous boost to their own beasts. You beast tamers from Yucheng still dare to hope for Goddess Lin's guidance? A yin-yang voice rang out. It was Jiang Yuhuan who had mocked them earlier. Senior Lin, I want to test first, so they can see the gap. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuan nodded. Enter the rooms in the venue, there are trial mechanical beasts inside. Don't hold back, defeating them to the point of scrapping counts as passing. Mechanical beasts are meant for those who cannot contract beasts. If even the students can't defeat them, then they are indeed defective products. There is no need to keep them. Moreover, these mechanical beasts do not feel pain and are certainly not something these students can injure. Hearing this, everyone was eager to try and hurried into the various rooms of the venue. Let's go! Lu Yong excitedly stepped forward. He casually found a room and walked in. Fong Ran did the same, stepping into an independent room. The entire venue was instantly left with only Lin Qinghuan. Not long after, the principal of Winsong Academy, Zhang Rui, came to Lin Qinghuan's side. Lin, how many do you think from our Winsong Academy can pass? 7 or 8, I suppose. Is it that difficult? Can't we make some concessions and ease up a bit? Those mechanical beasts are preset to high-level late stage. So they have already eased up, huh? That's why only 7 or 8 can get through? Meanwhile, Fong Ran stepped into the room. In front of him stood a 2-meter tall werewolf made entirely of machinery. At its chest, there was a core operating device that resembled Iron Man, emitting a glow. Just like those games. Shoving the weakness right in the player's face. Training mode. Activated. Target, Fong Ran. Current level, high level mid-stage. Crack. The massive machinery began to operate. It looked intimidating. Xiao Tian quickly moved in front of Fong Ran, shielding him. A steel sword appeared in her hand. High level mid-stage, the alloy on it probably isn't easy to break. Fong Ran thought. Let's try the sword of war first. Upon receiving Fong Ran's command, Xiao Tian raised her long arm and swung the great sword down fiercely. Swish! A wave of holy power transformed into a sword wave and surged forward. The gigantic mechanical werewolf charged, reaching a speed of 120 miles per hour. This terrifying momentum was enough to scare the faint-hearted into trembling. However, the sword wave flashed by. Crack! One of the werewolf's mechanical arms was instantly sent flying. With just one move, it severed an arm. The mechanical werewolf, under this impact, halted its advance. Is this all it can do? This mechanical beast really has high-level mid-stage standards? Can we raise the level to high-level late-stage? Fong Ran frowned. It was as fragile as tofu. How could he test Xiao Tian's skill power? Beep beep. Permission granted, battle mode activated. Level raised to high-level late-stage. Crack. Accompanied by the sound, the mechanical werewolf's palm shot out 3 sharp blades. Its body was covered with mechanical bones. Those pale blue pupils gradually turned deep red. It transformed from Iron Man into Wolverine. Now that's more like it, Xiao Tian, try your agility. But don't break it. Okay. Xiao Tian's expression remained unchanged. In her eyes, the mechanical werewolf's movements were as slow as a snail. Even in close combat, it probably wouldn't be her match. Even if she did get hit, it was uncertain whether it could break through her defenses. To be safe, Fong Ran immediately preempted 2 skills before the battle. Preempt the Sword of War and the proficiency of Steel Body. Obtain Sword of War, proficient. Sword of War, proficient, cuts through iron like mud, incredibly light, can store holy power for ranged slashes. Obtain Steel Body, proficient, Steel Body, proficient, can consume holy power to withstand a portion of physical damage. The next second, Xiao Tian's body lit up with bright lights. The plain iron sword in her hand was covered with layers of intricate patterns. Sword of War, swing the sword 100 times. Steel Body, consume holy power, endure 100 strikes. Wait, Xiao Tian, don't rush to kill it. Fong Ran's pupils sparkled with excitement. At the same time, the other beast tamers. The scenes during the challenge were completely different from Fong Ran's. Less than a minute had passed and one by one, students walked out of the room dejected. Damn, that mechanical beast is definitely not just high-level mid-stage. Right, my beast used 3 skills to break its defense. What kind of alloy is this? The level is just 1 higher than mine, and its defense is so insane, who can get through? In the first class, half the people got eliminated. This training is too harsh. Who can pass this? The difficulty is just too high. Listening to everyone's complaints, Zhang Rui couldn't help but feel a bit curious. What materials are these mechanical beast tamers made of? Vajra iron. This batch of mechanical beast tamers is entirely made of Vajra iron, and the core is crafted by a mechanical beast tamer at the high intermediate level, roughly equivalent to a normal high early stage beast tamer. Hearing Lin Xinghuan's words, the principal gasped. Vajra iron? This is a material only the military can use. It was originally meant for making armor for beast tamers. Its strength is enough to withstand 10 attacks from high-level ferocious beasts, and now it's being used to make mechanical beast tamers? Who could possibly break through that? Just the cost of the Vajra iron alone is likely an astronomical figure. Strength is only at the high intermediate level. Normal beast tamers should be able to pass, right? Normal beast tamers, are you referring to the beast tamers from the Imperial Capital Academy? Zhang Rui interjected coldly. Lin Xinghuan was taken aback. Seeing her expression, could it really be? 1,000 thoughts raced through Zhang Rui's mind. Are you really using the standards of the Imperial Capital Academy to train this group of students? Watching the number of those eliminated increase, Zhang Rui's expression grew increasingly uneasy. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that the first student finally emerged. Is it him? Xiao Hong, he scored first in our Finga Academy. But it seemed that Xiao Hong didn't pass easily either. However, when he saw that no one else had passed besides him, he immediately showed a relaxed expression. This meant he had already accepted Lin's guidance. Xiao Hong, you did well, you didn't embarrass our Manga Academy. Principal Jiang finally smiled with relief. 5 minutes, barely passing. Lin Qinghuan commented. Barely passing? At this speed, is it really just barely passing in the eyes of the seniors? Xiao Hong felt deeply frustrated. Indeed, in this world, there are always people more talented than you. However, in Yuqing, at least no one is better than him. Thinking of this, Xiao Hong regained his confidence. Go take your beast to heal, there are still classes later. Understood. Amidst the envious gazes of many, Xiao Hong took his petties to the medical room. Minutes passed and more people were passing the test. Among them were Lu Yong, ranked in the top 3 of Manga Academy, Zhang Yuan from Tianlong Academy, and several other students also ranked in the top 10. Hee, Lu Yong, this time you got lucky. Zhang Yuan sneered when he saw Lu Yong pass faster than him. But fortunately, he was just the 5th. Lu Yong glanced at him and shook his head. Immature. The top 5 have been confirmed, right? Principal Jiang inquired. Yes, I will review the battle records of the mechanical beast tamers shortly and select the 5. This method is indeed reasonable, practical combat can better reveal talent. Zhang Rui did not object. He had seen many talented beast tamers who, when facing an enemy, were so frightened they went weak in the knees. Their performance was often worse than some who had lesser talent but remained calm. Shall we go confirm the records now? Not urgent, there are still a few people who haven't come out. Lin Qinghuan looked towards a door. It was the room where Fong Ran had entered. Besides him, there were several other students also waiting inside. It's been almost 10 minutes and he still hasn't come out. He wouldn't have fainted in there, would he? Zhang Rui complained. It's not a combat mode, even if the practice partner is knocked out, the mechanical beast tamers will automatically alert. Lin Qinghuan explained. However, she truly didn't expect Fong Ran to last this long. Logically speaking, a healing-type beast shouldn't even be able to break through the defenses of a mechanical beast. Could it be that Fong Ran found some trick? He only learned my holy bow of divine guidance, even at the proficient level he shouldn't be able to penetrate Vidra iron. Lin Qinghuan muttered, feeling quite curious. However, being able to last this long had already far exceeded her expectations. Just advanced to high level, and already able to hold off a mid-level mechanical beast for so long. As long as he can last for 10 minutes without being defeated. Even if he passes, right? After all, healing-type beasts really have no combat ability. The final result would merely be getting beaten up all over. But Fong Ran had just become a beast master not long ago, and being able to reach this point, her talent absolutely deserves the effort she puts into teaching. Prepare some healing potions. In advance, Lin Qinghuan instructed privately. Roar! Inside the room, a 2-meter-tall mechanical wolfman swung its blades. Like a storm of sword blades, the grid crossed over Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian gripped the iron sword, his wrist flicking. Clang clang. The sound of blades clashing echoed. The mechanical wolfman's attacks were all blocked by Xiao Tian. In the air, intense golden sparks flashed. So fast. The mechanical wolfman was left with only one arm. But in the eyes of the angel, it still looked like a toy. All the strikes that landed on Xiao Tian were blocked by a shield of holy power. As Xiao Tian swung his sword. Sword of War, proficient. Repayment progress, 100 out of 100. Can be advanced again. Malfunction. The mechanical wolfman twitched a few times. Then its eyes went dark and it stopped moving. Is that it broken? Fong Ran looked disappointed. Just finished repaying the debt of the Sword of War. Before he could repay the steel body, the mechanical beast couldn't hold on anymore. Let's go out first, Fong Ran said unhappily. Xiao Tian obediently nodded. The blade in his hand transformed into specks of holy power, merging into his body. Still not out? That person is from your Winsong Academy, right? It's been half an hour, is he just sitting in there like a turtle? What's he called? If you have a chance to pass, would you surrender? You know he's from Winsong Academy? Did you use X-ray vision? Heh, who doesn't know that your Winsong Academy likes to act like turtles? Everyone was on edge. Among them, the loudest was Zhang Yuan. So slow, isn't our time valuable? Wasting half an hour, how will the goddess guide me later? He shouted while glancing at Lu Yong, who was third in Winsong Academy, but didn't dare to provoke Xiao Hong, who was first. Ordinary students didn't dare to argue back with Zhang Yuan. He was also among the top 3 in Tianlong Academy, and few could defeat him. Who is the person in that room? Principal Jiang wondered. This duration of persistence was too long. If one didn't know better, they might think he was bonding with that mechanical beast inside. Fong Ran. Which Fong Ran? Zhang Rui was taken aback. That new student, his beast has advanced to high level. He wouldn't have taken out alone, would he? Zhang Rui was stunned. In his mind, Fong Ran was the most talented new student in Wind Song Academy. Now he actually borrowed money to forcibly elevate his beast to high level? And all just to have Lin Xinghuan guide him? Although he could temporarily become stronger, it greatly lowered his potential. In just a week, he raised his exclusive evolution method to proficient level and ended up advancing to a healing angel? Zhang Rui's expression twisted, as if he had eaten a lemon. Forget it, a healing angel is fine. Yuqing is lacking healing-type beast masters, Zhang Rui consoled himself. He originally wanted Fong Ran to go further. He didn't want him to stop at a mere Yuqing. But unexpectedly, he had blocked his own path. Over 20 minutes, how did he do it? Lin Xinghuan's pupils constricted. Just then, the door opened. At that moment, all eyes were focused on it. They wanted to see which newcomer had made them wait so long. However, what came into view was a cold-faced blonde woman. She scanned the crowd, her pupils devoid of any emotion, like a fallen deity. The noble aura emanating from her body made everyone realize that she was not human. This caused many boys to swallow hard. What a beautiful beast master. Wasting a little more time wouldn't matter, right? In the next moment, a man appeared behind her. Instantly, the crowd's forgiving thoughts vanished. All right. You all wait here, I'll go check the battle records with the principal, Lin Xinghuan said as she stepped forward. Everyone nodded in agreement. Her gaze swept over Xiao Tian's body, and her expression showed slight surprise. So clean, too clean to the point of being unbelievable, without a single sign of having gone through a fierce battle. Not even a scratch could be seen. Did you pass? Lin Xinghuan asked. Fong Ran nodded. Seeing the goddess take the initiative to ask him, Zhang Yuhuan burned with jealousy. Half an hour, you didn't run a marathon and drain it of energy, did you? Upon hearing Zhang Yuhuan's words, many in the crowd began to stifle their laughter. Lin Xinghuan, however, was shocked. Passing meant that Fong Ran had killed that mechanical beast. Who else passed? Take me to your rooms, I'll verify one by one. The first to step up was Zhang Yuhuan. He opened the door. In the center of the room was a mechanical iron ape with a shattered core. Lin Xinghuan's assistant took out the battle recorder from the mechanical beast. Then, the screen displayed the footage of the recent battle. Zhang Yuhuan's ice prison crab found an opportunity, restraining the mechanical gorilla's arm and then freezing its core. Not bad, Lin Xinghuan commented. The assistant took the opportunity to record the evaluation. Clever use of tactics, Zhang Rui stroked his beard, quite satisfied with his student. In the next room, Lu Yong's magic bowl was even more violent, and the mechanical beast was more heavily damaged. The replay showed it charging wildly, completely cornering the beast against the wall. Still a good evaluation. This batch of students is quite capable, they are not timid in the face of ferocious beasts. It's just mechanical, they know they won't get hurt. Lin Xinghuan shook her head. Then, they arrived at a room. It was the very room Fong Ran had just challenged. At this moment, many students were waiting outside, gossiping, discussing who would receive the goddess's highest evaluation in the first class. Who? It must be Qiao Hong, I heard he even pierced through that mechanical beast's body. Not necessarily, many other geniuses from different academies are here too. As for who is first, I don't know, but I definitely know who is last. Ha ha ha, are you talking about the marathon runner from Manga Academy? Better than being eliminated in the first class, right? Lin Xinghuan pushed open the door. Instantly, she was shocked by the scene inside. In the center of the room, scattered were broken parts. Severed arms and iron armor were strewn everywhere. It was like a mechanical murder scene. Damn! This kid, go get the recorder, I want to see what he did. Zhang Rui was also stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. This mechanical beast was made of tough iron, yet it had been dismembered. It should be known that those high-level beast masters hadn't been able to do this. How did Fong Ran manage it? Lin Xinghuan retrieved the recorder from the scattered parts. Then she turned it on. Since it was a recorder, it naturally played the footage of the mechanical werewolf from the very beginning. At first, Xiao Tian condensed an iron sword in his hand and then swung it. Swish! An arm was sent flying. What kind of skill is this? Zhang Rui looked at Lin Xinghuan in shock. But he found her with a similarly puzzled expression. A single blow severed an arm, then why had Fong Ran stayed here for a full half hour? Before they could think it through, a slow voice rang out. Can we raise the rank to high-level late stage? Can we raise the rank to high-level late stage? Is this kid crazy? Principal Jiang Rui was startled. However, after a moment's thought, he calmed down. Surely that mechanical beast wouldn't agree to his request. After all, Fong Ran didn't have the authority. Yet, the next second, on the screen, the mechanical wolf's eyes turned blood red, its arms sprouted 3 sharp blades, and its body was covered in iron armor. Battle mode activated. Jiang Rui opened his mouth. This was definitely a serious teaching accident. The mechanical beast had actually activated battle mode. While sparring with a student? A mechanical beast in battle mode would show no mercy, and its strength had been raised to high-level late stage. If something really happened to Fong Ran, he, as the principal, would have to take responsibility. Quick, make it stop. Jiang Rui looked at Lin Qinghuan. But he found her frowning and silent. At that moment, he suddenly realized what was playing in front of them was just a recording, not a live broadcast. This meant that the mechanical wolf in battle mode had already been dealt with by Fong Ran. How could this be possible? Did Fong Ran give the beast some forbidden drugs? Or, did Fong Ran take out a loan on the black market, selling hooks to buy an evolution route? His beast's evolution route is neither a healing angel nor an oracle angel, Lin Qinghuan said, her voice trembling. This was an evolution route she had never seen before. This statement further confirmed Jiang Rui's thoughts. Some evolution routes had unique methods, and even the required formulas had to be purchased with money. Could it be that Fong Ran really went to the black market for a loan? What did he mortgage? Both of them felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. The expressions on their faces changed more and more as the recording played. Especially Principal Jiang Rui. When he saw Fong Ran testing skills with the mechanical wolf, he completely lost his composure. After making us wait outside for so long, you were playing house inside? Especially when the mechanical wolf's attack landed on Xiao Tian and was blocked. Jiang Rui's mouth dropped open in disbelief. He wouldn't doubt the mechanical wolf's attack power. It definitely had the strength of high-level late stage, yet it couldn't even break through a small defense? How did Fong Ran's beast evolve? If it went all out, it could tear that mechanical wolf apart in less than 30 seconds, right? This speed. It could already compare to some top geniuses. If we fully cultivate Fong Ran, he might be able to enter the 5 major academies. Lin Qinghuan's words excited Jiang Rui. How many years had passed? Was there finally another genius who could enter the 5 major academies? Until the recording finished, the two were still immersed in the shock from earlier. After a long time, the remaining students who had not been eliminated gathered together. Originally, there were hundreds of beast masters. But now only about 60 remained. A beast master held a list in hand, looking at the eager geniuses below. 5th place, Ma Weiwei. As soon as the words fell, a girl showed an excited expression. Those in the know recognized her as a top student from a beast master academy. Those who remained were all top 10 geniuses from various schools, some of whom had even sparred privately. 4th place, Lu Yong. 3rd place, Zhang Wei. As the names were called, they were all students from Manga Academy. The expressions on the students' faces showed resignation. Not being selected was within their expectations. Lu Yong, this time I won. Jiang Yuhuan grinned. Lu Yong beside him looked surprised. He didn't expect Jiang Yuhuan to rank higher than him. Could it be that my way of resolving battles was too rough, without using much technique? Lu Yong began to reflect in his heart. If his predictions were correct, the 2nd place should be Jiang Yuhuan. As for the first, it is naturally Chao Hong, who has topped the rankings for 2 consecutive years at the Manga Academy. Not only does he have a top-tier beast, but he is also the son of the mayor of Yucheng, so his status is absolutely elevated. Losing to such a pay-to-win player, Lu Yong was not surprised. Sigh, here we go again. Chao Hong said calmly. He casually came in and then casually took the 1st place. It was always so unexpected yet not unexpected. Couldn't there be a master to create a ripple in his otherwise calm life? This show-off demeanor made many students secretly grumble. 2nd place, Xiao Hong. As the announcer's voice fell, Xiao Hong was immediately stunned. He looked incredulously at the beast master on stage. Did you read it wrong? In terms of time, he was the fastest. Even Goddess Lin had given him a good evaluation. Why wasn't he first? No, this was personally written by Senior Lin. Xiao Hong gritted his teeth. For the first time in his life, he was actually overshadowed in Yucheng? This feeling was truly unpleasant. This only made him more curious about who the 1st place was, who could be stronger than him. Ha ha ha. I knew it, in Senior Lin's eyes, my talent is the strongest. Jiang Yuan was flushed with excitement. First, he dominated the first class. If this news reached the Tianlong Academy, it would surely elevate his reputation within the academy. Looking at his manic expression, the Beastmaster holding the ranking list showed a strange look. First, everyone quieted down, eagerly anticipating. Jiang Yuan stepped forward a couple of steps, seemingly confident of victory. Fong Ran, as the name was called, the venue fell silent and a pin drop could be heard. Everyone looked at each other, seemingly reading questions from each other's expressions. Who is Fong Ran? I remember. It's that student who took almost half an hour. How could it be him? Is the ability to take a beating also counted as talent? His beast seems to be an angel. Could it be that looks also count? My ogre was eliminated because it was ugly? What you said makes some sense. If it were me, I wouldn't choose your ugly ogre either. All eyes were on Fong Ran and Xiao Tian. He is first, then what place am I? Jiang Yuan's face was filled with disbelief. You? Sixth? Sixth? Being sixth meant he was just bumped out of the spot by Fong Ran? Jiang Yuan's face showed unwillingness. I refuse to accept this. Why can he take first? He clearly took longer than all of us. The next second, Jiang Yuan actually summoned the ice prison crab in public. The massive ice prison crab, with pincers like giant car fronts, charged fiercely towards Fong Ran. This sudden scene caused everyone to scatter. Only Xiao Tian stepped forward and stood in front of Fong Ran. A giant sword covered in patterns appeared in her hand. The ice prison crab actually stopped in front of Fong Ran. Jiang Yuan quickly followed. I am the third of Tianlong Academy. Fong Ran, do you dare to duel with me? If you lose, you have to give up your spot. Upon hearing this, Fong Ran immediately laughed. Then I just won't fight you, right? If you win, you can ask for any Lord-level advancement material. Hearing Jiang Yuan's words, Fong Ran's expression suddenly became serious. Lord-level advancement material? Jiang Yuan has such a channel, even a random one costs over 1 million. Don't forget, angels are A-rank beasts, and advancement materials are even more expensive. The crowd whispered, filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan was full of confidence. He was sure that Fong Ran would definitely not dare to accept his challenge. Even if he did accept, with how long it took him to deal with a mechanical beast, he would definitely not be his opponent. Where did you get the Lord level materials? Upon hearing Fong Ran's question, Jiang Yuan chuckled twice. I'm in the top 3 of the Tianlong Academy, and every year I can receive a Lord-level material as a reward from the Academy. Where do you think I got it? Looking at the reactions of those around, it didn't seem like a lie. Is there such a use for Academy rankings? Fong Ran suddenly had an idea. If you're scared, just give up your spot early. What's not yours will never be yours. Jiang Yuan voiced the thoughts of the crowd. Many people didn't understand. Why should Fong Ran get first place? Even if Lin Xinghuan had appointed him, they felt there must be some trickery involved. After all, Fong Ran's previous performance was still fresh in their minds, and no one in the genius circle recognized him. Being stepped on by such an outsider naturally made the geniuses unhappy. Even if Jiang Yuan didn't say it, there would inevitably be others who would. The words of those around made Xiao Tian's expression grow colder, her fingers unconsciously tightening with force. So, how about it? Lord-level materials. And a one-time guidance from Senior Lin, this bet seems fair. I agree, but don't blame me if you get hurt. Fong Ran replied. Jiang Yuan was taken aback. Then he almost laughed out loud. Hurt? He was actually afraid. My ice prison crab would get hurt? Isn't that an insult to me? Jiang Yuan decided he must teach Fong Ran's beast a lesson. Ice prison crab, don't hold back. The crowd cleared a space, allowing Fong Ran to confront Jiang Yuan's ice prison crab. Xiao Tian stepped forward, facing a gigantic beast that was several times her size. However, the aura she exuded made people dare not underestimate her. From a size perspective, the angel seemed to be at a disadvantage, but they felt she was the stronger one. Just from her stance, it was clear she was terrifyingly strong. Roar! The ice prison crab charged forward. Like a giant truck, it crashed towards Xiao Tian without reservation. In the next moment, a complexly patterned iron sword appeared in Xiao Tian's hand. As she swung it, a wave of sword energy composed of holy power shot out. Ice armor. Jiang Yuan quickly commanded. The ice prison crab immediately curled up, ice forming all over its body. Bang! The attack was blocked, and the ice prison crab was pushed back repeatedly by the tremendous force. But the next second, another wave of sword energy shot out. Crack! Following the gap, one of the ice prison crab's pincers was instantly severed. Instant kill. Jiang Yuan clutched his shoulder, his face filled with pain. He felt the feedback from his beast spirit. But more shocking than his body was his heart. A skilled ice armor couldn't withstand her attack? What level was that angel's skill? So hard. Fong Ran was equally astonished. No wonder mechanical beasts were not widespread. Not being able to use skills alone was enough to make them crushed by beast tamers. If those mechanical beasts faced Xiao Tian, one strike would be enough to sever their mechanical arms. Fong Ran's exclamation sounded like mockery in the ears of the stunned crowd. So hard? You call that hard? Does it have to be cut down in one blow to count? In the next moment, a figure radiating holy light appeared above the ice prison crab. The iron sword in hand was about to strike down on its head. Xiao Tian's eyes were cold. There was not a trace of sympathy. Those who dared to seize the master's position were seeking death. Swish! The iron sword fell. Then, in an instant, it was deflected away. Lin Xinghuan's figure appeared beside Xiao Tian. That's enough, just a warning, Jiang Yuan, remember your promise. Hearing Lin Xinghuan's words, Jiang Yuan nodded pale-faced. Just now, he really thought he was going to be scared to death, and he was already feeling regret. If the ice prison crab were really killed, his spiritual power would also be damaged severely, affecting his contract with the beast. Moreover, he would no longer have the qualifications to enter the 5 major academies. It's just a severed hand. With today's medical conditions, it can be reattached at any time. As for Lord-level materials, although it's painful, it's far better than losing one's own life-bound beast. What a pity, Xiao Tian muttered. Only by killing the chicken to warn the monkey can we make some blind. Fools, stop harassing the master. The crowd below showed expressions of shock. Did you see how she made her move? The Angel clan is among the top combat powers among humanoid beasts. Damn, I usually watch welfare girls and thought the Angel clan's combat power wasn't outstanding. He's one of the top 3 in the Celestial Academy, and he was taken out just like that? When did our Windsong Academy have such a ruthless person? Could it be that they've been hiding their strength all along? The crowd whispered among themselves, especially the people from Windsong Academy. They looked at Fong Ran with admiration, their previous playful attitudes gone. To see such strength and still be able to smile is truly remarkable. Xiao Hong looked at Fong Ran. Unconsciously, his fingers trembled slightly. Could it be that I'm afraid of him? That's impossible, I must be excited because I've met a worthy opponent. As the top of Windsong Academy, how could I fear anyone? Lu Yong, having seen Fong Ran before, was quite warm. Brother Fong, why haven't I seen you in the academy before? Haven't you been to the academy? I just came to Windsong Academy. Oh. So he's a transfer student. No wonder I haven't seen him. Lu Yong understood in his heart. How did you train your angel? Its skills are so powerful. It's just her own hard work, Fong Ran replied with a faint smile. Xiao Tian beside him lowered her eyes, her expression calm. Lu Yong couldn't help but feel amazed. As expected of the Celestial clan, every move is so composed. Each has its own merits. At least I don't contract with a celestial being, so I'm a bit freer. He vaguely remembered that many beast masters of the Celestial clan were often commanded by their beasts. Especially those star angels, some even trained their beast masters like dogs. Just thinking about it made Lu Yong feel scared. With Xiao Tian's strength, Fong Ran probably had to pamper her well. As he thought, an image appeared in Lu Yong's mind, Fong Ran saying something wrong and getting slapped by Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, don't use too much force next time. Goodness. It's a good thing you didn't stab down. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to afford to be sold. Can't we kill him? No. Okay, I understand. I won't do it again next time. Xiao Tian's attitude of admitting her mistake surprised Lu Yong. This doesn't seem right. Could it be that Fong Ran has some special beast training skills? Perhaps he conquered the angel with some outstanding personality trait? Thinking of this, Lu Yong looked at Fong Ran with a hint of awe. Moments later, Fong Ran and the others were brought before Lin Xinghuan. Facing this senior, everyone felt considerable pressure. Fong Ran, why don't you put your beast back into the beast space? Lu Yong asked. Xiao Hong frowned. Are you trying to show off to me? The contracted beast is a rare angel, but unfortunately, my beast is also an A-grade variety. Show off? Fong Ran didn't quite understand. Is he showing off that he has a beast space? He actually wanted one, he just didn't have the opportunity. Just as everyone was testing each other, Lin Xinghuan spoke up. Summon your beasts. Upon hearing this, everyone summoned their pets from their beast spaces. With a series of beast roars, 4 fierce beasts with imposing figures appeared. Although Fong Ran's beast was small, after the previous battle, no one dared to underestimate it. I almost forgot, you haven't opened your beast space yet, have you? Lin Qinghuan looked at Fong Ran. No, Fong Ran nodded. You haven't opened your beast space? Everyone looked at Fong Ran in astonishment. But they were not too surprised. Among them, there were indeed quite a few who had not yet opened their beast space, but they were in the minority. Generally, once one becomes a high-level beast master, they would find a way to open their beast space. Just in time, before that, I'll help you open your beast space. Lin Qinghuan turned and left. Although she was walking, her speed was astonishingly fast. Moments later, she brought over a device that resembled a bracelet. I'll help you put it on. Lin Qinghuan stepped forward and fastened the bracelet around Fong Ran's wrist. During this process, there was inevitably some physical contact. This scene made several people's eyes blaze with envy. They wished they could take her place. Alright, activate your innate ability. The divine stone in the bracelet will assist you in opening your beast space. Lin Qinghuan stepped back a few paces. Fong Ran looked at the bracelet. Then he closed his eyes. Advance. Advance the Sword of War, mastered. Holy Fire Giant Sword, mastered, consumes 20% holy power, attaching holy fire to the sword body, greatly enhancing its power. Attach holy fire to the giant sword, attack 100 times. The name of the skill had also changed. This was the first time. Fong Ran was slightly surprised in his heart. But the effect was beyond doubt. Now, his skill proficiency had surpassed all his classmates. Their skills reaching proficient level was already beyond imagination, while Fong Ran had even reached the mastered level. Little Tian's pupils glowed with holy fire. Memories of wielding the sword surged into her chest. Through repeated use of the Sword of War, she had attached holy fire and comprehended a new ability, the Holy Fire Giant Sword. As Fong Ran used his innate ability, the bracelet began to tremble violently. In Fong Ran's spiritual world, a realm was continuously being opened. Like a withering tree being uprooted, there was almost no obstruction. What level will Fong Ran's beast space be? The size of the beast space is naturally related to the talent level. My A-level talent opened an A-level beast space. Xiao Hong said nonchalantly. An A-level beast space was already quite good. Its size was roughly equivalent to a football field. Moreover, this was only at a high level. As the level increased, the beast space would continue to expand. And operating the evolution method within an A-level beast space would yield more than double the efficiency. A-level? That's impressive? A man named Zhang Wei, with long hair, exclaimed. Although his name was common, his strength was remarkable. He was known as the first Zhang Wei of the Windsong Academy. My beast space is only B+ level. I've heard that those who can enter the 5 major academies have at least A+ level spaces. The evolution speed can be nearly tripled. A girl named Ma Weiwei, wearing glasses, added. The strength of the beast space almost determined the strength of the beast master. No matter how powerful the evolution method was, the difference between S-level and C-level evolution methods was at most twofold. But the gap between S-level and C-level beast spaces could reach about 5 times. Therefore, many beast masters will open their beast space long after contracting their beasts. This way, with the support of strength, the possibility of opening a more powerful beast space will increase. An expert said. Fong Ran's strength is good, his beast space will certainly not be weak. Lu Yong had high hopes for this classmate. Just based on Fong Ran's recent performance, it was enough to demonstrate his strong talent. After all, although Jiang Yuan was annoying, his beast space was also A-level. That's not necessarily the case, the size of the beast space is also related to the beast. I've heard that the larger the size, the larger the beast space. Upon hearing this, little Tian immediately perked up her ears. Her light golden eyes nervously fixed on Fong Ran, fearing that she would affect his opening of the beast space. Beep beep. Of course, the device on his wrist emitted 2 sounds. A faint purple light spread out. Purple, it's already expanded to sea level. Lin Qinghuan's lips curled up slightly. Almost imperceptibly. If she remembered correctly, Fong Ran's talent was D level in physical exhaustion. To obtain a C-level beast space was already beyond the norm. With Xiao Tian's talent and effort, even if burdened by the master's C-level beast space, his future was destined to be limitless. At this moment, Fong Ran had his eyes tightly closed. His body and mind had already immersed into the spiritual world. Several geniuses looked surprised. Was it just C-level? They all had at least B-level beast spaces. The next second, a golden light flashed. B-level, it's been expanded. Lu Yong exclaimed. B-level was already quite good. Even in the wind. Song Academy, there were only 100 or so with B-level beast spaces. However, he hadn't finished speaking when an orange light appeared. The crowd instantly widened their eyes, especially Xiao Hong. This light was something Xiao Hong was all too familiar with. It was the mark of an A-level beast space. When he obtained the A-level beast space back then, his status had undergone a tremendous change. He was singled out by his father. From dozens of siblings, receiving all the resources for cultivation. One could say that the A-level beast space was the ticket to being called a genius. Moreover, his beast had evolved at an accelerated pace, advancing to the high mid-level in just 2 years, nearing the late stage. Relying on the crushing advantage of levels, he had maintained the top position in Winsong Academy for several years. A level? My beast space is still far from that level. And looking at the brightness of this light, it's even A+ level. A+ has nearly 3 times the evolution speed boost. Wow, another A+ level beast space. This is the first A+ level beast space in our Winsong Academy, right? As the crowd was shocked, the light on his wrist changed again. At this moment, in Fong Ran's spiritual world, his soul floated in a blank space. Has it already exceeded the size of a football field? He remembered Xiao Hong saying that an A-level beast space was the size of a football field. The beast space before Fong Ran was endless at a glance, and it was still expanding. Could it be that this world is the beasts playing football? In Fong Ran's mind, images of fierce beasts in sportswear playing football appeared. With one kick, they directly burst the football. Then, images of Xiao Tian and a group of exotic girls in sportswear also surfaced. Fong Ran suddenly became a bit interested in football again. After all, these beasts were essentially still fierce monsters, jumping 10 stories high. It was reasonable for their football field to be a bit larger, right? Finally, after several minutes, Fong Ran's beast space stopped expanding. Meanwhile, the pocket watch on his wrist glowed even more intensely. Beep beep beep. Detection device has reached its limit. Voices rang out. Fong Ran's wristband emitted a series of sounds. This was a backup expansion wristband, which could detect fluctuations of beast spaces up to S-level, meaning a 4 to 5 times evolution. Speed boost. S-level space. Lin Xinghuan's tone carried a hint of shock. Not only was she shocked by the S-level space, but even more so by Fong Ran's weak talent, which could actually expand to an S-level beast space. This meant he had broken the law that linked beast spaces to talent. What? S-level space. Lu Yong was completely stunned. When Fong Ran had C-level, he was still worried that Fong Ran couldn't keep up. But now that he had obtained S-level space, Lu Yong was bewildered. This was going to completely leave him behind. How is this possible? Could it be that the wristband hasn't been used for too long and malfunctioned? Xiao Hong's words were something he himself couldn't believe. Fong Ran really obtained an S-level beast space. In the past few years in Yuqing, he was the second one. The last person to obtain such a powerful space was Lin Xinghuan's S+ level. And on the day she acquired the Beast Master space, Lin Xinghuan was exceptionally admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy. The facts also proved that a Beast Master with such a powerful space was destined to stand out. Within just a month, she became the top student of the Imperial Capital Academy. Fong Ran opened his eyes. He saw everyone around him looking at him in shock. Looking down at his wristband, all the bright indicators were full, and he immediately understood what had happened. S-level? It seemed he had misjudged. It was indeed a human-sized soccer field. This meant that his Beast Master space was even beyond S-level. It probably surpassed all previous space levels. The reason it displayed as S-level was that the wristband could only detect up to S-level. And all of this was thanks to his newly acquired talent ability. S-level, Fong Ran, what was the level of your previous talent ability? Yeah, how did you manage to develop an S-level space? Several geniuses felt their understanding had been refreshed. They were somewhat relieved. They hadn't provoked him earlier. If they could befriend such a genius, it would greatly benefit their future. Fong Ran, we should have a spar sometime, Xiao Hong suddenly spoke up. He set aside his pride. In the face of such talent, pride was useless. As time passed, the gap in talent would gradually manifest in the Beast Masters. In a few days, I will report your situation. Lin Xinghuan looked at Fong Ran, feeling much more favorable towards him. They were both Beast Masters and in the same city. She and Fong Ran were already somewhat close. If luck is on your side, the Imperial Capital might support you with some resources, but the premise is that you must aim for the Imperial Capital Academy. Upon hearing this, everyone around looked enviously. Being placed on the list was almost equivalent to being pre-selected. However, an S-level talent should indeed have such treatment. Although it wouldn't be like S+ where they were snatched up by various academies, they would definitely show goodwill in advance. Sister Lin, how much can an S-level talent increase the evolution speed? Fong Ran asked. Curiously. S-level? I heard it's about 7 times, but I'm not too sure about the specifics. Sister Lin must have seen quite a few S-level beast masters. The others looked at Lin Qinghuan. They were also very curious. S-level? It's probably around 5 times, at most only 10 times increase. My beast master space was rated S+ because it had a 10 times increase. Upon hearing Lin Qinghuan's words, everyone gasped in amazement. A 10 times increase. But evolution also consumes the energy of the cells within the beast, and the faster the speed, the quicker the consumption. Otherwise, if they stayed in the beast master space for 24 hours a day, they wouldn't need to compete at all. Then how big is your beast master space? Hearing Fong Ran's question, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. This was a taboo question that usually no one would ask. However, today, having gained such a talented student, Lin Qinghuan was in a good mood. So she responded, about 10,000 square meters. 10,000 square meters? His beast master space was at least several times larger than that. Thinking of this, Fong Ran's heart raced. Alright, you are the students I specifically selected to take care of. I will have someone create an A-level diet plan based on your beasts. Lin Qinghuan noted down the types of their beasts. A dedicated diet plan was also key to accelerating the evolution speed. The A-level diet plan was created with my father's help, and it was only a B-level plan. Xiao Hong swallowed hard. I heard that the A-level diet plan has very strict ingredient requirements. Eating it once means you won't need to eat for months. But it's also very expensive, having a professional beast nutritionist customize a diet plan is indeed a very luxurious thing. Fong Ran looked at the astonished expressions of the rich second generation and knew he had come to the right place. Something that even they cannot enjoy must be something good. Soon, several professionals arrived with equipment to measure the weight and preferences of a few pet beasts. As for Fong Ran, it was Lin Qinghuan who came personally. Although everyone was envious, they didn't say much. After all, Fong Ran's beast and senior sister Lin's were both of the angel race. Your beast should eat the same as mine. The celestial race needs energy-rich food the most. This set of snowflake dew and white forest. Dear meat, the total price is only about 300,000 per meal, yet it can allow your beast to stay in the beast space for a month without needing to eat. Lin Qinghuan said it casually. 300,000 per meal. Fong Ran indeed had that amount, just around 300,000. Without a channel, he could never buy such high-level ingredients in Yucheng. So he could only nod in agreement. I will help you procure the ingredients. And quickly raise your beast's levels to high tier. Meanwhile, at the Shin family home. Xinyun, remember to absorb the fire spirit stones, they are very beneficial for your beast. Understood, Grandpa. Xinyun nodded. A single fire spirit stone costs around 100,000. But this was just Xinyun's beast's daily consumption. I heard that Lin Xiaoyu has finished and selected 5 good candidates for focused training. The old man's words. Xinyun already had guidance from a high-tier beast master, so she naturally didn't envy others. But a hint of competitiveness arose. How does Senior Lin plan to train them? He should first improve their diet and then train them step by step, the old man speculated. Improve their diet? Xinyun was taken aback. Her beast had been eating professionally customized ingredients since childhood, so she was used to it. She didn't expect that there were so many considerations for a beast's diet. Who passed the test? She asked again, curious about the names on the list. Just then, a message popped up on the old man's phone. The old man looked at the message, his brows furrowing, and then his expression suddenly became excited. This change made Xinyun very curious about the content. A genius, a genius. Another one who has developed an S-level beast. Space. The old man's voice was filled with excitement. He even stood up in his excitement. This sudden change surprised Xinyun. She hadn't seen her grandfather like this in a long time. No matter what happened, he was always calm and collected. An S-level beast space? Has someone really developed an S-level beast space? It was a long time before the old man sat back down. Grandpa, has someone developed an S-level beast space? Shen Yun's pupils trembled. Her beast space was only a plus level. Yes, and it's one of the 5 from the Winsong Academy. However, due to confidentiality, Lin Qinghuan did not immediately tell him the name. He planned to report it to the Imperial Capital Academy first to avoid competition. Who is it? Are they also in our academy? Xin Yun exclaimed. This was an S-level beast space. The speed of evolution it brought was not something ordinary. People could compare to. Fortunately, that person was probably a second or third year beast master, not on the same level as her. Her goal was just to surpass Fong Ran. In a few days, I will take you to start practical courses. To hunt real monsters and fierce beasts, within a week, I will train you to become true beast masters. Of course, you can also choose not to go. Lin Xinghuan's words were deafening. The remaining dozens of students present all showed excitement. But then, no one could smile anymore. Lin Xinghuan's training was simply devil level. Not only did they train the beast tamers, but they also required the beast tamers to run cross-country every day, leaving everyone exhausted and disoriented. Meanwhile, the materials that Fong Ran needed had also been gathered. Upon returning home, Fong Ran was already drenched in sweat. After eating a few bites casually, he took Xiao Tian to his room. On the table lay carefully wrapped top-notch ingredients. Just the smell made Fong Ran feel his entire body tremble with excitement. Master, aren't you going to eat? Xiao Tian looked at Fong Ran and asked. By now, her figure had begun to take shape. She no longer resembled her previous pitiful self and had started to talk more. I'm not hungry, Fong Ran smiled. Eat? How could he eat? Just one more bite and he would explode. The energy contained within these ingredients was far beyond what a human could withstand. In the end, under Fong Ran's urging, Xiao Tian ate all the ingredients bite by bite. Waves of heat spread throughout her body, making her feel hot. Fong Ran reached out and placed his hand on her forehead. The scorching heat made him quickly retract his hand. But at the same time, Xiao Tian's holy power was rapidly increasing. Stay in the beast space. With a thought, Fong Ran and Xiao Tian's spiritual energy simultaneously entered the beast space. Although in an unfamiliar environment, seeing Fong Ran made her feel at ease, and she began to operate her evolution method. In just a few hours, Xiao Tian's holy power soared like the wind. At least about 20 times what it was before. Fong Ran was astonished. A 20-fold increase in speed. This was twice the speed of Lin Xinghuan's beast space. 1 day is equivalent to 20 days of progress. This speed is undeniably fast. Fortunately, she had eaten the A-level meal. Otherwise, normal food would hardly support such a massive energy expenditure. Time flew by, and before they knew it, Xiao Tian had spent a full 24 hours in the beast space. Rank, third rank, 1%, in just 1 day, her rank had increased by 20%, reaching the third rank angel. Her holy power has also more than doubled. She can shoot at least 20 times a day now. This greatly enhanced Xiao Tian's sustained combat ability. Swish! Leaving the beast space, Xiao Tian's wings spread out behind her, with a wingspan of nearly 2 meters. Her pupils burned with holy fire, and her body was filled with aggressive holy power. Fong Ran stepped forward and touched her 2 pure white wings. They felt smooth to the touch, unlike ordinary birds. Xiao Tian trembled slightly at Fong Ran's touch, and her wings retracted in response. Are you uncomfortable? Fong Ran stopped his movements. No. Xiao Tian quickly denied it. But seeing Fong Ran stop touching her, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed inside. In fact, it wouldn't matter if her master was a little bolder. The rank increase only raised the upper limit of holy power. Is it just the blue bar? Fong Ran discovered a blind spot. However, the actual effects were not limited to this. As for what was special about it, Fong Ran had not realized. By nightfall, uncle and aunt returned home, and the moment they saw Fong Ran, their faces immediately filled with smiles. Xiao Ran, you're back so early? How was it? How did it go? Uncle casually asked. Just thinking about it made it clear. He knew. It must have been difficult. He had heard from his colleagues at work that the participants were all second and third year students, as well as other talented individuals from different districts. They were all beast tamers who had trained for 2 or 3 years longer than Fong Ran, giving them a significant advantage. I passed, Fong Ran said nonchalantly. You don't need to be disheartened. After all, you passed? Fong Chihua's eyes widened. Aunt, on the other hand, stepped forward with a smile. I told you long ago that my nephew is a genius. He would definitely pass, but you just wouldn't believe it. Good thing I let Xiao Tian and Fong Ran give it a try. Sang Xuelan shot him a few teasing glances, making Uncle look embarrassed. If he really passed, could it be that my nephew is truly a once-in-a-century beast-taming genius? He felt shaken inside. After all, Lin Xinghuan was a figure one could only see on television. The fact that his nephew had come into contact with such a person made him feel somewhat unreal. Xiao Tian, right? His aunt asked curiously. She's in the beast space, Fong Ran replied truthfully. As long as the evolution method wasn't used, one wouldn't be drained of energy in the beast space. Beast space? Fong Chihua had only heard of it from some very powerful beast masters. Those people spoke to their superiors with an air of arrogance. He could only watch from a distance. To the two of them, it seemed like a divine skill. As expected of Fong Ran, I said he should give it a try from the beginning. Amid their excited chatter, night soon fell. Fong Ran lay in bed, looking at the poster on the wall. An angel with 3 pairs of enormous wings appeared as if a deity had descended. In the next moment, a pair of soft wings enveloped Fong Ran. He was startled and turned his head to see Xiao Tian's delicate face. How did you get out? I was afraid you might be attacked, this way is safer. As she spoke, the wings gradually tightened, wrapping Fong Ran within them. The soft touch surpassed all the blankets in the world. At that moment, Fong Ran felt like an egg being forcibly pressed down by a mother hen. Can you loosen up a bit? This is a lawful society, how could there be any danger? Fong Ran said. However, Xiao Tian had already fallen asleep. With her eyes gently closed, she pressed tightly against Fong Ran, and through their clothes, he could feel a soft warmth. After a moment in the darkness, a figure moved through the dilapidated streets and arrived outside the house. At that moment, another figure was already waiting there. How is it? That's right, it's the angel you sold. Why not just rush in and grab it? That angel hasn't been taken yet. If you hadn't sold her, would we need to take this risk? The leader in black said angrily. The person behind him scratched his head, looking helpless. Then I wouldn't have any money, would I? Upon hearing this, the leader in black wore an expression of anger at his misfortune and pity for his lack of ambition. We're doing something big. Is going to find a girl a big deal? It's not a girl, it's a cat girl. Now, she's already famous with Lin Xinghuan. If we act, she'll definitely be onto us. The two fell into a brief silence. The shadow of Lin Xinghuan loomed too large over them. Or rather, their entire organization was like this. Prepare everything in 7 days, remember, only steal the beasts, and absolutely cannot harm anyone, or we'll all be done for. The two nodded seriously. Then, they disappeared into the darkness. Fong Ran remained sound asleep. Beside him, Xiao Tian, with her light golden pupils, calmly watched him. Sensing that the figures around had vanished, she finally closed her eyes again. 6 days passed. Every morning, Fong Ran took Xiao Tian to Lin Xinghuan for grueling training. With the support of the A-level recipe, Xiao Tian's evolution speed was incredibly fast. At the same time, the Holy Fire Giant Sword, the Steel Body, and the Holy Fire Evolution Method all experienced a qualitative leap. The Holy Fire Giant Sword upgraded to perfection. The Steel Body also reached perfection. Only the Holy Fire Evolution Method had only upgraded to the subtle level, just one step away from perfection. Holy Fire Divine Sword, perfect after endless practice, you have perfectly mastered this skill, allowing the sword body to transform into holy fire, greatly increasing attack power. Divine Body, perfect holy power can operate autonomously, resisting all damage. Holy Fire Evolution Method, subtle your understanding of the Holy Fire Evolution Method has reached the level of a creator, allowing it to operate autonomously. The two evolution methods operated autonomously within Xiao Tian. Although the efficiency is only 1/10 of what it was before, the advantage is that it's completely free. Even without doing anything, Xiao Tian's rank will continue to rise. War Angel rank, Tier 3, 27% level, early high tier skills. Holy Fire Greatsword, perfect, Steel Body, perfect, Holy Guiding Divine Bow, subtle, Basic Evolution Method, subtle, Holy Fire Evolution Method, subtle, Divine Light Eye Description, and Angel with extremely strong individual combat power, said to be used to punish the traitors. Swish! Xiao Tian lightly raised her arm. An exaggerated greatsword engulfed in holy fire appeared. And on her body, a layer of strange holy fire patterns was also covering her. From a distance, she looked just like a goddess of war. At this moment, Xiao Tian's body was no longer weak, it had begun to show signs of fullness. Her golden hair was tied into a ponytail, and her light golden pupils showed no trace of emotion. Only when she was alone with Fong Ran could one feel the presence of humanity. Not bad, with your strength, you shouldn't be afraid even when facing a lord-level opponent. Fong Ran praised. Xiao Tian smiled slightly. She retracted the holy flames on her body and stood beside Fong Ran again. Inside, she was shocked by Fong Ran's talent and the boost he provided. In just 1 week, her skills had been enhanced to an unimaginable level. Today is a practical training course. With senior sister Lin watching, there shouldn't be any issues. Fong Ran's pupils were excited. He still remembered the materials. The system required to upgrade his pupils' gene points. These gene points could only be obtained by killing other ferocious beasts. A little over 10 minutes later, Fong Ran sent Xiao Tian into the Beast Master space and arrived at the special training location. At this time, a group of Beast Masters had already gathered together. Compared to before, they were clearly much more subdued now. In fact, many Beast Masters had even tanned a bit. Fong Ran, you finally made it? Lu Yong greeted. The other Beast Masters did the same. Fong Ran responded to each one. As someone who received special attention from Lin Qinghuan, no one wanted to miss the chance to build a good relationship with him. Once everyone had arrived, Lin Qinghuan finally appeared. Today, I will take you to the Beast Hunting Mountains, and I will record your performance. Those who perform well will be nominated to the capital, and the top few can receive Lord-level evolution materials provided by the capital. The previous rewards from the capital did not include Lord-level materials. It was precisely because they saw the potential of Yuqing that the rewards for this special training were increased. For a moment, many Beast Masters from less affluent backgrounds looked at Fong Ran with gratitude. However, the prerequisite for receiving these rewards was that they had to perform well. I wonder if the Lord-level materials can be exchanged for high-tier materials. For Fong Ran, repaying high-tier materials was necessary. As for that Lord-level materials, he could just get in advance when the time came. Let's go! Lin Qinghuan led everyone. They boarded several exclusive buses and headed along the mountain road, towards the outskirts of Yuqing. Along the way, everyone was silent, clearly very nervous. But not everyone felt this way, some Beast Masters were even more excited because of it. Hunting ferocious beasts meant earning rewards. And these rewards were often quite substantial. After all, those ferocious beasts were treasures all over, and just one could make them a fortune. A few hours later, the vehicle stopped outside a reception area at the foot of the mountain. On the reception area, several large characters were written Beast Hunting Mountains. Senior Lin. As soon as the vehicle stopped, several people dressed in the same attire came over to greet them. It seemed they had known Lin Qinghuan was coming. We have already prepared everything for you. Within the beast hunting villa, there are only ferocious beasts at most of the late high tier. Hearing the conversation between the two, Fong Ran could only say, "Is this the zoo?" Unexpectedly, this question was overheard by Zhang Yuhuan, who had fully recovered from the injury inflicted by Fong Ran earlier. This is a hunting ground under the jurisdiction of the Yucheng army. Any ferocious beast that exceeds the level will be dealt with by the beast tamers. What we came for this time is probably a high-level hunting ground, and entering it requires a fee. I understand that. Fong Ran often goes fishing, so he naturally knows such places exist. You don't think we're going to hunt ferocious beasts in the wild, do you? Zhang Yuhuan scoffed. But thinking of the hand that Fong Ran had interrupted, his expression tightened. Is it that the ferocious beasts here are more challenging? Fong Ran asked in confusion. Not really. It's just that the high-level ferocious beasts in the wild are all under the command of the Lord Beast. If you rashly go and slaughter its subordinates, will the Lord Beast spare you? Named a lord, it naturally commands a group of high-level ferocious beasts. Moreover, they often do not fight alone but are instead directed by the Lord Beast. As they spoke, they unknowingly crossed a threshold. Once inside, if one person kills 3 high-level ferocious beasts, they can break even, but we certainly can't achieve that. They were just students, not a professional hunting team. So, to the hunting ground, they were just there to give money. No wonder the owner of the hunting ground has a sly grin. Fong Ran looked at the not-so-far-off portly owner of the hunting ground, who was chatting with Lin Qinghuan. His face was plump, and at that moment, he looked as if he had seen a wealthy patron filled with excitement. Moments later, Lin Qinghuan returned. Go ahead, there aren't many beast tamers in the high-level hunting ground. Each of you should aim to hunt one high-level ferocious beast. The wristbands given to you will record the number and your life signs. If there's danger, press the wristband immediately, and I will arrive within 5 seconds. 5 seconds? Is he a flying thunder god? Remember, do not cross the mountains. The next moment, a group of beast tamers began to form alliances. Working together, their success rate in hunting would naturally increase. Although beast tamers and ferocious beasts are of the same level, their combat experience is completely unequal. In a one-on-one fight, defeat is almost certain. Fong Ran, shall we team up? Brother Fong, can you join me? My beast has support skills. In just a moment, everyone began to pull Fong Ran in. The strength of Fong Ran's beast was evident, and teaming up with him would certainly make things easier. However, facing these invitations, Fong Ran declined them one by one. Hunting ferocious beasts together? Wouldn't that mean sharing the spoils? After rejecting everyone, Fong Ran signed the hunting grounds liability waiver and crossed the warning line. Watching Fong Ran's back, everyone couldn't help but click their tongues in admiration. Is this what a genius looks like? So confident. Once he stepped into the depths of the forest, Fong Ran found himself completely alone. Faintly, he could still hear the distant roars of beasts from deep within the woods. Little Tian. As Fong Ran's voice fell, a holy figure appeared beside him. Sensing the threats around, Little Tian frowned beautifully and scanned the surroundings. It's very dangerous here. She smelled the scent of danger. Sure enough, the next moment, a white wolf covered in skeletal armor emerged from the forest. It bared its fangs, excitedly staring at Fong Ran and the others. Bone Wolf King level, early high-level skills? Description: A. Wolf King covered in a hard skeleton, swift and with astonishing defense. Roar! Before Fong Ran could react, the Bone Wolf King let out a series of furious roars. A tangible sound wave spread out, instantly shaking the area around Fong Ran. It pushed off with its hind legs, and the ground shattered instantly. It flew towards Fong Ran like a cannonball. Holy sword! Little Tian quickly chanted. A giant sword of holy fire appeared in her hand. With a casual swing. Poof! The flying skeletal Wolf King immediately shattered into two halves. Blood splattered on both sides of Fong Ran, not a drop hitting him. Gene point +1. A sound he had never heard before rang out. Gene point, Fong Ran murmured. He was not surprised that the battle ended so quickly. Although the skeletal Wolf King was at the same level as Xiao Tian's skills had nearly reached their limit. It was normal to kill a beast of the same level in one strike, it would be strange if he didn't. At the moment of killing the beast, the wristband also detected the information. At the reception, a screen recorded the number of beasts hunted. Fong Ran's number 3 showed 1. Someone succeeded so quickly? Your batch of students is quite good. The owner of the hunting ground laughed. With this deal, he could earn at least several million. Lin Qinghuan was indeed wealthy, spending millions to let a group of students train? With their abilities, making a profit in this hunting ground would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Even professional teams often ended up with nothing. Number 3, I remember as Fong Ran, Lin Qinghuan murmured. She indeed did not mistake him. She just didn't know if Fong Ran was hunting alone or in a team. Just as she was pondering, a familiar figure arrived at the hunting ground with the escort of the crowd. Why is she here? Lin Qinghuan wondered. But she saw an old man following behind her. Lin Xiaoyu, you are also here? The old man was somewhat surprised. Lin Sr. Shen Yun stepped forward. The hunting ground manager, seeing the two big shots from Yuqing, could only smile from the side. One was a king-level beast master, and the other was a future king. Beast master, both capable of shaking Yuqing with a stomp. Oh, I bring Shen Yun here every day for training, only practical experience can test the results. What are you here for? Hearing the old man's words, Lin Qinghuan replied truthfully. Training that batch of students? They should mostly be second and third year students, right? The old man raised his head. On the panel recording the scores, only one student had received a score. Number 3, could it be that genius who obtained the S-level beast space? It is him. Lin Qinghuan did not deny it. Hearing their conversation, Shen Yun also looked up, her eyes filled with challenge. Her opponent was no longer someone her age, she wanted to challenge stronger beast masters. Number 3, even if my beast evolves a year or two later, I can still catch up to you. Saying this, Shen Yun donned her top-tier equipment, worth tens of millions, and stepped into the hunting ground. The hunting ground manager not far away had his face twitching, his eyes wide with disbelief. So much money. This set of equipment, going to hunt high-level beasts, was like using a cannon to hit a fly. An hour passed. In the hunting mountain range, many students completed their first kill. However, many others were eliminated as soon as they faced the beasts. Some beast masters were ambushed by beasts due to lack of precautions, resulting in serious injuries to their beasts. Fortunately, there were no casualties. On the big screen, the leading number 3 was very eye-catching. Number 3, the 3, represented the number of high-level beasts hunted. Is this person really a student? The hunting ground owner exclaimed. In just 1 hour, that number continuously increased from 1 to 3. At this level, even a professional team would be hard-pressed to match it, right? Meanwhile, representing Shen Yun, number 13 had also jumped to 1. I didn't expect him to act so quickly, Lin Qinghuan said with appreciation in her eyes. However, this only reached the basics of a high-level beast master. The Beastmaster geniuses she knew from top cities could basically achieve this speed. But Fong Ran was still young, and his time as a Beastmaster was still short. Being able to break even is already quite impressive. We already have the capital to compete with the 5 major academies, Elder Shin commented. The beast hunting arena director touched his chest. Well, it's just breaking even, more students are still losing money. Relying on number 3 alone, it's impossible to make up for everyone's losses. Finally, I've found it. Fong Ran arrived deep in the mountains. In an extremely remote depression, several high-level skeletal wolves were wandering around. They seemed to know that as long as a lord-level beast appeared, they would be dealt with by a mysterious powerful being. Here, there were no stronger predators to snatch resources. Naturally, it became a paradise for high-level beasts. They even formed a group and acted together. Xiao Tian, shoot down those 2 sentinels first. Fong Ran whispered. Xiao Tian nodded. Finding a concealed position, she drew her bow and knocked an arrow. Whoosh! An arrow imbued with blazing holy fire shot out, instantly piercing the skulls of the 2 skeletal wolves. Gene point +1. Gene point +1.3. 2 pieces of information popped up, confirming that the 2 beasts had been killed. Just high-level early-stage beasts, there are probably still many beasts hidden in their lair, Fong Ran said as he led Xiao Tian deeper into the depression covered by trees. After a moment, as if sensing the intruders, a series of intense howls erupted from all directions. Xiao Tian's wings spread behind her. Holding the holy sword, she protected. Fong ran in front of her. However, those beasts were hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Moments later. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! A series of sharp spikes shot towards Fong Ran from the bushes. At the same time, a figure that had been circling high above dove down. Still no to capture the leader first. Fong Ran glanced over and 2 pieces of data appeared. Stone statue hedgehog, level, high level. Mid-stage, skill, flying spike, description, a hedgehog with a body as hard as stone. Toxic flying snake, level, high level mid-stage, skill, venomous bite, description, a flying poisonous snake, quite amazing. Right? 2 high-level mid-stage beasts. Fong Ran was alarmed. If he hadn't discovered their lair, these 2 beasts would probably have hidden until they reached high-level late-stage or even lord-level before leaving. Unfortunately, they were caught by him, and their wish to become gods was destined to remain unfulfilled. Whoosh! Xiao Tian's chest heaved. The holy fire in her hand burned even hotter. Her pure white wings spread wide, instantly deflecting the incoming flying spikes. At that moment, the winged flying snake also descended. Its long tail suddenly whipped towards Fong Ran's body. However, a sword scar flashed by. The tail was severed. And the cut was seared by holy fire. Hiss! The flying snake let out a miserable shriek. A large amount of venom sprayed out towards Fong Ran recklessly. Seeing Xiao Tian's strength, the 2 beasts turned to flee. However, 3 blazing arrows shot forth. Hitting their mark every time, they instantly pierced through the body of the flying snake. Gene point +2. The remaining stone statue hedgehog naturally couldn't escape either. Xiao Tian moved her feet, darting forward like a shadow, and the holy sword fell coldly. The next second, the stone statue hedgehog turned into cold numbers. Gene point +2. Crimson blood splattered onto her wings. She didn't care at all and quickly returned to Fong Ran's side. There are still many cubs inside, Xiao Tian reminded. Fong Ran followed her into a cave. The ground was littered with bones, and a dozen fierce beasts the size of lions and tigers were gnawing on the corpses. One of the beasts was still alive, struggling in pain. You call this a cub? It could bite me to death in one bite. Xiao Tian, let them reunite. The holy angel was taken aback for a moment, then stepped forward. The holy sword in hand fell without a trace of mercy. However, the gene points brought to Fong Ran by the dozen cubs were not even 1 point. After that, Fong Ran waited at the entrance of the depression. As the saying goes, to cut grass, one must remove the roots. He felt that there were definitely more ferocious beasts here than just these few. At the same time, Fong Ran began to observe the usage of gene points. His gaze swept over Xiao Tian's panel. Basic evolution method can be upgraded. Holy bow of guidance can be upgraded. This skill had also reached the limit of proficiency. Upgrade? Could it lead to a brand new skill? Fong Ran's heart raced. He then clicked on the basic evolution method. Do you want to spend 10,000 gene points to upgrade the basic evolution method? Fong Ran currently had only 11 gene points. 10,000 points? How could they ask for such a high price? Could the other one be the same? Fong Ran quickly clicked on the Holy Bow of Guidance. Do you want to spend 10 gene points to upgrade the Holy Bow of Guidance? Upgrade. As Fong Ran's voice fell, the holy bow of guidance quickly transformed into a brand new skill. Bow of the Storm, proficient, consumes a large amount of holy power to shoot a powerful storm arrow. Bow of the Storm, isn't this a B-level skill? Fong Ran recalled. It was the superior replacement for the holy longbow, worth over 10 million, a B-level skill. And the proficiency directly reached the proficient level, seemingly inheriting the proficiency of the holy bow of guidance. Fong Ran's heart raced. The only downside was that as soon as he obtained this skill, he had to repay a debt 10 times over. Bow of the Storm, 0 out of 10. Xiao Tian, try the new skill. Without Fong Ran saying anything, Xiao Tian could sense that forbidden knowledge had once again appeared in her mind. She rebent the bow and knocked an arrow, a bow completely different from before, appearing in her hands. As she pulled the bowstring, the arrow, like the eye of a storm, crazily absorbed Xiao Tian's holy power and everything around it. At that moment, Xiao Tian resembled the eye of a storm. The surrounding fallen leaves and rubble floated up, swirling around the arrow. Even her golden ponytail was wildly bouncing. He has already added 2 more, he has exceeded the quota. Many beast masters from the Windsong Academy were astonished. Even some idle beast masters, upon learning of the situation, were internally shocked. Is this a student? He has killed more than my partner and I in a day. That's too exaggerated. Have students really become this competitive now? Yeah, he's already comparable to those geniuses from big cities, right? No wonder he is a student taught by Senior Lin. His strength is indeed top-notch. Could it be that Yu City is about to produce another beast master who can get into the 5 major academies? Listening to the continuous exclamations from the crowd, Lin Qinghuan felt very pleased. After all, Fong Ran was nominally her student. Who is this number 3? Old Shin inquired. Fong Ran. Upon hearing this name, Old Shin was clearly taken aback. Did he just enroll? This rate of progress is too fast. He was already on par with Shin Yun. But Shin Yun had the benefit of his personal guidance, along with family resources for training. One could say he had everything he needed, and his conditions were no worse than those of the geniuses from prestigious academies. But what about Fong Ran? He had investigated long ago. Fong Ran was destitute. Becoming a beast master was already a miracle. Could he be your brother? Are you secretly supporting him? Old Shin stroked his beard. Lin Qinghuan's face darkened. No, but his beast might be related to the organization that sells beasts. You came to Yu City to investigate them, right? Old Shin said. He should have realized that Lin Qinghuan's return was not just for teaching students, but it was to uproot the organization. Secretly selling forbidden beasts in Yucheng. They covertly sold extremely ferocious beasts, even deliberately raising some beasts and removing important parts from them. For profit. This had seriously violated the regulations of the Beast Master Association. As a member of the Beast Master Association, Lin Qinghuan had come. Yes, but I actively requested to eradicate them. Because among the beasts that were harmed this time, there were angels. Lin Qinghuan had to consider the feelings of her own beast. If you need any help, just say so, responded Elder Shin. At such times, it was necessary to express one's stance. 10. He has already taken 13. Not hearing the conversation between the 2 big shots, the head of the hunting ground felt his heart was about to shatter. How could this kid kill so many? Just a moment ago, it was 3. In less than an hour, it had jumped to 13? Did those ferocious beasts stick their heads out like pigs for him to chop? This was unreasonable. The ferocious beasts in the hunting ground were still wild, full of ferocity. They would even hide when they saw a stronger beast master. How could this kid find them all? Dad, can you not kill anymore? The fat boy's face had twisted into a knot. Although it wouldn't result in a loss, for someone who valued money above all, earning less was a loss. After this operation, Fong Ran would at least lose several million. And this was just the beginning. Who knew if the number would continue to increase? So, Fong Ran's beast was also bought from the black market, Elder Shin inquired. I'm afraid so, otherwise he wouldn't have a channel to buy angels. In the imperial capital, publicly sold angel beasts are not only expensive but also require the angel's consent, Lin Qinghuan said lightly. The sale of beasts was also an extremely vast market. Is it ready? Everything is in place, just waiting for the right moment. In the hunting ground, in front of 2 men in black, a pangolin, 3 meters in size and covered in heavy scales, stood there. On its body, another storm lion was firmly pressing down. The pangolin couldn't move, filled with fear. It was a high-level late-stage ferocious beast. What right did it have to provoke a lord-level beast? The leading man in black threw a liquid along with a glass into the pangolin's mouth. Drink! Watching the pangolin swallow the potion, the leader showed a satisfied expression. Alright. A mad high-level late-stage ferocious beast killing the beast masters in the hunting ground, eating an angel is no big deal, right? We need to take out its eyes. The boss said that's escrade. Losing a few $100 million is not acceptable. The leader nodded, the lion raised its foot, and the pangolin, seeing this, fled like the wind. With high-level late-stage strength, it could easily slaughter this group of students. The key was that it could disguise it as an accident, without being discovered by Lin Qinghuan. The two followed closely behind. The pangolin's eyes gradually turned red, becoming extremely violent. Roar! A violent roar and tremor instantly attracted the students still nearby. There's a sound. Let's go take a look. Zhang Yuan led a few people, excitedly moving forward. From the sound, it was at least high level. Mid-stage. Killing this ferocious beast would definitely boost his ranking. The other students felt the same. The intense roar was so loud that it was hard not to hear. Even Shen Yun heard that sound. This made her eyes light up. Fire butterfly, let's go take a look. Following the sound, in just a moment, everyone gathered at the location of the pangolin. A giant mountain, 3 meters high, stood there, exuding a pressure that made everyone's beasts tremble uncontrollably. What's wrong, ice prison crab? Jiang Huanyu noticed the fear of the beast. The monster's rank far exceeds our beasts, it's likely about to break through to the lord level. A voice came from behind. Jiang Huanyu turned around to see Lu Yong, who had followed him. He was currently sitting on the back of a massive iron bull. Lu Yong. His beast isn't afraid at all. Of course, Lu Yong's iron bull is at the high intermediate level. The high intermediate level does pose some intimidation to the late stage, but it only has some resistance, right? Looking at the envious gazes of the crowd, Lu Yong smiled faintly, but inside he was panicking. If it weren't for the forced command in his mind, the iron bull would have run away long ago. Lu Yong, are you going to hunt it? Looking at the calm iron bull and his own shivering ice crab, Jiang Huanyu couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid yet. Lu Yong suddenly said. As if joking, I'm not an idiot. His beast was only at the high intermediate level, unless he had 3 high intermediate beasts, he wouldn't stand a chance. Just as he was thinking about this, a cold and mocking voice came out. Lu Yong, how did you become so cowardly? The speaker was Qiao Hong. Beside him, a serpent-headed lion was roaring loudly. Do you even deserve to be called a genius of the Windsong Academy? Upon hearing this, many people blared angrily. A striking figure appeared before everyone, and beside her, a flame butterfly danced gracefully. So beautiful. But why is her mouth so venomous? When did our Windsong Academy have such a beauty? I remember her, she seems to be a freshman from the first year. She's from the Shin family. The equipment she's wearing, if I'm not mistaken, it's the 3.0 generation skeletal armor? It costs tens of millions. And the bracelet, it's also a VIP version with built-in protective features. The crowd's astonished gazes seemed to be something Shin Yun was already used to. After all, she was not from the same world as them. Freshman, has your beast already advanced to high level? Even Qiao Hong, known for his wealth, had to concede at this moment. No wonder he had a grandfather who was a king-level beast master. That financial power was something even he wouldn't dare to compare. Who is number 3? Shin Yun looked at the crowd. Her attractive figure made many beast masters stare. Did their Windsong Academy really have such a beauty? Number 3? Everyone looked around, wanting to see which bastard had secretly gotten to know the junior. However, not a single person's bracelet was number 3. If you don't know, then forget it. Killing this fierce beast should ensure no one scores higher than me. Shin Yun smiled. In the hunting ground, killing a high-level late-stage fierce beast could earn 10 points. And for an ordinary fierce beast, getting 10 points was impossible. Roar! Before a few could react, the furious pangolin charged at them with red eyes. With each step it took, the ground would leave a massive dent. Fire butterfly, use fire technique. Boom! As soon as Shin Yun's voice fell, a blazing flame shot forward like a spear, spinning as it pierced ahead. Such a skill level had at least reached proficiency. Yet she was still just a freshman. This talent is almost on par with Fong Ran. Lu Yong exclaimed. Boom! With a violent explosion, the fire technique only left a black head on its thick scales. This action instantly enraged the still furious pangolin. Roar! Roar! With a series of angry roars, its scales stood on end, and its hands grew long, sharp claws. Then, it instantly burrowed into the ground, transforming into a mound of earth that charged towards the crowd. Boom, boom, boom. Faced with this sudden impact, everyone had to bring out their strength to respond. Ice prison crab, ice wall. Jiang! Yu Huan shouted urgently. The ice prison crab plunged its pincers into the ground, and a massive ice wall instantly rose up. The beast tamers standing behind him couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. You really are something. Meanwhile, the other beast tamers unleashed whatever skills they had. Flames, water bubbles, earth spikes, and abundance of elemental power surged toward the earthen mound. However, these skills were like mere scratches. They only grazed the scales of the pangolin. What the hell? How can it be this tough? This is a high-level late-stage beast. Unless the skills reach proficiency, they can't even deal damage. Aim for the gap that the junior sister broke. Through the defense there is weak. Among the crowd, only a few had skills that reached proficiency. More had focused on evolution techniques. Yet, the frenzied attacks from everyone merely slowed the pangolin's advance, proving utterly useless. Heh, these students are really crazy, daring to confront a high-level late-stage beast head-on. Stop joking, quickly look for the angel. In the woods behind, the two watched the battle ahead, their eyes searching for the angel's figure. However, there was not even a single person who resembled Fong Ran. Found nothing. Could it be that your eyesight is bad? Impossible. That guy is so handsome, he's definitely eye-catching. The two were extremely anxious. Stealing someone under Lin Xinghuan's nose. If caught, they would definitely face dire consequences. As fellow Lord Beast Tamers, the two of them combined wouldn't be able to match Lin Xinghuan alone. Let's take down a few of these students first, then go find Fong Ran. Roar! Just as they were thinking this, the pangolin had already broken through everyone's defenses. The thick ice wall could barely withstand two of its claw strikes. And on its body, only Shen Yun and a few top students had managed to inflict some damage. This only enraged it further. With a few claw strikes, several unfortunate beast tamers nearly lost their own life pets. At this moment, they realized there is a difference even among high-level beasts. Fire explosion. The fire butterfly flapped its wings, and a massive fireball exploded violently, instantly causing the pangolin to stumble, nearly falling to the ground. That's a B-level skill. The beast tamers present were shocked. Although still at the entry level, its power was astonishing. If it were at proficiency, it could truly injure this beast. Is this all useless? Shen Yun looked at the pangolin that had locked onto her, biting her lip. Lu Yong, who had not made a move until now, smiled faintly. At this point, Iron Bull, I'm afraid even I can't stop you. Everyone turned to look at Lu Yong riding the Iron Bull. Can't stop. You? Has Lu Yong been hiding his strength all along? Finally unable to hold back in the face of such a crisis? However, the next second, they saw the Iron Bull beneath Lu Yong turn around and charge away without hesitation. Its gaze was resolute, fleeing with an unshakable will. The unbreakable alliance shattered. The crowd cursed inwardly, hastily, commanding their pets to escape. Yet, how could the massive pangolin let them go? It roared and relentlessly chased after Shen Yun. It seemed to have locked onto the girl who had injured it. We can't surrender, at least not now. Shen Yun ran while glancing at the pocket watch on her wrist, dismissing the idea of calling for help. However, as she passed through a certain forest, it seemed to catch a scent, suddenly stopping its pursuit of Shen Yun. Instead, it charged deep into the forest. What's going on? Shen Yun was taken aback. Gritting her teeth, she followed after it. The other beast tamers who were still observing did the same, all following suit. Only a few beast tamers, due to their pets being injured, chose to temporarily give up. At this moment, in a certain forest, the ground in front of Xiao Tian looked as if it had been bombarded by artillery. It left a long trench and a large area of shattered trees. And her right hand began to tremble slightly. Such powerful force, is this the master's ability? Xiao Tian's heart surged with excitement. She couldn't imagine being able to use such a powerful skill at the early stage of the advanced level. Even this impact made her fingers tremble involuntarily. How is it? How's the holy power inside you? It's consumed 1/5. Upon hearing Fong Ran's words, Xiao Tian quickly responded. 1/5? That meant within 2 days, Fong Ran could increase its proficiency again. Even without 2 days, with the enhancement of the 2 evolution methods, Xiao Tian's recovery speed of holy power was astonishingly fast. It's a pity it went a bit off, still not high enough in proficiency, hard to control the direction, Fong Ran pondered. It could only be used as a close-range skill. This way, the power would be maximized and it wouldn't be dodged. Boom! Suddenly, a violent rumbling sound came from afar. In the distance, Fong Ran saw a gigantic pangolin charging towards him. It seemed there was an antidote on him that drove it into madness. Finally back, Fong Ran grinned. Xiao Tian was already prepared. A storm bow appeared in her wrist. The holy power flowed like water, continuously infusing into the bowstring, and in just a moment, the surroundings seemed to change like the weather. However, at this moment, the pangolin had already lost its mind. It smelled the scent of the child's blood and had gone completely insane. It charged towards Fong Ran without hesitation. Come on! Boom! The massive pangolin burrowed into the ground, rushing fiercely towards Fong Ran. In his eyes, a piece of data appeared. Spiked. Pangolin level, advanced late-stage skill? Description: the king of this mountain range, possessing extremely strong burrowing abilities. Advanced late stage? Can it withstand a single arrow from Xiao Tian? Just as Xiao Tian was gathering her power, the two figures in black also noticed Fong Ran. Their eyes lit up instantly. Boss, it's him. In such a short time, he even healed his eyes. No wonder Lin Xinghuan has her eyes on him. Yeah, his beast control has a strong energy fluctuation. The two marveled. Even as Lord Beast Masters, they had to acknowledge Fong Ran's talent. However, this also proved the importance of that angel. Having talent as a beast master was just basic. It also required a beast of equal strength to match. Wait until that pangolin injures the angel, then we strike. We must be quick. The two were poised to act. Meanwhile, the massive mound of earth had already charged towards Fong Ran like a truck. Shoot! As Fong Ran's voice fell, Xiao Tian sharply sank the arrow and shot it towards the ground. Boom! Like the force of a cannon, it propelled Xiao Tian into the air. Two pairs of wings instantly sprouted from her back, halting her backward momentum. The mound of earth, however, seemed to have suffered an explosion, instantly rising and then bursting apart. The gigantic pangolin also flew out. Fong Ran looked ahead. The pangolin that flew out had a huge spiral wound on its abdomen, very clear. It looked as if it had been shredded by a storm. Roar! A fierce roar emerged. A sharp claw suddenly slashed down towards Fong Ran's head. However, it was blocked by a holy sword. Clang! Only then did the pangolin weakly lower its paw. Gene points +3. The moment Fong Ran killed this monster, his score increased by 10 points. Not far away, the crowd following the moving mound of earth heard a violent roar and the beast's tragic cry, and saw the pangolin's massive body sprawled on the ground. Who is it? Could it be another beast master? Lu Yong swallowed hard. The commotion they had just caused was too great. Many beast tamers have already been drawn here, wanting to hunt this high-level beast. But unexpectedly, this monster was actually hunted down by someone else? Judging by the power of the skills just now, it was definitely not to be underestimated. Zhang Yuhuan and the others also gathered around. What a pity, someone got there first. Looking at his shameless expression, Lu Yong snorted coldly. Just now, he was the one who ran the fastest. After all, he was just sitting still on the iron bull, which didn't count as running away. Let's go take a look. Xin Yun felt a bit unwilling. She followed the crowd forward. However, when she saw the figure standing there, she was stunned. Fong Ran? How did he end up here? Xin Yun was bewildered. Then she quickly figured it out. He must have come here to chase stats, hoping to strike it lucky and make some money? That was too irrational. Even if he had just broken through to high level, he shouldn't be so reckless. If he really needed money, he could just borrow some from me. You can't joke with your life. She quickly walked up with Hudy. Fong Ran. It's you? Fong Ran raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect to see a familiar face here. However, when he saw the exquisite equipment on Xin Yun, he was slightly shaken. It looked very high-end. Definitely not cheap. What are you doing here? I'm here to hunt beasts, Fong Ran replied. Are you blind? Didn't you see that huge pangolin lying there? However, the reality was too absurd, and Xin Yun didn't dare to think in that direction for a moment. Hearing Fong Ran's words only confirmed her inner thoughts. If you really need money, I can have my grandfather lend you some temporarily. Well, it's not selfish. It's just that Fong Ran is indeed worth investing in. Fong Ran was indeed short on money. He wanted to borrow a few $100 million first, so that Xiao Tian could eat SSS-level meals for every meal. So he could evolve into a celestial being quickly and take him along to show off and fly. Just as he was seriously considering whether this plan was feasible. By the way, did you see who killed this beast just now? Shin Yun asked. She suspected that person was number 3. Perhaps his beast was already high level. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a level of strength. Fong Ran? At this moment, several beast tamers who had followed closely came up. They looked at Fong Ran, then at the huge beast's corpse, and couldn't help but be shocked. So it's you. How much more are you hiding, you brat? If I'm not mistaken, your beast is only at the early high level, right? What kind of skill was that? Could it be B level? At least it must be proficient level to have such power, right? Accompanied by the crowd's exclamations. Fong Ran smiled faintly. Just luck. However, this statement in the ears of the crowd sounded like boasting. But being able to kill a high-level beast alone indeed gave him the capital to boast. Until this moment, they were still in turmoil inside. They couldn't believe everything happening before their eyes. A high-level beast, which they could only scratch the surface of even when working together, was killed instantly by Fong Ran. This gap made everyone feel despair. Especially Jian Yuhuan, who murmured to himself. So he held back, his beast could really kill me. Effortlessly. In just an instant, his gaze became much clearer. The slight barrier in his mind completely dissipated. Xiao Hong was even more frantically shouting in his heart. This monster must be Lin Qinghuan's illegitimate child, otherwise, how could he be so impressive like her? Do you know Fong Ran? Looking at everyone's reaction, Xin Yun was completely bewildered. She looked at Fong Ran in disbelief. She opened her mouth slightly. Looking at Xiao Tian, who had just caught his breath, and the fallen beast. An impossible thought surfaced in her mind. This beast was killed by Xiao Tian. How is that possible? You're not? Xin Yun originally thought she could compare with the beast masters in the 2nd and 3rd years. But unexpectedly, among the beast masters who entered school with her, there was a towering figure. Do you know him? Fong Ran is a student from Lin's special training camp. He came in with us a few days ago, Lu Yang explained. Having strength was one thing, but to be liked by rich women was another. However, if she were a rich woman, she would definitely like someone like Fong Ran. Special training camp? Has your holy fire evolution method reached the proficient level? Xin Yun felt as if she had been struck again. That person was Fong Ran. In just a week, he had pushed the holy fire evolution method to the proficient level. Although she had done it too, it was only with a lot of resources and the guidance of teachers that she achieved it. But Fong Ran had no one assisting him. Proficient level? In fact, Fong Ran had already reached a subtle level. The so-called proficient level was merely a threshold for him. Didn't Fong Ran just become a beast master? Absolutely right, it hasn't even been a month since I sold that angel, replied a slender man. His face was sharp, as if he had taken drugs. The leader, on the other hand, had a buzz cut and was quite muscular. Beside him was a massive tiger. In such a short time, he can already kill high-level late-stage beasts? What a good seedling, it would be great if he could join us. He stared intently at Fong Ran. It seemed he had thought of a better plan. Let's wait until he's alone, then we'll make our move. They couldn't act in public. Otherwise, it would be over if they were seen. They couldn't possibly kill all the beast masters here. These were all geniuses from Yuqing, and if something happened to them, the two of them would definitely not survive. So you know each other, are you siblings? Lu Yong raised an eyebrow. Siblings? Xin Yun frowned and looked at the others. Didn't they know that Fong Ran was a new student? Maybe it's better not to tell them, lest they explode with jealousy. Ding ding. The wristbands of the group made a sound. Their time inside had run out, and they had to leave the hunting ground immediately. Sigh, I've been chasing this high-level late-stage beast and I've only managed to kill one so far. Many people sighed. But Lu Yong smiled. Fortunately, I had already killed 3 high-level beasts in advance. There probably weren't many who could reach his level. After all, they had wasted too much time here. The group walked together. Xin Yun followed behind Fong Ran, occasionally glancing at Xiao Tian beside her. She remembered that Xiao Tian had a problem with her eyes before, but now they were back to normal. Does Xiao Tian have top-notch vision? Otherwise, how could she be so strong? She bit her lip. Fong Ran really got lucky. It was said that angels with top-notch eyes learn skills much more efficiently. In contrast, her fire butterfly, although it was an elemental beast, could only learn fire-type skills. Fong Ran, how did you train your beast? Xin Yun asked curiously. Train? I let her learn on her own, Fong Ran chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Xin Yun felt a pang of jealousy. She worked so hard but couldn't teach that silly butterfly. Yet Fong Ran only needed to throw out a skill and the beast could learn it on its own. Wasn't Fong Ran just a lucky dog? No, the master taught me a lot too, Xiao Tian said modestly. What did he teach you? He helped me read the evolution method many times, Xiao Tian replied after thinking for a moment. Fong Ran really hadn't taught her much. It was all directly infused. Those things seemed to have been engraved in her muscles from the very beginning. However, she also knew not to casually expose her master's abilities. Was it just reading the evolution method? Wasn't that just being a lucky dog? Xinyun felt a tightness in her chest and didn't want to speak anymore. Just then, in front of the two of them, two figures dressed in black emerged. Fong Ran. Xiao Tian stood in front of Fong Ran, frowning as she looked ahead. She recognized the aura of these two people. They were the ones who had spied on Fong Ran that night. After obtaining the divine light eye, anyone who peered at her would be noticed by her. Are you interested in joining our divine association? The robust man at the forefront spoke. With your talent, you shouldn't be confined to Yuching. A long string of words followed, causing both Fong Ran and Xiao Tian to halt. Divine? Divine child? Xinyun, do you know them? Xinyun shook her head. Although she didn't recognize them, she could sense that they were definitely not high-level beast masters, but rather lord-level. But how could lord-level individuals enter a high-level hunting area? Moreover, such a cheesy name as the Hunter Association, she felt like she had heard. It's somewhere. If I join, can I be the president? Fong Ran asked. This question instantly stumped the two. You probably could? If you can maintain your talent, there's a chance to be a vice president. However, joining also comes at a cost, just a small price. Don't you want to hear it? The two continued. What cost? Seeing Fong Ran so cooperative, the leading man no longer beat around the bush. Hand over the eyes of your beast, and I can consider taking you to meet the president. Just like that? I thought you wanted my Sharingan, Fong Ran said with a look of surprise. Xiao Tian's heart tightened, then relaxed again. She sensed that her master's state of mind had not changed at all. Stop wasting time with this kid, grab his beast now. The person behind sensed something was off. The lord-level tiger, like a flash of lightning, instantly teleported in front of Fong Ran and Xiao Tian. So fast. This speed was simply astonishing. Its sharp claw fell unhesitatingly towards Xiao Tian. Bang! Xiao Tian was sent flying, the holy power within her body instantly drained. Damn it! Fong Ran cursed inwardly. If it weren't for her perfect divine physique, Xiao Tian would have been shattered under that tiger's claw. What? The leading beast master trembled internally. Just now, he was certain that he had not held back with his beast. That was a full-force strike from a late lord-level beast. Killing this high-level early beast should have been as easy as crushing an ant. Yet the reality was, all of it was blocked by her. Her holy power is exhausted. If we hit her again, we won't have time, the thin, sinister man reminded. The tiger charged towards Xiao Tian in an instant. But it was blocked by Xinyun standing nearby. Looking at her expensive equipment, the tiger's owner frowned intensely. Bang! As expected, the attack fell and was immediately blocked by a layer of light barrier. After being worn down by two high-level beast masters for so long, he was extremely agitated. Black Tiger, use Storm Claw. Roar! The massive tiger roared. It slashed towards Xiao Tian's direction in the air. 3 pitch-black claw marks flew forward as if they could cut through mountains. However, at that moment, a golden holy light descended from above everyone's heads. Worship! Boom! The descending holy light was like a mountain, heavily pressing the tiger to the ground. Meanwhile, Xinyun and Fong Ran, who were within it, felt as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Fong Ran looked up. An angel draped in light gauze, with 6 wings behind her, held a book of holy light in her hand. As she flipped through the pages, mountains made of holy light continuously smashed down upon the black tiger's body. The ground around it sank with each mountain that fell. Towards Xiao Tian's direction, the figure of an old man appeared. A massive beast claw emerged, effortlessly blocking this attack. Before Fong Ran could see clearly, the enormous monster vanished in an instant. Everything happened too quickly. It was barely a few seconds. The 2 Lord Beast Tamers were instantly subdued. The Divine Association, it really is them. Lin Xinghuan tied the 2 up and found the emblem representing the Divine Association. Fortunately, Xinyun pressed the alarm quickly enough. Otherwise we might not have made it in time. Old Shen looked pale with fear. He wasn't worried about Xinyun getting into trouble. Even if he had come himself, it would have been impossible to end the fight in 5 seconds. What he feared was that Fong Ran and his beast would run into trouble. After all, Fong Ran was their target. So it was. This girl. The leading beast tamer squinted. No wonder they arrived so quickly. What now? Captured by us, aren't you going to commit suicide? Old Shun laughed. Commit suicide? With such a meager salary, why risk our lives? Just lock us up for a few days. Exactly. The two smiled proudly, seemingly accustomed to this. What are you capturing? Angels for? Lin Qinghuan stepped forward to ask. What for? Does saying it will earn us merit? Earn merit? Don't rush, let me speak first. Upon hearing that he might be robbed of credit, the leading man hurriedly spoke. It's the president of the Divine Association. He wants to collect the eyes of angels to wee poof. In an instant, he seemed to suffer a severe blow and spat out a mouthful of blood. The next second, a bug crawled out from his throat. Poof! The holy fire fell. The bug was instantly reduced to ashes. The weak-looking person beside him turned pale with fright. When did they put a bug in us? Was it back then? He swallowed hard, not daring to speak further. These taming bugs would pierce through his throat upon hearing certain keywords, a truly insidious method. Are they still in Yucheng? Lin Qinghuan continued to ask. However, the weak-looking person refused to speak. Old Shen, can you remove the bug from his body? Take him back and hand him over to the Yucheng Beast Association. Old Shen replied. Helpless, Lin Qinghuan could only walk towards Fong Ran. At this moment, Fong Ran was constantly checking Xiao Tian's injuries. He checked from top to bottom, even inspecting the wings thoroughly. How is it? Are you really okay? I just feel a bit uncomfortable in my abdomen. Xiao Tian pointed to her stomach. Fong Ran reached out to touch it. It was very firm and flat, looking like there was nothing wrong. A little lower. Xiao Tian's wings fluttered twice behind her, looking at Fong Ran with anticipation. Cough cough. That's enough, I'll get a veterinarian to check her later. What happened just now? Describe it in detail. Lin Qinghuan pressed for answers. Xin Yun hurriedly stepped forward. On our way back, we encountered these two people. They said they wanted to invite Fong Ran to join the Divine Association. The moment I heard that name, I pressed the alarm on my wristband, but then he suddenly attacked Xiao Tian. Fortunately, he didn't manage to kill her in one hit, and I used a level 3 energy shield to block for her, and then you all arrived. Upon hearing Xing Yun's account, Lin Qinghuan's pupils constricted. That black tiger was a fierce beast at the late lord level. There was more than one level difference between it and Xiao Tian. She actually withstood an attack from the black tiger with her body and came out unscathed? It's a perfect level. Divine physique. The six-winged angel behind her spoke, looking at Xiao Tian with admiration. Perfect level? What level is your divine physique? Lin Qinghuan hurriedly asked. The same. She replied lightly. Her voice was as melodious as a celestial song, yet it stirred up a storm in Lin Qinghuan's heart. Fong Ran had no time or possibility to train Xiao Tian, which meant that the little angel naturally possessed a perfect level divine physique. Even she possessed superior angelic eyes, truly a high-level angel. If she were to grow up, she would be no worse than herself. So what is her evolution direction? The same as yours? Lin Qinghuan asked. But the angel no longer responded. Lin Qinghuan could only sigh helplessly. Her relationship with her beast was not a simple master-servant one. This meant that many times, if the angel disagreed with her, they would go in opposite directions. In this regard, she was somewhat envious of Fong Ran. It's good if there's nothing wrong. Fong Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had been making Xiao Tian practice hard. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether she could withstand it. Thinking of this, Fong Ran walked up to Xin Yun. Thank you. If you need anything, just let me know. If it weren't for Xin Yun helping her out, Xiao Tian could have been in danger. It's nothing, just a level 3 shield, only a few tens of millions. Xin Yun suddenly felt a bit nervous when Fong Ran thanked her in person. A few tens of millions. Do you carry a few tens of millions while walking? The perfect skill he worked so hard to learn is just your daily routine? However, this also gave Fong Ran an understanding of Xiao Tian's skills. A perfect level divine physique. Equivalent to a level 3 shield. It could withstand a full force strike from a lord's beast. But afterwards, it would also deplete the holy power. You two go back first, I will catch up with old Shen in a while. Lin Qinghuan looked at Fong Ran. Remember to chat more, old Shen added. Not far away, there was a huge pile of pangolin corpses. Lin Qinghuan and Oldshin looked at the massive wounds on the fierce beast and couldn't help but click their tongues. Whether in defense or attack skills, Xiao Tian had already reached the standard of a genius. I really didn't expect that this genius would be picked up by you. Yeah, I've already reported him to the admissions office in the Imperial Capital. How did they respond to you? Oldshin raised an eyebrow. Acceptable. Is this just acceptable? Oldshin was taken aback. When I reported it, he didn't show this kind of performance. However, I need to continue investigating the Divine Beast Association. My beast is very dissatisfied with their actions. Fong Ran, let's leave it at that for now. Hearing Lin Qinghuan's words, Oldshin expressed understanding. Sometimes, he also had to consider the feelings of the beasts. Compared to master and servant, they were more like friends. And at this moment, Lu Yong was extremely excited riding the black bull. He had already imagined the glorious moment of walking out the door with his name, Lu Yong, written in second place. By then, all the female students would surely look at him differently. As for who was first, of course, it was that freak, Fong Ran. Killing a high-level late-stage fierce beast, just one score would surpass theirs. What do you think Fong Ran will score? Jiang Yuhuan asked curiously. Him? Probably. A little over 10 points. A little over 10 points. That was already the score of a professional beast hunting team, only achievable with good luck. For this score to appear on a student was truly incredible. Just as they reached the entrance, they heard waves of astonishment from outside. Who is this Fong Ran? This score must have broken the record of the high-level beast hunting ground, right? Could it be that he hired a beast hunting team to harvest alone? It can't be a beast hunting team. Didn't you see the owner of the hunting ground crying? Ha ha, he makes us rush every day. It's time for a master to deal with him. What master? Fong Ran? Lu Yong quickly stepped out of the hunting ground. He saw the high-hanging sign that read number 3, 23 points. A high-level fierce beast is around 1 million, so 23 would be 23 million. If Fong Ran comes here to hunt beasts every day, wouldn't the owner of the hunting ground cry out loud? Lu Yong suddenly felt his horizons were narrow. Fong Ran's beast hunting talent had already surpassed human limits. What's wrong? What are you staring at? Jiang Yuhuan looked at the dazed Lu Yong and raised his head. Then he widened his eyes as well. The highest score was Fong Ran, and below him were a group of professional beast tamers. These beast tamers were mostly at the high-level late stage, hunting fierce beasts. Was like cutting vegetables. However, even they only scored a little over 10 points. The boss is settling the bill. Everyone handed over their wristbands in turn. The plump beast factory owner's face had already wrinkled up. His heart was bleeding, as if someone had cut a piece of flesh from him. Oh, by the way, I heard that many students came to the beast hunting ground today. Students? You mean the ones taught by Lin Qinghuan? Yeah, they were brought here by the goddess Lin for practical training. That's unfortunate. Today's high-level fierce beasts have all been monopolized by that number 3. They probably won't have a chance. Yeah, we haven't encountered many fierce beasts either. Boss, why don't you release a few more inside? The crowd expressed their dissatisfaction. After all, they were regular customers. They paid to enter, and ended up not encountering many fierce beasts. Is that reasonable? Stop talking nonsense. The fierce beasts in my hunting ground are all wild. What do you mean by releasing? Besides, there are many people here today. It's normal for the fierce beasts to hide, right? The plump boss rolled his eyes. If he had the ability to raise fierce beasts, would he still come to this place? The money he earned mostly went to the Lord Beast Tamers. What he actually got was not much. There aren't many people today, just some students. What threat could they pose? I think you're getting stingier. No wonder capable beast tamers come to earn your money. The crowd chatted and laughed. Meanwhile, Fong Ran had also left the hunting ground with Xiao Tian. He took off his wristband and handed it to the hunting ground owner. The surrounding beast tamers clearly noticed Fong Ran. Angel? Where did this rich person come from? Looks like a student, quite young. Students coming to hunt beasts are just losing money. They can't possibly earn anything. A few whispered to each other, watching the hunting ground owner take the wristband and then glance at them. He's number 3. You don't really think he's part of the beast taming team, do you? The fat owner placed the wristband into the detection device. Sure enough, the next second, the data for number 3 disappeared from the screen. Along with it, the money in the hunting ground owner's pocket also vanished. Just thinking about this made his brows furrow tightly, feeling immense heartache. The few beast tamers were stunned. A student? A student managed to kill 23 fierce beasts in just 6 hours? Ignoring their shock, the hunting ground owner focused on calculating the remaining students' scores. Unsurprisingly, Fong Ran had the highest score. At the same time, Lin Qinghuan and her companion also left the hunting ground. Fong Ran, your beast has reached the Lord level. What evolution direction are you planning to choose? Lin Qinghuan asked. The winners could receive Lord-level materials as rewards from the Imperial capital. The materials needed for angels at the Lord level were also extremely expensive among the same level. Although the surrounding beast tamers were envious, they felt that only Fong Ran was worthy of choosing. I don't have any ideas for now, can I change the reward? Fong Ran replied. You can, but you can't change it for money, Lin Qinghuan added. Money isn't important to you right now. You need to know that some evolution materials can only be obtained from top-tier academies. Old Shen reminded. The gap between the beast tamers of the 5 major academies and ordinary beast tamers lies here. The S-level evolution route is naturally incomparable to ordinary evolution routes. With the same rank and beast mastery, the S-level evolution route can dominate beasts of the same level, but the C-level evolution route requires 3 people to contend with beasts of the same level. And some key materials cannot be bought no matter how much money you have. I know, I just want to exchange for lower-level materials, Fong Ran added. What do you want to exchange for? Lin Qinghuan's expression softened a bit. Qingxing grass, evil tiger bloodheart, and the killing stone. These are all high-level materials, S-level. Qingxing grass, S-level evil tiger bloodheart, and the extremely rare killing stone. Old Shen was secretly shocked. Lin Qinghuan's pupils trembled violently. These materials are top tier in high-level beast evolution. You really came to the right place. The killing stone is a forbidden material, only available in the imperial capital, Old Shen replied. Some dark-type materials have too much ferocity when evolved into beasts. Therefore, these materials are called forbidden materials and must be strictly monitored when used. That's fine, but these materials are too expensive. No other requests can be made, Lin Qinghuan said, although she didn't know what Fong Ran wanted these things for. But since he mentioned it, she would help him get them. Okay, I have no more requests. Fong Ran felt relieved. Just being able to exchange was good enough. He didn't want Xiao Tian's realm to drop. Moreover, to prevent exposure, he specifically exchanged some unimportant materials for lower-level ones. Fong Ran, I plan to teach you a B-level skill, Lin Qinghuan suddenly said. What skill? Fong Ran became interested. It's related to movement, allowing your angel to dodge many attacks. If it can't win, it can still run. Lin Qinghuan's words made the surrounding beast masters extremely jealous. A B-level skill, just taught for free? He must be your real brother, right? This movement technique is called Light Feather Instant Shadow. It fits your pet perfectly and is what I used back then. If practiced to perfection, it can allow your beast to leave the battlefield in an instant, with light feathers sprouting from its back like a shadow. However, the difficulty is also very high. It requires a lot of practice. High difficulty? Just learning it is already good enough. What more could I ask for? If I had money, I would have bought 1,000 skills to max out already. Fong Ran could only complain in his heart. You don't need to feel too much pressure, just think of it as using the money you saved for me to buy it. Lin Qinghuan's words were meant to ease Fong Ran's mind. Don't feel like you owe her anything. Then, in a deserted area, Lin Qinghuan used holy power to display the skills diagram in front of Fong Ran. It was a figure that resembled a phantom. Although it didn't move, Fong Ran felt it was subtly shifting. Without using the skill, Xiao Tian memorized it at a glance. Obtained Light Feather Instant Shadow, Beginner. Light Feather Instant Shadow, Beginner. Memories flooded into his mind. Xiao Tian immediately tried to follow the diagram to operate the holy power. The holy power wrapped around his feet, lightly tapping the ground, and his speed more than doubled. You learned it so quickly, but there's still room for improvement, Lin Qinghuan commented from the side. Xiao Tian had top-tier vision. Learning it was expected. However, movement techniques have always been difficult to master. Without a few months, it would be hard to even reach the proficient level. Especially this Light Feather Instant Shadow, reaching the proficient level is particularly challenging. But once mastered, during battle, one could leave an afterimage behind while moving to confuse the enemy. Advanced proficiency. Fong Ran activated his ability. Advancing proficiency in Light Feather Instant Shadow. Obtained Light Feather Instant Shadow, Proficient. Remaining debt, use Proficient Light Feather Instant Shadow to dodge attacks for 90 minutes. Daily, for a week. In just an instant, memories flowed into Xiao Tian's mind and body. It was as if she had practiced Light Feather Instant Shadow thousands of times day and night. After spending several months completely engraving it into her muscles, she could use it skillfully at any time. Master helped me again. Xiao Tian calmly received the memories. Why aren't you moving? This movement technique is indeed quite difficult, but with your level, it shouldn't take you more than half a month to reach proficiency, Lin. Xinghuan said with a smile. Thankfully, learning skills was also challenging for Xiao Tian. In fact, she had exaggerated. For a B-level skill, it would take at least a month to reach proficiency. It's different from ordinary movement techniques, it focuses more on confusing the opponent rather than enhancing oneself. Knowing this will make learning it much easier. Lin Xinghuan guided her. At that moment, she felt like a teacher. I understand, Xiao Tian quietly nodded. Then, as if she had practiced countless times, she instantly moved from in front of Lin Xinghuan to behind her. Along the way, she left behind a series of illusory figures formed by holy power. This was the mark of reaching proficiency in the light feather instant shadow. What? Lin Xinghuan blinked. Her usually indifferent expression momentarily showed a hint of astonishment. She must not have seen it wrong, it was the proficient level of light feather instant shadow. Could it be that her guidance had worked? She had heard that some beast tamers had a very high compatibility with skills, allowing them to use proficient level skills right after learning them. But they could only use it once at most. This technique is indeed very compatible with angels, it should be like this. If it really was proficient right after learning, that would be too exaggerated. Such comprehension of skills would be considered top-notch even in the imperial capital. Xiao Tian was unaware of the shock in Lin Xinghuan's mind. Instead, she was delighted by her swift movements. It was like a bird that had never flown suddenly discovering its own wings. I will report your situation to the imperial capital and help you obtain more resources. First, let's return to Yucheng. I still need to interrogate them. Everyone boarded the bus. Soon, they returned to Yucheng. Fong Ran quickly took Xiao Tian to rent a training room. Gene points, 31. With 31 gene points, there are many skills that can be upgraded. A panel appeared before Fong Ran. War Angel, rank, tier 3, 47%, level, high early stage, skills, holy fire. Giant sword, perfect, divine body, perfect, storm bow, proficient, basic evolution method, subtle, holy fire evolution method, subtle, divine light eye, description, and angel with extremely strong individual combat power, said to be used to punish the Forsaken. Holy fire evolution method, subtle 100 gene points to advance. Divine light eye, 10 gene points to advance. Holy fire giant sword, perfect 10 gene points to advance. Divine body, perfect 10 gene points to advance. The holy power has also increased quite a bit automatically. It's a pity that the evolution method requires too many gene points. Fong Ran had no choice. He could only continue upgrading skills. Advanced divine light eye, holy fire giant sword, divine body. As Fong Ran's voice fell, the gene points were consumed. The 3 skills were completely upgraded. Divine light ILV2 can perceive the flow of the opponent's breath, with precise control over holy power. Holy fire giant sword, breakthrough consumes holy power to summon a holy fire giant sword to fall. Divine body, breakthrough increases the recovery speed of holy power and grants a holy power shield that can withstand fatal damage. Breakthrough level. An ordinary person could be called a master if they practiced a skill to perfection. Breakthrough level, however, had far exceeded the original skill scope. The power was absolutely astonishing. And the debt for the 2 breakthrough skills was also to release the skill 10 times. The eye power had no cost and required no repayment. In the following time, as Xiao Tian participated in the special training, she was also improving her proficiency with the storm bow, the holy fire greatsword, and the divine body. It took a full half-month to barely complete the proficiency repayment for the 2 breakthrough skills. The remaining time will be used to enhance the proficiency of the storm bow. Xiao Tian's evolution method operated on its own. Unfortunately, she no longer had money to buy ingredients from the top-tier recipes. Otherwise, her evolution rank would have increased again. Watching Fong Ran's efforts with her beast, everyone in the training camp felt they had made the wrong choice in their beast. How could there be such a hard-working pet in this world? Xiao Tian, do you want to take a break? No, I still have a lot to learn. Xiao Tian shook her head. This feeling of continuous improvement and evolution had become somewhat addictive for her. All she had to do was keep training, while her master probably had to put in even more effort. Come on. How do you usually train her? Lu Yong couldn't bear to watch any longer. This was already bordering on obsession. At that moment, Lin Xinghuan, dressed in a special uniform with short hair, suddenly appeared. Fong Ran, there's news from the capital, they want to improve your treatment. Improve my treatment? That's right, the admissions office in the capital appreciates your talent and plans to grant you an A-level skill, along with 3 months' worth of beast food expenses, up to A-level recipe quality. Lin Qinghuan explained. This made the students eavesdropping around them perk up their ears. What kind of treatment was this? An A-level skill. This was a truly extremely rare ability. Even if one had money, it might not be possible to buy such a skill, and yet it was being given away for free? Coupled with 3 months of A-level recipes, the value was absolutely over 100 million. At that moment, they wished they could agree on Fong Ran's behalf. However, all of this comes with conditions. Lin Qinghuan suddenly smiled. If you accept the resources, you must apply to the Capital Academy and cannot choose any other academy. What kind of condition was this? Were they begging Fong Ran to attend the 5 major academies? Everyone was dumbfounded. It was as if the goddess they had longed for was crazily licking Fong Ran's feet. But what if I don't get accepted? I shouldn't have to repay the debt, right? Fong Ran was worried about not getting into the Capital Academy. What if he ended up in debt again? After all, Xiao Tian had just begun her evolution, and it wouldn't be easy for her to catch up with those talented individuals who had started training long ago. You don't need to worry about that. If your level is qualified, the capital will test your qualifications in advance soon, Lin Qinghuan said. Hearing this, Fong Ran finally felt relieved. I've caught the people from the Beast God Society, so I probably won't have time to teach you for the next few days, Lin Qinghuan said. This was her main purpose for coming. Beast God Society? They specialize in capturing beasts, forcing them to serve, and even breeding beasts to sell their organs for profit. They also privately sell forbidden materials, and many beast masters who bought their beasts ended up being backfired and killed. Upon hearing Lin Qinghuan's words, selling forbidden materials, no wonder they dare to take risks. Some beast organs are extremely valuable. They are essential evolution materials. As long as they can get their hands on them, they wouldn't fear not being able to sell them. They captured Xiao Tian for this reason as well. Fong Ran couldn't imagine what would happen if Xiao Tian was taken away. For them, every part of Xiao Tian's body was probably priced. Don't worry, in a few days, I will bring the Beast Society from Yuqing to wipe them out, Lin Qinghuan said calmly. Her tone was as if she were going to crush an ant. At that time, you can come along with me. This statement stirred something in Fong Ran's heart. Can I go? You already have the strength to fight against high-level late-stage ferocious beasts stronger than most beast masters, Lin Qinghuan replied calmly. She was mainly bringing Fong Ran along because of Xiao Tian. Only by witnessing the destruction of the organization that imprisoned him will the angel's promotion remain unaffected. A few days later. Training room. Xiao Tian stood still. Behind him, his wings spread out, emanating a faint holy power. Beside him, Fong Ran was throwing darts. However, no matter how he threw, the darts flew past Xiao Tian's body. What a strong effect. Fong Ran didn't intentionally throw them off. Even if the darts hit Xiao Tian, they would be blocked by the holy power shield. Yet, in Fong Ran's eyes, Xiao Tian didn't seem to move at all, as if he had thrown them off target. Light feather instant shadow, subtle wings refract light, interfering with the opponent's vision, reducing the hit rate of surrounding enemies. A subtle level of light feather instant shadow. It took Xiao Tian several days to practice it. This speed was already quite exaggerated. For an ordinary person, it would be difficult to achieve without several years of effort. In front of Fong Ran's abilities, completely mastering a skill had no threshold. This way, even in close combat, I won't have to rely entirely on defense. Just as Fong Ran was excited about this, Lu Yong suddenly entered the training room. Fong Ran, senior sister Lin is calling for you. He had a look of resentment on his face. Every time, Lin Qinghuan would call Fong Ran away alone. It seemed like they were just there to support him, mainly to teach. Fong Ran. Okay, I'll go right away. Fong Ran replied. He then sent Xiao Tian into the Beast Master space and quickly headed towards Lin Qinghuan's office. Upon entering the room, Lin Qinghuan's eyes lit up immediately. Then, she feigned calmness and said, "You're here? How's the light feather instant shadow I gave you coming along?" Xiao Tian is very suited for this movement technique and has almost completely mastered it. Fong Ran reported honestly. Mastered level? That's not bad. Lin Qinghuan commented. Lightly. Yet inside, she was tumultuous. Mastered level, how long has it been? Although she had seen Xiao Tian's diligence, this was still too fast. It's not mastered level. It's completely mastered, Fong Ran silently thought. But seeing senior sister Lin's expression, it seemed that mastered level wasn't a big deal, so he didn't say it out loud. The reply from the capital has arrived. They gave you the most universal A-level skill. As for the money for the recipe, I've transferred it to your account, remember. It can only be used to buy beast food. I've received it. Fong Ran nodded. What about the A-level skill? Fong Ran asked. This was the most crucial part. He had never seen one in Yucheng. Here it is. Saying this, Lin Xinghuan took out a rolled-up map from behind her. A-level skill Dragon Soul Forging. Sorry, after all, you're not a student of the capital yet, it's normal for them to have reservations. Lin Xinghuan felt a bit guilty inside. This Dragon Soul Forging was quite expensive. It had even been speculated to reach astronomical prices in the hundreds of millions, yet very few had managed to master it. The reason was simple, this skill required dragon blood to enhance. The capital likely chose this skill, estimating that no one could learn it. In this way, they wouldn't be breaking their promise. Once you become a student of the capital, they will naturally help you make up for a new A-level skill. I've only been able to come over recently, otherwise, if I explained the situation, they wouldn't have chosen this kind of skill for you. Looking at Lin Xinghuan's slightly guilty expression, Fong Ran felt deeply moved. He had known Lin Xinghuan for a time that probably wasn't as long as she had been in the capital. Yet, just because they were from the same place, she took care of him like this. It's okay, it's all senior sister Lin's goodwill. Xiao Tian, go take a look. Fong Ran stepped forward. He casually opened the Dragon Soul Forging map. Aside from a long string of obscure and difficult to understand text, at the center was a dragon-like phantom resembling wings of death. In an instant, a strong sense of pressure surged forward. This was the A-level skill. Sure enough, there is a world of difference from B-level. Would you like to advance the Dragon Soul Forging, beginner? Dragon Clan skills even Xiao Tian can learn? Fong Ran's heart was shaken. Suppressing the excitement within, his shoulders couldn't help but tremble. This was a skill worth billions that he got for free, how could he not be excited? It's fine. Lin Xinghuan stepped forward and patted Fong Ran's head. The capital city was indeed too much. It made Fong Ran tremble with anger. It was also her fault for not explaining things clearly to him. Back then, she needed to find an opportunity to make it up to him. Advance. Fong Ran whispered. To learn Dragon Soul Forging, high-quality dragon blood is needed to nourish the body. Would you like to advance dragon blood? Dragon blood? Fong Ran was momentarily stunned before making a decision. Give me the highest quality dragon blood. Pure Black Dragon King's essence blood has been advanced. Remaining debt, 1 drop of pure dragon blood. In just an instant, a drop of crimson blood appeared in Fong Ran's mind. It could be taken out at any time. Meanwhile, Lin Xinghuan's phone suddenly rang. Have you taken it out? Good, I'll come over. Unable to take the blueprint, Lin Xinghuan left the training camp first. It was clear that she was indeed very busy. It seemed to be related to the Divine Spirit Association. Just in time, I'll take the blueprint to the training room. Fong Ran turned and left. The blueprint was right in front of him. Advance the proficiency of Dragon Soul Forging. As Fong Ran's voice fell. Advance. Dragon Soul Forging, beginner. Debt, operate Dragon Soul Forging 10 times. Cost, pure dragon blood. Debt, repay pure dragon blood. A drop of dragon blood appeared. Then, it merged into Xiao Tian's brow. In an instant, the domineering power surged into her limbs, strengthening Xiao Tian's body. This was a skill that enhanced physical strength. It could make Xiao Tian's body no longer weak. After all, dragons naturally possess the strongest physique. And this A-level skill allowed other beast masters to have a physique comparable to that of the Dragon Clan. Dragon blood surged. Xiao Tian operated the forging method. The dragon blood within her was consumed in a moment, and at the same time, her body was also strengthened. As a beast master, Fong Ran naturally received feedback. Body strength has increased. Fong Ran clenched his fist. His physical quality was now enough to punch a cow to death. Dragon Soul Forging, 1/10. In Xiao Tian's pupils, a color like flowing magma glimmered. With every move, there was an inexplicable majesty added. It really is different from ordinary A-level skills, Fong Ran whispered. The difficulty of practice was also extremely high. Just the requirement for pure dragon blood alone was something many people couldn't obtain. Time flew by. Another week passed. Xiao Tian practiced Dragon Soul Forging every day. and consumed ingredients from the A-level recipe, evolving in the beast space. Finally, after a week, the dragon blood within was completely consumed. Completed Det Dragon Soul Forging, 10/10. Just at the beginner level, it completely improved Xiao Tian's physique. Especially when paired with the A-level recipe for evolution, Xiao Tian's rank was also elevated. War Angel. Rank, 4th rank, 11% level, high intermediate skills, Holy Fire Giant Sword, perfect, Divine Body, perfect, Dragon Soul Forging, beginner, Light Feather Instant Shadow. Proficient, Storm Bow, proficient, Basic Evolution Method, subtle, Holy Fire Evolution Method, subtle, Divine Light Eye Description, and Angel with extremely strong individual combat power, said to be used to punish the Forsaken. High intermediate. After the rank was elevated, Xiao Tian's body became even more fair and smooth. However, unlike ordinary 4th rank angels, she did not grow 2 pairs of wings. Instead, her wings became sharper and larger. As the holy power circulated, the soft body revealed lines that appeared almost metallic. Is this the ability of a war angel? Fong Ran touched the faintly visible lines. These lines can fully enhance my body with holy power, Xiao Tian explains softly. In reality, it was merely the manifestation of holy power. These marks did not exist. Really? No wonder it's so soft, I thought it was for defense. Fong Ran said. Hearing this, Xiao Tian's face turned slightly red. Her golden hair, under the illumination of the holy power, looked incredibly sacred. At that moment, she resembled a true deity, making one reluctant to desecrate her. As her wings retracted, the marks on Xiao Tian's body also dissipated. Nighttime. Fong Ran returned home. His aunt was standing in the living room, helping his uncle adjust his black suit. What's this for? Fong Ran asked, puzzled. The company is having a meeting, and the leader said, to let me represent our department to discuss the progress of our work. Fong Chihua raised an eyebrow, looking quite pleased. Work progress? They want you to go? Fong Ran showed a look of skepticism. He knew his uncle's level well enough. Discussing current affairs was fine, but if he had to talk about work, he would immediately wilt. It must be that the boss sees him as diligent and capable, giving him more space. He's been visiting our home a lot these days. Always asking where you are. Fong Ran understood completely upon hearing this. It seemed the company was determined to win him over. But they probably feared he would find it annoying, so they started from home. Such things were not uncommon in this world. Fong Chihua looked at Fong Ran and asked, do you know what my PPT is about this time? What? Fong Ran actually didn't want to know at all. Could it be about my genius beast-taming nephew? As it turned out, Fong Ran guessed half right. The topic was the relationship between beast-taming and work. However, seeing his uncle's increasingly good spirits, Fong Ran chose not to say much. He knew that the current prosperity stemmed entirely from strength. There were plenty of high-level beast tamers in Yucheng. As a medium-sized company, what mattered was not Fong Ran's rank but his potential. Once he could enter one of the 5 major academies, countless olive branches would surely come his way. But if he failed, everything would turn to dust. After all, the top employees of those companies all graduated from prestigious schools. But the significance of the 5 major academies was entirely different. Where's Xiao Tian? Hurry and let her out. Why do you always keep her imprisoned in the beast space? His aunt said with a look of dissatisfaction. In his aunt's eyes, Fong Ran probably held a lower status than Xiao Tian. After all, he had no strength and was living off her. What? Do you mean imprisoned? Fong Ran's mouth twitched. With a flash of holy light, Xiao Tian's sacred body appeared in the living room. In an instant, both his uncle and aunt were stunned. Xiao Tian now looked completely different from when they first met. She was like a legendary figure appearing before them, breathtakingly beautiful. How did she become so beautiful? She's even prettier than the movie stars on TV. Sang Shualan immediately stepped forward, reaching out to touch her. And she had grown larger. Could evolution have such an effect? At that moment, in Yucheng, in an interrogation room. Don't let me out, I've said everything I needed to say. Please, just lock me up in the beast prison. The weak-looking man cried out. The people in charge of the interrogation had never heard such a request before, and they all showed strange expressions. Senior Lin, what do you think? Let him have his way, yes. Upon hearing this, the weak-looking man showed a look of relief. Thankfully, he had almost thought he would be released without charge. Fortunately, he had quickly decided to confess everything about looking for the beast lady. Lin Xinghuan no longer paid him any attention and instead looked at the few people beside her, saying, "You are all high-level beast masters in the late stage, right?" The other party had at most 2 lord-level beast masters. She alone was enough to handle them. Finding someone was just to prevent escape. "Yes, we are all teachers from the Winsong Academy," Suyu replied. This was a task assigned by the government. There was a possibility of obtaining advancement materials. I can only trust you all," Lin Qinghuan nodded. She had also studied at the Winsong Academy, so it was natural to seek out fellow beast masters from the same institution. "Are we leaving now?" Suyu asked. "No, we still need to pick someone up." "Pick someone up?" Suyu couldn't remember anyone trustworthy left in Yucheng Winsong Academy. As soon as Fong Ran stepped through the school gate, he attracted a lot of attention. Looking around the entrance, he did not see Lin Qinghuan's figure. "You invited me to the academy, and now the person is missing." Fong Ran felt a bit like he had been stood up. Helpless, he could only return to his class. Passing by the training ground, he immediately drew the attention of many. They were all beast masters who had entered school with Fong Ran. In just over a month, they had basically mastered the operation of their exclusive evolution methods perfectly. "Brother Fong Ran, what brings you to the academy? We haven't seen you for a month. We thought you were missing." Yeah, the top student was snatched away by Xingyun. The few people in front of him could be considered the top students in the class. Their attitude towards Fong Ran at this moment was completely different from before. Even the beast master in charge of their class came over. "Fong Ran, you haven't been to the academy for so long, you can't just shut yourself away, you need to communicate more with your classmates," the teacher said sternly. "Sorry, teacher. I've been busy training and really haven't had the time," Fong Ran replied. It seemed they still didn't know he had gone to the special training camp. Lin Qinghuan wasn't a teacher at the Winsong Academy, so there was no need to tell them. Hearing Fong Ran's words, the teacher's expression softened slightly. Well, just ask for leave next time. He wouldn't make things difficult for a talented student. Moreover, he was giving him face. A few beast masters looked at the blatant disparity and felt a pang of despair. Just ask for leave? Why is it so hard for us to take leave when we have a cold? It's just that Fong Ran is an outstanding student. If he went to the special training camp, wouldn't you have to kneel and call him grandson? Just then, the entrance of the training ground suddenly stirred. A large group of female students surrounded it. Is Senior Sister Lin here? No way, if it were Goddess Lin, she probably wouldn't even make it through the school gate. Someone rolled their eyes. You underestimate the gravitational pull of Goddess Lin too much. It seems to be Senior Lu Yong. It really is him. I remember Senior Lu Yong has always been in the top 3 of the Winsong Academy. Yeah. I remember not long ago Lu Yong was taken to the special training camp by Lin Qinghuan. Does that mean he can see Senior Sister Lin every day? And in person? Senior Lu Yong seems to be coming over. Several new students were excited. A senior from the Winsong Academy. Still a top-ranking beast master. In the future, he would definitely be a prominent figure in Yucheng. Many of them probably could only encounter such a level of genius while at the academy. Especially since he was recruited by the special training camp. That was the special training camp set up by the Imperial Capital Academy specifically in Yucheng. The existence of the top 5 academies was like the embodiment of the beast god on earth. Being able to go to such a place meant having a connection with the beast god. At the entrance of the special training camp, Lu Yong, surrounded by everyone, wore a smile, seemingly regaining the confidence he had lost from Fong Ran. That's right, he was still a genius from the Winsong Academy. How could he give up just because he was hit once? However, as soon as he turned his head, he soon saw Fong Ran's figure. His expression changed, and he walked towards Fong Ran's direction. Senior Lu Yong is coming over, we should let him guide us a bit. Does anyone know him? I've guided Lu Yong a few times before, he's a good student who doesn't forget his teachers. The teacher smiled and nodded towards Lu Yong. The people around looked as if they had just realized something. No wonder the teacher could teach such top talents, it made sense that he was here to guide this group of freshmen. Brother Fong Ran, what are you doing here? Lu Yong approached and greeted him. This reaction made the teacher's face stiffen. And everyone else looked puzzled. Senior Lu, do you know Fong Ran? A student asked curiously. Know him? Of course. What are you doing here? Teaching this group of freshmen? Lu Yong looked at Fong Ran, confused. This statement left several students even more bewildered. Teach us? Although Fong Ran's level was higher than theirs, he couldn't Possibly be at the teacher's level, right? Fong Ran is here for class, the teacher replied, forcing a smile. I'm the teacher. Did you mistake someone? Class? Fong Ran. Is skipping the training camp to come here for class? Sorry, I'm not saying your teaching is bad, but following Senior Lin would probably be more promising, right? Lu Yong's words left everyone dumbfounded. Training camp? Senior Lin? Fong Ran has already entered the training camp? How long has it been? Fong Ran has already met the requirements. For the training camp? That requires mastering both evolution methods. Some among them had only just learned the evolution methods. Wow, Fongshin, you haven't been here for a month, and you actually went to the training camp? Are you still human? Did you use some forbidden secret technique? Teach me. Impossible. My beast only learned for 20 days to get started, that's already very fast. Many beast masters who started school with Fong Ran felt like they were going to shut down. Their hard work seemed worthless compared to others. And at this moment, someone even more depressed stood before them. Listening to everyone, Lu Yong felt his still unenlightened mind becoming clearer and clearer. The people in front of him seemed to be very familiar with Fong Ran. No, it can't be. Could it be that Fong Ran just started school? This was unbearable for him, who had already studied for 2.5 years. You guys aren't in the same year as Fong Ran, there's no need to be so depressed, right? Lu Yong tried to ask. He looked at them with a nervous heart, fearing that incomprehensible words would slip from his mouth. However, the worst happened. How could it be? Fong Ran is in the same year as us, his entrance score was perfect. The sky fell. At that moment, Lu Yong felt as if the sky had collapsed. Fong Ran really just started school. He had just been thinking. You are in the first year, and Fong Ran doesn't even know how long he has been in school. It's normal to have a gap, so why be so depressed? But now, the most depressed person had become himself. Moreover, perfect score on the entrance exam. No wonder he felt Fong Ran was somewhat familiar. It was because the name was familiar, he just hadn't paid much attention at the time. Fong Ran, I was just speaking too loudly. At this moment, Lu Yong only wanted to respond like this. But the teacher beside him spoke. First, Fong Ran, you don't need to ask for leave from me anymore, just do as you please. However, as long as I'm still at Fenggu Academy, I will always be your teacher. The teacher felt that his resume had gained another glorious entry. And amidst everyone's shock, a figure wearing a mask quietly approached Fong Ran from behind. Fong Ran. A crisp voice rang out behind Fong Ran. Fong Ran turned around. It was Lin Qinghuan, wrapped up tightly. Although she was wearing a mask and sunglasses, her figure was hard to conceal. Is it really necessary to wrap up so tightly? Fong Ran thought to himself. However, recalling Lu Yong's appearance just now, it seemed somewhat necessary. After all, Lin Qinghuan was quite a well-known star in Yucheng. Even in the capital, she had a certain level of fame. As a grassroots genius beast master who had risen to become the chief beast master of the capital, her inspiring journey could easily be packaged to motivate others. As they watched Fong Ran leave, someone asked, why did they take Fong Shen away? Who is that person? Wrapped up so tightly, they don't look like a good person. But their figure is quite nice. It's senior sister Lin, I won't mistake that. Lu Yong replied. He just didn't know what he wanted with Fong Ran. After his words fell, Lu Yong noticed that the surroundings had fallen into silence. Meanwhile, on a long bus-like vehicle, several high-level beast masters were seated. They almost represented the backbone of Yucheng. Suyu, could it be that Lin Qinghuan is going to find old Zhang? No way, old Zhang is only mid-level, he can't be of much use. Then is she going to find old Zhao? Old Zhao? No, he recently took sick leave and isn't at the academy. Then who is it? Who could it be? Suyu was also unclear. Who in Fengga Academy was trustworthy and capable? But no matter what, if she completed this job, she would definitely be promoted to the lord level. At that time, if luck was on her side, she might even be able to challenge for the king. And all of this depended on whether this ally was reliable. If they were a burden, she would never take care of them in battle. After all, this trip was dangerous, and there was a possibility of losing her life beast. They're here. The beast masters behind her all looked out the window. They saw a young and handsome beast master following Lin Qinghuan. That familiar face moved Suyu. The people behind her leaned in and whispered, Suyu, isn't that your student? Yeah, did Lin Qinghuan ask us to bring a student to chase the Beast God Association? I remember. There were rumors in the academy that Fong Ran is Lin Qinghuan's younger brother. I wonder if it's true. Is this to let us take him along to gain some experience? So that his future path will be a bit easier? Is he really her brother? No wonder he could enter the special training camp at such a young age. The group whispered among themselves. Just a moment ago, in a group chat with the teachers, they learned that Fong Ran had entered the special training camp. They were initially skeptical, but now it seemed quite possible. Suyu, when he arrives, just refused directly. Right, we'll all refuse. Lin Xinghuan wouldn't dare to force it on us. For this group of teachers, such life and death matters naturally couldn't involve a student they weren't familiar with. After all, he wasn't their own son. If they lost his life beast because of him, it would be nearly impossible for him to advance in his life. He went to the special training camp? Is it really because of connections? Suyu frowned as she looked at that handsome figure. She didn't think so. Among those present, only she had seen Xiao Tian in action, mastering the extremely difficult sea-level skill, Holy Bow of Divine Guidance, in such a short time was definitely not something a person with connections could achieve. As soon as Lin Xinghuan got on the bus, a beast master voiced his dissatisfaction. Senior Lin. I remember the student just enrolled, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Xinghuan smiled and replied, you all have taught me, just call me Xinghuan. As for Fong Ran, he will still have to take the entrance exam for the capital's academy, and he will inevitably have to interact with the Beast God Association, so it's just right to bring him along for some training. And his beast also has something to do with this matter. If we don't go, it will affect her future advancement. Oh, they've even thought of an excuse. Beast tamers are judged by their strength. If you're strong, you're naturally a senior. No, who among you is willing to take care of Fong Ran? Lin Xinghuan scanned the crowd. But she found that many people's gazes were directed elsewhere. However, following their line of sight, she discovered they were indeed looking at beautiful women. I'll do it, Suyu said calmly. This statement made several people present turn their heads in disbelief towards Suyu. Teacher Suyu? Fong Ran was somewhat surprised, and Suyu was among them. Suyu responded with a calm expression. Just follow me and don't let Xiao Tian come out. You've just become a beast tamer. The situation in actual combat is far more complicated than you think. Taking this opportunity, Fong Ran sat down next to Suyu. The vehicle then started moving. It's fine, I'll just shoot from a distance. Not going in. All right. Suyu reluctantly agreed. That group of people are all desperate criminals. If they encounter danger, just let them go, and everything will be fine. Suyu's words were very clear. She was telling Fong Ran to hide if possible. Her words were filled with concern for Fong Ran. Hearing this, the male teachers behind them gritted their teeth. This kid, sitting so close to Suyu right from the start. They didn't even dare to sit next to her. These are all teachers from the Finga Academy. If you need help, just ask them. Suyu introduced Fong Ran one by one. The slightly plump one was named Yang Zian, responsible for the food course, while the tall one was the physical education teacher named Tan Zhe. The other one Fong Ran had met before, the proctor who came to talk to Suyu when he enrolled, named Zhang Yao. Hearing Suyu hand over the package to them, everyone wore a fake smile. Fong Ran could feel that they wished they could shove him out of the car window. Unfortunately, this was a special vehicle designed to withstand beast attacks, and the windows couldn't be opened. After a long while, the vehicle arrived at a bustling district. It then stopped by the roadside, waiting until nightfall for the area to become lively with lights. Everyone, follow me inside to break through. There may be 2 Lord-level beast tamers inside, not counting the high-level beast tamers. Fong Ran, you and Suyu go to the east and intercept the escaping beast tamers. Following Lin Xinghuan's arrangement, everyone got out of the car. It was evident that the breakout task was the most difficult, while Fong Ran and Suyu only needed to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Those who could escape from Lin Xinghuan's grasp were probably few in Yucheng. Moreover, even if they couldn't win, they could still let people go. After all, they were her younger brother, and they all understood. They just regretted not bringing Fong Ran at the time, otherwise, they would have been the ones lying back and winning. Several teachers looked at Suyu with envy. You then took Fong Ran to the eastern street. Fong Ran quickly summoned Xiao Tian. This was the advantage of a humanoid beast, it was not easily recognized. Suyu hid her pet in the beast space, ready to summon it at the first sign of trouble. Watching the figures coming in and out of the east gate of the club, along with a few humanoid beasts, Fong Ran couldn't help but feel the evening breeze was a bit desolate. When Lin Xinghuan goes in, will she make them huddle down? Fong Ran suddenly asked. We're here to intercept people. Breaking through is Lin Xinghuan's job, Suyu said, fully focused. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, the street ahead and the east gate began to stir. Clearly, a great battle had already begun inside. This group of desperate criminals caught by the Beast Tamer Association would not have a good ending, so they naturally fought back desperately. In just a moment, 3 or 4 figures began to flee through the only gap. Run! Boss, hold them off for us. A few beast tamers dressed in ordinary clothes. One by one, they summoned their fierce beasts and desperately fled. Above them, in the sky, a 6-winged angel hovered high, holding a heavy holy book and reciting. The overwhelming pressure made everyone too afraid to approach. In the center, where the holy light was the most radiant, a giant skeleton made entirely of black bones, towering 3 stories high, was resisting the impact of the holy power. The evil bone beast. Only the Divine Beast Association would contract such a ferocious beast. Fong Ran, watch out! Suyu reminded. As Fong Ran looked up at the sky, several beast tamers had already charged towards them with their pets. San Yue Wolf. As Suyu spoke, a howl echoed. And a silver-white wolf appeared. The moment that San Yue Wolf manifested, the fleeing beast tamers noticed them. A woman and a child, let's block this path. Suyu, I remember her, just a high-level late stage, we can hold her off. Lao Zhang, you go deal with that student first. Quickly go and come back, the 3 of us in high-level mid-stage can easily hold her high-level late stage. 3 beast tamers. One with a purple marten, one with an iron claw bear, charged fiercely towards Suyu. Both of them were high-level mid-stage beast tamers and would not be afraid. The other one chased after Fong Ran. Swish! The San Yue Wolf struck. The iron claw bear immediately wrapped its arms around itself. Bang! The San Yue Wolf's attack only left a few claw marks on its arms. This heavy defense made Suyu's eyes darken. 3 high-level mid-stage. Even if she could handle 2, what about Fong Ran? Fong Ran, remember what I said. Suyu shouted. However, when she turned her head, she saw Fong Ran had already started to run wildly. This made Suyu's heart tremble. Well, this was indeed the right choice. Seeing Fong Ran flee, the other 2 let out a few sneers. So cowardly, yet they wanted to block them. From the Divine Beast Association? A few minutes later. Kid, stop running. How long can your beast run? The beast tamer behind was panting heavily. That humanoid beast was faster than his blade leopard, leaving him quite puzzled. Fortunately, this soft persimmon didn't keep running and finally stopped in an open factory. Then, the angel actually turned around. Without hesitation, it gathered holy power. A massive storm bow appeared in its palm. Whoosh! The terrifying power of the storm twisted everything around the bow. Everything happened too quickly. Even in the darkness, it sent shivers down the spines of the pursuers. Looking at the exaggerated arrow ahead, he swallowed hard. Wasn't it a student? Wasn't it a soft persimmon? What the hell kind of skill was this? Blade Leopard, don't let her shoot, he shouted urgently. But it was too late. The skilled Stormbow didn't need much charging time and shot out in an instant. He felt a strong wind rush towards him, and the next moment, everything went black as he lost consciousness. Gene point +2. When the Master Beast is severely injured, the Beast Tamer will also be feedbacked with mental power, leading to fainting. Fong Ran looked at the fainted Beast Tamer and didn't pay much attention. He turned and headed towards Suyu's direction. Although the Stormbow was powerful, it couldn't be used in densely built areas. Otherwise, he would be the one paying for the damages. With the feedback from Xiaotian, Fong Ran moved swiftly, quickly returning to the place they had just been. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 beast tamers changed their expressions the moment they saw Fong Ran. His appearance here meant that the one who had been taken down was Lao Zhang. Your beast has already reached high-level mid-stage? Suyu exclaimed in surprise. Fong Ran's speed in ending the battle was simply too fast. Old Zhang is such a waste, no wonder. He can't even become a formal member. As they watched Fong Ran return, the pressure shifted to the other 2. Go, charge forward. Roar. The 2 controlled their beasts and charged towards Fong Ran. However, with Suyu's San Yue Wolf blocking the way, it was impossible to get close to Fong Ran. Holy Bow of Divine Guidance. Xiao Tian gathered holy power. The arrow shot out, radiating with the power of holy fire. In an instant, it pierced through the black bear's arm, and the holy fire clung to the wound, burning continuously. Roar! The black bear went berserk instantly. This power. Is it a mastery level skill? The pupils of the 2 shrank suddenly. But then, several more light arrows came flying, accurately hitting its hands and legs. The strong penetrating power left Suyu dumbfounded. Her San Yue Wolf couldn't even defend against it. Fong Ran's attack was surprisingly effective? It wasn't mastery level, but subtle level. Seeing this, the two quickly recalled their beasts into the beast space to avoid losing their life. Beasts! We surrender! We surrender! Their appearance made Fong Ran feel a bit disappointed. Why not struggle to the end? That way, he could earn more gene points. Put your hands out. Suyu stepped forward, completely binding the two. Then she looked at Fong Ran with a complex expression. How long had it been since they last met, and Fong Ran had grown to this extent? She had heard of a few young high-level mid-stage beast masters, but she had rarely seen anyone with the subtle-level holy bow of divine guidance. It was likely that even the creator of this skill had a proficiency no better than this, right? I underestimated you, thinking you would still want to hide, Suyu said, with an awkward smile. Now it seemed that the ones who should be hiding were the talents of the Hunter God Society. Ding ding! The two received another message on their phones. This time it wasn't from Lin Xinghuan, but a bounty from the Beast Master Association. Clearly marked, a bounty for the fugitives of the God of Beasts Society. There was even a high-level Lord Beast Master among them. One high-level late-stage, 100,000. One high-level mid-stage, 50,000. One high-level early-stage, 20,000. One high-level Lord, 1 million. Although this person is seriously injured, they will definitely report their location as soon as they find out. It's all money. Fong Ran's eyes sparkled. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian noticed a stream of dark energy in the city. Over there are three. Xiao Tian suddenly spoke. The God of Beasts Society clearly had other escape routes. At this moment, they had completely scattered around the city. But the aura on them couldn't escape Xiao Tian's eyes. Let's go catch them, Fong Ran suggested. Suyu nodded. Following Xiao Tian's guidance, they indeed found three disguised followers of the God of Beasts Society. Since the other side wanted to disguise themselves as ordinary people, Fong Ran and Suyu almost captured them all without a fight. They really are here. Does the Angel Clan have such abilities? Suyu was slightly surprised. At this moment, at the center of the God of Beasts Society, two Lord Beast Masters, seriously injured, were tied up in one place. Yet, there was a disdainful smile on their faces. Lin Xinghuan, what can you do by capturing us? The things have long been sent out. You don't think you can catch all our members back, do you? Do you think you have X-ray vision? As long as there are still benefits, even if we are gone, there will be others to raise beasts. Hearing their words, several beast masters around showed impatient expressions. Beside them, a group of scantily clad catgirls and exotic beasts all huddled together against the wall. This was just their surface business, a cover to mislead others. Behind the scenes, the God of Beasts Society raised beasts, and when they reached adulthood, they slaughtered them to sell their organs. They might even sell the most ferocious and untamable beasts to beast tamers. The bloody scene in the basement still lingers in the minds of a few. How are Suyu and the others doing? She won't run into trouble with Fong Ran, will she? It should be fine. Our top priority now is to capture their remnants. We could make a small profit, but it's a pity about Suyu. A few sighed. With Fong Ran in tow, Suyu would probably find it hard to focus on hunting down the Divine Beast Society. If she doesn't perform well enough, it won't be easy to obtain the materials for promotion to Lord. It's a pity we let a leader escape. Lin Xinghuan frowned. She hadn't expected there to be three Lord Beast Tamers here. Just a moment of carelessness allowed one of them to find an opportunity to escape. Seeing Lin Xinghuan's self-reproachful expression, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Taking on three and injuring them all heavily, yet still feeling guilty? What does that make them? Basically, capturing someone is just a group beating. What level is that Lord Beast Tamer at? Do we have a chance if we all go together? Yeah, wasn't he heavily injured by Senior Lin? A few were tempted. After all, there was a reward of 1 million. The key point was that it could elevate their standing in the Beast Tamer Society, perhaps even be an opportunity to join. Only by joining the Beast Tamer Society could they avoid buying rare materials at those auctions, or getting involved in the black market, colluding with the Divine Beast Society. Even if I injured him, he's not someone a high-level beast tamer can catch. Lin Xinghuan saw through everyone's thoughts and spoke to dissuade them. His beast was promoted using forbidden materials, and his strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. This statement indeed dispelled everyone's thoughts. Thinking about it was fine, no one would joke with their own life. Moreover, they were at a significant level disadvantage. Instead of thinking about the million, it would be better to consider how to capture a few more followers of the Divine Beast Society. As everyone pondered, on a street. What? I'm tutoring with teacher Suyu. Where are you tutoring so late? You must be out having fun with Xiao Tian, right? Teacher Su. You was right next to me, don't you believe it? Fong Ran handed the phone to Su Yu beside her. She took it effortlessly. With a smile, she said, yes, I'm helping Xiao Ran with her studies, no need to worry. If it doesn't work out, just stay at my place, it's not a hassle, not tiring. After hanging up the phone, Su Yu's smile instantly vanished. Fong Ran let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, teacher. Su Yu shook her head. How long has Fong Ran been in school? She was actually taken out by her teacher to earn some extra money. If Fong Ran's family found out about this, they would surely be furious. However, ever since Fong Ran joined, she had indeed earned a lot. In less than 2 hours, they had already captured at least a dozen followers of the Divine Beast Society. Haven't we almost caught everyone? Su Yu looked at the people tied up by the roadside. With Xiao Tian's keen eyesight, those beast tamers who had evolved through dark magic couldn't escape her gaze. The key point was that her skill proficiency was so high that even in terms of long-range output, she was already stronger than the close combat of the Sun Yue wolf. Her only weakness was probably being afraid of getting close to the opponent. At this moment, a follower secretly glanced at the guard Xiao Tian, looking for an opportunity to escape. However, when meeting those eyes, he immediately shivered and dared not move again. Those pale golden pupils seemed to contain the gap between races, even between humans and gods. It was as if a mortal was gazing up at the gods. It made him unable to harbor any thoughts of resistance. Xiao Tian, can you still find people? Fong Ran asked. Hearing this, Xiao Tian looked up at the sky. Streams of black gas surged and spread not far away. Looking at that pitch-black gas stirred her fragmented memories in her mind. A vague voice kept ringing in her ears. How did you get caught? Don't give up, we'll find a chance to escape. You can't see, but I can, I'll help you see. If we get out, we can seek help from our kind, they will help us. Let's find a beast master. Once contracted, we won't be hunted anymore. She had encountered a kindred spirit right after she was captured. Although she couldn't see anything in the pitch-black environment, it brought her a sense of relief. But after that kindred spirit was taken away, when she returned, she could no longer see. A few days later, Xiao Tian could no longer hear her voice. No matter how much she called, there was no response. Until someone came to the cell door. Damn it, she actually committed suicide. Take down the body, we can still sell it for some money to make up for the loss. Everything that once was echoed continuously in Xiao Tian's ears. It made her fingers tremble slightly. She really wanted to go, but Fong Ran was just a human, and if she went, she might encounter danger. Sensing Xiao Tian's feelings, Fong Ran guessed something. Did you find him? Xiao Tian nodded slightly. It's that Lord Beast Master. Hearing this, Fong Ran took a deep breath, a million walking. This was Yuqing. Even if Fong Ran caught him, he probably wouldn't dare to use his full strength since he was wanted. Plus, he was seriously injured, he could run even if he couldn't beat Fong Ran. Let's go, take me to find him. It's dangerous, Xiao Tian advised. She wasn't saying she was in danger, but that Fong Ran was in danger. Don't be afraid, I'll hide a bit further away, trust your beast master. Fong Ran patted Xiao Tian's shoulder. Only then did she nod slightly. After finding a reason, Fong Ran took advantage of the night to search. After crossing several streets, she finally found a scruffy-looking, slightly emaciated man at a 24-hour store. In Xiao Tian's eyes, the black aura on his body was extremely thick. It was just that it was constantly twisting due to his injuries. It's you! The man saw Xiao Tian from across the street, his eyes instantly shining with excitement. Aha, the eye of divine light. Our masterpiece is just missing you, and you've come right to us. He could no longer suppress his inner excitement. Because he had lost the eye of divine light, he was punished by that leader and was no longer given forbidden materials for promotion. What did you say? A million walking? Fong Ran was equally excited. A million walking? The man paused. Then his face gradually twisted into a sneer. Although he didn't know what Fong Ran was talking about, he could tell it was mocking him. Moreover, Fong Ran's gaze made him very uncomfortable. That greedy look he had only seen on those wild gigolos. What, do you think I'm injured, so you have me at your mercy? He looked at Fong Ran. What a pity, I was about to give up, and you brought her right to me. He looked at Xiao Tian, his expression gradually becoming greedy. As long as he captured her, the leader would forgive him. Who knows, it might even allow his evil bone beast to advance further. Ever since he adapted to the evolution speed of the dark arts, he could no longer evolve honestly. Xiao Tian Without Fong Ran saying anything, the angel beside her had already summoned a holy bow. 3 arrows ignited with holy fire shot out. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking air rang out almost simultaneously. Evil bone beast. Boom. A huge evil bone arm blocked in front. The arrows imbued with holy fire struck the arm, then exploded with fierce holy flames, wildly spreading and burning. The man hiding behind the evil bone beast's arm was slightly startled. I underestimated you. The ability that came with the holy fire evolution method was very restraining to his beast. Plus, the skill level was extremely high, even he felt his arm go numb. Charge in, grab her first. The leader wanted to end it quickly. The arm transformed from the evil bone beast charged fiercely towards Fong Ran. The massive skeleton lay horizontally, resembling a wide shield, blocking all the holy arrows shot at it. However, the holy fire left by the holy power continued to burn the black bones. In such a short time, to cultivate to this level, it truly is the sacrificial angel valued by the leader. The power of the skill was also impressive. Although his strength was diminished, he could only summon part of the evil bone beast's body. But nonetheless, it was a lord-level creature, at least possessing the strength of an early lord. Xiao Tian was simultaneously using the light feather instant shadow to create distance while condensing the storm bow. Although the distance was still being closed, it was enough for her to gather holy power. Swish! The storm bow, like a tornado, charged towards the black bones. Amidst the storm, a wisp of burning holy fire curled within, instantly transforming into a raging inferno. Bang! A violent collision sound erupted. On the surrounding tall buildings, the crowd was terrified, even afraid to open their windows to look. They feared that if they saw the face of the beast master, they would be remembered with resentment. But there were also quite a few brave souls who took out their phones and secretly began recording below. Click. The sound of black bones shattering echoed. The man hiding behind the arm's expression darkened. It shattered, although it was just a gap. The power of the opponent's skill was far greater than he had imagined. We can't delay any longer, the commotion just now has already been heard by others. Evil bone beast. Charge forward with all your might. The man commanded. Since they relied on long-range attacks, her close combat ability must be weak. In this world, there are no creatures that are strong both at long and close range, not even dragons. Roar! Waves of pitch-black mist spread. The severely damaged evil bone beast, towering at least 3 stories high, emerged from within. Its torso was almost half gone, with holy power burning at the broken edges, leaving only a right arm. Yet even so, the terrifying pressure made the residents in the nearby floors tremble. Bang! Bang! The evil bone beast charged forward. In just a few steps, it closed the distance to mere inches. Its right hand suddenly reached out to grab Xiao Tian. However, in Xiao Tian's eyes, its movements were as slow as a snail, and she could even predict its attack trajectory. Swish! A flash of light passed. The evil bone beast grasped nothing but air. How is this possible? I clearly just grabbed her, this is Lin Xinghuan's skill. The leader's eyes widened in anger. He was actually entangled with a high-level beast master for so long. If this got out, he would definitely be laughed at by his peers, even etched onto the pillar of shame. End the battle in 3 minutes, cover the attack. The evil bone beast's palm grew bone spikes and shot towards Xiao Tian. At that moment, a faint light curtain also appeared around Xiao Tian's body. The breakthrough-level divine body. At the same time, dragon shadows emerged behind her, with golden eyes resembling molten lava. The dragon's soul forging, though at the entry level, could provide her with stamina and strength not inferior to that of dragons. With the buff, let's see what you can do. Fong Ran observed from a distance on the rooftop. As soon as the battle began, he started looking for a place to hide. Otherwise, if the opponent found him and Xiao Tian had no skills to protect him, it would be easy for him to be ambushed. Brother, are you here to watch the show too? Suddenly, a voice came from behind Fong Ran. He turned his head to see a middle-aged man with a resolute face holding a phone and recording below. He murmured, wow. The battle between beast masters, both of them are at least lord level. This is a rare material, you can't buy it online for less than a few thousand. Lord level. For ordinary people, that was already the realm of divine beings. It's a pity I didn't become a beast master back then. You look young, little brother, you have to work hard. Isn't it dangerous for you to be here? What if he sees us? What are you afraid of? This is a rare sight, even if we die, it wouldn't be a loss. Seeing that he was completely unconcerned, Fong Ran also lost the desire to worry for others and continued to look down. Swish, swish. Dark spikes crashed towards Xiao Tian. Yet, it seemed they weren't aimed at all, as most fell beside him. Even those that hit were absorbed by the holy power. Shield on his body. At this moment, the divine body, combined with two naturally operating evolution methods, slowly replenished Xiao Tian's holy power. It was like a health potion in a game, or the power of the Azure Dragon. In the midst of battle, Xiao Tian's figure darted around, almost evading many attacks. The divine body that could withstand fatal damage also made her movements bolder. While dodging, the holy fire giant's sword in her hand kept striking down, leaving scars on her only arm. The vitality of a lord level being is surprisingly resilient? Fong Ran couldn't help but exclaim. That angel is also lord level, right? But its attack power is still a bit weak, it can entangle dark creatures for so long. The damage it deals is at least 1.5 times. The master beside them commented. Clearly, his knowledge surpassed that of many beast tamers. Damn it! Is your holy power endless? The emaciated man's eyes were bloodshot. He felt a sweetness in his chest, almost surging up his throat. He felt he wasn't fighting a high-level beast, but another lord-level being. Even if heavily injured, he should easily handle a high-level beast. However, the reality was completely different. Not afraid of close combat? In just a few minutes, the evil bone beast had various wounds of all sizes. The holy power burning in the wounds was like a festering sore, hard to eliminate. In contrast, Xiao Tian had not a single scar on her body. He had seen agile beasts before, but their attacks were hard to harm him. However, the holy sword in the angel's hand, like a beast that restrained it, left a scar with every swing. Not deep, not heavy, but just enough to wear down his stamina. The evil bone beast doesn't need to hold back, use all your strength. He gritted his teeth. He had originally feared hurting those eyes. But now it seemed that not using full strength might hurt himself instead. Heavenly Bone Prison. As his voice fell, the evil bone beast's bones pierced the ground, then transformed into black bones that drilled up from the earth in a circular formation. In an instant, they trapped Xiao Tian within. B-level binding skill, I've mastered it long ago. Let's see how you escape. If I can't run, then I won't, it's just right to test the boundary-breaking holy sword. Fong Ran whispered. Xiao Tian released her grip. The holy sword in her hand gradually dissipated. Holy fire giant sword. She pressed her palms together, her voice cold. The holy power within her body surged upwards like a swarm of bees. In just a moment, a massive holy light sword hung high above the evil bone beast's head. The holy sword was towering and immense, radiating powerful holy energy, its blade burning with unquenchable holy fire. Just looking up at it made the evil bone beast tremble uncontrollably. Holy power is the greatest restraint against evil. At this moment, the cage it set up had become its own grave. How is this possible? Is this an S-level skill? The man trembled slightly. Meanwhile, on the high building, the man recording the scene gulped as he looked at the floating holy light sword before him. Damn it! I knew beast tamers were gods. Otherwise, how could they conjure such weapons out of thin air? You can't escape either. When the holy sword falls, we will both meet the same fate. The leader was completely mad. He couldn't possibly lose to a high-level beast tamer. Even if he suffers the heaviest injuries, as long as he has a breath left, it is absolutely not allowed to happen. He will be recorded in history, becoming an eternal negative example. Who said I was going to run? Xiao Tian recalled the events in the prison. Without mercy, she swung her palm down. At this moment, the holy power within her was nearly exhausted, with only a layer of light shield remaining on her body. The enormous holy sword fell in response. Swish! The gigantic evil bone beast was instantly severed at its only right arm. Then, the massive holy sword exploded, and the holy power completely engulfed the evil bone beast. Gene point plus 19. A prompt sounded. Under the overwhelming holy power, the 3-meter-tall evil bone beast was instantly reduced to nothing. The shield on Xiao Tian's body also cracked in response. It absorbed most of the impact. The head of the church looked at the evil bone beast he had painstakingly cultivated, kneeling heavily on the ground. The severed mental connection dealt him a heavy blow. But without the mental link to the evil bone beast, his gaze became much clearer. Not long ago, Suyu, waiting with a pile of spoils. She looked up at the distance. There, a gigantic holy sword floated high in the air. The holy light on the sword body was almost impossible to ignore in the night. Moreover, the location of the incident was not far from where Suyu was. Is this an A-level or S-level skill? Has someone captured the head of the church? Suyu was shocked. She had only seen such a powerful skill on Lord-level beasts. Besides, wasn't Fong Ran heading in the opposite direction? Sun Yue Wolf, come with me to take a look. Before leaving, Suyu made a special call to have a colleague take care of her things. It was only when the other party hurriedly arrived that she felt relieved to leave. The Beastmaster who came was Jiang Yao, who was supervising with Suyu. He looked at the dozen or so people tied together and couldn't help but glance at Suyu's back as she rode that Sun Yue Wolf away. Suyu, you can't be so foolish as to frame a few innocent bystanders. Lin Qinghuan had a list in hand. Whether they were from the Beast God Society, she could tell at a glance. Jiang Yao didn't believe that Suyu could capture so many members of the Beast God Society by herself. After all, these people were just ordinary folks, and it was impossible to find them hidden in the crowd. At most, they could catch one or two. Moreover, wasn't she with Fong Ran? It would be even more inconvenient to act while he was filled with doubt on a rooftop. Damn, big news, the head of the Hunter Society has been captured. An excited voice came from beside Fong Ran. Then came the sound of a phone camera clicking. This insider information can be sold to the Beastmaster News for a big profit. Did you see that skill just now? It must be a Lord-level Beastmaster. I've never seen such a powerful skill before. He marveled at Fong Ran, then looked down. His expression froze. He saw the angel looking up at this place. The light golden pupils contained a lava-like red, with a pair of huge white wings sprouting from behind, holding the dazed head of the church, flying straight towards the rooftop. Holy crap! I wasn't taking random pictures. Are they going to kill me to silence me? In his panic, his phone fell to the ground. However, that godlike figure ignored him and instead landed in front of Fong Ran, folding its wings behind. With a thud, it threw the already collapsed head of the church onto the ground. Ignoring the stunned man beside him, Fong Ran stepped forward to search the head of the church's pockets. A lighter, a pack of flashy cat gum, and a piece of cloth with bizarre formations drawn on it. What did you want to do by capturing Xiao Tian? The man only moved slightly, showing no response. Playing dumb? Or was he really dumb? After a round of stick education from Fong Ran, he discovered that he was indeed really dumb. Although they caught the person, they still couldn't find the angel. Fortunately, there was still a reward of 1 million in gene points, so it wasn't a wasted trip. Are you a beast master? A slightly trembling voice came from the side. He looked at Fong Ran excitedly and then took out his phone. Can I take a picture? Sure. Fong Ran smiled slightly. After getting permission, he immediately ran in front of the indifferent Xiao Tian and took a selfie. Then, he went to the bewildered leader and grabbed his neck for a determined-looking selfie. He then looked at Fong Ran, who was full of anticipation, smiled and nodded, and turned to leave. The smile froze on Fong Ran's face. Let's go downstairs. It was certainly not easy to come up. But going down was much simpler. With one person in each hand, Xiao Tian, with his almost dragon-like physique, found it easy to carry two people. Just as they landed on the ground, a wolf howl echoed from afar. Fong Ran looked down, and not far away, Suyu was riding on the back of the Sun Yue wolf. The figure approached from a distance. Suyu came closer and leaped down from the Sun Yue wolf's back. Looking at the ravaged street and the man thrown on the ground, she asked, "Is this the leader of the Yuqing Beastmaster Association? I saw he was seriously injured, so I caught him on the way," Fong Ran replied as if narrating an ordinary event. Injured? The intel did mention that he was heavily injured by Lin Qinghuan. Suyu looked at the leader, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, and temporarily accepted this explanation. But that high-hanging holy sword didn't seem like Lin Qinghuan's style. Could it be that Fong Ran secretly learned some skills? Fong Ran, even if he is injured, he is still a Lord-level Beastmaster. You must not be so reckless next time, Suyu scolded. Just having become a high-level Beastmaster, he dared to catch a Lord-level Beastmaster. Fortunately, he wasn't at his peak. Otherwise, she couldn't even imagine the consequences. But even if he wasn't at his peak, what Fong Ran did was enough to overturn common sense. While scolding him, Suyu felt very pleased in her heart. Perhaps he really can get into one of the 5 major academies? After saying this, she was startled herself. Those who could enter the 5 major academies were either rich or noble. How could Fong Ran, a grassroots origin, compare with them? Those geniuses like Shen Yun had at least a king-level Beastmaster guiding them, while Fong Ran could only learn at the Finga Academy. The current gap was small only because the resources needed for beast mastery were not abundant. As the rank increased, the exorbitant promotion materials would only bring despair. Just like her. She could only rely on the tasks from the Beast Master Association to earn funds. At this moment, in the center of Yucheng, a blue and white building stood tall in the city center. At the bottom of the building was a spacious hall. This was the center of the Beast Master Association, specifically handling conflicts among Beast Masters and issuing tasks to apprehend wanted criminals. Zhang Yao, where did you catch so many people? You didn't just bring them in to fill the numbers, did you? I tell you, this time the wanted list is specific. These are all on the list. Zhang Yao enjoyed the envious gazes of his colleagues. He then looked at a patrolling Beast Master. See how much they are worth. The patroller excitedly stepped forward, comparing the photos of the individuals one by one. Shenwei, Zhao Feng. A total of 11 people. 3 mid-level high ranks, 7 early high ranks, 1 late high rank. Totaling 390,000. A total of 30 honor points. Did you catch all the escapees? I thought it would take at least a few months. Did you use X-ray vision? The patroller was shocked. He even doubted whether Jiang Yao had colluded with the Beast Master Association, splitting the profits after surrendering. But thinking of the punishment for being caught by the Beast Master Association, he dismissed that idea. I'm a detective, no evil can escape my keen eye. Zhang Yao laughed. Feeling the admiring gazes of the girls around him, he coughed twice and explained, actually, it was Suyu who caught him, I was just helping her keep an eye on him. Upon hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes. Suyu is indeed possible, after all, she is a high-level Beast Master in the late stage. Yeah, these members of the Divine Beast Association are not that skilled, it's normal for them to be captured by Su Yu. With 30 honor points, Su Yu is almost ready to buy Lord-level materials, right? Damn, doesn't that mean she's about to advance to Lord level and become a Lord Beast Master? Why do I always feel like the gap between us is getting bigger? The crowd discussed. Some envied Su Yu's current gains. With these honor points, her promotion to Lord was almost a sure thing. Once she became a Lord, everything would be different, countless companies would extend olive branches to her. As long as she had a name under a company, she could receive an extremely generous salary. As a high-level late stage, how could she catch me? A member of the Divine Beast Association sneered. Being at the same high-level late stage, he thought it would be easy to escape. If it weren't for that angel's light arrow hitting almost every time, he would have disappeared long ago. Oh, listening to your tone, are you still unconvinced? Do you have a say here? Facing the crowd's ridicule, he naturally felt fearless. Even if you tie up all these pigs, you still couldn't catch me flying on water, don't tarnish my reputation. This arrogant attitude amused several people present. Can't catch you? Then how did you end? Up tied up? However, in response to the crowd's doubts, he coldly snorted, it was 2 against 1. 2 against 1? Suyu seems to be with a student who just enrolled. Right? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Divine Beast Association members suddenly stiffened. A student? They were caught by a student? At the thought of this, a sense of shame surged in their hearts. Take them down for questioning. Lin Qinghuan stepped forward. Yes. A few people stepped forward and took all the cult members to the interrogation room, where a professional interrogator was waiting. But at this moment, the expressions on everyone's faces were not relaxed. Lin Qinghuan returned empty-handed, indicating that they had not caught the cult leader. Letting him escape would eventually allow him to establish a new Divine Beast Association in Yucheng. As long as there were benefits, it would be hard to eradicate. Search the entire city for him, he definitely won't run far. Lin Qinghuan's eyes held a hint of coldness. No matter how many cult members they caught, they were not as useful as a cult leader. Only the cult leader could access core intelligence and know what the Divine Beast Association was doing with the captured angels. This was also the task given to her by the Imperial Capital Academy. If she couldn't catch the cult leader, she wouldn't even get an A-level rating. I'm afraid it might be too late, it's been so long. Yeah, although there are many Lord Beast Masters in the city, many have contracts with companies and cannot act freely. Moreover, they wouldn't provoke the Divine Beast Association for no reason. No one would provoke a desperate Lord Beast Master. Moreover, the bounty of 1 million was not high. Lord Beast Masters wouldn't lack this little money. As for them, the high-level Beast Masters? Even an injured Lord-level Beast Master could potentially kill them in an instant. Suyu is back. Zhang Yao spoke up. Everyone turned to look at the door. Suyu was followed by Fong Ran, and beside Fong Ran was a hunchbacked cult member bound up. It wasn't until the two approached that everyone could see the appearance of that cult member. Isn't he the cult leader? Many people were present at the time and naturally recognized the cult leader's appearance. The cult leader of the Divine Beast Association was actually caught by Suyu? Suyu, you did well. You must have made a fortune. Tonight. Many people opened their mouths, and several colleagues stepped forward to greet her. This is a great achievement. The president will definitely personally commend it, and there might even be skill rewards. Naturally, Suyu's promotion to lord level is well deserved. And behind everyone, Lin Qinghuan's tightly furrowed brows relaxed. Even more. She never expected that Suyu could actually bring someone back. Faced with everyone's compliments, Suyu just smiled. No, I have to thank Fong Ran for helping me. Upon hearing this, everyone present thought she was joking. Fong Ran is just a student, what could he possibly help with? If it weren't for Lin Qinghuan insisting on bringing him along, they probably wouldn't have taken him at all. Suyu said this just to share some of the credit with Fong Ran. Suyu, you're at a crucial moment for your promotion to lord. Yeah, you've waited 3 years, you can't consider others anymore. First, get promoted to lord level, and we can talk about any issues later. Several people spoke up, fearing that Suyu would share the credit with Fong Ran and affect her own promotion. What I'm saying is true, the instructor was also brought by Fong Ran. And it has nothing to do with me. Suyu blinked. Looking at their reactions, it seemed like they thought she was joking. She had no intention of joking. Besides, you don't need to worry, catching 1 or 2 is already enough for my honor points. Suyu replied. Then she turned to Fong Ran. Fong Ran, this time there are 11 people, count me as 3, and the instructor counts as yours. Is that appropriate? Fong Ran didn't think it was all his credit. With Suyu leading him to search for those fierce beasts, it was much easier. He only needed to be responsible for shooting arrows from behind. It's appropriate, you should start accumulating honor points now to exchange for lord level materials so it won't affect your pet's advancement in the future, Suyu said earnestly. She had accumulated too late, which caused her to take 2 or 3 years to gather enough honor points and money to buy lord materials. Fong Ran, like her, didn't come from a wealthy family, so he naturally needed to plan ahead. Meanwhile, Suyu's colleagues looked displeased. In their minds, these people were all caught by Suyu. Why should they share with others? Whether it's honor points or money, there's never too much. Fong Ran, did you really catch that instructor? Lin Qinghuan's beautiful eyes sparkled. As the person involved, she naturally knew how heavy the blow was. That instructor, although his strength was greatly reduced, was not something a high-level beast master could easily confront. Not to mention Fong Ran, even Suyu, she didn't quite believe it. Just as everyone was about to speak, a voice of astonishment suddenly rang out. Wow, you guys, look at the highest viewed video on the Beast Master station. A Beast Master held up his phone, drawing everyone's attention. In a video that was rapidly gaining popularity, a huge evil bone beast stood in the middle of the street. The person filming was excitedly speaking from a high building. Wow, the ground is shaking, can you feel the screen shaking? The Beast Master station automatically searches for interesting videos. Being in Yucheng, it would naturally recommend nearby trending videos. Moreover, battles between beast masters are too rare, attracting a lot of public attention. This is Xiao Tian? Lin Qinghuan stepped forward and snatched the phone, staring intently at the screen. There was no doubt about it, it was the evil bone beast in Xiao Tian. At this moment, a group of teachers also looked at Fong Ran in disbelief. Could it really be true? A person challenging a lord-level beast master? On the street, apart from Xiao Tian's figure, there was only that huge evil bone beast left. Everyone crowded closer, and in the video, as Xiao Tian dodged the evil bone beast's attacks, Suyu's heart raced. If caught, it would definitely be a dead end. It seems the evil bone beast is seriously injured, it has failed to hit Fong Ran's beast several times. Yes, at such a close distance, we keep brushing past each other. Senior Lin really hit hard, he was left dazed. They couldn't understand the battle at the lord level. But Lin Qinghuan saw it clearly. It wasn't the evil bone beast that went awry, it was Xiao Tian's proficient level light feather instant shadow. Lin Qinghuan thought to herself. How long had she taught Xiao Tian the B-level movement technique? He had already reached the proficient level. However, as the scene progressed, the cameraman seemed to be stunned by something. At the end of the footage, everyone only saw a holy sword, standing in the sky above the city. Everyone fell into a long silence. Until Fong Ran finished exchanging the rewards. Fong Ran, if you have any questions about your studies in the future, feel free to ask me. Don't trouble teacher Suyu anymore. I'm at the academy on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Teacher Suyu will be leaving the academy soon, so I'll take care of you from now on. Your beast mastery doesn't match with Fong Ran enough. If we're talking about theoretical knowledge, I still understand more. What a joke. With that talent, at least they were the seeds of a first-tier academy. How could they possibly give that up? As long as they could help Fong Ran graduate smoothly, they would also become renowned teachers in Yuching, and then student resources would flow in endlessly. Who said I was leaving the academy? Suyu said with a smile. Aren't you going to be promoted to Lord level? Why stay at Funga Academy? I can work part-time. Looking at Suyu's proud expression, a few of them couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. If they had known earlier, they would have brought Fong Ran along with his combat power. They wouldn't have been a burden at all. If Fong Ran really got into one of the 5 major academies, they could rise along with him. It's in 1.3 million. Fong Ran suddenly felt like he had become a wealthy person. With so much money, he could probably buy a Lord-level material? I'm going to exchange for Lord-level materials, so don't come looking for me for now. Here's the key to the training room. After Suyu gave her instructions, she followed the reception of the Beast Master Association towards the elevator. It was hard to contain her excitement about finally being promoted to Lord level. As for Fong Ran, he was taken by Lin Qinghuan to the president's room of the Yuching Beast Master Association. Did you catch him? The president, with black hair and looking no more than 30, asked. Yes, thanks to Senior Lin injuring him. Upon hearing Fong Ran's words, the president chuckled lightly, then looked at Lin Qinghuan, still quite humble. In a few months, it will be the time for the unified recruitment of all major academies. And Yuching has been selected as one of the recruitment locations. By then, geniuses from nearby cities will come early to adapt to the environment. So soon? Lin Qinghuan exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I hope those third-year beast masters from Funga Academy won't embarrass us. The president had no expectations for that. After all, they were considered a poor area, and it was only because Lin Qinghuan became the top student in the imperial capital that they were chosen as a recruitment location. Fong Ran, I plan to publicly commend you. Regardless of whether it was a lucky catch, you have indeed defeated someone of a higher level. You can choose a B+ level evolution technique. Consider it a gift from me. A B+ level evolution technique. Fong Ran was excited. He was just in need of an evolution technique. Thank you, President. No need, this is what you deserve. You are much stronger than those students from Funga Academy. In a year or two, you will have the opportunity to go to one of the 5 major academies. When that time comes, don't forget about us in Yucheng. Of course, the key point was not to forget about me, the president. He valued Fong Ran's talent. Naturally, he wanted to cultivate him before he rose to prominence. Qinghuan, take him to the skill library of the Beast Master Association and let him choose a B+ level evolution technique. The president said with a smile, looking at Fong Ran. Okay. Lin Qinghuan gestured for Fong Ran to follow. The two arrived at the skill library of the Beast Master Association. A huge electronic screen displayed all the evolution techniques currently held by the association. Search for B+ level evolution methods. Lin Qinghuan's voice fell. The screen immediately began to flicker. Soon, only a few evolution methods remained. Thunderstorm evolution method B+ level. Spirit snake evolution method B+ level. Iron wall evolution method B+ level. How much would it cost to buy these evolution methods? At least a few million. The expensive ones might cost nearly 10 million, Lin Qinghuan replied. The effects of these evolution methods don't seem to be as good as the Holy Fire evolution method? Fong Ran was somewhat conflicted. The Holy Fire evolution method can greatly increase the power of skills. Even after an attack, it can use the Holy Fire to burn the opponent, while these only enhance physical strength. The Holy Fire evolution method is an A-level offensive evolution method. All Angel evolution methods are at least A-level, and Yuching only has B+ level evolution methods. A-level evolution methods are rare, not everyone can afford them. Lin Qinghuan had also put in a lot of effort at the Imperial Capital Academy to obtain the Holy Fire evolution method. Unexpectedly, Fong Ran began to disdain the B+ level evolution methods. So that's how it is? How about choosing the Spirit Snake evolution method? Fong Ran felt a bit embarrassed. His gaze fell on it, and a piece of information popped up. Spirit Snake evolution method accelerates evolution speed, enhances reaction ability, amplifies body movement skills. The other 2 evolution methods The thunderstorm evolution method increases lightning resistance, while the iron wall evolution method hardens the skin, thereby enhancing defense. Although they are more versatile for beast tamers, they are not very suitable for Xiao Tian. I also recommend you choose this one. After taking out the evolution method, its original diagram was sent to Fong Ran's view through a channel. Opening it, a shadow of a green snake appeared within. Xiao Tian. Summoning Xiao Tian from the beast taming. Space. Immediately, a prompt appeared before Fong Ran. Would you like to advance the spirit snake evolution method? Not in a hurry. Fong Ran did not choose to advance immediately. Instead, he let Xiao Tian learn it on her own first. With the proficiency of the basic evolution method, in just a few minutes, she completely mastered it. This astonishing speed made Lin Qinghuan feel surprised. Advance. As Fong Ran's voice fell, the system immediately began to advance proficiency. Advancing Spirit Snake Evolution. Method Proficiency. Obtain Spirit Snake Evolution Method Proficient. Remaining debt, proficiently operate the Spirit Snake Evolution Method 100 times. Waves of memories flooded into Xiao Tian's mind. She became incredibly skilled as if she had used this evolution method hundreds of times. Her body also became a bit lighter, carrying a hint of the Spirit Snake's essence. The two left the skill library. After saying goodbye to the teachers, Fong Ran returned home. At this time, his uncle and aunt had long since fallen asleep. Xiao Tian began to operate the Spirit Snake Evolution method on her own, and with the infusion of holy power, a transparent Spirit Snake phantom appeared behind Xiao Tian. The external manifestation of holy power is a characteristic of the evolution method reaching the proficient level. 5 minutes later, Xiao Tian successfully operated it once. Rank, 4th rank, 39.3%. The growth effect is not as good as the Holy Fire Evolution method, but it surpasses the basic evolution method and can be trained to the maximum level, Fong Ran thought. The next morning, last night's video went viral in Yucheng, coupled with the Beast Tamer Association president personally commending it. Fong Ran became somewhat famous in Yucheng. But more attention was still on Lin Qinghuan. After all, this operation was led by her. And since his uncle and aunt rarely had a day off, they prepared a sumptuous meal for the two. Fong Ran, you went to capture the black evil forces this time too? At the dining table, Uncle Fong Chihua asked. Hee, I called last night and said I was helping with homework, but you actually took my nephew to such a dangerous place. Sang Xuelan said angrily. It was Senior Lin who asked me to go, saying I should broaden my horizons and that I didn't need to worry with someone protecting me. Hearing Fong Ran's words, Uncle showed a look of understanding. No wonder he is my nephew, exceptionally gifted. He must have caught the attention of Senior Lin. Otherwise, why would she not look for someone else and specifically let Fong Ran gain experience? Moreover, he had a strong premonition that when he went to the company tomorrow, he would get a raise and a promotion just because he entered through the door with his left foot first. After all, this had made the news, and the neighbor had come to ask about it this morning. If it weren't for this, the two of them would still be in the dark. But that won't do. What if something goes wrong? If something happens to you, a beast master, won't Xiao Tian also be implicated? As she spoke, sang. Xuelan's eyes began to redden. Fong Ran put down his chopsticks. So the problem lay here? Actually, I also received an award from the Beast Master Association this time, and they gave me a bonus. Upon hearing this, both of them stopped their movements. They turned to look at Fong Ran in unison. Bonus? You can get an award from the Beast Master Association just for visiting? How much? Is it tens of thousands? They inquired. In their eyes, Fong Ran was just a student. The bonus was at most a few thousand, maybe over 10,000. 1.3 million, Fong Ran said. 130,000? The two were sure they hadn't heard wrong. It was indeed 1.3 million. Fong Chihua stood frozen in place. 1.3 million. He had saved for so long and only had a few 100,000. Sang Xuelan was even more shocked. She had never seen so much money. It wasn't until Fong Ran showed them his bank statement that they finally believed it. It really is 1.3 million. Why would the Beast Master Association reward you so much? The president of the Beast Master Association values me and says I have the opportunity to apply to the 5 major universities in the future, so they are supporting me. To avoid worrying them, Fong Ran casually made up an excuse. However, this statement struck the two like a thunderbolt. The president of the Beast Master Association, what kind of person is that? A figure so far removed from them that they had never even seen him, actually appreciated Fong Ran? At this moment, Fong Ran's image gradually shone brightly in their hearts even surpassing Xiao Tian. They never expected that their nephew had truly become a genius beast master. Thankfully, they had steadfastly supported him from the beginning. After dinner, after some insistence from Fong Ran, the two reluctantly agreed to take a few tens of thousands, refusing to accept any more. Meanwhile, during Xiao Tian's training, so you got through to Fong Ran on the phone. Come to the academy. Principal Jiang has invited beast masters from other academies to Fengda Academy for guidance and exchange. He specifically requested you to come and support the occasion. Other academies? Are they here to challenge us? It's just an exchange and sparring, it's inevitable that someone might get hurt. Besides, you're in the first year of high school, so you don't need to participate. However, they are all competitors for the college entrance exam. So getting to know them in advance won't hurt you, Suyu said lightly. Having obtained the key materials for promotion, she was in a good mood. I'm on my way now, Fong Ran said, hurrying to Fengda Academy. At Fengda Academy, as soon as Fong Ran stepped through the school gate, several fellow beast masters who had enrolled with him brightened up and immediately surrounded him. Brother Fong, you came too? The training ground is currently in a sparring session. Those geniuses are so strong. They used so many skills that I've never even heard of. That's obvious, those are geniuses from famous academies. You can feast your eyes. Upon hearing this, Fong Ran immediately headed towards the training ground with the crowd. As soon as he stepped into the training ground, he saw students from various academies standing all around. Principal Jiang Rui was standing in the same place as the teachers sent from other academies. Zhang Yuan is here too. I remember he's from Tianlong Academy? Fong Ran spotted a familiar face. Zhang Yuan felt the gaze and glanced back at him, then silently withdrew his gaze. That damn Fong Ran, he almost forgot that this kid was a student of Fengda Academy. However, it's fortunate that he is a first-year student and doesn't have to face him. What a disgrace, as a top 3 genius among the celestial beings, to actually be afraid of a newly enrolled beast master? Don't worry, in 2 months, there will be a unified recruitment and I will arrange accommodations for everyone in advance. Principal Jiang Rui laughed heartily. The teachers nearby either echoed him or remained expressionless. After all, in their eyes, Fengda Academy was just a third-rate institution. If it weren't for the unified recruitment being held here, they wouldn't have deigned to come. At that moment, Jiang Rui seemed to suddenly notice Fong Ran, his eyes lighting up. Fong Ran? Why are you still dawdling? Come over and meet the teachers. Let me introduce, this is Fong Ran from our academy, who recently helped Alumni Lin dismantle the Beast God Society's students. Moreover, he scored 100 points on the entrance exam and was commended by the president of the Yuqing Beast God Society. Jiang Rui spoke as if he were presenting his resume to an interviewer, praising Fong Ran to the skies. It was only then that a few teachers finally looked up and noticed him. He is indeed a talented individual. I heard about you as soon as I arrived. Principal Zhang's education methods are commendable, but Fong Ran has just enrolled, right? However, letting him observe the senior beast master's sparring is a good opportunity for him to broaden his horizons. A few, under the pressure of Principal Zhang's reputation, offered some comments. As for Fong Ran's assistance in dismantling the Beast God Society, they wouldn't believe such nonsense at all. It was merely an attempt to embellish Fong Ran's resume. The reason they thought this way was that they were already familiar with such matters. It was something they had seen many times before. Even though he is a first year, he can still spar and learn a thing or two. Zhang Rui said with a smile. Who is the top student in your academy? Why not have a sparring session now? Let him see. A cold-faced female teacher, wearing glasses and clearly difficult to get along with, said quietly, completely ignoring Fong Ran. After all, he was just a first year. How many talented first-year beast masters ended up being ordinary in the end? Xiao Hong? Zhang Rui gestured with his eyes. Xiao Hong, standing in the direction of Fengda Academy, stepped out of the crowd and walked to the center of the training ground. Xiao Hong has been the top scorer in our academy for several months now, and he is about to break through to the intermediate high level. Zhang Rui introduced. Li Ming, this is the second-ranked student from our Iron Tower Academy, currently at the late high level. I'm sorry, all the students I brought are going to the 5 major academies, and I really don't have anyone with a lower level. The female teacher's words fell. A sturdy young man stepped forward to stand in front of Xiao Hong. This arrogant remark caused many people present to show expressions of astonishment. Late high level, indeed the minimum requirement for the 5 major academies. This evolution speed is too fast. Did he take a gene potion? Iron Tower Academy has students who get into the 5 major academies every year. It's also a top 10 school. And then there's Ching Tian Academy, which has dozens of students entering first-tier academies every year. I heard that the top student of Iron Tower Academy, Wang Yan, is already at the late high level in his second year. At this moment, Principal Jiang Rui suddenly felt a bit regretful. What kind of monsters are these? Their beasts must have been raised on A-level diets since childhood, otherwise, how could their evolution speed be so fast? Iron Barrel Violent Bear. Poison Fong Scorpion Lion. Xiao Hong summoned his beast. In the next second, the Iron Barrel Violent Bear charged forward, grabbing the tail of the Poison Fong Scorpion Lion, and forcefully threw it out of the training ground. The Poison Fong Scorpion Lion had almost no power to resist and was instantly defeated. Xiao Hong's face turned pale. He knew he would lose, but he didn't expect to lose so decisively. Although there was a gap in levels, isn't level also something that is gradually improved? Don't be discouraged, you're actually doing quite well. At least you're in the top 30 at our Iron Tower Academy, Li Ming said. Although the other party was very polite, this statement cut even deeper. It would have been more straightforward if he had just insulted him a bit. He thought he was already talented enough, always coming in first. This was the second time he felt the gap, the last time was with Fong Ran. Lu Yong, you're up. Jiang Rui continued. Me? Lu Yong pointed at himself. Helpless, he could only walk up to the stage and summoned his magic bull. However, facing the power of the violent bear, his magic bull seemed as if it were moving a mountain. It couldn't budge an inch. But Lu Yong was known for his tenacity. His magic bull, while appearing strong, was actually more agile. After several close calls dodging the violent bear's attacks, Li Ming frowned. Finally, the violent bear found an opportunity and charged at the magic bull. Then, it landed a heavy punch, throwing it off the training ground. This series of attacks broke several ribs of the magic bull. It would be hard to recover in less than a week. Lu Yong also felt a tightness in his chest, nearly spitting out blood. Wasn't this supposed to be a friendly spar? Why was it so intense? After defeating Lu Yong, Li Ming looked towards Fong Ran and said, Junior Fong, I heard you defeated a Lord-level beast master despite being at a lower level. How about I guide you a bit? As soon as Li Ming's words fell, murmurs arose in the crowd. Defeating a Lord-level opponent while being at a lower level? Although it was a heavily injured Lord, none of them really believed it. Maybe it's better to skip it. Fong Ran just came back from a mission and is already tired. Jiang Rui quickly refused. They absolutely couldn't let Fong Ran go up. He was young and impulsive. If he lost, it would be a blow to his confidence. Moreover, what was there to say about a first year against a third year? I'm just a late-stage high-level, and it's just a spar, Li Ming said with a smile. Just a genius from a small city. Just because he was from the same place as the goddess Lin, he received such attention. This made Li Ming burn with jealousy. At least he could use this opportunity to expose his true strength. It's just a senior giving some pointers to a junior. Principal Jiang shouldn't refuse, right? Said a bespectacled teacher with a smile. Jiang Rui's face stiffened. Was this meant to put pressure on them? But he could only accept, since we're all from the same place, we should guide each other. Fong Ran, go let the senior give you some pointers. Upon hearing this, Fong Ran nodded. Under everyone's gaze, he opened the beast space. Rays of holy light appeared, and an angel, almost indistinguishable from a regular person, emerged. In an instant, many people gasped for breath. What a beautiful angel! Unexpectedly, in a place like Yuqing, someone could contract such a beast. Just like Senior Lin's beast, no wonder he's so valued, Li Ming muttered to himself. It's a pity that Senior Lin taught the wrong person. Yuqing was full of beast masters without talent. They couldn't even withstand one of his moves. Today, he would let Senior Lin see whether he had taught the wrong person. Senior Lin, once I get into the imperial capital, I will definitely catch up to your pace. As he spoke with admiration in his eyes, Fong Ran had already approached. How do you plan to guide me? I'll let you strike first so I can see the attack power of your beast, Li Ming said with a slight smile. With a glance, the Iron Barrel Violent Bear immediately took a defensive stance. The skin on its body instantly turned to a steel color, resembling a solid iron barrel. It looked so tough. Lu Yong smacked his lips. And among the crowd at the Iron Tower Academy, a short and sturdy beast master who only reached the chest of others chuckled softly. Li Ming has already mastered the B-level defensive skill. With this skill in hand, he can rely on the violent bear to firmly hold the T2 position. And he is the top student of the Iron Tower Academy, the one most likely to be admitted to one of the 5 prestigious universities. Upon hearing his words, everyone turned to look at the iron barrel in the arena. Mastering a skill. If the compatibility with the beast is not right, it is very difficult to practice a skill to the mastery level. Even if the compatibility is right, the effort required is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Come on, go ahead and strike. Taking a step back counts. As my loss, Li Ming said, spreading his hands. It seemed to say, are you going to hit me? A mastery level defensive skill? My storm bow is only at the proficient level. And with the gap in realms, it's probably hard to break through the defense, Fong Ran muttered. However, his storm bow had already paid off its debt. Advance the proficiency of the storm bow. Fong Ran thought to himself. Advancing the proficiency of the storm bow, acquired storm bow, mastery. Remaining debt, use the mastery level storm bow 10 times. Storm bow, mastery, harness the power of the storm, concentrating strength to its peak. Another ability of the master. Xiao Tian's eyes sparkled. She could already feel the gentle breeze in the air. She raised her wrist and a more intricate storm bow, engraved with storm patterns, appeared. Who the previously windless training ground was now filled with gentle breezes blowing from behind the crowd towards Xiao Tian. Unlike the frenzied display at the proficient level, the mastery level storm bow appeared extremely calm and restrained. Teacher Chen from the Iron Tower Academy narrowed his pupils. He felt a chill creeping down the back of his neck. And Principal Jiang Rui's body trembled. What kind of skill is this? Why can't he understand it? The skill he gave to Fong Ran was the sea-level holy bow, wasn't it? How did it turn into this? Meanwhile, the uninformed students lost interest the moment they saw the bow and arrow infused with holy power. The Iron Tower Academy is all about defense. Even a rain of arrows would probably struggle to scratch the surface. However, after all, he is just a first-year student. One can't expect him to win by jumping 2 levels, right? Others might not know, but Li Ming felt a chill run down his spine. With that bow and arrow aimed at him, he felt an impulse to turn and run away or dodge. Stay calm, he's just a new student, a mid-level beast master. Li Ming gritted his teeth, telling himself that it was all an illusion. But his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his inner turmoil. Whoosh! A storm arrow, spinning as it charged towards the iron barrel. The next second, boom! A violent muffled sound erupted. The sound waves spread out like a physical force, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. The beast masters closest to it staggered under the impact, nearly falling. The arrow made of holy power pushed the iron barrel backward continuously, leaving a long trench on the stone ground. At this moment, Li Ming's arm had completely lost sensation. He wore an expression of disbelief and lingering fear. Fortunately, he had used his trump card at the critical moment, adding a layer of skill protection. Otherwise, that arrow would have definitely pierced through his arm, even shot through his violent bear. This scene plunged everyone around into a long silence. No wonder it's the Iron Tower Academy, their skin is thicker than a pig's. Fong Ran exclaimed. This remark fell squarely into the ears of the Iron Tower Academy crowd, causing their faces to twitch. Senior, isn't it your turn to make a move now? Fong Ran asked. Li Ming, far away, was sweating coldly. No need, the junior is already very impressive. I should go train, I'll teach you when I have time. Besides, since my violent bear has been pushed back, you win. Training was actually just an excuse. It was just because the violent bear's hand bone was broken. The mastery level B grade skill protection, combined with his hidden defensive skills, surprisingly couldn't block that arrow. The skill Fong Ran just used, could it be an A-grade skill? Li Ming felt nothing but regret. Why did he have to speak up, even letting him attack first? Alright, I still want to do that a few more times. Fong Ran looked disappointed. What a good punching bag. Li Ming's pupils constricted, let you do it a few more times? What a joke. Okay, just a little. Jiang Rui was the happiest. Fong Ran won, and Li Ming didn't plan to use this as practice. This was already the best outcome. He feared that if they continued sparring, Fong Ran wouldn't be able to handle the pressure. After all, his beast wasn't known for its defense. Your skill's power is quite impressive. Your school really invests in talent. I must say I'm impressed. Teacher Chen remarked. But skills still need more practice. In the future, I hope to reach the same level as the seniors. Seeing that Finga Academy also had some capable students, Teacher Chen's attitude improved significantly. Of course, let's spar more when we have time. Jiang Rui patted Li Ming on the shoulder. Li Ming's face turned pale, and he forced a twitching smile, saying, I need to go train. Although it wasn't his hand that was broken, he could feel equal pain. What's wrong with you? Not feeling well? Jiang Rui asked. Puzzled. Then, as if he thought of something, his expression changed. I get it. You're eager to train, right? This attitude, no wonder you're a student from a prestigious school. He patted him hard a couple more times. Moments later, Li Ming returned to Iron Tower Academy with a pale face. Not satisfied? The short one said lightly, after all, our goals are different, it's normal not to be on the same page. Their goal was one of the 5 major academies. And for Manga Academy, it would be a blessing to produce a few first-tier academy students. Senior Wang Yan is right, our enemies should be the geniuses from other prestigious schools. Lei Tianrun from Tianrun Academy is indeed a competitor. I've heard his beast has mastered its exclusive evolution method. Wang Yan isn't bad either, his armored dragon evolution method is also at the mastery level. Hearing the compliments from everyone, the short Wang Yan felt great. But he still humbly said, there are always people better than you. When Senior Lin went to the capital, he had already mastered the evolution method to the subtle level. We still have a long way to go. Hearing the conversation, the students from Manga Academy felt as if they were listening to a fairy tale. Mastery level? Subtle level? These were terms only heard from Lord Beast Masters. And for most people in Manga Academy, they're exclusive. Evolution methods were at most at the proficient level. Although they were just a step away from mastery, without comprehension, it was hard to surpass that level. Is this the gap in beast mastery? Their beasts are all A grade, and they have the most suitable evolution methods. With this setup, it's impossible without a few million. A gap of 1 level can save years of time, the gap will only grow larger in the future. I've heard that when the 5 major academies recruit, they pay the most attention to the level of evolution methods. The evolution method is the foundation for Beast Master's survival. It is also an indicator of the strength of a pet's talent. Li Ming, why aren't you speaking? Are you sulking because you lost to Fong Ran? Wang Yan asked him. This wasn't like Li Ming's usual state. Just as he was about to reach out to touch him, Li Ming suddenly turned pale. Don't touch me, I broke it. Broke it? Wang Yan was stunned. Help me find a veterinarian, the Iron Barrel Bear's hand has broken a few bones, and I need to recover by tomorrow, it can't affect training. Li Ming's words left Wang Yan somewhat incredulous. This couldn't be possible, right? Fong Ran's beast was only at the high intermediate level. How could Li Ming, who had mastered a B-level defense skill, be injured? The two often sparred, and he knew well that Li Ming was tough. His skill is at least A-level, and the evolution method's rank is not low either. Otherwise, Li Ming couldn't understand why he was still injured even when he was forced to reveal his trump card. It seems I underestimated him, to have such a level in just the first year of high school. Wang Yan looked at Fong Ran with intense eyes. He had already regarded Fong Ran as a rival, at least on par with those from the Qingtian Academy. For nearly a week, students from several academies had been exchanging ideas at the Manga Academy. The strength of the elite beast tamers from prestigious schools made the students of Manga Academy feel ashamed. Especially the Thunder Man from the Tianrun Academy and Wang Yan from the Iron Tower Academy. One was a lightning attribute beast tamer with extremely high attack power, while the other was known for his defense, nearly impenetrable. This was just the beginning. As time passed, more students from other academies arrived early in Yuqing to adapt to the environment. Those who were brought by the academies were all top performers. The atmosphere in the academies grew increasingly tense. In fact, sparring and competitions had become a daily occurrence. While the various academies were busy competing, Fong Ran was methodical. Every day, he had Xiao Tian practice the newly acquired green snake evolution method. In just a day or two, he could increase his rank. Meanwhile, Fong Ran also made sure to clear the holy power to repay the debt of the storm bow. A week passed. The green snake evolution method had completely advanced. Its rank was raised to the subtle level. The storm bow had also completed its debt and was similarly upgraded to the subtle level. Storm bow, subtle. Harnesses the power of storms, can shoot 3 arrows simultaneously, triggering a massive tornado. Green snake evolution method, subtle. The increasingly practiced green snake evolution method has become as natural as breathing, able to operate autonomously. The 3 evolution methods slowly operated within Xiao Tian. However, they influenced each other. They even affected each other's operational pathways. If only I could merge the evolution methods, Fong Ran frowned. Suddenly, a prompt appeared. Would you like to Advance a brand new fusion evolution method? Cost 50 gene points. Holy Fire evolution method. Subtle. Spirit Snake evolution method. Subtle. Can it really merge? Fong Ran just happened to have 50 gene points obtained from hunting a Lord-level evil bone beast and from those followers. Just one evil bone beast provided him with a whopping 19 gene points. Merge, Fong Ran said without hesitation. Advancing fusion experience. You have a deep understanding of the two evolution methods, creating a brand new A+ level evolution method. Holy Spirit evolution method. Holy Spirit evolution method. Subtle greatly enhances movement speed, can temporarily burn holy power to strengthen attacks. An A+ level evolution method. This was extremely close to the top tier S level. After Xiao Tian operated it a few times, Fong Ran found that this evolution method did not offer much improvement compared to the previous ones. However, the freed up space allowed Fong Ran to learn new evolution methods without conflict. Moreover, it added a skill to burn holy power. The proficiency limit has also increased. The previous evolution methods could only be advanced to the subtle level. But the Holy Spirit evolution method could continue to advance proficiency. However, after merging the skill, he would also need to repay the new fusion debt, which was to operate the evolution method 100 times after merging. The holy power is no longer in conflict. I'm about to break through to the advanced late stage, Xiao Tian said with joy. Thanks to the A-level recipes from the Imperial Capital Academy, combined with Fong Ran's top-tier beast taming space, Xiao Tian was able to quickly catch up with those senior beast tamers. In just over a month, it was equivalent to a year of effort for the Finga seniors. In just 3 to 5 months, I can completely catch up to the evolution level of the genius students in the third year. In a few months, there will be the unified entrance exam. No matter what, I have to give it a try, Fong Ran said quietly. Before that, I must raise Xiao Tian's level to the advanced late stage. Only at top-tier academies can one obtain stronger skills and advancement materials, even Dragon Blood. While Fong Ran was repaying his debts, Fenggu Academy had already become the training ground for the geniuses from other academies. Even the training arena where everyone practiced daily had unknowingly been divided. Fong Ran had become the only first-year beast master at Fenggu Academy, possessing an entire training room all to himself. As soon as he stepped out of the training room, he attracted a large crowd of gazes. Lu Yong hurriedly ran up to him. Fengshen, you finally came out. Fengshen, can I borrow the training room for a bit? Lu Yong asked. Behind him were several beast masters from Fenggu Academy. Fong Ran recognized them as the group of students who entered school with him. It's not that I don't want to lend it, but I only dared to come because Teacher Suyu agreed, Fong Ran replied. This was the truth. The training room wasn't even his. He had no right to agree for others. But why aren't you guys going to the training arena? Isn't there equipment specifically for beast training there? Fong Ran asked in confusion. The training arena? It's already been taken over by those geniuses from prestigious academies. Lu Yong said angrily. Taken over? Would Principal Jiang allow that? It's not exactly taken over. Their leading teachers said that rather than letting us train, it's better to leave it for the beast masters who have a chance to get into the 5 major academies so they can expand their territory from the fierce beasts in the future. Damn, that's too much. Do they think we can't get into the 5 major academies? Even if we can't get in, do they think we can't fight against fierce beasts? Even if we can't fight against fierce beasts. Stop talking, if you keep going, it will really get out of hand. Lu Yong reminded quietly. Everyone was angry. Even if what they said was true. Doesn't the principal have any responsibility? Fong Ran understood, they weren't defiant, just unwilling. After all, with only 2 months left, who wouldn't want to get into a better academy? The countdown for the final sprint of 100 days was still hanging on the academy building, making anyone who saw it feel a sense of urgency. They set up last year's assessment projects in the training arena. Only those with high rankings are qualified to enter. The top few are almost all beast masters from top-tier academies. Xiao Hong can't even get a ranking. He's probably practicing hard at home now. Fengshen, do you want to give it a try? Anyway, it won't be a loss. Consider it a rehearsal. Everyone looked at Fong Ran with anticipation. Whether they could go to the training arena depended on Fong Ran. Alright, Xiao Tian, let's give it a try, Fong Ran said. Xiao Tian nodded silently. Following Fong Ran, everyone quickly arrived at the training arena. At this moment, in the training arena, Taita Academy was training for impact resistance, Qing Tian Academy was operating evolution techniques, Tianrun Academy had only Lei Tianren testing the attack capabilities of their pets, while on the other side was an academy Fong Ran had never seen before. As soon as Fong Ran entered, he caught everyone's attention. He was somewhat well known in Yu City. Before anyone could react, Fong Ran immediately went to the area where Tianren Academy was located. At that moment, Jiang Yu-won, who was training the ice prison crab, twitched his eye and deliberately turned away. However, he was still caught by Fong Ran. "What are you doing here?" He. "I'm in the top 3 of Tianren Academy, where else would I be?" Jiang Yu-won rolled his eyes, not wanting to talk to him. "I brought Xiao Tian to test the skill power. Is this a testing project?" Fong Ran looked at the instrument in front of him. A pitch-black smooth surface stood against the wall, wrapped in a huge instrument. In front of the instrument, a thunder beast, shimmering with lightning, resembling both a brown bear and a fierce tiger, was poised to strike. "Thunderstorm heavy strike," commanded the man. With the hedgehog hairstyle, his expression calm. The thunder beast immediately raised its fist, enveloped in lightning, and slammed it heavily onto the pitch-black surface. The black surface rippled like water, absorbing all the lightning and force. 1,138 points. A value appeared above. Only then did Lei Tianren show a satisfied expression. But immediately, he quickly retracted his smile. "This is not good. Stay calm, Lei Tianren. Only with a poker face can I demonstrate my composure and extraordinary prowess. 1,100 points. Brother Lei has broken the limit again. I remember the average score for last year's unified examination was 1030, right? Yes, and there are still a few months until the unified examination, so it's likely to improve. If there were a strength test, Brother Lei would almost certainly win, right? Hard to say, the test questions for the unified examination change every year and get increasingly difficult." The people from the Tianren Academy showed envious expressions. Truly a top-tier pet, the Thunder Beast. Its entire body was covered in purple fur, ranking A among lightning attribute beast tamers. There were rumors that once the Thunder Beast advanced to the king level, it could even summon a thunderstorm, instantly annihilating large swaths of ferocious beasts. And looking at Lei Tianren's score, even Jiang Yu-won couldn't help but puff out his chest with pride. "Did you see that, Fong Ran? This is what a true genius of the Tianren Academy looks like. This is last year's test project. Fong Ran, do you want to give it a try?" Finally getting a chance to see Fong Ran at a disadvantage, he had to take the initiative. At this moment, Lei Tianren also noticed Fong Ran and the angel behind him. "Angel race? You are Fong Ran from the Winsong Academy?" The features were too obvious. "Senior Lei. I heard you just entered the first year of high school and went to chase the Divine Beast Association. It's a pity you're not a beast tamer from my Tianren Academy, otherwise I could teach you a few tricks." Lei Tianren had a good first impression of Fong Ran, entirely relying on the good image of the Divine Beast Association in his mind. "What? Are you also here to experience last year's test project? It's worth a try. For a first-year student, 900 points would be about right. That's the standard for a first-tier academy." Lei Tianren was quite cheerful. When Lei Tianren first entered the Tianren Academy, he only scored a little over 900 points. This score was already very high, and it meant that he recognized Fong Ran as having equal talent to himself. Which is why he said that. No more words were exchanged. Fong Ran immediately let Xiao Tian step forward. Not far away, Li Ming, who was training his beast, couldn't help but look over. With Fong Ran's initial level, he could at least meet the standards of the 5 major academies, right? Use the Storm Bow. This skill is most suitable for attack. He was afraid that using the Holy Fire Giant Sword would directly blow up the instrument and he would have to pay for it. Hearing Fong Ran's words, Xiao Tian stepped forward. Holy power gathered in his hands. Instead of shooting 3 holy arrows, he shot just 1. Accompanied by the consumption of holy power within, the arrow vanished into the sea. The infused holy power was absorbed on the spot. How many points? Lei Tianren and the others from the Tianren Academy all looked up. As the holy power of the arrow was devoured, the data soared. In just an instant, it jumped from 0 to just over 900. "It has already surpassed my first-year data," Lei Tianren said. The data began to slow down. It only stopped completely when it reached 979. "Not yet at the unified examination line," Fong Ran said, somewhat disappointed. He had thought that with the mastery level Storm Bow, he would be able to handle the assessment. He hadn't even let Xiao Tian burn holy power to enhance the attack. If others knew this thought, they would probably scold him for being naive. "Phew, that's good, that's good. Jiang Yuan looked at the soaring score stopping just before 1000, unable to help but gently pat his chest. As long as it doesn't break 1000, otherwise the gap would be too despairing. Although Lei Tianrun's face remained stern, he was slightly shocked inside. This was only the mid-level of high rank, and he could score nearly 1000 points? If the beast could evolve to the late high rank, with a comprehensive enhancement of physical strength, wouldn't that break the historical record of the unified recruitment? Thinking of this, Lei Tianrun made up his mind to build a good relationship with Fong Ran. Unexpectedly, a flower bloomed in the dung pit. Brother Fong, let's exchange contact information. Lei Tianrun took out his phone and quickly approached Fong Ran. Add me on Longxin. With his build and cold face, Fong Ran almost thought Lei Tianrun was going to smash his phone at him. After adding each other, Lei Tianrun directly smiled coldly and said, "From now on, you don't have to call me senior, just call me Lei Tianrun." Calling him senior felt too distant. Directly using his name would help improve their relationship. This attitude left the people around Tianrun dumbfounded. Isn't this how you usually treat us? At a time like this, shouldn't you frown and say 2 words no, or 3 words far from it? However, you won't be able to catch up with this year's unified recruitment. When you evolve to the late high rank next year, I'll be waiting for you at the Imperial Capital Academy. Lei Tianrun naturally knew where Fong Ran would go. After all, with Lin Qinghuan, a senior, backing him, it was the best choice. The two became more familiar as they talked, subtly breaking down the barriers between their academies. When Fong Ran brought up the training ground, Lei Tianrun was even generous. In the future, if these brothers want to train, they can just come to our Tianrun Academy. Upon hearing this, Lu Yong and the others looked at Fong Ran with tears of gratitude. They were just short of calling him dad in public. This is the benefit of having strength. They were kicked around by the geniuses of various academies, but Fong Ran could be on friendly terms with the top of Tianrun Academy. This senior may look cold and expressionless, but he's actually quite easy to talk to, a few from Manga Academy thought to themselves. On the contrary, the ones from Iron Tower Academy seemed enthusiastic but were actually hard to get along with. No, this isn't his level. 970 points? How could it possibly break through my Iron Bear's defense? Li Ming was incredulous upon learning Fong Ran's score. Regardless, he's a beast master worth recruiting. Why don't we go chat with him? Wang Yan suggested. No need. Our Iron Tower Academy has students who get into the 5 major academies every year. Why lower our status? Li Ming, still feeling hurt from Fong Ran's score, tried to maintain his composure but naturally harbored resentment. Wang Yan glanced at him and stopped talking. After all, it's just the 5 major academies, they might not be unable to get in. Many beast masters show their talents in the first year of high school, but then make little progress over the next 2 or 3 years. Understanding and learning the evolution method is the true capital for a beast master to become powerful. Skills are secondary. They didn't test other projects anymore. Fong Ran already had a plan in mind. What he wanted wasn't just to get into the 5 major academies, but to be first in the unified recruitment. As long as Xiao Tian could evolve to the late high rank, getting first place in the unified recruitment wasn't impossible. Another half-month passed. Xiao Tian practiced a Holy Spirit evolution method every day. The holy power within her steadily climbed, quickly reaching the 5th level bottleneck. Holy Spirit evolution method, 39 out of 100, plus level evolution method, although it was exhausting to operate it completely once, the effect was several times better than before. I'm about to evolve, but it will take some time. Xiao Tian looked at Fong Ran, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She sensed that her vitality was about to break through the bottleneck. She just feared that Fong Ran might encounter some danger during this time. That's true. After experiencing the events of the Beast God Association, Fong Ran had become somewhat wary of this world. Moreover, he had captured the leader of the Beast God Association, and even people from the neighboring city knew about it, greatly increasing the possibility of being ambushed. Why not wait for teacher Suyu to break through to the Lord level and ask her to help you advance? Fong Ran thought. A few days later, Fong Ran received a call from Suyu. Xiao Ran, I've advanced to the Lord level. If you have time, come to my house for a gathering. Suyu's tone was filled with joy and confidence. After 2 or 3 years of repression, she had finally reached the Lord level, and of course, she had to treat everyone to a meal. After inviting Fong Ran, she would invite those fellow beast tamers. Okay, I'll definitely go. Fong Ran's eyes lit up. The next day, he, along with a group of beast tamers, arrived at Suyu's place. As a beast tamer, Suyu's home naturally couldn't lack space for them. Besides the high-level beast tamers she invited, many lord-level beast tamers also brought gifts for their beasts, and some even came in person. At the dining table. Suyu, congratulations. You've struck it rich, don't forget us. Yeah, just over 20 years old and already at the lord level, won't you advance to the king level in the future? I've never seen what a lord-level beast looks like, hurry and summon it for us to see. Helplessly, Suyu could only summon that Sanyue wolf. With a wolf howl, a majestic wolf with fur like the moon appeared before everyone. In just an instant, several people felt quite sober. A lord-level beast, just being near it without any malice made people dare not relax. When the Sanyue wolf saw Fong Ran, it came directly to him and rubbed its head against him. It remembered Fong Ran. This is my student Fong Ran, thanks to him, the Sanyue wolf was able to advance to the lord level so quickly. Suyu introduced. Clearly, that Sanyue wolf knew as well. Hello, teachers, I am Fong Ran from the Winsong Academy. Fong Ran responded one by one. These would be his future allies. Although their levels were not high, they existed in various industries in Yuchen. Moreover, as a senior beast tamer, Fong Ran should call them teachers. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just come to us. If they can't solve it, just come to me directly. You added. After drinking some wine, Suyu was already a bit tipsy. Her face was very flushed, quite beautiful. While everyone envied Fong Ran for being familiar with lord-level beast tamers, they also felt a sense of lament. Among them, many were Suyu's admirers, but unfortunately, the gap in levels was too great, and their connections would only grow fainter in the future. After sending everyone off, Fong Ran stayed behind alone. Looking at the tipsy Suyu, he didn't know how to start. Why aren't you leaving? Are you here to sleep with me? She smiled at Fong Ran, her gaze becoming a bit hazy. Saying this, she got up and came to Fong Ran's side. Without any hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him and softly said, "Help me to the room." A wave of alcohol breath, mixed with a fragrance, wafted onto Fong Ran's face. This made Fong Ran feel a bit tempted to take advantage of the situation. Unfortunately, the next second, a figure came from the side and took Suyu away. "I'll take care of it," Xiao Tian said coldly. She couldn't bear to watch any longer and had come out of the beast space. As soon as she reached Xiao Tian, Suyu's eyes instantly cleared up a lot, and she stood up straight, saying, "No need, do you have something to say?" Fong Ran didn't pursue why she suddenly sobered up. After all, she was a lord-level beast tamer, it wasn't so easy to get drunk. Xiao Tian is going to advance to the high-level late stage, but she needs to undergo nirvana for a while. Nirvana? Your angel is going to advance to the high-level late stage? Suyu's slight drunkenness completely vanished. Her beautiful eyes looked at Fong Ran, filled with disbelief. "I want to participate in this year's unified recruitment." Fong Ran spoke boldly. As soon as he opened his mouth, he stunned Suyu. Participating in this year's unified recruitment meant that Fong Ran would face beast tamers far beyond his level. Have you really thought this through? If you wait another year, with your talent, it would definitely be enough to make the 5 major academies fight over you. But if Fong Ran really succeeded, he will become the first beast master in Yucheng to enter the 5 prestigious academies in his first year of high school. I've thought it through, but it will take time for Xiaotian to advance, and she is relatively weak during this period. Fong Ran's calmness made Suyu's heart race. However, Xiaotian, who was beside them, suddenly seemed a bit out of place today. Alright, I'll vacate the training room so that the Sanyue wolf can stand guard at all times. Fong Ran had a fair amount of trust in Suyu. In the training room, as Xiaotian mobilized her holy power, streams of holy energy condensed into feathers, completely enveloping her body. Meanwhile, the Sanyue wolf was summoned by Suyu, standing guard nearby. Fong Ran stayed overnight at Suyu's house. The next day, beast masters continued to come to congratulate them in droves. Even Lin Qinghuan found her way to Suyu's home. Upon seeing Fong Ran there, Lin Qinghuan was only momentarily surprised. In a few days, I will return to the Imperial Capital Academy to report back. Fong Ran, I obtained quite a bit of useful information from that instructor, and it concerns Xiaotian. Lin Qinghuan said, indicating for Fong Ran to find a secluded place. Once she summoned the 6-winged angel, she felt completely at ease. They are capturing angels to send the angel's eyes to a client in the Imperial Capital. Client? Who is it? Fong Ran frowned. He couldn't help but recall a saying from his past life, no trade, no murder. Lin Qinghuan shook her head and continued, to the client, Xiaotian is the most important one, her eyes are unique. And the angel's eye is merely used for beast evolution and resisting spirits. At That moment, Fong Ran suddenly remembered something. He pulled out a piece of cloth from his pocket and unfolded it. This was found on the instructor. I forgot to give it to you. Fong Ran handed it to Lin Xinghuan. The token of the Beast God Association's instructor. You can keep it. I have something important to ask of you. What is it? Fong Ran asked, puzzled. Can you participate in this year's unified recruitment? That instructor you defeated was incoherent, constantly mumbling about the recruitment. Lin Xinghuan planned to eliminate any potential threats. I will compensate you. Moreover, you only need to go and take a look. If you encounter danger, you can withdraw immediately. And inform me. There might be issues that Fong Ran wouldn't be able to detect. It was just a casual suggestion from Lin Xinghuan. Besides, getting accustomed to the rhythm of the unified recruitment would also benefit Fong Ran in the future. As for the ranking, Fong Ran had just entered his first year of high school. She naturally didn't expect him to achieve any good results this year. Is there such a good thing? Fong Ran readily agreed. After all, he was going to participate in the unified recruitment anyway, so he might as well take care of it. Sorry for making you help me so much. When you go to the imperial capital in 2 years, I will repay you. Lin Xinghuan said softly. It wasn't until Lin Xinghuan left that Fong Ran let out a sigh of relief. Everything was stable. Even before going to the Imperial Capital Academy, he had already latched onto the biggest support there. Wouldn't he become the prince of the Imperial Capital Academy then? Time flew by. Over a month passed. During this time, Fong Ran hardly rested. Instead, he engaged in basic physical training in the training room every day. He wanted to ensure that when being chased by ferocious beasts, his flesh would be tender enough to be a good meal for them. Crack! While exercising, Fong Ran heard a strange sound and looked into the distance. The holy power feathers enveloping Xiaotian finally began to shatter. Fong Ran approached. The Sang Yue wolf also raised its neck to look. Crack! The outer shell completely shattered. Xiaotian's fair arm extended out, followed by her sculpted body rising up wrapped in the enormous wings behind her. Upon seeing Fong Ran, her cold expression finally shifted slightly as she stepped forward and said. As soon as the well-proportioned and firm abdomen appeared, Fong Ran hurriedly grabbed it. No need, I'm not a veterinarian, he said with an awkward smile. The image of his aunt hitting him with a shoe flashed in his mind. Is that so? Xiao Tian looked regretful. Not being able to be honest with the master was not the mark of a qualified beast master. Come on, put on the clothes. Fong Ran took out the clothes he had prepared long ago. These were specially made for the angelic race to distinguish them from humans. Xiao Tian reluctantly put them on, feeling a bit envious of the nearby Sang Yue wolf, who didn't have to go through such trouble. It could also run to its master's arms to nuzzle and lick his hand. In a few days, it's the special recruitment. I'm really afraid you'll sleep too long, Fong Ran sighed in relief. Thankfully, he didn't bring an egg to the exam. Otherwise, the invigilator would definitely ask him, are you here to take an egg exam? In the imperial capital. In a sealed room. A man whose face could not be seen knelt on the ground. On the table was a video call that had already been connected, and in the darkness on the other end, a female figure could be vaguely seen. Great Master. Lin Xinghuan is still in Yucheng, and the head of the sect has been captured by her. She is no longer here. I have already replaced her with a new head of the sect. In the video, a magnetic female voice came through. Hearing that Lin Xinghuan was gone, the man immediately rejoiced and said, then how should I contact the new head of the sect? He has the identification of the head of the sect on him. You'll know when the time comes. Thank you, Great Master. I wonder when I can be promoted again. Upon hearing this, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the call. After a long while, the voice finally spoke softly. Once this matter is settled, I will help you advance the evil beast to the king level. Whether it succeeds depends on your fortune. Receiving a response, the man excitedly prostrated on the ground, his eyes sparkling with joy. Not to mention the king level. Even if he saw a lord-level beast master before, he would have to bow down and kneel. But ever since he met the leader of the Beast God Society a few years ago, she had transformed him from an ordinary person into a revered beast master. From a beast master, he had advanced all the way to the current lord-level beast master, and those who once looked down on him now had to lower their heads to speak to him. This soaring feeling made him experience the joy of being a beast master for the first time. And the cost? Just killing a few beasts and creating some chaos. Although a few people might die this time, what does it have to do with him? For the future king beast master of humanity, sacrificing a few people is nothing. He kept reinforcing this idea in his mind, and Unknowingly, his bottom line had gradually collapsed. Go, you will arrive in Yuqing soon, delays will lead to changes, the woman said with a slight smile. Once the joy of increased power is tasted, it can never be stopped. Even if they were really asked to kill, they probably wouldn't refuse, right? A few days later. On the day of the unified recruitment. Fong Ran, just show your true strength. Yes, the most important thing in the big exam is the mindset. As long as you show your true strength, you can at least pass the unified recruitment scoreline. His uncle encouraged him. Unlike before, after going through various experiences, the two had an inexplicable confidence in their nephew. Although he was only in his first year of high school, they still believed Fong Ran could pass the unified recruitment scoreline. Go and take the exam with confidence, even if the ranking is not good, next year it will just cost a bit more money. Yes, just treat it as training. With Xiaoran's talent, the goal should at least be a top-tier academy. Fang Qihua smiled and stroked his stubble. He felt an immense pride. A beast master from a top-tier academy. What an honor this was, making him wish he could write a book titled My Nephew from a Top-Tier Academy right now. Unfortunately, he would have to wait 2 more years to put pen to paper. However, that didn't stop Fang Qihua from fantasizing now. In the future, he would gain permanent immunity from inquiries in front of relatives and friends, and retaliate with 100%. Sang Shualan's thoughts were relatively simple. She just wanted Fong Ran to give it a try, which was harmless. I'm leaving, Fong Ran said, taking his exam admission ticket. He arrived at the recruitment location in Yuqing, a sports stadium. At this time, the streets were filled with beast tamers, all waiting to enter. In the area closer to the front, a large space was cleared. Standing there were all top-tier beast tamers. A young girl stood out remarkably. That's Xin Yun. I heard she became the chief beast tamer of Manga Academy right after enrolling, and she has already evolved to the mid-level of the advanced stage a few days ago. Chief beast tamer? Didn't she enroll at the same time as that Fong Ran? Does that mean her talent is even higher than his? Definitely, with a king-level beast tamer as her mentor, the gap will only grow larger in the future. I don't think so. Fong Ran has faced a lord-level beast tamer head-on and won. Whether that's true or not, both of them will eventually enter the 5 major academies, and their scores this time probably won't be bad. The crowd looked at Xin Yun, discussing among themselves. Just looking from afar created a sense of distance, making some uninformed students from nearby academies feel immense pressure. To be in the first year of high school and come to participate in the recruitment was a bit too confident. In contrast, the people around her, Lei Tianran, Li Ming, and Wang Yan, were all top geniuses from prestigious academies. Fong Ran is here. Suddenly, someone shouted. This completely exposed Fong Ran. Xin Yun and the others turned to look back and saw Fong Ran's figure. Humph, you really came, Xin Yun smirked. Her goal for this recruitment was to score at least higher than Fong Ran. Brother Fong, come over here. Lei Tianran waved. Hearing Lei Tianran's words, the crowd indeed stopped crowding and made way for Fong Ran, allowing him to walk directly into the group and stand with them. Fang Shuedi, daring to come to the recruitment at the mid-level of the advanced stage, commendable courage, Wang Yan said. With a smile. For the Iron Tower Academy, they never considered Fong Ran a rival. However, Wang Yan didn't want to offend a future genius. After all, he had previously tested and hadn't even past the average line. It was impossible to improve so much in 2 months unless he evolved to the late advanced stage. Xin Yun had a good relationship with Fong Ran, and after chatting for a few moments, the door opened. I am your chief examiner this time, you can call me Qin Xiong. A man in black stood in front of an independent doorframe, looking amiable. Qin Xiong? I know him. It said he became a beast tamer at 30, and in just a few years, he advanced to the late lord stage, becoming a benchmark for late bloomers in the capital. Xin Yun clearly knew a lot of information and began to share it with Fong Ran. You can still become a beast tamer at 30? Fong Ran had never heard of this. Yeah, I find it strange too, maybe he has his own secrets. Xin Yun replied. As everyone stepped forward, they passed through the scanner. Metal items and even paper were not allowed. Even Lei Tianran's metal shorts were detected, and while everyone wanted to laugh, they held it back upon seeing his serious face. When it was Fong Ran's turn, the metal device emitted a sound again. What's in your pocket? Qin Xiong frowned, growing somewhat impatient with the candidates. What kind of quality is this? Don't they know what they can and cannot bring? Fong Ran reached into his pocket and took out a piece of black cloth. Oh, I forgot I had this, Fong Ran said with an awkward smile. Lin Xinghuan had given it to him last time, and he actually forgot to leave it at home. However, upon seeing the emblem on the black cloth, Qin Xiong's Breathing became noticeably heavier. He quickly calmed down. This student, it won't happen again, hurry and put it away. Watching Fong Ran's back as he entered, Shin Xiong's gaze deepened. Is this the new chief? Sure enough, I knew who it was as soon as we met. But I didn't expect him to be so bold, daring to acknowledge him in public, and even coming to the entrance exam site. Young and impetuous, only such arrogance qualifies one to become the leader of the Yushin society. Shin Xiong couldn't help but nod. Just thinking about the earth-shattering event he was about to undertake made him a bit excited. If this matter succeeded, he could surpass the leader and enter the true core, gaining the right to advance to kingship. Moments later, a group of candidates entered. Shin Xiong stood before everyone, picked up the microphone, and said, "This assessment consists of 3 rounds, each with a full score of 1,000 points, totaling 3,000 points. The first item is the proficiency in the basic evolution method." As soon as Shin Xiong finished speaking, the crowd erupted in chatter. Many among them were not familiar with the basic evolution method. This was a project that had never been tested in previous years. The total time is 60 minutes. The one who operates the most times will be the winner. Just wear the provided testing device on your beast to measure the number of operations. Let's begin. As Shin Xiong finished speaking, everyone summoned their beasts. They then put on the testing devices and began to operate the basic evolution method in place. Shin Xiong nodded to an elderly man beside him. "Master Wang Long, I didn't expect you to personally oversee the exam this time." The elder named Wang Long nodded solemnly. Wang Long had immersed himself in the basic evolution method for decades and had already reached an extraordinary level. Although he was still at the Lord level, every year, royal beast masters from the imperial capital sought his advice on the basic evolution method. It could be said that in this field, if Wang Long said second, no one would dare claim first. Xiao Tian, be careful to control your score. Fong Ran signaled to Xiao Tian. Don't use all your strength, otherwise, it would be too shocking. Control the score, isn't it enough to just reach full marks? Xiao Tian lightly closed his eyes. Fong Ran put a sensor on his arm. The micro-level basic evolution method began to operate, losing its obvious characteristics, and the holy power was almost completely absorbed by Xiao Tian. Meanwhile, in other areas of the venue, many beasts emitted different lights. The divine light is manifesting. This is a sign of enhanced vitality, indicating that their basic evolution method has reached the proficient level. Wang Long looked at those students and nodded in satisfaction. "Master Wang Long, what are the requirements to achieve full marks in the assessment?" Shin Xiong inquired. "Full marks? To operate 10 times within an hour counts as full marks, but I doubt anyone can succeed." Wang Long sighed. He had heard that the basic evolution method was created by the royal beast masters. Yet, he didn't expect that now very few were willing to train in it. There were at least 1,000 beast masters coming for the assessment, but only a few hundred could reach the proficient level. 10 times in an hour? Wouldn't that require reaching the mastery level? There shouldn't be many who can succeed, right? Shin Xiong was slightly shocked. He knew nothing about the evolution method. The beasts were on a crooked path, but he understood how difficult it was to reach the mastery level. Moreover, he had just seen the leader's beast fail to operate successfully, indicating that he was in the same situation. This made Shin Xiong even more certain that Fong Ran was the new leader. That's not necessarily the case. Every year, quite a few people can achieve full marks in the entrance exam. The potential of top beasts is beyond your imagination, Wang Long, well-informed, replied. The scene was very quiet. The beast masters, who knew nothing about the basic evolution method, were already starting to struggle. Let alone 10 times, even completing one full operation would take them at least half an hour. In contrast, others, like Lei Tianren from the Celestial Academy, had successfully operated it twice in just over 10 minutes. Fortunately, the Celestial Academy has requirements in this area. Lei Tianren laughed. He considered this round a pass. The people at the Iron Tower Academy were the same. As a top-tier institution, how could they not have precautions in this regard? Among them, there were even beast tamers who had practiced the basic evolution technique to the brink of mastery. While the fire butterfly operated the basic evolution technique, Xing Yun couldn't help but think of Fong Ran. Turning her head, she saw Xiao Tian with his eyes slightly closed, as if in meditation, with no signs of holy power manifesting from his body. How could this be? Did Fong Ran forget the basic evolution technique? Xing Yun was slightly shocked. Li Ming, seeing this scene, chuckled even more. A low-tier academy is just a low-tier academy. The students can't even master the basic evolution technique. On the contrary, Lei Tianran was not too surprised by this. It's normal to overlook it, but with Brother Fong's talent, 2 years is enough to reach mastery. However, whether there would be an assessment by then was uncertain. Meanwhile, the data on Xiao Tian's arm was jumping wildly. In just over half an hour, it had already reached 18 times. Wang Long picked up the tablet in his hand, which displayed the number of times each beast tamer had operated. Lei Tianran, 7 times, I didn't expect there to be good seedlings in this area. Wang Long's eyes lit up. He had thought that since this place was far from the core city, no one would be familiar with the basic evolution technique. To his surprise, there were indeed quite a few who could master it. Wang Long swiped his finger, and another piece of data caught his attention. Xin Yun, 5 times, Xi Xinlao's granddaughter. Right? To have such talent in her first year of high school, her future is limitless. Wang Long praised. He clicked to sort by the number of times. When he saw the number at the top, his finger trembled violently. Xin supervisor, is there something wrong with your instrument? No, these are all newly purchased, there can't be a problem. Then who is Fong Ran? Upon hearing Wang Long's inquiry, Qin Xiong's heart tightened. He looked down and saw that behind Fong Ran's data, it displayed 18. Damn! Brother, you can't cheat like this. Do you think others are idiots? Perhaps this beast tamer's actual count is 8? Qin Xiong quickly tried to cover up. This way, although he wouldn't take first place, it wouldn't be too exaggerated. However, Wang Long didn't believe him at all and instead stepped forward, following the guidance to Fong Ran's side. Just standing there made the surrounding beast tamers tense up. Wang Long's gaze fell on Xiao Tian. Yet, he saw no signs of holy power manifesting, and after about 10 more minutes, Xiao Tian still showed no signs of successfully operating. Is there really a problem? Wang Long was surprised. He then summoned his own beast. A massive deep-sea serpent stood beside him. This sudden scene frightened the surrounding beast tamers. Could it be that Fong Ran was caught cheating? Sea serpent, check her holy power operation. The sea serpent lazily nodded, its eyes glowing with purple light, falling on Xiao Tian. The trajectory of the holy power flowing within her body came into view. Moments later, the sea serpent's body began to tremble uncontrollably. It was at the micro level, a sign of the holy power operating on its own. This was the realm that it and Wang Long had studied for nearly decades, only achieved by that imperial beast tamer. In that instant, the sea serpent could no longer contain its inner joy, its tail slapping the ground uncontrollably. Bang! Bang! This immense force made the nearby beast still undergoing assessment jump. Sea serpent, don't act recklessly. Wang Long noticed the beast's excitement. It had always been steady, why was it suddenly like this today? Roar! The sea serpent let out a roar and charged directly in front of Fong Ran. Qin Xiong, watching from a distance, broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that Fong Jiao's identity was exposed? However, it merely stopped its head beside Fong Ran and did not move again. This is a sign of goodwill towards Fong Ran. Wang Long did not understand why his beast would show goodwill to a student. But soon, he knew the answer. As the sea serpent flicked its tongue, a message surged into Wang Long's mind. In that moment, a hint of disbelief first appeared in Wang Long's eyes, followed by a tremor. He never expected that after decades of pursuing the emperor's footsteps, he would unexpectedly encounter it in a small town. Today. What's wrong, Master Wang Long? Did this beast master cheat? Qin Xiong rushed forward, asking anxiously. Wang Long remained silent, only gently shaking his head. But Qin Xiong saw that the corners of his eyes had actually become a bit moist. No one cheated, I just saw a hope in this life that I thought I would never see. No cheating? How could there be no cheating with 18 records? Could it be that Master Wang Long is also one of us from the Beast Master Association? Young friend, after the assessment, I dare to invite you to gather. I wonder if you have time? Wang Long nervously looked at Fong Ran. Of course, I have time, Fong Ran replied. A wave of joy immediately surged in Wang Long's heart. He then bowed to express his gratitude. This scene made Qin Xiong even more convinced of his thoughts. What kind of status does Wang Long have? In the imperial capital, even the king's beast masters have to consult him. He is a figure that even the chief examiner does not dare to act recklessly around. Yet, he actually bowed to a high-level beast master. As expected of the leader, your considerations are thorough. Not only did he let the chief participate in the unified recruitment, but he even bribed all the examiners. With 3 wolves controlling the scene, I ask you how you can lose? The first assessment quickly came to an end. More than half of the students were complaining about the tricky questions and the unreasonable nature of the test. Shin Yun hurriedly approached Fong Ran and said, "What's wrong with you? Are you too nervous?" Fortunately, this was just a trial. If there were problems during the third year of high school, Fong Ran would have no chance to enter the 5 major academies in the future. Nervous? A little, but it's not too bad. Fong Ran knew he had stabilized, he wasn't that nervous after all. Xiao Tian didn't need to mention. If she weren't next to Fong Ran, there wouldn't be any expression on her face. "You can't do this in the next round, adjust your mindset," Shin Yun encouraged, clenching her fist. This intimate gesture made many beast masters around them daydream. Xiaotian, standing behind Fong Ran, slightly furrowed her beautiful brows but chose to remain silent. Everyone rested until the afternoon. Then they were gathered together. "The first test is over. Now we will begin the second test," Qin Xiong shouted. The group of beast masters immediately stopped their discussions, waiting for Qin Xiong to announce the content of the second test. Qin Xiong then took out a sealed bag, cut it open, and pulled out a stack of test papers. The second item, Beast Master Culture Test, 1 paper for each person, to be completed within 60 minutes. As soon as Qin Xiong finished speaking, everyone below let out a sigh of relief. They thought it would be another strange test. It turned out to be just a written exam. They were qualified to enter the Beast Master Academy, after all. Only Fong Ran's face instantly darkened. Now his goal was no longer first place, making it into the top 10 would be considered a success. Everyone was assigned to individual rooms, took their seats, and began answering questions. Only Fong Ran stared at the test paper, recalling some unpleasant memories. System advanced the beast knowledge points. No response. It seemed it wouldn't work. Without textbooks, Fong Ran couldn't advance his knowledge of beasts at all. Moreover, there were no options for advancing answers in front of him. Helpless, he could only look at the test questions. What is the role of a beast master? How should one respond to the temptation of unknown alien species? Please list 3 different ferocious beasts and their weaknesses. "Heh, do you think you can stump me?" Fong Ran wrote furiously. In just 10 minutes, he completed one side of the test paper. Then, with great effort, he flipped it over. The sound of the movement was quite jarring in the quiet room, making the group of beast masters extremely tense, and a flurry of pen strokes suddenly filled the room. Damn, is it really that fast to solve problems right after birth? Lu Yong happened to be paired with Fong Ran. He prided himself on being a top student. Yet, in front of Fong Ran, he felt like a baby. The other geniuses from various academies gritted their teeth. As geniuses from prestigious schools, they could not allow themselves to fall behind culturally. So they quickly lowered their heads and began to write furiously. However, just 2 minutes later, Fong Ran stood up. So fast? Qin Xiong raised an eyebrow. Picking up Fong Ran's test paper, Qin Xiong began to examine it closely. More than half of it was blank, and the few answers that were there were all incorrect. So that's how it is, as long as I fill in the remaining blanks. With the correct answers, I can perfectly control the score. If I get everything right, I should be able to score around 800, Qin Xiong squinted. At this moment, Fong Ran was still unaware that his test paper was being tampered with. An hour passed, and the group of beast masters walked out of the room, looking dejected. Everyone began to find someone to compare answers. "Where's Fong Ran?" Lu Yong, who was facing the questions, asked of fellow beast master. "It seems he left. The third test starts tomorrow." Left? So confident? Lu Yong vaguely remembered that Fong Ran was the first to submit his paper. After leaving the examination room, Fong Ran wore a helpless expression. "I need to brush up on my knowledge related to beast mastery when I get back, to avoid any more mishaps." However, with a score of 0 in this round, he probably wouldn't meet the passing line of the 5 major academies. "Fong Ran!" A voice called out to him. Qin Xiong's figure approached from afar. "Examiner Qin? Is there something you need? Could it be about my blank paper?" Fong Ran thought to himself. Qin Xiong looked around, seeing no one, and immediately smiled. "Fong, you're so young yet have become the head of Yuqing, there's no need to be so modest. I am Qin Xiong, sent by the sect leader to assist you." Saying this, Qin Xiong took out a piece of red cloth from his pocket, almost identical to Fong Ran's. This was an identification proof only the Divine Beast Society possessed. Fong Ran's heart tightened, recalling what Lin Qinghuan had instructed. He never expected the Divine Beast sect would take the initiative to approach him. "How did you know I was the head? Just because of that piece of cloth?" Fong Ran deliberately lowered his voice. Hearing this, Qin Xiong immediately became smug. I had been paying attention to you before I came. You come from a humble background yet excel in the academy, and you even contracted the most crucial angel in the ceremony. The key point was that Fong Ran could capture the former head. Qin Xiong believed this must be a performance he put on to gain Lin Xinghuan's trust. Otherwise, how could Fong Ran, with his mere mid-level strength, pose a threat to a lord? And as long as the former head was sacrificed, Fong Ran could clear his suspicion. The goal was to lure Lin Xinghuan out of Yucheng. This move would be a huge profit. As long as this plan succeeds, both you and I will have the chance to break through to the king level. Is that so? I'm a bit eager. When will we implement the plan? No rush, you'll know when the time is right, Qin Xiong said with a smile. After that, no matter how Fong Ran tried to pry, he skirted around the details of the plan without directly revealing its content. The only useful information was to let Fong Ran pay attention to the location of tomorrow's test, which was right in the east of Yucheng. After sending Qin Xiong off, Fong Ran wanted to notify Lin Xinghuan. But then he thought time was a bit tight. The Divine Beast Society infiltrates all walks of life. As long as there are benefits, ordinary people will join in, and now there's no one trustworthy. Fong Ran hurriedly found Xinyun, who was still in the examination room. Xinyun is your grandfather. There? I need to find him. What do you want with my grandfather? Xinyun's face was filled with disappointment. She had thought that Fong Ran was in a hurry to invite her to celebrate. However, seeing his serious expression, she still accompanied Fong Ran to a villa in the mountains belonging to the Shin family. At that moment, the old master of the Shin family, the only beast master in Yucheng, was in the yard scrolling through his phone watching beast welfare videos. Upon seeing Fong Ran arrive, he quickly put away his phone. Ahem. What brings you here? Aren't you two in the middle of exams? Old Shin, Yucheng is in danger. Danger? What danger could there be with me around? This remote place was thousands of miles away from those monster caves and divine nations, and it was unlikely to be targeted by any particularly fierce beasts. Having a few lord-level beast masters stationed here was more than enough, let alone him, a king-level beast master. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the local emperor of Yucheng. It's the Divine Beast Association. The chief examiner Qin Xiong who came to Yucheng this time is from the Divine Beast Association. He regards me as the head of the Divine Beast Association in Yucheng and said he plans to take action tomorrow. If he succeeds, both of us will have the chance to advance to king level. Fong Ran's words were overwhelming, causing Xinyun's beautiful eyes to widen. Old Shin's brows furrowed deeply. He had been appointed as the deputy city lord of Yucheng, his position second only to the president of the Beast Association, but his power far exceeded that. If a terror attack occurred under his jurisdiction, he would definitely be implicated. Explain the situation in detail, Old Shin said with a serious expression. Fong Ran recounted the events, then added, he said that Xiao Tian is the key sacrifice. Fong Ran wouldn't foolishly think of confronting a true lord-level beast master. He could only seek help from others. Tomorrow is indeed a great opportunity to act, Old Shin said, his face showing anger. At that time, a large number of beast masters in the city would participate in the assessment to maintain order. Fortunately, Fong Ran stumbled upon this, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The only uncertainty was whether the action would take place to the east or in the opposite direction. Perhaps Qin Xiong was deliberately deceiving Fong Ran, trying to lure me out of Yucheng? Thinking of this, Old Shin shook his head. Qin Xiong couldn't possibly think that Fong Ran could reach him. Even a lord-level beast master would find it nearly impossible to meet him. Moreover, Qin Xiong had only become a beast master at 30 and had been deceived by the Divine Beast Association. His talent and intelligence couldn't be that high. If he couldn't even discern the lie about advancing to king level, it's no wonder he was treated as a pawn. Tell Qin Xiong to meet me outside Yucheng tonight, and you will hand over the angel to him. Understood. Time flew by, and night fell. Outside Yucheng, in a grove, Fong Ran waited quietly. Before long, Qin Xiong appeared from behind a tree stump. Where's the angel? Qin Xiong asked excitedly. Fong Ran immediately summoned Xiao Tian. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Qin Xiong revealed an uncontrollable disgust. Good. With her, we can control the fierce beasts within 100 miles and summon a beast tide. Qin Xiong was still dreaming of being a king. Follow me. Qin Xiong clasped his hands together, and a gigantic three-headed skeletal hound appeared. The two of them sat atop a skeletal hound, racing through the forest. The lord-level fierce beast ran at a speed surpassing that of a high-speed train, quickly arriving at a hidden ritual pillar. Xin Xiong took out a key and found an underground chamber among the stone pillars, and Fong Ran followed him inside. As soon as they entered, they were hit by a strong smell of blood. At that moment, before Fong Ran was a massive prison. Inside, there was a gigantic monster bound by countless chains. It had 8 large wings on its back, and in the center was a mass of indistinguishable flesh surrounded by a multitude of terrifying eyes. Mind Angel level, late Lord, skills? Description: an angel evolved using forbidden materials and methods, extremely unstable. The moment she saw Xiao Tian, the thought angel trembled violently. This time, you will be my eyes. A multitude of arms reached out, seemingly wanting to pull Xiao Tian over and merge into one. The familiar voice left Xiao Tian frozen in place. Masterpiece. As long as you possess the Eye of Divine Light, you can elevate it to the king level, and at that time, the ferocious beasts within 100 miles will go mad. Only the Divine Beast Association is humanity's hope. I ask, can those obedient beast masters evolve such deities? Xin Xiong shouted excitedly. Blood vessels spread across his pupils. He seemed unable to wait to see that scene. Quick, let her consume your beast. With this last evolution material, she can advance to the king level. Faced with Xin Xiong's urging, Fong Ran remained unmoved. Inside, she was filled with extreme anger. If it weren't for coincidence, would Xiao Tian have also become part of this flesh? Hurry! What do you want to do? Betray the Divine Beast Association? Evil dog? Xin Xiong called for the evil dog waiting outside the door. But the only response he received was a sharp mental pain and a violent tremor. His evil dog had been killed, and it was a one-hit kill by a person. Xin Xiong seemed to realize something, a hint of fear flashing in his pupils. In Xiao Tian's hand, a sort of holy light appeared. She stepped toward Xin Xiong, mercilessly bringing down the blade of light. Blood splattered against the walls and the holy light shield. Moments later, Shen San walked down the stairs. Upon seeing that monster, even he couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. The forbidden method of evolution. Xiao Tian, end their suffering. As Fong Ran's words fell, a holy arrow struck the monster's heart. Gene point plus 21. You did well this time. I will inform the Beast Association. Shen San patted Fong Ran's shoulder. However, there was still a hint of doubt in his brow. Back in Yucheng. At this moment, Lin Qinghuan, who had just curled up in her blanket, reached for her ringing phone. Fong Ran? What's the matter so late? After hearing Fong Ran recount the events, she suddenly sat up, drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, Fong Ran handled it, otherwise, losing her points would have been fine, but if they really achieved it in Yucheng, it would have been dangerous. 2. Control the ferocious beasts within 100 miles. There seems to be no king-level ferocious beasts around Yucheng, right? Lin Qinghuan was puzzled. Old Shen was a king-level beast master. The Divine Beast Association couldn't possibly be unaware of this. With him around, what use would there be for more lord-level beast tides? The next morning, the news of Qin Xiong's death spread throughout Yucheng. However, the final assessment still took place as scheduled, only the chief examiner had changed to Wang Long. At the assessment site, everyone was discussing animatedly. Did you hear? Qin Xiong was from the Divine Beast Association. No wonder his advancement speed was so fast. It turns out he used forbidden methods. Even the chief examiner has been infiltrated by the Divine Beast Association? Yeah, because of this, the recent inspections by the Beast Association had become stricter. I heard that it was a candidate who discovered that Qin Xiong was from the Divine Beast Association. The crowd showed expressions of astonishment, speculating about which deity it was. Shen Yun looked at Fong Ran, who was calm amidst the crowd. Quiet. Qin Xiong deserved to die, don't let it affect your performance. Wang Long's words made everyone quiet down considerably. Indeed, what did Qin Xiong's fate have to do with them? The assessment before them was the key to their future. Soon, everyone received a skill book. This test assesses the learning ability of the beasts. This E-level skill is called Illumination Technique. Each time you advance a level, there will be obvious characteristics that appear. 30 minutes to thoroughly grasp it counts as passing, and reaching the proficient level counts as full marks. Illumination Technique? Everyone picked up the book in their hands. Although it was an E-level skill, the diagram was exceptionally complex. Is it really necessary to learn this? Shen Yun complained. Her beast naturally emitted light, which could serve as illumination. In fact, its effect far exceeded that. This skill was devised by an examiner who spent an hour just to test the learning ability of beasts. Let's begin. With Wang Long's words, the beast masters all became serious. It's just an E-level skill. Many people could probably grasp it within an hour, or even become proficient. Skills actually have commonalities. The more you learn, the easier it is to master new skills. It seems they still haven't realized the seriousness of the problem. Wang Long looked at the relaxed crowd and chuckled. Ordinary E-level skills are indeed simple. But this skill is different. That's right. This is a skill specifically designed for assessment. The examiner deliberately mixed in a lot of obstacles within the skill. Any slight error in the flow of energy would lead to complete failure. The difficulty of entry is no less than that. Of some C-level skills, if one does not have a precise grasp of energy, it is impossible to reach the proficient level. Moreover, the examiner had once claimed, in this major exam, those who reach the proficient level will be no more than a handful. Sure enough. Just 10 minutes had passed, and some beast masters were already sweating profusely. No matter how they operated their energy, they always made mistakes at critical moments. They even began to suspect that there was a problem with this skill. However, in a corner, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared. Lei Tianman's expression was stern. In his hand, a white light floated, clearly indicating he had reached the entry level. Wang Long was slightly surprised, his pupils emitting a purple glow as he looked at Lei Tianrun. Using a large amount of energy to directly fill the complex pathways, breaking through all methods. Wang Long nodded. This skill cannot be stopped by a beast master with extremely high energy. Soon, more and more beast masters discovered the issues within. Wang Yan, relying on his proficient use of the skill, was the second to reach the entry level. Shen Yun, on the other hand, stepped into the entry level step by step thanks to the talent of her fire butterfly. The geniuses from several prestigious schools could hardly be stopped. Xiao Tian looked at the diagram in her hand, her eyes shimmering with divine light as she quickly engraved it in her heart. Illumination technique, entry level. Snap. Her fingertips made a sound. A faint glow appeared. Unlike others, this glow burned like a holy fire, igniting on its own. Advance the proficiency of the illumination technique. As Fong Ran spoke, advance illumination technique. Proficient. Remaining debt, release the proficient level illumination technique 10 times. This requirement was rather simple. After spending half an hour, Xiao Tian had repaid the debt of the illumination technique. The brilliance of the proficient level was exceptionally eye-catching in the examination hall, shining several times brighter than ordinary skills. This indeed caught Wang Long's attention. Proficient level. He truly has this talent. Wang Long nodded with satisfaction. A beast master who could perfect the basic evolution method could hardly be hindered by a mere illumination technique. That Fong Ran was the first to reach the proficient level was also within his expectations. This precisely proved that his basic evolution method relied entirely on the talent of the beast. Fong Ran? He actually learned it so quickly. Shen Yun exclaimed in surprise. This kid truly has limitless potential. Lei Tianran remarked. The speed of learning. This skill could very well make him the top in 2 years. In 2 or 3 years, I will have changed a lot in the 5 major academies. Li Ming said confidently. And at this moment, Fong Ran had not stopped learning this skill. Advance. Skill has reached the limit, cannot be advanced. Would you like to spend 1 gene point to insist on advancing the skill? Forcefully advance? He remembered that the holy bow of guidance was like this. Fong Ran became interested. Insist on advancing. Spend 1 gene point, successfully advance the illumination technique. Acquired. Skill illumination technique. Illumination technique, release a ball of light that follows the user for continuous illumination. In that moment, the intricate patterns in Xiao Tian's mind underwent a tremendous change. All the complex and useless patterns disappeared, replaced by the ultimate application of energy. She gently brushed her fingers over the pattern diagram in the illumination manual, and it underwent a dramatic transformation. The originally blurry human figure had now turned into the ethereal shadow of an angel. Ding! Time's up, put down the manuals. In your hands, and someone will come to collect them later. Wang Long's voice fell. His gaze swept across. Everyone hurriedly dropped the manuals in their hands. These were just clones, not the originals, and were worthless. Moreover, it was only an E-level skill, which could be found for free online. Even if they really lost it, it wouldn't matter. After the assessment, a group of beast masters breathed a sigh of relief, followed by anticipation. As long as I can pass the scoreline for the second-tier academy, it's fine. Second tier is already good, my basic evolution method is just beginning, and I'm already in despair. Do you believe him? He said the same thing during the last exam, and when the scores came out, he was still in the top 10 of the whole school. This group of question creators, is this something a person can come up with for an assessment? Why test this? Why test the basic evolution method? Learning skills on the spot, I% and asterisk. Outside the venue, as Fong Ran walked, he occasionally heard a few curses. Meanwhile, the crowd gathered nearby was even larger. There were those delivering water, those bringing food, free shuttles, and a group of beast masters hiding in the shadows. Lu Yong's figure nervously approached Fong Ran. Fong Ran, how did you do? Luckily, I managed to grasp the illumination technique. At the last second, otherwise, I would have been done for. Me? I think it's tough. Fong Ran sighed. He wasn't joking. The total scoreline for the 3 assessments was probably around 2,300 points. In the second round, Fong Ran scored 0 points. Even if he performed well in the other 2 rounds, he would only get at most 2,000 points. Don't be discouraged. If you want to blame someone, blame the question creator for being too inexperienced. Lu Yong patted Fong Ran's shoulder to comfort him. Then he suddenly thought, this dog just started school, there's still time and opportunities. He was the one with no chances left. What a useless comfort. Meanwhile, once everyone had left, an invigilator responsible for collecting skill manuals handed a skill manual to Wang Long. Senior Wang Long, we found that a beast master was randomly altering the pattern diagram. Altering the pattern diagram? It's just a copy. Wang Long didn't pay it any mind. The assessment scores were graded by machines, and the pattern diagrams wouldn't be handed to people. Moreover, there were no names on the pattern diagrams, naturally eliminating the possibility of cheating. Let me take a look. To be safe, Wang Long decided to take responsibility to the end. Yes. The invigilator replied and handed over the skill manual. Wang Long took it. Examiner Wang Long, what do you think of the talents of the beast masters around Yucheng? Talent? It can't be called talent yet. Wang Long said quietly. Compared to ordinary beast masters, Lei Tianran and the others have some talent, but compared to those Imperial Sons, S-level talents, what would be considered truly talented? Wang Long had seen too many geniuses. In the Imperial capital, he, Lord Beast Master, didn't dare to be too reckless. Yeah, I've seen the geniuses of the Imperial capital from a distance before, they really are awe-inspiring. The invigilator sighed. He had seen a heavenly beauty from the Imperial capital from afar once. The aura and the inherited stunning beauty were something he had never forgotten. However, to say that Yucheng has no top-tier geniuses, I think that's not necessarily true, Wang Long said with a smile. A young man's figure appeared in his mind. Given time, he would surely not be inferior to those people. In fact, his talent might far surpass theirs. As he spoke, Wang Long looked at the book in his hand, and his brows relaxed as he read. After a moment, his brows furrowed. Give me another copy of the book. Upon hearing this, the proctor quickly handed over a new one. Wang Long spread out both copies of the book before him. Clearly identical clones, yet at this moment, they had completely different flow diagrams. It's changed. Even the flow within has changed. Wang Long observed meticulously. He could even hear his own heart beating. He murmured, this is impossible. In just an hour, can a new skill be deduced? This question tested the control over energy flow. However, this flow diagram directly improved the illumination technique, simplifying it and even enhancing its effectiveness. What's wrong? The proctor, seeing Wang Long's face alternating between blue and red, asked nervously. Genius. Whose book is this? I want to recommend him to the question setter. Upon hearing Wang Long's words, the proctor wore an incredulous expression. The question setter was a top figure in the imperial capital. At least at the king level, one had to qualify to set questions for the unified examination, and they had to be among the best. It seems to be a beast master named Fong Ran, the proctor replied. Because Fong Ran learned the illumination technique quickly and his beast was quite recognizable, he remembered him. Hearing this name, Wang Long was stunned. It's him, no wonder. This statement left the accompanying proctor even more puzzled. It was as if he was saying that if it was him, it was only natural. In the imperial capital. In a tall building, in front of a transparent floor-to-ceiling window. A stern-faced man in black, towering at nearly 2 meters, sat on the sofa looking at the night view below, exuding an intimidating presence. Beside him was another handsome man dressed in layers of bone armor, sporting a buzz cut. To lock us both in, they actually rented the entire hotel. That must have cost a fortune, right? The armored man said, clicking his tongue. Even the cups on the table were antiques. If everything here were packed and sold, it would easily fetch tens of millions. Just business as usual, the 2-meter-tall man in black said quietly. Their identities were extraordinary. If they hadn't refused service, there would have been 200 or 300 people bustling around them on the 2 floors. No one in the imperial capital could trap a king-level beast master unless they willingly stayed. The reason for this was that the 2 were the question setters for the unified examination. Baojun, do you think there will be a beast master who scores full marks this time? With me setting the questions, do you think anyone can score full marks? Yu Baojun grinned confidently. Are you talking about your illumination technique? You will surely make things difficult for this group of beast masters. They will definitely curse you behind your back. Upon hearing this, Yu Baojun just smiled and did not respond. This difficult question was not designed for those of mediocre talent. It was meant to filter out the true geniuses. Therefore, the difficulty had to far exceed previous questions. Probably very few would be able to score full marks. If he guessed correctly, only the geniuses of the imperial capital would be able to achieve full marks. Gentlemen, the unified examination has concluded, a voice rang out. The 2 sighed in relief. Only then did Yu Baojun glance at his phone. Messages flooded in like a tide, and the phone vibrated wildly. The daughter of the Bai family scored full marks in the 3rd test. Is it her? SS level talent. I heard that beast tamers are also S rank. This time, the top spot in the unified recruitment should belong to her, right? And there are several geniuses from the capital, almost all with near-perfect scores. This time, there are quite a few talented individuals in the unified recruitment. The competition is much fiercer than in previous years. The cutoff score will probably rise by several points. Fong Ran, a beast tamer from a small city? Yu Baojun suddenly froze. The handsome man beside him also looked curious upon hearing small city. He got full marks in the 3rd item, but he used a different method. He improved my lighting technique. Yu Baojun clenched his fist. He almost crushed his phone on the spot. A character like this from a remote small city? The handsome man was astonished. Not bad talent. If he can make it into the top 10, he could be a promising prospect. Yu Baojun silently noted this name in his mind. Nowadays, it seems all beast tamers are closely watching the announcement of the unified recruitment rankings. If Fong Ran's scores in the other 2 items are also high, he will surely stand out. Top 10? You really dare to dream. Forget the top 10, even the top 100 is usually filled with geniuses from the capital cities. It's not that their talent is lacking, but the disparity in resources and environment. Only the geniuses from the capital can enjoy a significant tilt in resources. Want to make a bet? I bet he will definitely make it into the top 10. Yu Baojun said confidently. Let's bet in. If I lose, I'll give him 10 million in resources, just to cultivate a genius for long country. The 2 laughed heartily. A genius who can enter the top 10 of the unified recruitment? They wouldn't even need to intervene. Countless people would actively seek to win him over. Moreover, this is a genius from a remote area, not one from the capital who has family support and lacks nothing. At such times, even a small favor can leave a lasting impression. In the capital's academy, Lin Xinghuan stared at the webpage in her notebook, waiting for the scores to be announced. For some reason, at this moment, she felt even more nervous than when she participated in the unified recruitment herself. Fong Ran, as long as you can make it into the top 100, I can find a way to bring you to the capital's academy. Her gaze was intense. Her right hand refreshed the webpage from time to time. She felt even more anxious. After learning about the candidates for this unified recruitment, she lost her confidence. If she had to participate again, she probably wouldn't even dare to guarantee that she could take first place. And at this very moment, Fong Ran in Yuqing felt the same way. Accompanied by his uncle and aunt, he opened the website to check his scores. Fong Ran's expression was blank, as if he had already guessed the outcome. On the table lay the textbooks he had just heavily advanced on: Encyclopedia of Beast Weaknesses, Geographical Knowledge of Beasts. It's out. Fong Ran's eyes lit up. The little Tian sitting beside him also became tense. Fang Qihua stood up and leaned closer, while Sang Xuelan tightened her grip on what she was holding, feeling extremely anxious. Although they could see Fong Ran's disappointed expression, the 2 knew the result wouldn't be too good. But they still held a glimmer of hope. As Fong Ran refreshed the page, the screen flickered. All the scores were released. Ranking. First item? Second item? Third item? The 2 were stunned. Why were there no scores? Was the website malfunctioning? Could it be that The website had been taken over? Suddenly, Fong Chihua seemed to think of something and his head shook as if struck by lightning. I know, the scores. For the top 10 will not be publicly announced. Xiao Ran made it into the top 10? Uncle and aunt were dumbfounded. They stared at the page in disbelief, momentarily unable to bear it. How could this be possible? Fong Ran had only just started school, how could he achieve a top 10 score? Could it be that he really is a beast-taming genius, 1 in a million? Or is it that his scores were so poor that the system couldn't display them? That's great. Xiao Tian happily turned to Fong Ran, only to see him frowning, seemingly unable to comprehend everything before him. Do you really have to take the initiative when encountering a different kind of temptation? That didn't make sense either. More than half of his exam papers were blank. Even if he guessed all the answers correctly, he couldn't possibly make it into the top 10 of the unified admissions. There's another possibility. The intelligence of beast tamers in this world has dropped 1,000-fold, and I'm the only one who hasn't changed. Otherwise, everything before him wouldn't make sense. But he had indeed entered the top 10. Moreover, aside from the information of the top 10, the scores of the other beast tamers would be publicly displayed. Currently, the beast tamer ranked 11th had a score of 2,650. That meant Fong Ran's score had to far exceed this value. And at this moment, within the Winsong Academy, Principal Jiang Rui was tallying the scores of the second and third year beast tamers, along with the academies they could attend. This not only concerned the academy's reputation but also related to the principal's wallet. Pick out a few second-year beast tamers with high potential, they can stay for another year to try. Principal, this time our academy has over 130 who have passed the second-tier academy scoreline. Basically, 90% of the beast tamers can pursue further studies and have a chance to advance to lord level. Several teachers assisted Jiang Rui in tallying the scores. That's not the key. How many have passed the first-tier academy scoreline? Aside from the information of the top 10, the assessment scores of all other beast tamers could be directly checked on the Beast Tamer network. Yes. Lu Yong and Xiao Hong have both passed the first tier academy scoreline. 7 out of the top 10 from our academy have passed the first tier academy scoreline. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Rui nodded in satisfaction. Then, thinking of something, he frowned and said, "Keep scrolling up, see if there are any more from our academy." Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. In previous years, they had always stopped counting at the first tier. Beyond that were the 5 major academies and the top 100 rankings. Only that year, when Lin Xinghuan was admitted to the imperial capital, had they stepped into that forbidden ranking. Is it really necessary? Principal? The scores for the third-year beast tamers have been tallied. Yeah, there are only a few second years who have passed the second tier. They probably have to wait another year for a chance. Isn't there still the first year? Jiang Rui raised an eyebrow. Just as everyone was about to refute, they suddenly thought of someone. Yes, they hadn't seen Fong Ran and old Master Shen's granddaughter's names. These two were already somewhat famous beast tamers in Yuqing, and Fong Ran had even received support from the imperial capital. Thinking of this, several teachers excitedly scrolled the mouse. Before long, they actually saw a familiar name. Shen Yun. She's ranked 98th, she's already in the top 100. My goodness, with a score of 2,580, she's already surpassed the level of the 5 major academies. To pass the 5 major academies scoreline in the first year, she truly deserves to be from a royal family. She hasn't even entered the academy yet, and she's already training her own petties. This kind of resource is unmatched by ordinary people. At this age, she can already be compared to the geniuses of the imperial capital. Everyone was extremely shocked, but more so, they were excited. The 5 major academies. Was Yuqing finally going to have a beast tamer enter the gates of the 5 major academies? Great! Jiang Rui was invigorated. He wanted to take this opportunity to promote it vigorously. Their Winsong Academy could also cultivate top-tier beast tamers. Although Shun Yun basically didn't live in the academy and was taught by private tutors and royal beast tamers, at least there was a name to it. The group of teachers was equally excited. With this talent, she would at least be able to advance to the royal level in the future. By then, as the alma mater of royal beast tamers, they would also be blessed. What about Fong Ran? What rank is he? Jiang Rui asked. Shen Yun's ranking had entered the top 100, so wouldn't Fong Ran, whom he was even more optimistic about, be even higher? However, after everyone flipped through the rankings, they couldn't find that name. Not there? Jiang Rui was taken aback. He then asked, could it be that you missed his name? He knew this was almost impossible. Beast tamers had incredible eyesight, and omissions were quite rare. But Jiang Rui found it hard to believe that Fong Ran's ranking would be low. Really not there, principal. We searched through the rankings and still couldn't find Fong Ran. If it's not there, it's not there. You can't possibly think he could make it into the top 10, right? It's only a matter of time. With Fong Ran's talent, in 2 years, no. In 1 year, he should at least be in the top 30. This time, the unified examination content is also quite extreme. In the past, even the 11th place could score over 2,800 points, so it's not surprising for Fong Ran. I'm afraid future unified examinations will have less to do with the evolution level of beasts and will lean more towards testing talent. The crowd was in a heated discussion. They were worried that Fong Ran might be discouraged. Talents often have a lot of confidence in themselves, which makes them more fragile. They didn't want a promising student from one of the 5 major academies to suddenly fall into obscurity. Could it be that he really made it into the top 10? Jiang Rui's mind trembled. He couldn't believe his own thoughts. To break into the top 10 among a gathering of geniuses and wealthy beast tamers was something he wouldn't even dare to imagine. The top 10 spots will only be made public once everyone has confirmed their chosen academies. No rush, we should be able to see it by tomorrow. In the past, there had been instances where, after the rankings were made public, several academies scrambled to recruit beast tamers. Not only did this drive the prices of beast tamers extremely high, but it also led to friction among them. Even minor conflicts among king-level beast tamers could cause significant damage. The next day, until all the beast tamers had completed their applications, the top 10 spots were finally fully revealed on the website. In the imperial capital, Yu Baojun and his friends stood by the street. The rankings of the unified examination were announced on the screen at the center of the Beast Tamer Association. First place, Bai Lingshuang 2910. Second place, Fong Ran 2890. Third place, Tai Jiuxin 2889. Ninth place, Lei Tianren 2690. 10th place, Zhao Zimo 2683. The rankings were announced. The crowd in the imperial capital was slightly shocked. Among the 10, 9 were figures they often mentioned, with only the second place being unfamiliar. Gao Zhouqiang, I won. I told you this kid is definitely not simple, right? Yu Baojun crossed his arms, looking at the astonished crowd around him, a sense of superiority rising within him. This was his keen intuition. There are many good horses, but few good trainers like you. You really guessed it right? A handsome Gao Zhouqiang opened his mouth. This is possible? What kind of luck did Yu Baojun stumble upon? Moreover, the scores of the top 3 were surprisingly consistent, all around 2,900. What the hell? Who is this Fong Ran? Have you heard of him? No, looking at the address, it seems he's a beast tamer from Yuqing Fenga Academy? Fenga Academy? What kind of third-rate academy could produce such a genius? His score is only second to the imperial princess of the Bai family. Could he have cheated? Tai Jiuxin is also a beast tamer from an imperial family, yet he was surpassed. It's a miracle. The beast tamers in the imperial capital were exhilarated. How many years had it been since a beast tamer from a wild academy made it into the top 10? I checked, his first and third test scores were perfect, only the second cultural course for beast tamers scored 890. As soon as Yu Baojun finished speaking, Gao Zhouqiang raised an eyebrow in surprise and said, his basic evolution method and learning ability test both got full marks? He vaguely remembered that Bai Lingshuang's basic evolution method only scored 910. In other words, if it weren't for the points deducted in the Beast Master Culture class, Fong Ran could have even scored 3,000 points in the unified admission. What a good seed, his talent is even above Bai Lingshuang. His practical skills are outstanding, yet he didn't get full marks in Beast Master Culture, how strange. The two showed an odd expression. This was illogical. Who among those in the top 10 didn't have a cultural score of 100? Yet this kid, for some reason, lost points in the easiest subject. Well, since I lost the bet, then let me be punished by sponsoring him. Dream on. If anyone is to sponsor, it should be me first. Yu Baojun glared. Why should you get all the good things? Anyone with eyes could see that Fong Ran's talent was definitely worth the first place. Who wouldn't want to sponsor and win over such a future powerhouse? Moreover, this genius was discovered by Yu Baojun first. If someone else sponsored him first, he would feel like he had been cheated. And at this moment, in the Imperial Capital Academy, Fong Ran, second place? Lin Xinghuan stared at the rankings. completely stunned. She had thought about Fong Ran being eliminated, but she never dared to imagine he could enter the top 10, let alone take second place. What's wrong, Xinghuan? Who is this person? Second, seems like they are from the same place as you? A plain-faced woman behind Lin Xinghuan exclaimed. I didn't expect it. You went to Yuqing and secretly taught out a genius? No, actually I didn't teach him much. Lin Xinghuan murmured to herself. She felt her heart racing at this moment. The score Fong Ran achieved had far exceeded her expectations. In less than a year, Fong Ran would come to the Imperial Capital Academy, and by then she could. Seeing Lin Xinghuan's slightly flushed cheeks, the woman behind her felt suspicious. How was Xinghuan different from her usual cold demeanor? Just as she had predicted. In just one day, Fang Qihua noticed the downsides of a small house. Not only was the inside piled high with gifts, but even the outside was stacked like a mountain. The moment the rankings were released, Fong Ran's name was published in the Yuqing newspaper. Even the owners of beast hunting factories outside Yuqing displayed Fong Ran's photo at their entrance. Qihua, our boss has opened a new company in the imperial capital and decided to entrust you with a significant position, with a doubled salary. The company director smiled as he shook Fong Qihua's hand. This won't do. The imperial capital is expensive. We won't have a place to live. Don't worry. I've prepared employee dormitories for you, 300 square meters. You can move in directly with your family. 300 square meters? Is this really an employee dormitory? Fang Qihua was stunned. The director looked at him nervously, afraid he would refuse. The boss entrusted him with an important task, and as long as he could give away the house, he would get a promotion and raise. Thinking of this, he quickly added, you don't have to live there, just keep it for now. You can use it as a stopover when you travel. Upon hearing this, Fang Qihua unconsciously nodded. The director was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly took out the property deed from behind him. Moments later, in a daze, Fang Qihua gained an extra house. Being able to go to a place like the imperial capital was his lifelong pursuit. And at this moment, outside, it suddenly became very noisy. A stretched luxury car parked by the roadside. And Zhang Rui stepped out in a black suit. Many people hurriedly made way for him. Even the executives of various companies didn't dare to approach Zhang Rui. The difference in their statuses was not trivial. It's Principal Zhang Rui, he actually came here in person. Of course, Fong Ran is the second. In the unified admission, he must have seen many big shots these days. I heard even the president of the Beast Master Association sent a banner through. Someone. Once everyone finished taking photos, Zhang Rui smiled with satisfaction and then stepped into the room. The moment they saw Principal Fong, uncle and aunt were utterly shocked. Beast tamers already held a high status, and the person before them was someone who trained beast tamers. No need to be polite, just treat me as Fong Ran's teacher. I'm here mainly to see the situation, Zhang Rui said with a smile. Being a teacher was worth it. Now, the name of Fenggu Academy had already spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom. As the principal, he naturally gained fame alongside it. And all of this was thanks to Fong Ran. Principal Jian. Fong Ran walked out from the room and greeted him. Xiao Ran, you went to the imperial capital, but don't forget about me, your principal. You need to make our Yuqing famous. Now, countless eyes across the country are watching you. Criticism is inevitable. Zhang Rui felt great joy upon seeing Fong Ran. The two talked for a long time before he reluctantly left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave Fong Ran a B-level exclusive skill, Heavenly Spear of the Sacred Sky, as his personal support. It wasn't until much later that the house finally calmed down. Xin Yun invited me to go to the imperial capital in a few days. I heard there are more advanced paths for becoming a lord there. Fong Ran muttered to himself upon returning to his room. Once he reached the lord level, Fong Ran would be able to contract a second pet beast. A-level pet. Beasts were not only rare but also expensive. It would be very difficult for him to obtain one without any money, so he had to plan ahead. The Imperial Capital Department of Beast Tamer Education. An elderly man with graying hair, wearing glasses, was reviewing the exam papers of the top 100 beast tamers. Behind him, two young students served him humbly. Although the old man was not a beast tamer, he was a researcher of beast tamer history and knew almost everything about beast tamers. Old Bai, the family said to have you carefully check Fong Ran's exam paper. I will naturally check it carefully. But it must be absolutely fair, the old man emphasized in his last sentence. Cheating was absolutely not allowed in his eyes. Since he began reviewing the Beast Tamer exam papers, almost no cheaters among the top 100 had escaped scrutiny. But if someone wanted to bribe him to falsely accuse some innocent candidates, that was also impossible. Fong Ran, a beast tamer from a remote small city, actually managed to get second place. His gaze sharpened. He scrutinized the exam questions meticulously. The answers to the questions lay on the table, but he didn't glance at them. For the old man, perhaps the answers in the paper were not as correct as his own. Only the cultural subject didn't get full marks? Bai Zhangshu raised an eyebrow. This was the first paper he reviewed that had points deducted. Other beast tamers' cultural subjects were almost all full marks. Was this kid not diligent enough? Or was he just too focused on one subject? Bai Zhangshu continued to look down. When he saw Fong Ran's answers, he immediately inhaled deeply in anger. The mistakes were outrageous, or rather, the first few questions were simply written randomly. And the answers that followed, although they seemed to imitate, Bai Zhangshu could tell at a glance that they were written in a different handwriting. Did he really cheat? But why? Bai Zhangshu's heart trembled slightly. Did someone tamper with his exam paper? The cheating method was too low-level, making Bai Zhangshu hesitant to jump to conclusions. After all, countless eyes were watching him now. There were certainly many who were jealous of Fong Ran. Temporarily seal his exam paper and don't let anyone touch it, Bai Zhangshu ordered. This serious attitude startled the two students. The impact of such a matter leaking out would be immeasurable. When the imperial capital issues the admission notices, and that group of students arrives here, I will draft another exam paper for him to redo. Bai Zhangshu thought silently. If it was indeed cheating, he would catch them on the spot. If not, Bai Zhangshu would personally apologize to him. Hearing Bai Zhangshu's words, the two's expressions changed. Could this really work? The exam paper designed by Bai Lao had never been scored full marks by anyone before. Even without cheating, it was absolutely impossible to reach the admission score, right? A few days later. Yu Chung. Heavenly Spear, subtle. Generate several holy spears that, when shot, can cause burning effects within a range. In just a few days, Fong Ran had practiced the newly acquired skill to the subtle level. The admission notice from the imperial capital also arrived as expected. Only Shen Yun and Fong Ran successfully entered the 5 major academies. Meanwhile, many beast masters from the Manga Academy had reached the standards of first-tier academies. Uncle and aunt have already gone to the imperial capital in advance. Since he finished his assessment, the two couldn't wait and took the company's vehicle to the imperial capital. Now, with nothing left at home, it was just him and Xiao Tian. Fong Ran, the convoy is about to depart. Please come to the East City Gate of Yucheng before 2 p.m. Xin Yun sent a message. Fong Ran first expressed his gratitude and then quickly arrived at the East City Gate of Yucheng. At this time, many vehicles had already parked there. Among them, a black behemoth was particularly eye-catching. Many who had not yet left, such as the Iron Tower Academy and the Tianrun Academy's Beast Masters, were also departing from Yucheng. Brother Fong Ran? I didn't expect you to actually make it into the top 10 of the admissions. Lei Tianrun saw Fong Ran and came over to greet him, still feeling a bit incredulous. He had never considered Fong Ran a rival, yet now Fong Ran's score had surpassed his. The people from the Iron Tower Academy were even more in disbelief. They had shared the same examination room with Fong Ran. Clearly, his performance had not been outstanding. Yet, the result showed he had made it into the top 10? Upon receiving the news, Li Ming felt as if the sky had fallen. To enter one of the 5 major academies in the first year of high school, such talent was rare even among their academy's history. Sigh, take care of yourself, Li Ming. Wang Yan patted his shoulder, unable to do more. In contrast, Fong Ran's side was already surrounded by beast masters. Brother Fong. I'm from Manga Academy, do you remember me? Wow, Fong Ran, you didn't say a word and actually got admitted to the imperial capital? Do you have the admission letter? Let us take a look. Everyone surrounded Fong Ran, excited. Fong Ran took out the admission letter, and everyone was in awe. Although Lu Yong was envious, at least he was doing well too. At this moment, everyone felt a deep sense of emotion. They felt the distance between them and Fong Ran was growing further. Fong Ran, when we get to the battlefield in the future, I'll assist you, Lu Yong said, clenching his fist. Sure, if we can't win, we'll just ride your cow and run. Fong Ran laughed. The few of them joked around for a moment, and the awkwardness gradually faded. After a while, Fong Ran arrived in front of the behemoth of the Shin family. "You're here?" Shin Yun's eyes lit up as she moved aside to indicate for him to sit next to her. Waiting outside the vehicle, old Shin immediately showed a look of satisfaction. Shin Yun's cheeks turned slightly red as she said, "Grandpa, you should go back now." "Alright, this trip will first detour to Fong City, then to the imperial capital. It should take about 2 days, and I've arranged everything for you," old Shin said. The main concern was to avoid areas where fierce beasts were lurking. The vehicle started, and Fong Ran and Shin Yun sat in the back, inevitably experiencing some friction. The next night, they arrived at Fong City. As beast masters from the 5 major academies, and with a king-level grandfather, they naturally received a warm welcome. "You say there are no vacant rooms? Are you sure it's not my grandfather's intention?" Shin Yun gritted her teeth, feeling helpless. No, please make sure to stay here. The nights in Fong City can be very dangerous. I've heard there are even human-like ghosts roaming about," the hotel manager warned. Such ghost stories could hardly fool beast masters. Fong Ran casually found an excuse and went to a rooftop. The little celestial being behind spread its wings, wrapping Fong Ran within. "I'm afraid you'll be cold," the little celestial said nervously, fearing that Fong Ran would refuse. A clumsy excuse, a high-level beast master already had a certain resistance to the cold, and even going days without sleep was no problem. Moreover, no matter how cold it was, there was no need to pull the hands in as well, right? Fong Ran increasingly felt like an egg, just waiting to be hatched. Suddenly, the little celestial tightened its wings. "Master, there's dark energy coming." In her eyes, a wisp of black energy appeared on the street. This was the Divine Beast Association using dark magic to control beasts. With the little celestial's abnormal eyesight, as long as the Divine Beast Association was active in Wind City, she would be able to detect them. "Just in time to make some extra money, let's catch him," Fong Ran said calmly. On the street below, a man in black was hot on the trail. "Stop running, be honest, or you'll waste my time." The evil beast beneath him was sprinting with 6 legs. Ahead, a barefoot girl was running at high speed. Moments later, the evil beast suddenly shot out its tongue, ensnaring the stunningly beautiful girl. This scene, Fong Ran had only seen it in her notebook. Shoot it dead. The next second, the evil beast was pierced by a holy arrow, turning to ashes. Gene point +3. The beast master from the Divine Beast Association behind had a look of agony. As if feedback from a mental tear, he fainted before he could even speak. The little celestial put away the holy arrow. The wings behind her also folded. In front of Fong Ran, a piece of information appeared. Slime, level, ordinary late stage. Skills, imitation, digestion, evolution route, lava slime, venomous slime, slime queen. Description, claims to be the slime queen possessing a unique ability to transform into any shape. Ordinary late stage? I remember slimes don't have evolution abilities, Fong Ran thought. However, it did have a unique transformation ability. Perhaps the Divine Beast Association was eyeing this point, which was why they came to capture it. But Fong Ran could see its evolution route. Could it be that the system could allow slimes to evolve? This piqued Fong Ran's interest. "Thank you." The slime looked at Fong Ran, trembling like a sieve. In her family's teachings, beast masters were like devils, only skinning and stripping bones, enslaving them for eternity. "Have you seen this kind of person before?" Fong Ran pointed at the unconscious member of the Divine Beast Association on the ground. He didn't want to say much to such a weak creature. Hearing Fong Ran's words, her eyes lit up. This human seemed very strong. Useful. As long as she could save the clan leader. I've seen. "Take me there, just bring me nearby," Fong Ran smiled. The little celestial was eager to try. The Divine Beast Association was the organization she hated the most. If it weren't for Fong Ran watching, she would probably be able to torture and kill them without hesitation. In the little celestial's eyes, they were no longer considered human and were unworthy of being compared to her master. Okay. She was momentarily dazed, feeling that the human in front of her seemed a bit different. But she quickly came to her senses. It must be that my appearance has seduced him. After all, I still look human now. If he knew I was a fierce beast, he would have killed me long ago. Moments later, in the slime's anxious waiting, from the street ahead, the roars of fierce beasts echoed. In just half an hour, the guards of Wind City had gathered in large numbers. And Fong Ran had tied up more than a dozen captured individuals. Then, she dialed the guard office's phone. The captain of the Wind City Guard hurried over. Fong. Beastmaster, why did you suddenly take action without informing us? Old Zhang. How did you also join the Divine Beast Association? Damn it, you. Beast. I wondered why we were always detected before we could act. The beast tamers of Wind City were deeply shocked as they watched the captured members of the Beast God Society. Not only were they shocked that there were members of their guard team among them, but they were even more astonished by Fong Ran's strength. They had struggled for years without being able to completely eradicate the Beast God Society in Wind City, yet Fong Ran had captured more than half of the wanted individuals as soon as he arrived. Let's settle the accounts quickly, I need to leave soon, Fong Ran urged. With Xiao Tian's abilities, the low-ranking members of the Beast God Society were no different from running around naked in his eyes. Yes. Absolutely. Several officers were stunned. Is this the genius from the 5 major academies? At first, they felt a bit disdainful upon hearing about them, thinking they were just flowers in a greenhouse. But now, it seemed they were the ones who were truly flowers in a greenhouse. Especially Fong Ran's beast, with its striking golden hair tied in a ponytail and tall stature, made many people stare. Compared to some beast stars they had seen, Fong Ran's beast had a unique and sharp aura. The total bounty for these people is 390,000. The captain quickly transferred the money to Fong Ran's account. After Fong Ran left, the guard team entered the cave. However, they found that all the cages in the Beast God Society's stronghold had been opened. The ferocious beasts hidden inside had also disappeared, leaving only a puddle of slime. Wind City Station. Where is that car going? The girl asked the man beside her. The man initially didn't want to respond, but upon seeing her stunning beauty, he felt compelled to express himself. Beautiful lady, you don't know? That's the car to the Imperial Capital, filled with geniuses from the Imperial Capital Academy. What is the Imperial Capital Academy? She asked, confused. The 5 major academies. The beast tamers who can go there are the top geniuses in the world. Do you understand? Top geniuses. Upon hearing this, she looked at the vehicle, feeling anxious. The clan leader said that the only way for ferocious beasts to survive was to become beast tamers. But they were just slimes that couldn't evolve. Going to the most dangerous imperial capital was like seeking death. Moreover, top geniuses wouldn't even look at such weak creatures. Give it up, if you look like a ferocious beast, you'd be dead by now, a clan member in the sewer comforted her. Besides her, no ordinary clan member had the ability to transform. Who is speaking? The man looked around but saw no one. Imperial Capital Academy. In front of the tall school gate, luxury cars were parked. In such a place, even if you rode a bicycle, no one would look at you with disdain. Has that kid arrived? A young man waited nearby. Not yet, Baigu. Did he really cheat? Don't worry. Old Bai said it himself and sealed his exam paper. This matter is absolutely true. If you don't believe me, do you not trust Old Bai? The young man replied. A stinky outsider actually made it to the top 3 on the leaderboard. Even his strength was second only to his sister Bai Ling Xue. Does that mean he could surpass his genius sister without relying on family resources? I checked, his family is poor, and he even submitted his paper right at the start. Of course. The most important thing was still the message from his servant. It was said that Old Bai had a serious expression at the time, and to prevent the scandal from being exposed, he sealed the exam paper and planned to handle Fong Ran personally in private. No need for Old Bai to handle it, this matter could be dealt with by Bai Xiaoyu. As for fearing the scandal being exposed, isn't this the perfect opportunity to promote their fair and just recruitment? Moments later, outside the imperial capital, at a station, Fong Ran and Xing Yun got off the vehicle and several figures quickly approached them. The leader was an elderly man with white hair. Young friend Fong, my name is Bai Zhangshu, and I am the person in charge of the scoring and review for this recruitment. I have some objections regarding your second assessment and would like to ask for your cooperation. Bai Zhangshu's attitude was humble, showing no signs of arrogance at all. Fong Ran's expression changed immediately. In fact, he was a bit curious about how he could have scored so high. Fong Ran, don't listen to them. I'm going to video call my grandpa, Xin Yun said angrily. How could they say Fong Ran cheated? This ignited a surge of unnameable anger in Xin Yun, and she immediately wanted to call upon her ancestor. The video call connected. After Xin Yun embellished the story and cried out her grievances, the voice of old Xin came through the phone, unceremonious. No evidence, and you come here to accuse someone? Do you think there's no one in Yucheng? What? You traveled such a long way just to bully my granddaughter? So it's King Shen, long time no see. Bai Zhangshu said politely. The people behind him were slightly shocked. King level, these two had King Beast Masters backing them. In just an instant, the way everyone looked at Shen Yun changed completely. King level is extremely rare even in the imperial capital. Having a king level backing means one should at least address her as Miss Shen. Bai Zhangshu? Does my granddaughter have any problems? Old Shen naturally knew Bai Zhangshu, who was somewhat famous in the Ministry of Education. Not at all, we just suspect that Fong Ran's scores are questionable. This made Old Shen silent for a moment. If he were to trouble Shen Yun, he could still say a few words, but if it were to trouble Fong Ran, he had no reason to speak up. Grandpa! Fong Ran wouldn't cheat. Shen Yun shouted, her eyes seemingly filled with tears. Wouldn't cheat? Then why was he so nervous? Everyone behind Bai Zhangshu saw it. The moment Bai Lao spoke, Fong Ran clearly tensed up. If Fong Ran has no issues, what will you do? I will naturally apologize in person. Bai Zhangshu replied. This was also what he intended to do. To maintain a 0% cheating rate, he was willing to pay any price. Ran, what do you think? Old Shen began to ask his son-in-law. Having a well-known figure apologize was already more than one could hope for. This request for opinion made everyone look at Fong Ran, speculating about his relationship with that king. That's fine. After the exam, he had vengefully pre-learned all the knowledge about Beast Masters. At this moment, saying he was a walking history of Beast Masters would not be an exaggeration. Moments later, Fong Ran was taken to a separate room. There was only a table, a chair, and a test paper. This test paper was clearly different from the previous one. The questions were many times more difficult, but to Fong Ran, it seemed like fill in the blank questions, just waiting for him to fill in the gaps. Xiao Tian stood behind him, vigilantly watching the surroundings. On the other side of the wall. Bai Lao, what score does Fong Ran need to achieve on this test paper, which is out of 1,000, to prove his innocence? He scored 890 in the unified exam. So naturally, 890 is considered passing. 890? Isn't that inappropriate? Everyone knew. Bai Lao personally set the questions, and the difficulty was certainly not on the same level. Even if you let the top 100 in the unified exam take it now, not many could exceed 900. Moreover, Fong Ran's cultural scores were not high, but the other two items were both full marks. In terms of practical talent, he might not be worse than the first place Bai Ling Xuan. Let me see your true level, Bai Zhangshu thought to himself as he looked at Fong Ran. Fong Ran's test paper had a few deliberately wrong answers. This made Bai Zhangshu somewhat suspicious that he was intentionally controlling his score. Completing a full set of questions would take at least an hour, with everyone taking turns to monitor, while Bai Zhangshu began to rest his eyes. Just 10 minutes later, Fong Ran knocked on the wall. The student in charge of monitoring stood up. I'm done. Done? Brother, it's only been 10 minutes. He thought Fong Ran was looking for an excuse to go to the bathroom or had simply given up struggling. But he didn't expect that he had actually finished the test paper. What are you waiting for? The exam is already finished, but Old Shen only told me to cooperate with the questions. Hearing Fong Ran's words, the student was speechless. He could only take the test paper and wake up Bai Zhangshu. Bai Zhangshu got up, looked at the content of the test paper, and frowned deeply. Finished so quickly, almost no different from the official exam time. As he spoke, Bai Zhangshu's frown gradually relaxed. Even someone as difficult as him couldn't find any flaws. After a moment, he suddenly flipped to the back, quickly scanned it, then straightened up and took a deep breath, saying, "Where is Fong Ran? Hurry and take me to see him." A moment later, Fong Ran and the others arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Capital Academy. At this time, outside the academy, many beast tamers had already arrived. Luxury cars were parked in the exclusive parking lot. Cars worth less than $1 million had become rare. Let's park the car here first, and I will go report to the academy with Fong Ran. Shen Yun was in a good mood. The two of them were strikingly handsome, and as soon as they arrived at the school gate, they attracted a lot of attention. Especially Fong Ran, whose photo had already been circulated online, and many beast tamers recognized him. It's Fong Ran, the second in the imperial capital. He looks much better than in the photo. I heard he just finished his first year of high school and already got second place in the official exam? So young? Does that mean I can call in junior? Second? Fong Ran's cultural score isn't high. With his strength, he might not be able to get first place. Is that true? Can he be better than Bai Ling Xuan? The imperial capital recruited more than 300 new beast tamers. The worst among them could still rank within the top 1,000 in the official exam. But Fong Ran's ranking had long surpassed them by a lot, and being so young, many senior sisters were secretly infatuated, some even feeling jealous of Xinyun beside him. In the shadows, many gazes were directed at the two, especially by Xiaoyu. Hearing others say that Fong Ran was better then Bai Lingshuang made him frown slightly. In the Bai family, his sister Bai Lingshuang was the pride of the entire clan. No one was allowed to slander her. Even if his sister slapped him, it would still be his face's fault. If she kicked him, he would be afraid of dirtying her shoe. Such a presence was actually said to be inferior to a cheater from a remote town. Come on, he is Fong Ran. Bai Xiaoyu led a few beast tamers in education department uniforms to block Fong Ran's way. This scene instantly attracted many onlookers. Fong Ran, I am the head of the inspection branch of the beast tamer education department, and I suspect you have committed serious cheating. Please come with us. The inspection branch head took out his identification. Bai Xiaoyu beside him chuckled inwardly. However, he didn't dare to step forward. As a mid-level beast tamer, he knew his own weight and didn't dare to provoke a genius in the top 100. Who are you calling a cheater? Do you want to get hit? Xinyun frowned. After repeated obstructions, if it weren't for fearing the laws of the imperial capital, she would have already gone to beat him into a pig's head. Just then, a vehicle from the education department also parked in the imperial capital's parking lot. Bai Zhangshu and a few others hurriedly got out of the car. Quick, go find Fong Ran. He wouldn't allow cheaters to exist, nor would he allow good people to be wronged. As a deep researcher of beast tamer culture, Bai Zhangshu felt an inexplicable closeness to geniuses in the same field. You say he's cheating, so he's cheating? Fong Ran raised an eyebrow. He had a nonchalant attitude. Many people around were watching, and whispers of disbelief spread out upon hearing his words. Many felt shocked and found it hard to believe. Among them was Lei Tianrun, who had just arrived. Fong Ran couldn't possibly cheat. I was in the same examination room as him, I can testify. As Lei Tianrun spoke, some in the crowd recognized him as a genius in the top 10 of the official exam. However, his fierce appearance made them hesitant to look too closely. Bai Xiaoyu frowned and added, with Bai Zhangshu and Professor Bai as witnesses, even if you don't believe me, you can't not believe Professor Bai, right? The one who instills fear in millions of examinees, the master of beast taming history and culture, Bai Zhangshu? Many beast tamers around clearly recognized Bai Zhangshu and had secretly cursed him before. This statement made the facts seem a bit more credible. The second cheating incident in the unified examination would be big news if it got out. Oh? Is it Bai Zhangshu who said that? Fong Ran immediately understood upon hearing this. So this kid doesn't understand anything and is just waving a big flag? You? Xinyun was about to say something, but saw Fong Ran with a meaningful expression, stopping her. Then he looked at Bai Xiaoyu, as if to say, go on with your performance. I can guarantee with Bai Lao's credibility that this matter is absolutely true. Bai Xiaoyu felt lightheaded under the gaze of many geniuses. Who are you using as a guarantee? A trembling voice came from not far away. Bai Lao's eyes widened in anger. He saw his decades of built-up prestige about to be destroyed in an instant. In a flash, he took 3 steps as if they were two and jumped to Bai Xiaoyu's side, raising his hand to slap him. Smack! After the slap, his hand trembled, relieved in his heart. Luckily, he was fast enough, otherwise, who knows how much worse the situation would have gotten if he had arrived later. Bai. Grandpa Bai. Bai Xiaoyu covered his swollen cheek, his eyes wide with confusion. Wasn't it you who said he had a problem? Why did you slap me instead? Meanwhile, the head of the inspection department, seeing the current scene, how could he not know what was happening? He quickly spoke up, Bai Lao. I always thought it was your order. Saying this, he wore an expression of anger at the misfortune and pity for the helpless. Then he quickly approached Fong Ran. Fong Ran, I apologize. To you, it was my failure to discern right from wrong. I was deceived by a petty person. Looking at his reaction, Fong Ran could only say it was well done. In just 2 sentences, he cleared himself of blame. The department head was also relieved. Luckily, he hadn't said anything excessive to Fong Ran. As the top genius in the unified examination, he would inevitably grow into a colossal figure that he could only look up to, but unfortunately, after this incident, he could no longer get close to Fong Ran. Uncle, why are you also? Fong Ran, tomorrow I will send him to the detention center for a month. How does that sound? Bai Zhangshu spoke. Slandering the top 10 in the unified examination would also result in public security penalties. Bye. Xiaoyu immediately looked incredulous. Being in that kind of place for a month would be worse than killing him. Not good, Fong Ran said lightly. In fact, Fong Ran felt a bit guilty. After all, he really had submitted a blank paper. Bai Zhenshu's actions instead proved his innocence. No, Fong Ran, you must rely on hard work to become an emperor-level man. After enrollment, you will soon advance to lord level. I am willing to compensate you with 3 S-level lord evolution materials. Bai Zhenshu said solemnly. He could actually understand Fong Ran's feelings. As a person from a small town, he had worked hard to reach the prestigious academy in the capital. Yet, upon arrival, he was immediately suspected and troubled, and after cooperating honestly, he was blocked twice, inevitably feeling resentment. This compensation could only be considered a small token of goodwill. In the future, he would probably have to offer much more to barely soothe the thorns in his heart. However, the surrounding beast tamers were wide-eyed. They couldn't have seen wrong, could they? This old man actually apologized to Fong Ran? Although the old man deserved it, he was still a well-known figure in the capital. 3 S-level lord materials, how much would that cost? Cheap ones, at least around 50 million. If they are rare, it would be hard to get them for less than 100 million. Damn, the Bai family is really wealthy, no wonder they have an imperial beast master in their lineage. I heard that after enrolling, the first thing they do is advance to lord level. Isn't that just a freebie? What lord level requires over 1 billion for evolution? Are beast masters made of gold? A group of beast masters were envious. They could spend tens of millions from their families for evolution, which was already their limit. Many beast masters even had to take out loans just to afford evolution materials. Not satisfied? Bai Zhenshu looked at Fong Ran's furrowed brow, feeling anxious inside. Not really, it's just that although I didn't actively cheat, is there a chance I might have unintentionally cheated? Fong Ran said somewhat apologetically. Unintentionally? Did he guess that someone wanted to harm him and altered his exam paper? Or, did he think that just hiding all the knowledge in his head and bringing it into the exam room counted as cheating? A genius's thought process is indeed extraordinary. Bai Zhenshu concealed his inner shock, took a deep breath, and said, cheating without subjective awareness doesn't count as cheating. Upon hearing this, Fong Ran immediately felt relieved. If the master said so, then it didn't count. Moments later, Bai Zhenshu left with the boy whose face was twisted in distress, almost in tears. The surrounding beast masters grew increasingly curious about Fong Ran's identity. Was he really a beast master from a small town? Why was even Bai Zhenshu so polite to him? At this moment, within the Imperial Capital Academy, Fong Ran has already arrived? Lin Qinghuan's heart raced. What? Qinghuan, aren't you going to find him? Her friend Du said. If you don't hurry, that tender grass will be eaten by another old cow. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuan maintained her composure and said he won't. He has a rather unique preference. Moreover, new students will be ranked right after enrollment, and I want to see how far he can hold on. Wait. I won't be eating him either. Lin Qinghuan quickly added. Xiao Ran just reached high-level mid-stage, right? That's too dangerous. Her friend said quietly. Lin Qinghuan suddenly realized. Right. Fong Ran just started high school. His current level was only high-level mid-stage, which was too far from those others. A low evolution level could very likely cause Fong Ran to fall behind the other beast masters. There are over 300 new students, can he still stay in the top 10 after a month? Her friend was even more doubtful than Lin Qinghuan. The resources of the imperial capital have always been tilted towards the top 100, the higher the rank, the stronger the strength, and the stronger the strength, the higher the rank. In the crucial moment of advancing to lord level in the first month, ranking is the most important. And how could a beast master with a lower evolution level compete with those high-level late-stage beast masters? Then, as long as he can stay in the top 100, I'll help him. Lin Qinghuan gritted her teeth. Without experiencing storms, how can one see the rainbow? If she intervened from the start, it might not be good for Fong Ran. Within the Imperial Capital Academy, in a large tiered classroom, even with over 100 people seated, it didn't feel crowded at all. Although there were many people in the back row, there were only a few in the front. Why not go to the front? Why are you all shrinking to the back? They are all descendants of imperial beast masters, all from powerful corporate families. I just feel pressured looking at them, let alone sitting together. The crowd whispered. The Imperial level only existed in their imaginations. The gap in status caused the Beast Masters to instinctively huddle together. Especially Bai Ling Xuan in the leading position, even without saying a word, no one dared to sit in the same row as her. Her eyes were like water, her black hair flowing down, tight at the end, her waist slender yet not weak, and her gaze sparkled like a mirror made of ice. To be able to talk to her, at least a family with a starting capital of 100 billion would qualify. Moments later, Fong Ran and Shen Yun arrived at the lecture hall, one after the other. Countless gazes fell upon Fong Ran, even overshadowing Shen Yun's brilliance. In the past, Shen Yun would undoubtedly have been the most eye-catching one, but now there was a more monstrous presence. However, at this moment, Shen Yun seemed completely unconcerned. Is that him? The genius ranked second, just behind Bai Ling Xuan. I heard that Fong Ran's talent might not be any worse than Bai Ling Xuan's. Is that true? Impossible. Bai Ling Xuan has been taught by the Emperor since childhood and entered the Imperial Academy in her first year of high school. We'll know in a month. The unified examination is just a stepping stone for the king. Yeah, the ranking in the first month will determine everything. Bai Ling Xuan merely glanced at Fong Ran. Is he the first in talent? Bai Ling Xuan had always been first, no matter what she did. With the Emperor's protection, even her parents dared not oppose her wishes. She did not believe that anyone's talent could surpass hers. If there were, it would only be a fleeting chase, soon to be left behind. To her, Fong Ran was just one of them. Fong Ran led Shen Yun to their seats in the fifth row. Moments later, a gray-haired figure approached the front of the stage. My course is Beast Evolution. Your first lesson is to advance to the Lord level. The advancement tiers for beasts are divided into ES levels. The higher the level, the more expensive the materials required, and the higher the upper limit after evolution. As he spoke, several different options appeared on the screen behind him, representing the DS level evolution routes. Once you advance to the Lord level, I will provide different ratings. S rating can earn you a score of 100, which will be used for the ranking evaluation. In a month, the task was assigned. A group of beast masters stood up and headed towards the training ground, all carrying enough evolution materials and expensive evolution routes. In the end, only Fong Ran and Shen Yun remained in the classroom. We just reached the high intermediate stage. It will take us a month or two to advance to the late stage, so this score is unattainable, Shen Yun said with a wry smile. At least we can still earn points from other teachers, Fong Ran replied, summoning Xiao Tian and looking at her panel. War Angel, rank, level 5, 1.2%, level, high intermediate. Skills, Holy Fire Greatsword, Breakthrough, Divine Physique, Breakthrough, Dragon Soul Forging, Beginner, Light Feather Instant Shadow, Proficient. Storm Bow, Subtle, Basic Evolution Method, Subtle, Holy Spirit Evolution Method, Subtle, Celestial Spear, Subtle, Divine Light Eye, Description and Angel with extremely strong individual combat power, said to be used to punish the Forsakers. I've already hit a bottleneck, I can advance in 3 days at most, Fong Ran said as he stood up. The gray-haired elder approached him. Classmate, is this your beast? As a professor in the field of professional evolution, he was selected by the Imperial capital to guide their advancement routes, but he was quite puzzled by Fong Ran's beast. Yes, she has just reached the high intermediate stage, Fong Ran stated frankly. How did she evolve? Oracle Angel? Or Healing Angel? I altered some materials and took a different route. Hearing Fong Ran's words, the professor's eyes trembled. There are some evolution routes where the required materials can vary. A choice can cause a beast's combat power to soar. The publicly available routes are all stable, but likewise, their effects are mediocre. About 3 beasts of the same level can contend with one ferocious beast. However, there is also a forbidden evolution route. Even using the same materials on the same beast can yield different effects. It is extremely dangerous but also has a very high upper limit, yet each advancement feels like gambling, likely leading into the unknown. He realized that Fong Ran's beast was using a certain forbidden evolution route. Can you tell me what materials you used to advance to a higher level? The professor was extremely eager to verify his inner thoughts. This was the first time he had seen a beast capable of taking the forbidden route. Fong Ran hesitated. Could he say it? His evolution route was the optimal choice given to Xiao Tian by the system. Who knows if others could use it? But if he didn't say anything, it would seem even more suspicious, so Fong Ran pondered for a moment and then revealed the materials used for Xiao Tian's advancement. As his thoughts gradually aligned with his inner feelings, the professor's fingers trembled. Forbidden route. Once you choose the forbidden evolution, there's no turning back. A slight misstep could turn your beast into an indescribable monster. No wonder. No wonder his family had no advantages, yet he could surpass the emperor's son and become the second in command. The imperial family had evolution routes. Designed by imperial beast masters, and without elders, they could only rely on mutations, right? But the forbidden route also comes with a price. Once used, you cannot walk the known paths. Throughout history, only a few have successfully advanced to higher levels using forbidden materials. Although their combat power far exceeded that of beasts of the same level, each one encountered accidents during their advancement. Almost none could safely reach the emperor level. Once you walk this path, there's no turning back, the professor sighed. The probability of Fong Ran safely advancing to Lord level was less than 1 in a million. Even if Fong Ran succeeded by chance, the beast might not necessarily become stronger and could even fall into madness and turn against its master. This was the reason why that group from the Beast God Society was being hunted by the Beast Association. Did you let Xiao Tian use forbidden materials? Xin Yun asked anxiously. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Fong Ran replied calmly. With the system in place, it was impossible for him to encounter any accidents during his advancement. Know what you're doing? I had my grandfather help you advance, so don't mess it up. Xin Yun was afraid something would happen to Xiao Tian and Fong Ran. It's useless, even an imperial beast master can't deduce the forbidden route, the professor said lightly. Relying on luck can only take you so far. Fong Ran could choose to stay at a high level and still surpass many beast masters of the same rank. But once a gambler wins once, they will think they can win again. Leaving the classroom, Fong Ran followed the address sent by his uncle. Soon, he arrived at a standalone 2-story house. You're back, Fong Chihua said happily. Just arriving in the capital, the two had spent a lot of time wandering around the city. He quickly arranged a room for Fong Ran, which was twice the size of the original, with a big bed that could easily accommodate 2 people rolling around. This building also has a training room that can accommodate beasts under 5 meters. Listening to his uncle, Fong Ran understood. This was prepared for him. Otherwise, which employee dormitory would come with a training room? Descending into the training room, everything needed for training was fully equipped, even more luxurious than that of Teacher Suyu. Operate the Holy Spirit evolution method and advance to Lord level in 3 days, Fong Ran said. Xiao Tian nodded slightly and immediately complied. 3 days quickly passed and Xiao Tian's rank naturally reached the late high level. Similarly, his movement technique also advanced. Light feather instant shadow, subtle creates phantom wing. After images behind, maximizing speed. A new evolution route appeared before Fong Ran's eyes. Evolution route, blood contract angel, divine oracle high priest, judgment seraph. Even if forbidden materials are used, one can return to common evolution routes. Fong Ran once again witnessed the power of the system. 3 evolution routes. Among them, the strongest was naturally the judgment seraph. The materials consumed for advancement were several times more than the other 2 routes. The most different was the blood contract angel, which required bathing in blood and could even change the beast's personality, making it more violent. Xiao Tian can't become like this. Fong Ran gently stroked her silky hair. The wings behind Xiao Tian flapped in response. If it weren't for the fear of angering Fong Ran, she wouldn't even need to advance to a blood contract angel. The celestial race has never been a benevolent one, otherwise, there wouldn't be a swap between the identities of celestials and beast tamers. System, advance to the judgment seraph. Required materials, part of the flame bull, 10,000 gold smelting stone, jade dragon bamboo, a total of 16 lord level materials. Moreover, 13 of them are S-level materials, and 3 are forbidden materials. Advance the materials. As soon as Fong Ran finished speaking, a series of prompt sounds emerged. And perfect quality materials appeared before Fong Ran's eyes. In just an instant, an overwhelming aura filled the entire room, especially from the 2 forbidden materials, raising the indoor temperature to around 50 degrees. If it weren't for being a beast tamer, it would be hard to endure such high temperatures, and the temperature was still rising. Xiao Tian extended her fair arm. A massive holy power surged forth, instantly beginning to burn. Just an hour later, all the materials were completely absorbed by Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian let out a muffled groan, curling up on the ground. Fong Ran stepped forward, but as soon as he touched her, his palm was scorched, losing a layer of skin. So hot. Fong Master, don't touch me, Xiao Tian murmured. The scorching blood boiled, and the holy power within her was being sublimated to the utmost. Behind her, a pair of wings formed from holy fire gradually emerged, and a crown that resembled burning flames floated above her head. It wasn't until half an hour later that the pain began to gradually ease. Xiao Tian opened her eyes, and the world suddenly became clearer. Holy power amplification, even mental power can be burned. The evolved holy power gained a more powerful ability, burning the mind. She lightly tapped her jade foot to rise, the two wings of holy fire burning behind her, a fiery crown floating above her head, and garments made of holy fire covering her body. At this moment, Xiao Tian held her fair hand, feeling an incredibly powerful force. This made her feel a bit excited. This power far exceeded that of her kin. Even the previous her would have been instantly slain. At this moment, she resembled a deity, the holy fire in her eyes seeming capable of burning a person's soul. It's the master's ability. Xiao Tian raised her gaze and saw Fong Ran approaching, equally happy. She reached out and grasped his wrist. Feeling the fragility of a human was like holding tofu. With a little force it would shatter. If struck by a fierce beast, it would definitely turn to pieces. However, the master is so weak, he wouldn't be able to resist anything I do, right? A surge of possessiveness arose from the depths of her heart. Xiao Tian, how do you feel? Do you feel any mutations? Fong Ran hurriedly asked, fearing the system would malfunction and truly turn Xiao Tian into a Cthulhu, sprouting 3 heads and 6 arms. Yet he found Xiao Tian holding his hand tightly, not letting go, her expression somewhat frightening as she seemed lost in thought. After a long while, she finally loosened her grip. Fong Ran's hand was already marked with a circle of red impressions. Judgment Seraph, rank, 5th rank, 1.2%, level, early lord, skills. Judgment Sunwheel, unfamiliar, Holy Flame Fire Wings, unfamiliar, Holy Fire Giant Sword, breakthrough, Celestial Physique, breakthrough, Dragon. Soul Forging, entry, Light Feather Instant Shadow, subtle, Storm Bow, subtle, Basic Evolution Method, subtle, Holy Spirit Evolution Method, subtle. Celestial Spear of the Firmament, subtle, Divine Light Eye, description, an angel with extremely strong individual combat power, said to be used to punish the Forsakers. Judgment Sunwheel, unfamiliar, can use holy power to resist attacks, possessing a judgment power of the Seraph. Holy Flame Fire Wings, unfamiliar, burning fire wings, can gain a slight speed boost and a slight attack boost for a short time. 2 brand new offensive and defensive skills. The quality is clearly higher than that of the Holy Fire Giant Sword. At least A-level or even S-level skills, Fong Ran muttered to himself. Only skills of this level can be upgraded to the breaking boundary level. At this moment, Fong Ran, who received feedback from Xiao Tian, had already reached a superhuman level. His mental power had been sublimated, and he was fully capable of bearing another contract. At the Lord level, I can contract a second beast. In the academy, 3 days had passed. Nearly 90% of the new students had reached the Lord level. At this moment, the new student rankings were displayed on the screens and forums in front of the Imperial Capital Academy, changing daily. First place, Bai Lingshuang, 302 points. Second place, Tai Jiuxin, 300 points. 3 days had passed. Many beast masters had completed tasks from several professors and received course scores. As for Fong Ran, apart from attending one class on the first day, he had not stayed at the Imperial Capital Academy for the rest of the time. This genius, known for causing a stir upon arrival, was nowhere to be seen. In the Imperial Capital Academy, whispers of him blending into the crowd inevitably spread. Bai Lingshuang was equally puzzled. She asked the evolution course professor, I have achieved S-level evolution, which is the optimal evolution route. Why am I not given a special score? Each professor had a special score of 1 point. This was the key to determining the rankings. At the end of the month, I will select suitable candidates, the professor replied. Do you have other candidates in mind? Bai Lingshuang did not believe that anyone could have a better route than the one chosen by the Emperor Beast Master. Would this 1 point fall into her hands by the end of the month? The next morning, Fong Ran arrived at the training ground of the Imperial Capital Academy. He immediately attracted the attention of many beast masters. Fong Ran, haven't you evolved to the Lord level yet? Fong Ran is only in high school, it's normal for him to evolve slowly. Isn't Bai Lingshuang the same? There are many geniuses who came to the Imperial Capital in less than a year. Although they said this, they had to admit that Fong Ran was the one who became a beast master in the shortest time. Among the crowd, Shen Yun and Lei Tianrun, along with a few familiar faces, looked at Fong Ran with curiosity. Brother Fong, you've been missing for a few days, what have you been up to? Lei Tianrun asked with great interest. Fong Ran, let's spar, I Can't find anyone to practice with, Xinyun said eagerly. Only Fong Ran was at her level. I'm afraid that's not possible, Xiao Tian has already advanced. To the Lord level, Fong Ran shook his head helplessly. You took medicine? Xinyun's finger trembled. How did Xiao Tian advance in just a few days? Unknowingly, a barrier had formed between the two. What evolution route did you choose for Xiao Tian? Can you gather the materials? Shun Yun suddenly asked. The evolution route is very important, Lei Tianran reminded. Being able to befriend a genius like Fong Ran, Lei Tianran naturally wanted to strengthen their relationship. He was different from others. He understood that Fong Ran was not just blending into the crowd but was troubled by the evolution tier. His future achievements would not be inferior to his. It was estimated that today, the rankings would surge. An S-level evolution route is far superior to an A-level one unless the gap between beast masters is too great, otherwise A-level is bound to lose. Lei Tianran added. He had chosen an A-level evolution route. S-level evolution materials easily cost over 100 million, which ordinary wealthy individuals could not afford. Not to mention, like Fong Ran, he came from an ordinary family with assets in the millions. Sure enough. Not long after Lei Tianran finished speaking, a Beastmaster suddenly changed his expression and grunted in defeat. Many people looked over. Zhao Zimo, this time I admit my loss, the person said. Zhao Zimo, Fong Ran remembered, was ranked 10th in the general recruitment. Zhao Zimo was tall and slender, with a small braid at the back of his head. Silently nodding. This is just the beginning. The higher the level, the greater the difference in evolution paths. The probability of advancing to S-level Monarch is as high as 50%. Yet only about 10% of A-level beast tamers can succeed. It should be A-level. The S-level path for angels is not something you can buy for less than 10 million, Xinyun said. She knew Fong Ran was short on funds. A-level is still acceptable, after all, your beast is also A-grade, and with experience, you can surpass the average S-level path. Moreover, you've met the standards for the evolution course, Lei Tianran said. Fortunately, he wasn't the only A-level among the top 10. At least he had his good brother Fong Ran with him. Let's not talk about that for now. I haven't passed those 3 assessments yet. Where are those professors? I'll take you there. Xinyun said. Anyway, she felt uncomfortable staying here, so it was better to take Fong Ran for a walk. Make it quick, I'm waiting to practice with you, Lei Tianran said, feeling a bit restless. Among A-levels, whose beast was stronger, his thunder beast or Fong Ran's angel? The previous 2 assessments were conducted by the professors responsible for evolution methods and agility courses, respectively. Fong Ran and Xinyun found the professors in turn. A few minutes later, the first assessment was the evolution method course. Unfortunately, my special points have already been allocated, otherwise, I could give you some, the professor of evolution methods appreciated Fong Ran. But he only had 1 special point, which couldn't be given to 2 people at once, and it wouldn't be appropriate to take it back now. The second assessment was the agility course. Fong Ran scored full marks again. However, this professor was quite unhappy with Fong Ran's truancy. It wasn't until Fong Ran explained repeatedly that the professor let him off, requiring him to attend all future classes, otherwise he would deduct points. In just 10 minutes, Fong Ran's ranking appeared on the leaderboard. Fong Ran 200 points, 279th place. This scene attracted beast tamers in the academy to stop and watch. That genius from Yucheng has advanced to the Lord level. Where did he get the evolution materials? This evolution speed is too fast. He has already scored full marks in 2 assessments. Could he be aiming for the top 10? I heard he went for the beast evolution assessment. At most, he can only score 100 points, right? Special points are essential for competing for the top 10. The first place should undoubtedly belong to the White Goddess. Many beast tamers were very concerned about Fong Ran's score. As a genius from a small city, ranked 2nd in the unified examination, many viewed him as a tool to overshadow Bai Lingshuang. Moreover, with Bai Zhangshu personally acknowledging his level of beast culture, it pushed him to the forefront of attention. There were even claims that Fong Ran was deliberately controlling his scores to avoid embarrassing the Emperor-level beast tamers, leaving them some face. People online were reveling in the drama, continuously boasting about the situation. At this moment, in another part of the Imperial Capital Academy, he's already at the Lord level. Thankfully, his evolution is fast enough, Lin Qinghuan sighed in relief. He must at least make it into the top 10, otherwise, Fong Ran will definitely fall behind by a large margin. For family beast tamers, rankings didn't matter much. But for Fong Ran it was significant. Only by entering the top 10 could he obtain the S-level exclusive recipe provided by the Imperial Capital, enhancing his evolution speed several times. These rewards could help him save billions in expenses over a year. The first place A-level evolution method is out of reach, but at least I need to secure the S-level recipe and A-level skills in the top 10. Right now, if Fong Ran wanted to take first place, Bai Ling Shuang had too many exclusive points. She alone had scored 2 points in 5 courses. Even if others also scored 2 points, they could only tie with her at best. At this moment, in the office, the professor in charge of evolution was reading a book when suddenly there was a knock on the office door. Come in. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures appeared before him. In recent days, many people had advanced to the Lord level to seek his assessment of course scores, and he had become accustomed to it. However, when he took off his glasses and saw Fong Ran in front of him, he couldn't help but tremble his fingers. He suddenly stood up. The sound of the chair moving echoed in the office. With a hint of disbelief in his voice, he asked, You advanced to the Lord level? Yes. Fong Ran nodded. The professor opened his mouth, as if his mind had been struck by lightning. Fong Ran succeeded. This meant that his beast had become a forbidden beast at the Lord level. This was an evolutionary path far beyond S level, with combat power surpassing all evolutionary paths. After a moment, Fong Ran summoned Xiao Tian. She had a cold expression, no different from before, but now exuded an inviolable aura that made one feel an impulse to kneel just by looking at her. You really succeeded. How is this possible? He swallowed hard. Only he, as the professor, knew how low the probability was. Yet Fong Ran had succeeded for the second time. 101 points. I will give you my exclusive score. The professor's words fell. Beside him, Xin Yun looked bewildered. She knew very little about the forbidden path, only that Fong Ran had used forbidden materials. Moreover, her grandfather had strictly forbidden her from engaging with related matters. But she never expected that Fong Ran had actually obtained an exclusive score. At this moment, Fong Ran's ranking skyrocketed, instantly rising from 279 to second place. At this moment, on the leaderboard of the Imperial Capital, first place, Bai Ling Shuang 302, second place, Fong Ran 301, third place, Tai Jiuxin 300. The top 3, or rather the top 10, were separated by just 1 point. In just half a day's time, it had ignited the entire Imperial Capital. The exclusive scoring of the evolutionary path had actually been obtained by Fong Ran. This left everyone in disbelief. Wasn't it said to be an A-level evolutionary path? Lei Tianrun's mouth twitched. Just a moment ago, he had said it was an ordinary path. And now, in just half a day, he had jumped to second place? Lei Tianrun swore he would never believe Fong Ran's nonsense again. Meanwhile, a young man with his right hand wrapped in iron looked at the rankings and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Fong Ran, I won't hold back in the next match. Tai Jiuxin had a look of unwillingness. This was not the university life he had imagined. As a descendant of the Imperial Beast Master family, he had put in more effort than anyone else. All to catch up with Bai Ling Shuang in the Imperial Capital, and even to be called the twin talents of the Imperial Capital alongside her. Furthermore, in the future, they could fight together against the 4 major academies and hunt fierce beasts. Instead, he had just missed the general admission by 1 point, being overshadowed by Fong Ran. Now he was again just 1 point behind Fong Ran, stuck in third place. The discussions that should have been about him turned into comparisons between Bai Ling Shuang and Fong Ran, leaving him, the son of the emperor, with no one to discuss. After a moment, Tai Jiuxin made a phone call. Prepare beast blood supplements for me. I need to increase the training intensity for my beast. Meanwhile, in the same training room, Bai Ling Shuang looked at the information coming from the Imperial Capital, still maintaining her usual expression. Miss Bai, if Fong Ran obtains another exclusive score next, you might very well be overtaken for first place, a coach respectfully reminded her. Should we increase the training intensity? No need. Bai Ling Shuang's face showed no expression. It seemed she was ignoring Fong Ran's threat. Yet deep down, she had some doubts. Why was the exclusive score of the evolutionary path given to Fong Ran? Her evolutionary path was the S+ level route optimized by the Imperial Beast Master. In a sense, the evolutionary path she chose was supposed to far surpass the ordinary S-level evolutionary paths. What exactly has Fong Ran evolved the angel into that makes the other party recognize him so much? Could it be a pre-arranged agreement? No matter what, in the end, I will still win, just like before. Bai Ling Shuang was not anxious. Sooner or later, she would walk to Senior Lin's side. She would become the top student of the next imperial capital. Half a month passed. Every day, Fong Ran would follow a group of beast tamers to attend classes at the academy. At the same time, he had Xiao Tian train in 2 new abilities he had just acquired. Judgment Sunwheel, beginner can use holy power to resist attacks and unleash the judgment of the first trial. Holy Flame Firefeather, proficient burning fire feathers can greatly enhance speed and attack for a short period. After mastering the Judgment Sunwheel, a small cross-shaped star sword appeared above Xiao Tian's flame crown. On ordinary days, aside from the necessary graded courses, the Imperial Capital Academy offered various rich courses corresponding to different industries in reality. However, these courses were largely ignored. Almost no one attended. One reason was that there were no grades, which made them meaningless to the students. The second reason was that the instructors were just ordinary people. As proud beast tamers, they naturally wouldn't listen to the lectures of the week. But today, over 200 beast tamers had gathered in the lecture hall. On the podium stood a woman dressed conservatively, with a voluptuous figure and a chest that seemed capable of breaking the table, observing the crowd below. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, her complexion was fair, and a pair of dark, sharp horns jutted forward from her head. With golden pupils. Why are there so many people? Fong Ran was surprised. Today, unexpectedly, no one was speaking loudly. This one is a king-level creature. At the Imperial Capital Academy, only a few courses have king-level instructors. Lei Tianrun whispered beside him. Ever since Fong Ran was promoted to lord, they had all been sitting together. Fong Ran noticed that Lei Tianrun was referring to a creature, not a beast tamer. Sure enough, he looked forward, and a piece of data appeared. Dragon Blood Knight, level, late king, skills? Description: a dragon human with dragon blood. Possessing physical strength that reaches the pinnacle of the world. Clearly, she was a fierce beast, not a beast tamer. In fact, she wasn't even a contracted beast of humans. Fong Ran had heard rumors of some humanoid races leaving their groups to come to human cities. For example, those welfare beasts. Or the divine races packaged by talent agencies, whether male or female, would have a large number of admirers. But these fierce beasts were at most lord level. This was a king-level creature. Would the Beast Tamer Association really allow a king-level creature to roam freely in the city? Hello? Everyone. Her voice was very clear. But none of the beast tamers present dared to respond. The vast difference between them instilled genuine awe and fear in the crowd. Exams are too troublesome. How about this? I'll give all of you full marks. How does that sound? She scanned the crowd. If it weren't for the principal insisting she teach a class every year, she wouldn't have come here. The beast tamers exchanged glances, and no one dared to say no. What about exclusive scores? Bai Ling Shuang asked. The exclusive score is only 1 point. How about this, you all do 1v1, and whoever wins in the end, I'll give the score to them. This made Bai Ling Shuang breathe a sigh of relief. She was afraid that the woman would just leave, draining the scores. Is there no reward? Fong Ran suddenly spoke up. Like dragon blood or something. His dragon soul forging hadn't leveled up in a long time. Reward? If you win, the reward is to fight me. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Ling Shuang frowned deeply, casting an unhappy glance at Fong Ran. Why? Did he have to speak up? Couldn't they just take the scores and leave? Want to go into battle? Let's go, it's a waste of time. Yeah, if it were another test we might have a chance, but how could we possibly win against an S-class evolution route in a real battle? We have to give it a try. With battle experience and attribute advantages, there's still a chance to win. Can you really win against Bai Ling Shuang? It's good to take a look. It's been a long time since I've seen Bai Ling Shuang's beast. In a moment, more than a dozen beast masters had left. Among the rest, half were eager to see Bai Ling Shuang in action. Some were even curious about the evolution route of the other party's beast. Tai Jiuxin smiled confidently. Fortunately, he had increased the intensity of his training over the past half-month. When it came to real combat, he wasn't necessarily worse than Bai Ling Shuang.